stopped, has to buy back immediately, but they can't stop Team Liquid from retreating. Team Liquid are the ones to buy back. They want to try and end this game here.
Double buyback from them. This is all in. They did lose the Aegis. They still have 2 cheeses.
Trying to burst out the Earth Bandit, doesn't quite get it. Boom, back into play. Nikkei jumped into this one. Problem is that they just can't get through this calling with all this other AoE. Fortunately, he's getting away, but no, he didn't run out now.
Good morning.
For 2 minutes, Crystal's barely able to survive. Boxy goes for him, trying to manage to dodge some of those shots.
I just barely caught the end of it. And I see Secret going home.
You can heal up as much as you want, but the Ancient is a problem that you cannot ignore, and he gets swapped back into his doom. Buys back immediately, but the glyph is now expired, and Liquid will end it 2-0.
I didn't check any patch notes yet. I woke up like an hour ago.
Late game damage coming through from this lineup. I mean, Boxy turning into that 4th core really just pushed it over the edge. I think Crystal's gonna have larger impact in those fights and maybe bring his net worth back, but like, not when he's up against 4 carries. It just feels unfair. You have this Alacrity Invoker hitting you from the back with Forge Spirits. Everybody's super damage amped from the minus armor to the damage amplification on Liquid side. And on top of that, to add a 4th core to the mix, just way too much for like this 1.5, 2 core damage lineup to overcome. I mean, you have Bloodlust, but Bloodlust ain't that good.
Stable, I forgot. He's with
Thank you, Dog Void, for the tier 1. You want to thank Kevin Figure 18? It's a community backlash in Yakuza 8.
That means we're going to be saying goodbye to
Q's English version recasted. Oh no, dude. Now I want to hear it for sure.
Went through the lower bracket of the qualifier in the first place, almost got knocked out. Then they made
I'll check patch notes later.
After that, I think the biggest opponent they probably took down, they took down OG in that 2-1. Yeah. They came into this tournament, managed to do pretty well for themselves in the group stage. It's just, unfortunately, match up against Team Liquid, who kind of already had their number in the last patch, and it looks like continue to do so in a new patch.
I think they had a very decent showing. Like, this is a very new team, inter-regional team as well. Those often take longer to gel, and like you said, a team that had to come through from the brink of elimination multiple times. So yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with their performance here, and I think that's a lot to build on. And also, I mean, new patch. Like, what are you supposed to do? Can you really put too much stock in a series that you have read the notes about for 2 hours?
Yeah, it's a rough one to go for sure, but Team Liquid will take the victory, and we've got Saberlight on stage with Slacks for the winner's interview.
Thank you, Bobby, for the 20.
I am here with Saberlight for Team
What the fuck? Why Saberlight in this team? Where is I?
Saberlight, one of my favorite interviews in the world. So good to see you again. How's it feel to be at an arena once again playing on the main stage?
Can I see this?
Thank you,
oh god, what is that clip?
Out and cheering for
I'm
us.
checking.
We'll make you proud. Let's go! Woo! There we go. So, how's the stand-in life for you? The guys feeling good? You vibing pretty well? Yeah, it's great. The guys are super chill. We're owning, and it's always when you're standing, there's no pressure. It's like when we lose this, they're like, oh, okay, stunning issue, and I'll be like, oh, I have another team. It's okay, guys. Well, that's good to hear. So you absolutely dumpstered in both those games. The Visage game in particular, super, super good. Slardar game was great as well. How do you feel about the new patch? You're one of the biggest guys I want to ask about this just because you have a really good brain for this kind of stuff. Feel like those heroes were broken, or you just had a good game on them? Well, I did not have a good game on Visage. I missed some guys. I was lagging, just to make it clear. When I didn't stun the void, it was lag, okay? Okay. You killed so many people, though. That was one misplay. Come on. Thank you. Well, I think these heroes are still kinda busting. The new Visage talents were like throw free soul assumptions. Quite nice. I enjoy it. And overall, like, it's actually so insane to like wake up and we play on new patch, completely new items, everything new, and I didn't even play a pop or anything. I barely finished the patch notes before coming here, so it's just like, luckily we are very fortunate. We have the Shopify guys backing me up. We have 33, nerding it out, and Jobs and some friends who are helping him, so we're in good hands. Absolutely. Well, you could absolutely tell. Game 2, by the way, you got that Slardar. Are you taking any tips? There's some very passionate Reddit members out there that are writing big threads about pro players in Slardar. Did you do any research? Did you crunch any 2%? I actually saw the post, and my answer to that guy is, you don't get it, kiddo. Damn! Take it easy, bro. Take it easy. All right, well, congratulations, sir. An incredible game. Hope to see a lot more coming out from you, from Liquid, and yeah, thank you very much. One more shout out for our boy, please. Give it up. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Yeah, incredible victory that we saw from Team Liquid coming in completely fresh for the first series of the day. So thank you so much for that. And we'll throw it back
Heroes
to
are
our
back,
panel.
Tiny and
What they have
Puck.
to think.
They all got buffed.
Thank you very
That
much.
sounds kinda
Live
good.
and Slacks, and we will, of course, see Team Liquid later on today as they go up against Falcons. But first, let's break this down. I did also want to start talking about that offlane Slardar. He crushed it, had a great lane, and I think winning that lane, Effie, for Saberlight, it kind of set the tone for the game.
Oh, it absolutely set the tone for the entire game. Not only did they get the first blood on the Razor, because Slark had such a secure matchup versus a Brewmaster, they were able to bring down Insania on the Vengeful Spirit and pressure that Razor over and over and over again. And it made a lot of chaos in that first 10 minutes, and it gave Slardar the lead that he needed. But because this bottom lane was so busy recovering, afterwards, when the pressure shifted to the mid lane and they started to play for that mid-tier 1 tower around Nisha, they were able to do so because Secret's heroes from the safe lane could not necessarily respond to that kind of pressure.
And I think like that's why the draft and the early lanes are so important. You get the Muerta, you always have to Deadshot against the Razor, defensive in the lane. Slaughter as well, you're really fast, you can always run it off. And because your lane is going so well, now Insania can come by and it all starts bleeding like all over the map in your head. But I must say that Secret, they fought back pretty nicely in the mid game. Like when they took that fight around the Roche area and kind of like came back in the game. They're down like 6k, 7k gold, but they caught Liquid a little bit off guard. They used their spells nicely, and this was the only reason why this game even dragged on in the first place.
Yeah, it felt really difficult, even with Liquid having the lead, for them to fight at the 5v5, but we saw the power of the Slark pick coming in at the end where they had the round of spells, they had the Brewmaster ulti, they had the Puck Coil, they had the Grimstroke ult, but if they were able to disengage from that on the side of Liquid, then suddenly it just felt like Secret didn't have any gas in the tank. And not only do we commend the Slark pick for that, but I feel like Insania for a 5-position Venge. Like insane swaps that constantly reset the fight and that allowed Liquid to constantly do that. And I think that was essential for them to be able to scale well into the game.
And not just that, the way that Insania itemized, which is a great point, Brian, is like he had the Solar Crest, he had the drums, he had the Vlads, he played the very traditional aura carrier because he understood the assignment.
I didn't check anything of the patch yet, man.
Clark alive, keep him as strong as possible, and play behind his core.
I'm gonna check after today's games. And I'll probably play some.
And on the note that you mentioned,
Sounds good.
It felt like Secret would run the gas out of the tank. It was also because Slardar and Slark got to the point where they could tank through these spells, right? They had the double BKBs, they were getting soulbound, but they
What's
were
the next
still
matchup?
able to get kills through the soulbind because of the BKBs. And to me, it just came down to the execution, right? Because Liquid were able to start these fights, to take these smokes, find them when Secret weren't ready to fight back.
Oh,
It made
yeah,
it so that Secret couldn't recover because they needed to engage. They needed to be the aggressors, the initiators.
They really, really did, and unfortunately for them, the road ends here. And we already had an interview
Tundra
with
Bad
the
Boom.
winners,
Alright,
but we're also
let me
going to
change
witness
my
the flip
title.
side of that as we head over to Slacks for an exit interview.
Thank you so much, Sheever. I am here, of course, with the legend himself. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Puppy here. Thank you so much for taking your time. So I say this with a bit of a, oh, yes, thank you. The legend, yes! You can do that on exit interviews, guys. Don't be so nervous. No, but sir, I feel like there's a lot of times in Dota pro players' lives where people say, a little unlucky. You know, you guys go in a tiebreaker situation. It's, you know, mid one versus Quinn, and now the day before, hours before your big game, new patch. Is that kind of how you're viewing this today? Because you guys have been improving so much. It's a bummer to see something like this happen.
Yeah, I guess it is unlucky. What you gonna do?
But are you, you know, looking forward to improving and kind of put this one behind you, or do you feel like, you know, that's just what happened?
I mean, I don't really have any thoughts right now. Once again, there's too big of a patch to even consider what went wrong. And, you know, we fucked up, played bad, and, you know, then we lost.
Well, thanks for the wrap up there, sir. Very good, very informative. Are you feeling anything in particular for the state of, you know, how the game's looking? This cool new patch, this incredible new thing that's hit us. You guys going to be hitting the books now and coming back even stronger?
Well, I don't know the state of Dota, but one thing I believe in is in stake.
Okay,
Oh
thank
my
you so
God.
much for the sponsor plug on the exit interview. Only a man.
Oh, that's so bad.
Talents in class could do such a thing. Thank you so much. All right, well, are we going to see you guys again? Because I'm so bored not seeing Team Secret at events. I got to see you here. Unluck that you're exiting now. But please, for all the Secret fans, myself included, will we be seeing you at the next one? Are you guys on your way back?
Man, I love Malaysia. I'm coming back every time you invite me.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful journey, and we'll throw it back to Sheever.
Thank you very much, Slacks, and of course, Puppy there as we say goodbye to Team Secret. And they got eliminated 2-0, and I think they did have a good event. I think, Brian, I mean, obviously today it feels rough, but overall,
Mason got banned?
Yeah, absolutely. And
I just saw a
like
clip
that
where he
they
got
stuck to their
call
identity
on
in
my
the
gifts. I
patch,
thought that was the joke.
Merciless,
Wait, he got banned?
Razor, first pick, like, that's balls. You know, going into the elimination game in the lower bracket in a new patch. I just want to highlight for this new patch, like, I see 3 or 4 heroes in every game so far, the 2 games, I guess, that we haven't seen at all. Really.
Oh, dude, I just saw the clip. I was like, oh, that's the joke. He just got a call and it's a funny clip. Haha.
Underpicked, so I just love the fact that we're seeing a bunch of new things and that these teams are not afraid to throw it out there.
I think also one thing, just to go back to the interview, like sometimes you just don't play good enough, and I think it's okay to say, you know, we messed up. It's okay. It's a new patch. Like, don't take it.
Am I banned? Do I have to check?
And I mean, overall, people just need to learn the patch anyway. Like, you don't really know what the hell just happened.
It's time to check if I'm banned or not, man.
Because they played a really
Oh,
great
shit.
stage. I mean, the difference between them in the lower bracket and them in the upper bracket for this tournament was just 1v1 mid, right? That could have been them in the upper bracket having some time to prepare, and it might have looked different, but they should genuinely be very proud because they looked very aggressive. They looked like they all clicked with each other. They have ideas that work for them, and this team shows a lot of promise for the upcoming year.
It really does. It really does. We also have to talk a little bit more about Team Liquid, though, because when we're talking about lessons learned from a series like this, Team Liquid has to put them into practice as fast as they can, because only one series break in between them playing again, Brian. After a series like that, they did have some moments to learn from, I think. Where do you think Team Liquid takes this?
Well, I would say that most of the time, the other team having more prep is going to be an advantage for them. But I think they have infinitely more competitive matches on the new patch than the other team in this case. So what I'm going to say is that's a significant advantage. Like, I know it's kind of a joke. It's only 2-0, but at the end of the day, you do learn a lot at the start of a new patch, and it only goes down from there. So these 2 games are going to be highly valuable going into the next series.
I mean, I really love what they were cooking in the series. And Sableye was saying, you know, 3-3 is at home. He's helping. They're getting help from Shopify because he's just standing in. Jabs has some people coming around too. Like, their item builds, like just looking at items alone, I feel like these games are
That's
just
a really nice
easier
stage
for them to play. So moving forward, if they do the same thing, they now play 1-2 pubs and chill a bit, they'll be A-okay.
That great support system they got backing them up definitely helps, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Liquid, you talk about their bajillion coaches and their bajillion data analysts and their bajillion friends are always... No, but it's great. They definitely have an advantage over other teams when it comes to preparation and an infrastructure that enables them to do so with minimal resources expended from individual players, which I think is really important. So now these players can just sit back, play a few pubs, just get a feeling of things while their team does all the research for them. That's an ideal scenario.
An ideal scenario, and there's been a couple of other teams that were able to just sit back and watch and learn, and those are Tundra and Betboom. That's gonna be our upcoming Best of 3 series, another one in the elimination rounds here at ESL One Kuala Lumpur, so you better sit tight and be ready for our upcoming match.
Did Sableye just adjust his glasses?
Dota 2 is a video game, and video games have collision.
What the fuck is this?
Collision is not perfect. This simple fact is abused all the time by pro players. For instance, if you are playing Nature's Prophet and you TP on a cliff to ward, and then you realize, hey, I can farm here. Then you can get yourself off the cliff without actually having to use a TP. Simply press Sprout on the edge of the cliff and you will bump yourself
Whoa!
up. The reason this happens is because there isn't enough space on the cliff for both you and the trees. And since trees can't move, the game takes the thing that can move, which is you, and bumps you to the nearest available location. This just so happens to be off of the cliff. This bumping mechanic has a ton of useful applications in the game. Another example is that if you are playing Tusk and getting chased by enemies, you can run right next to a cliff, then throw ice shards directly on top of yourself. If you were precise enough, then the distance between you and the top of the cliff is shorter than the distance between you and the bottom of the cliff. In other words, you'll be bumped up, and everybody will think that you're really cool. Another example is with Storm Spirit. There are a ton of places on the map with unpathable objects that you can use to push you a small distance to save mana with your zip. The Ancient is one of these. If you're walking back to Fountain, you can get there quicker by zipping halfway through the
I'm checking patch notes later, after this event.
Similarly, you can blink or force staff greater distances by also using these unpathable objects on the map to bump you to the other side. Interestingly, the sides of the map count as unpathable objects, but they're also high grounds. So, you can use
They should send this to
force-moving
OTZ.
spells and items to put yourself off of the map temporarily, which gives you flying vision and essentially makes you unjukable.
Imagine receiving a package and they just tell you how to play Dota. What the fuck? Okay, let's see. Am I banned? Is there coal in my inventory? It's fucking cool, dude. Hey, wait, no, it's a seasonal reward. Where's my fucking coal? Just ban me. Let me free. Ah, fuck, man. Another year of Dota, I guess. I am Aquaman.
My father, and the king of Atlantis. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. 21 december in de bioscoop.
I'm glad you're gone. I'm glad you're gone. I thought I couldn't live without you, but I was wrong. I'm glad you're gone.
I watched the first Aquaman. Aquaman!
The Texas bacon lover
It was okay, if I recall. But kinda whatever, too.
beef, bacon, barbecue sauce.
This man, one of his powers was swimming fast and talking to fish.
Nu bij Burger King. Peggy 18.
Yo, 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 yo! My taste runs to the unique, yes?
Yeah, it was like okay.
My cousin Yusuf here keeps a list of all the cars he wants. Now it's my job to look into how we can get them.
If something goes wrong, you can always blame him.
I have watched a little bit of the group stage of ESL One. In Kuala Lumpur.
15 jaar lang was je ver van je eigen wereld. Nu moet je weer contact maken met je cultuur. En vechten voor Pandora.
Voor Pandora!
Ben je vrij. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora vanaf 7 december.
PlayStation. Waarom is glasvezel er niet voor iedereen? We hebben verrassend betaalbaar glasvezel in de stad en ver daarbuiten.
Yeah, like those guys have glass fiber. Sure, dude, sure. A fucking wooden house in a tree.
Omarm deze feestdagen al je verschillende kanten. Met cadeaus van Zalando.
Wat als je nou 1 plaat kan aanvragen?
3FM Serious Request komt dit jaar in actie voor Stichting ALS Nederland.
Je ziet ze overal. De mensen van generatie D. Een generatie die niet toekijkt.
That's a regional, of course. These are Dutch ads. See this? You wanna join the army, son?
Wie zie je dan?
Lucky Nucky free with the 37. I speak Dutch, yeah. Dutch is such a useless language to learn if you're not from the Netherlands. It's like maybe 30 million people or something that speak it. It's so... like absolutely no reason to learn it. Especially since everyone here speaks English too. Did Valve really ban Mason for a piece of coal? There's no way. That is some reality TV shit. It has to be some kind of stunt. I refuse to believe it. Was it just... was it a coincidence? Was it just like the same timing as it was getting banned and he got the call? What do I think of Mason banned? I don't know the guy that well, but I've seen a couple clips of him and it's probably justified. That's pretty fucking dude. Whoever did that at Valve, whoever thought of this, whoever the people were that coded it in, that's some shit, dude. I love it. That's some shit, seriously. How do we ban this guy? How about we wait till he streams and then we give him a gift, a toxic piece of core, and then ban the shit out of him on that very second? Holy fuck, dude. That is not an accident. I dig it. I dig it. What a nice Christmas present. I wonder if he's gonna appeal against it. I will check patch notes after this event.
We have Tundra and Bedboom arriving to the venue. They were delivered safely and without any collisions, as I'm sure you learned all about collisions in the little bit of a DHL Pro tip we had right before these players arrived to the venue. That's right. I know you guys are all pros and all the Dota knowledge, and I will actually say that maybe this is the time, your final chance to test yourself on the old knowledge before the new patch fully needs to be mastered. But if you go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips and you put that knowledge to the test, you have a chance of winning a €200 Steam gift card. So make sure you head over there and try your luck. See if you know it all. Maybe there's still something more to learn, but that's okay. If there is more to learn, I got the right people for the job because Effie and Kezu still joining me. But Purge now with us as well. Hey Purge, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Happy Frostivus, Christmas, whatever you guys want to call it.
What was in your chest?
I just got some like generic Pudge set that I didn't want.
Okay, but no lump of coal.
I'm not banned.
You got lucky.
Not banned. Happy
Not bad. It was good, man.
It was fun to
I wonder who's he's referencing to.
Earlier, that way, like the moment the patch hit, I was ready to experiment.
Yeah,
I only got to
same.
play one pub. I built a terrible item. It was not a good experience, but I got a taste.
What item?
I built a Veil of Discord naturally, and it's
That's a good item, I think.
yeah, it's not on Win Ranger. I found out.
Okay, that's fair.
Not good. Not good. Not good.
Well, maybe the teams that are playing today have got a little bit extra time to prepare compared to you. They also have the luxury of course, watching the previous series just now. Let's start talking about our next two opponents because Tundra and Bedboom are very ready, and Tundra is maybe a little bit extra ready for this because when you're talking about Tundra,
What the fuck is this team? Who are these guys?
About Tomato. So
What the hell happened to Tundra?
10 games total per team. But if you look at Tomato's last 15 games, Kezu, different carry hero every single time. 15 games, 15 heroes.
I mean, my boy is...
Nice manga whining. I think he wants to go to the balcony, but it's cold.
pretty much
The moment I let him out, he's gonna whine to get back in again.
already
Like
when it
one
comes
step.
to this team and playing with its boys. So I'm not too surprised, and I think now with a new patch, it will probably just continue. Like now there's different heroes being good, why not, you know, bump it up?
Yeah, it's more so about how
Let me into the bedroom. We're back.
because we talk about a lot of teams and the kind of support system they have, but I don't exactly know the inner workings of Tundra, how many analysts they have, who they have doing this last second research for them. So I am quite curious to see what kind of Dota heroes they bring today.
Yeah, and they did start very well in the group stages, Purge. They started 4-0, and everybody's like, oh my god, they're doing so well. But then slowly but steadily, things started looking a little bit more rough, Purge.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think 4-0 starting for them was amazing for them.
Yep.
They've consistently looked like a solid team, a good team. They win their region consistently. They go to lands. They do kind of good, kind of mediocre. They're like a really, really solid middle of the pack.
Purge hasn't changed in like 10 years.
Group would have been a surprise.
Yeah, that is true. We're gonna find out how they do here in this lower bracket. Their opponents today is a team that did not change anything at all after TI. They believe in this squad. It is
Thank you, Pavais, for the 25. Phantom, thank you for the 49.
Look at Bedboom's group stage matches, Effie. This best of 3 series upcoming is gonna be very interesting because they tied every single opponent.
Yeah, it will be very telling what kind of state they're in. But Bedboom, they're a team that you can never count out. When it comes to their players, they have some of the most mechanically talented players in all of Dota, in all of the regions.
You got
And
flagged
if you look at their
associated with a
group stage
Smurf?
performances, only a handful.
Did you get a Smurf, dude?
But a lot of the series that they drew in during group stage were actually very winnable, and I think that they're aware of that, and they definitely.
I opened my gifts. Sadly, I didn't get banned again. This time it was just a fucking item set for some shit hero I never play.
Game that they definitely shouldn't have had, but you know that's how you end up with
Unlucky.
dying everywhere when you make some mistakes here and there. But one hero I have seen Nightfall play in his pubs, and every time this hero has this specific spell buff.
Yeah, not banned once again. Can they just ban me already, dude?
Oh dear.
So we might see it again. There might be some Lycan, some Tiny, some IO Tiny. I'm ready for it, but this hero, when it's good, he is a very nasty carry hero.
How experimental do you want the teams to be, Purge?
I mean, when you see the patch, there's so many things that goes through your head. Like, there's so many.
I'm gonna play after ESL, yeah.
You watch the first program. There's like a couple new items, and you're like, oh, Bench Wave of Terror takes damage now, and they're like, I'm gonna pick Bench. So it's not gonna be as extreme as it is when you read the patch. And I think that's the way you have to play it, especially if you don't have time to pub. If this patch came out yesterday and they had 24 hours to figure out what heroes are good, sure, do some wild stuff. But I think it's safe to say that you should just pick lineups that are fairly straightforward to execute, because if you're sitting there in game thinking about, oh, should I try this new item, you're behind your opponents. You need to think about like easy to execute things that are going to set up team fights in the right way.
Oh, that's so fucked actually.
Pro Dota
Mason can't do anything, right? I guess it's done. Like even if he makes a new account or something, they'll be like, hey, hold up. Did we ban this guy? And just ban him again.
For sure. I want to talk a little bit about the new addition of Tundra.
Right, at least like he can't stream it.
This is a player that apparently...
Holy shit, wasn't he making good money too streaming?
And as an offlaner,
All he had to do was not be racist. That's all he had to do.
That you offlane with, that you have that synergy there. Because I think the only reason why Kasana is like, oh, we need position.
Fucking hell.
Immersion. Get that guy on board because I know him. We do well. How important is that synergy?
It's incredibly important. It's important that you can just tell each other.
Or booster services, whichever.
Oh, yo, you mess up in this lane. I needed you to pull here and do this. You can see the same with like other teams. When you have this chemistry between the two, it will just go such.
Oh wait, was being racist okay? He wasn't banned for that. Oh, he was banned for being using a booster. What the fuck did he boost?
Yeah, that synergy, they had that already. On the side of Bedboom, they didn't change anything, so they had that synergy as well. And I think with immersion coming in, the
Behavior score.
with
What?
those players, it kind of helps them.
How do you even boost behavior score? Do you pay people to put the thumbs up in game or what?
Because I know that Moon has, I believe, double citizenship. He's half Malaysian, Effie. That surely will play
The
maybe a little
fuck?
bit of part in
That's
the
a service?
I thought Moon was Singaporean.
Not according to Wikipedia.
I talked to him at breakfast the other day, and he's like, dude, this food, this is what I grew up eating all the time.
Really?
That's another data
There you
point.
go.
He was
I had
like
no idea.
really excited. I saw it in his eyes and everything. He's like, oh my god.
I mean, Malaysian
favorite
food
food.
has got to excite you.
Yeah.
I think it excites everyone. I think it excites the players to the point where maybe they get slightly distracted, but we are not going to get distracted. I want to talk.
I didn't go to the patch notes. I was reading about Mason. I'm checking on Reddit right now.
Mid matchup, and when talking about
Yeah.
they have a lot of experience going up against each other because Effie, you were there for it with the Dasha 1v1. They actually met in the first round. I think GPK was quite dominant in that one.
I mean, it's it's GPK. When you talk about technical mid laners, he is one of the few names that comes to mind alongside Sumail and Quinn and players like that. But Bryle as a player has improved so immensely in the last year. And I think a lot of his impact in the past used to come from his rotations, but now it feels like his impact is coming from his ability to play unusual heroes mid and maybe bust out a cheese hero. Like, he's been playing some Necros, they've been flexing his Slardar to mid, and at some point he did bust out the Wind Ranger when they wanted to flex it and they stuck it on the mid roll itself.
It's so dystopian, yeah.
Bryle's versatility is really what's elevated.
It's like you have a community-run behavior score and you pay people to up it.
Every time Brawl
Holy
played,
shit, what went wrong?
Quinn would always have his number back when they always played against each other. I feel like his growth has, like, he has improved so much, not only with the gameplay, as FD is saying, with the versatility, but also teamfight decision making. I think his biggest downfall in the past was eventually he will throw his
He couldn't play Nordics, he can use his mic for months now? Why can't he use his mic?
And we are going to learn just a little bit more about Bryle himself.
When we played NA Quals, we were down like 2-0, and we eventually realized that
He got muted?
like, very specific heroes that I play very good at.
From
and
low
we kinda
behavior
focused
score?
on that, and we kinda
I
ran
mean,
those,
you
and
know,
it kind of just made us serious.
if all the
really
signs
good.
like point towards something, maybe there's something there that rings through. Like, what the fuck?
If you compare it throughout the entire years, there was peak of NA winning TI at TI5. The ability to
How many
grow
people can there be in
and the
NA?
reason it's just not there
At high
compared to
rank?
is our
A
player
couple
base is
hundreds?
really small, and there's just not a lot of like.
How are they all
talents
reporting
being,
you?
Developed in the scene. That's why it's like super really hard. Like, the more players in the region, the more better it will be. It will be an exponential amount of growth, having these players and having more options.
Yeah.
Us partnering with Tundra was very last minute. It was like planned like just this week before we were flying in, and we are like, why not? Next year, I feel like it's gonna be way different for everyone else because I think after this tournament, people are gonna go on a break.
Mass
and I
report
feel
like Quinn did?
this
You
might
know,
be the
a
last
lot of
tournament
people
together.
don't like playing with Quinn in pubs,
So I
right?
think
For
it's
a
all
very good reason.
Whatever's gonna happen next, but it'll be an interesting one for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's like it's up in the air, you know. Like, you never know what can happen.
Nobody knows what can happen. It's all up in the air, is what he's saying, and that means
Shit,
that
dude.
performing here and doing very well here, Purge, I feel like it's more important than ever because that basically means that you're not just, you know, showing that your team can do it. No, it's about showing that you can do it because if everything's all up in the air, you got to be able to sell yourself. It's like, look at me, I'm the best.
Yeah, it's very important to have good performances, but for a lot of these teams, maybe it sometimes seems like they're good teams, maybe not the best, but yeah, having confidence going forward with those tournament wins definitely impacts.
What's the reason? Let's put it lightly and say he's very vocal sometimes.
That allows you to dodge qualifiers, and that gives your team more time to focus on relaxing in between those matches. So all of these things have really big cascading effects.
Also, another thing that I feel like they have done a lot better with is I feel like they're more free. I saw it first at the Bedboom Dacha tournament, where I feel like they were just like more free. They were the way they played, the way they drafted. And now when a new patch comes out, I feel like you want to be free. You know, some guy has a good feeling about a hero, let's take it. We saw Visage do good, it looks good. I want to play it, let's go for it. And kind of like just start nice.
Start nice. Maybe in game 1, Effie, of the best of 3. And then game 2, if it didn't work out, you go back to what worked.
Yeah, I mean, I think freedom in Dota is quite important. I really like the point that
freedom?
because the thing about TSM, formerly TSM, now Tundra, is that it felt like there were a lot of self-imposed restrictions that they put on themselves, or maybe they put themselves in a little bit of a box because they were struggling with certain facets of their gameplay. The main one just kind of being...
I'm kind of glad the report system actually does something these days.
But it really
If you go back like all the way, there's been so many iterations of the report system that just didn't do anything. People didn't give a fuck. And that stream where like Mason gets banned? Holy shit, dude. If that doesn't wake you up, I don't know what's gonna.
Communicate online. That's right. We've been looking at the
I'm curious.
Rise Above Fate, and we figured we'd check in a little bit. Not a bad way to start that first game of the day, though. Also, Kezu, that was a great way to start anyone's day.
That was one of the best games we've seen at this entire tournament already. And now a new patch, you know, we're here with the crowd. I don't think you can ask for anything more. Unless, maybe in this series, maybe it can get even better. Who knows?
I mean, it's gonna, because whenever a big patch hits, this happens in pubs and pro games, everyone like doesn't completely know what's going on, so they become less.
Thank you, Luis. Giving to the 66. Oh, what the fuck? Chat died.
After I get this kill here, I go
Why am I disconnected?
Now that stuff's out the window. Things get chaotic, and there's just gonna be more kills.
Do I have a Smurf account this before? No. I don't have a single fucking Smurf account.
We've got coming from the Rise Above Fate hashtag. Not me.
I smurfs fire this fucking play unranked.
On the naughty list while putting Dota this morning. Well, I think, is anybody expecting here to be on the naughty list? We already know Purge's not. I'm not expecting to be on the naughty list.
I didn't check. You check?
I didn't check, but I think I'm okay.
I should be okay too. I think you're fine.
I think we're fine.
I think we're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, we're a very well-behaved, nice panel coming out here. I hope for a lot of people here, they're not having a rude awakening.
Oh, it's true actually. I have one Smurf account in China. Because I couldn't log into fucking Google to get into my main account.
Like Punch said, for example.
Because all the Google servers are banned in China.
It was a free set. Woo!
So I beat up some random low-skill Chinese players at some point. It's like some 10 years ago. Oh, those poor guys running into me.
I just already like my punch.
They got fucked for sure.
Medics for like 11 years, 12 years. Like I don't really need any more unless they're really nice. Then I'll buy them.
The question is, will we see a Pudge? And if we will we see it on the support? Because I know that Save, Effie, loves Pudge.
He does love Pudge. You know who else loves Pudge on his team?
Who?
Pure.
He does also love Pudge.
I remember during one of the TI games that
Oh,
Pudge played
where's my
recently,
chat?
they were fighting in booth on camera about who
Dying all the time.
between Save
What
and
is
Pure,
this?
and we just got that moment, and it was wonderful. It ended up being Pure in the end, but he did
Wait,
deliver.
it's fine now, I think?
Like if I was a teammate, I feel like I would get good vibes when I see my two idiot teammates fight over who should play Pudge.
I think Twitch is shitting itself right now in some servers.
Yeah, it definitely has a little bit of an upbeat note to it, if that's how you're going into the game. We're going to find out what kind of note the players are on and in what kind of mood they're on, as we should be having them take the stage very, very soon. So stay tuned. Tundra and Vetboom going up against each other next.
I think it's fine now? Not sure. I didn't do a patch review yet. I'm gonna do it after this tournament. Also, the new patch 3 hours before the official match. Sounds good to me, man. I mean, it's not the first time they've done it. It happened to me before. There was this patch where they fucking changed Lich giving XP on Deny at some point. And this change happened while I was in a fucking flight towards the tournament. So Lich became like top tier pick overnight. And yeah, the whole meta shook up. It was Toilet, I believe, yeah. Yeah, fucking Aquaman again! I haven't seen any game of mid one yet, I think. Not sure. Why didn't they wait 3 days? Because I think it's pretty funny. It is nice to see players adapt to a new patch. You can really tell like how some teams are like stuck to older ways and how other teams, and maybe more not teams but specifically players, they can adjust faster than others. And then of course teams finding out what's OP or not right away. What fucking zoom ad is this?
Je werd ontvoerd door de Ardiën. 15 jaar lang was je ver van je eigen wereld. Nu moet je weer contact maken met je cultuur. En vechten voor Pandora. Nu ben je vrij. Avatar Frontiers of Pandora vanaf 7 december. PlayStation.
I've never seen the Avatar movies. I think the first Avatar movie is like one of the most popular movies of all time or something like that. I've never seen it.
cadeaus van Zalando.
Hallo. Hi, wij zijn Odido. Hallo? Je nieuwe provider voor mobiel, glasvezel en tv. En we laten je graag zien dat het anders kan. Menselijker. Zodat technologie weer van ons allemaal is.
Kan ook zo.
I don't want to look at amazing clips, dude. Yeah.
Wat? Als je nou
I've seen the one where he talks about Peruvians. I was like, yeah, okay, that is enough for me.
Request komt dit jaar in actie voor Stichting ALS Nederland.
Don't link them here. I don't want to see him.
De mensen van generatie D. Een generatie die niet toekijkt, maar doet. Dus, als je naar jezelf kijkt, wie zie je dan?
Thank you. Index age for the 24. I didn't get banned, sadly, dude. I got some shitty set item.
Going head to head against each other, Kezu. I want to kind of know what to expect from him.
Honestly, I think we'll see a lot of fighting, especially with the new patch coming out. That's what I always prefer most. I think bring the chaos to them, you know, don't let them breathe, don't let them think. And the way I see Bedboom is they're like the most mechanically gifted team. Maybe top 3, maybe not the best, but they're up there. And they will use those rotations, then help each other and play really fast. So I want Tundra to kind of match that and make sure that they're just ready for these moves and keep a smooth game.
Yeah, I love the point that Kezu brought up, and to add on to that, I feel like Betboom in the past have historically been known as the strongest laning team, or one of the strongest laning teams, and they are very hard to break in that sense, but I think in the last year, a lot of teams figured out that if you target ban Pure's hero pool, and you take away that, you know, so short CD, blink initiator, like the centaurs and whatnot, if you take that away from Pure, it makes it so that Betboom play for a longer scaling game, and a team like Tundra could potentially take advantage of that with the more early game oriented supports they've been drafting, right? They've been playing a lot of enchantresses, a lot of Pugnas, a lot of Willows.
Yeah, that could elongate the game and give them some advantage, because in those super long games, Betboom sometimes can falter in Roche fights and things like that. They're obviously very, very high skilled, and I think that will leverage an advantage for them with this.
Oh, I'm not showing me Booba here. Dude, the art section in Twitch is uncomfortable as fuck. Holy shit, dude. I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad.
I don't want to give this guy this hero.
I thought it was just literally, you know, softcore port or something, but it is degenerate, random shit.
So you're looking to address Pure in the draft already? Like, that's where you want to win that lane? Or is it more Tomato and Whitemon that you have your eyes on in terms of trying to shut him down a little bit from the safe lane?
I want both. I think one isn't enough. It's like when you play against Omar, when you play 3-3, take out the hero.
It's the Wild West for sure.
It's the same like when you shut down a carry, don't just let him jungle for free. You need to shut him down and then follow him and, you know, just despair. Keep him in mode despair. Make them want to quit the game.
Feels hard to do against Tomato, though, because I feel like I don't watch him have bad lanes very often. Like, he almost always recovers.
Yeah, they ban a lot of channels. There were some people that were pushing it.
Like that. So even though I do respect Pure's ability to, like, win that lane, I just feel like Tomato's going to be safe no matter what. Like, they do prioritize making sure he has a good game.
Yeah, you are right about that. I think something that Tundra are really good at, or have become really good at recently, especially from the Betboom Dota tournament, are playing around Tomato. Even when he does have the bad lane that we mentioned, they kind of start to rally around him, and they protect his jungle camps, and they bring their vision there, and their heroes are always ready to rotate in. Whereas in a lot of other teams, they're more willing to play around the mid laner or sometimes around the off lane. This team is very, very heavily focused around their safe lane.
Yep, and Tomato is the most versatile player at this event. 15 games played, last 15 games rather, 15 different heroes. So I'm very curious to see what
So random too that twerking is allowed. Yeah, I don't know.
We need that player on the stage to get.
Does anyone actually find twerking even like attractive? Like I look at it, it's like, ugh. Yeah, not even a little. It's like,
Coming your way, series number 2, my friends. Oh, how much we've learned already from watching our pro players, but there's so much more to gain knowledge-wise from the best players in the world. In fact, our next 2 opponents are going to be extremely fun to watch. If you thought that 80-kill game in Series 1 was fun, wait till you see these guys. So, out from the stage first, coming all the way from North America to Europe, and now coming all the way from Europe here, please put your hands together for Team Tundra!
Masked? But only 2 of them? I don't know about the topless meta on Twitch. It's a meta now? They call it metas? Shit.
Fantastic. And their opponents, one of the most aggressive teams left in the entire tournament. One of the last hopes of CIS. Please put your hands together for the unstoppable.
This is the second time I got juked by an SA team. And you watch like EG and you expect your boy Arteezy and stuff, and boom, it's SA. And watch Tundra, expect like 33 in the gang, and boom, it's SA again. 2 times, man.
Looks like our teams are ready to go head to head for a
Wait, where's that white stance? Look at him.
Tundra versus Betboom.
Chest out, fucking white stance.
Get out your mats in the front, because things are about to get absolutely crazy. You guys ready to see some Dota? All right, fantastic. Let's get into this bad boy soon as we shoot it back to the panel.
Can't wait to see this draft unfold before us as we watch the players take their seats so we can get this draft on the way. And it is time for us to talk Dota 2 because, you know, we can speculate a lot. Oh, what lessons did they learn from the first series? I don't know if that's the first
They're
place.
scared of the Corona? They should be scared of Corona. Imagine getting fucking sick right now while you're playing.
Or you're gonna look like, oh,
Holy shit, dude.
or maybe we should ban Lion.
I don't know. I feel like that's the problem. I hope that they had, you know.
And just casually play against the best players in the world with a headache and a cold and a fever.
What do we want a first pick? Let's ban accordingly. It's like, okay, what do we not want them to have if we respond like this? So I think it's less of like, oh, you know, this, that. It's more like, what will make us feel good? Let's just start with that.
Yeah, and almost every single pro player.
The dress code in tournaments? I don't think so.
Kind of slightly frowning.
Remember when Isis showed up in boxer shorts?
Trying to figure stuff out. But that's the advantage of playing second today, is that you actually had time to practice.
I've never seen a Dota tournament with a dress code.
Want to try some wild stuff? You could just test.
You know, just be reasonable. Don't show up with your cock out or whatever.
So there could be some weird theory crafted stuff in this match.
Yeah, and I feel like
No, I don't wear masculine. No one wears masculine Netherlands anymore.
so you're gonna
They just tank the extra deaths
stages because
and the sickness.
really is different, but heroes were only slightly tweaked, right? It doesn't really feel like any hero was put in the dumpster or anything like that. So you can still go on.
You die.
When teams play versus Betboom, they just ban the same handful of heroes in the start, right? They ban the Dazzle, they ban the Trine Protector from Toronto Tokyo, they ban the Pugna. They have these heroes that I don't think they're gonna change too much from.
I'm fine anyway. I barely interact with humans outside.
That Lion, though, that's the only one that I would be slightly worried about if I was a squad. I mean, it did very well in the first game. And I know it was banned on second, so we only got 1 game to go off of, but that's no data whatsoever.
What am I winning for? I don't really care. I'm just here to watch the good Dota. On a new patch. That's the important thing, a new patch. New items, new patch. And of course, all the good heroes buffed, like Puck.
What if you combine this with this? And that's when the crazy stuff come out. So yeah, I agree with Purge that the teams have had some time to potentially come up with some crazy stuff. And Purge, wouldn't you do it? If you were going to do it, wouldn't you do it in game 1?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I think you save it for like a later pick. I mean, the story of Tomato playing a different hero every game is that, you know, if he gets to delay his pick until later.
I didn't see the new item set. I gotta check everything later after this tournament ends for today.
Maybe you got a juicy item build cooked up. I think the items are really the big change. That you could switch things up. Some standard builds, they're gone now. You know, no one's gonna buy Meteor Hammer early anymore because it's like a fast Kaya. It doesn't build up as easily. So there's some fundamental differences.
Last patch was really bad for me. Like pretty much everything I played was so.
That's a good point. And
It was either dumpstered or just kind of weak, you know? It's unplayable.
Reasons why Tidehunter was such a viable offlaner in the last patch was because of that Meteor Hammer.
I was just playing Punch and Night Stalker every game.
Powers, but now I feel like that hero is just gonna disappear unless it's incredibly situational.
Actually, I didn't even think about that at all. Like, Tide with his Shard and Blink later on is so good, but he kind of relies on this Meteor to like push forward the game, buy yourself a Ring of Health, and like kind of chill. So I think this hero, there's one other build you can do with like Phase Boots Vlads, but I've only seen 3-3 do that, so I think this hero, we will not see it at least today or tomorrow.
Actually, on the topic of
they're already
Vlad,
drafting.
I want to ask you because you're an offlaner. So you saw that the Helm of Overlord removed Vlad's from its build-up.
Yep.
And so how impactful is that for an offlaner like Kasane who plays these Lycans, plays these Beastmasters?
I think it is quite impactful. The item is still very good. Maybe it's just the type of where I think these auras are just so valuable. Maybe you just go Vlad's on its own with an AC. Sometimes maybe you just go Dom and you hope that someone else can buy it for you. So it's definitely going to be something that he has to adapt to, because I think he is like the best summons player probably at this tournament, or like one of the top 3, because he just thrives on those heroes.
And we do end up seeing the line picked initially by Tundra Esports, from a meme to a real Valve being like, all right, we'll encourage the meme, and now it's just first pick or ban for the rest of the tournament.
I mean, it looked good. You know, I'll wait to be even more impressed. We'll see if they can replicate it here as BetBoom get their hands on Magnus, who I think is just a good hero. I don't know if he got touched much. I think there's something with a skewer where it's kind of like rupture. The more you drag them, you've got some damage going on. Pure is very good on this hero. I'm sure Nightfall enjoys playing, you know, being empowered. So both teams, good picks.
Yeah, Skewer now deals percentage-based damage depending on the distance, and I believe at max level it's 15%, so that should be a pretty interesting change to see. But outside of that, Magnus is relatively untouched, and in the group stage meta, people were experimenting with Magnus anyway. This crept into the first phase of bans versus a lot of teams, and it's been played as a flex to the mid lane and a flex to the off lane mostly. So I think that's still an incredibly viable strategy, especially when you pair it up with a melee safe laner like Spectre.
So generally when we see Magnus, we like to talk about the combo breaks, right? We already did that in the group stage. There's heroes like Rubik that are already banned. There's other heroes that could come out, like maybe some Winter Wyvern, or you can do it from some core picks like Slark. You know, he can break free, then save his teammates with the shards. Is there any other combo break that Tundra should maybe be looking at? Because fighting straight up into some Magnus egg is not good. So I love the Abaddon response. It's maybe, we don't know if this hero's good, or I don't, but he fits the idea of combo break. You get RP'd, you break free with your ult, you shield your teammate. I'm down for it.
I actually played him in a pub
Sure,
recently. I thought his armor was a bit weak, and he just got an extra armor added. So
The one armor.
6% more survivability or something like that. It's not the worst. And yeah, you do damage per second when you proc Curse of Avernus. So if you do go a right-click ABBA build, which it could be at this point with 3 potential supports being picked, yeah, maybe it's good.
Yeah, that's definitely something you have to consider, the right-click ABBA, but his talents were also changed, so I feel like that might not be as good as it used to be, even when you add the DPS to Curse of Avernus. But regardless of that, it's very nice versus Phoenix as well, right? Because you dispel the flame spirits. So if you're playing against Phoenix from the safe lane ABBA, whether he's 5 or 1, he's going to be able to fight back into the Phoenix and make him useless. So I do hope it's flexed around and played on BetBoom's safe lane.
I do think, like the Abaddon, that's the first thing that I looked at. I was like, wow, Curse of Avernus, you have this damage, but then I saw level 10 strength removed, level 15
Game's
damage
like
removed,
71% win rate. What the fuck?
So, you know, might just be very open to playing it as a carry. It does make sense against these picks. And I think, yeah, looks like they will do exactly what you said, Mira. Don't want to put the Phoenix in that lane. Just put the Dark Willow there, right-click him, play on range, and just chill.
Yeah, Snapfire is also already there for the counter to the egg of the Phoenix, though. So I feel like this Phoenix is going to have a very sad game at this point. BetBoom is trying to solve it with a pick up of the Willow.
And it's a good pick either way. Like pairing it with Line can be cool. Line can go and disable. You can bomb them with the Mortimer's Kisses. Gives you kill.
There's no poor analysis here, dudes. I'm a casual viewer. That's all.
So it's a decent opening for both squads, but the team fight for BetBoom is really good right now.
Yeah, I mean the only thing, so they have some counterplay of course to the egg as we touched on already, right? You can break free, you have the little shredder. Maybe if you're BetBoom, you want to look at like some stuns that can't really get dispelled, like a Faceless Void. It's it's quite greedy in the slot because of course you can get counterpicked, you have a Phoenix 5, but it's the type of thing where you want to make sure that your Phoenix has an easier game, and I think Void could accomplish this.
I think with Phoenix versus Snapfire, you can just, usually it's not as bad as it seems, especially if it's a support Snapfire, because typically there's vision on her. You have a core like Magnus who's just going to harpoon her in and punch her in the face and keep her away from you. So I think that between the RP and the Terrorize, it should be enough to protect the egg, or at least cast eggs on high grounds. You don't necessarily have to depend on this Phoenix to just egg in the middle of the entire team, right? You can just use it as area control.
I do also think like one thing I saw the Chinese teams do, and I think they are the best at playing Phoenix, is that in some games, they only put the spirits at level 2, they max out Sunray first, and they don't play so much on the egg. They're just, you know, everyone playing these tanky heroes, I just play behind you, I heal you. If they go on you, I just...
No, watch party? I think my friends are still sleeping.
So I think
it's like 8 AM right now.
You know, overanalyze on the egg.
It's a cool plan. And they pick a TB on the BetBoom side. Very standard hero for their squad.
That'll be a YouTube stream after ESL, yeah.
Time with power, you're getting a bunch of damage.
You can't restream these on YouTube, so
it's good hero to buy.
I'm holding it off until the end of the whole tournament, which is like 2 days from now or something.
So we could see a TB doing some cool things. I think Demon Zeal works on reflection, your first skill, so the illusions you make of enemy heroes could attack much faster. So some potential difference to the hero.
It's also pretty good at killing these Tundra supports in fights. It just does way too much physical damage and overpowers them. But something I want to point out about this Terrorblade is
I don't think we're playing ready or not. Not if it Dota patch out.
And push out lanes with the illusion, right? But Lion already naturally deals with that, and Snapfire is a very good wave clear support, especially when she gets her shard. So it doesn't feel like Tundra are in any position where they're going to get their map Naga.
Not ready.
Where this illusion hero is just farming everything and they can't make.
Aduna beat all the missions in that game at least once.
The supports are really
above like a B grade.
The main point about the TB that just came back to me is that I don't know. I don't think you can play carry Abaddon into TB. It's like one of the worst matchups ever. You're not really gonna click on him. If you stand his ground against him, it's not that you're gonna touch him. It's gonna turn around, stun you, Scud you. So I do like that Tundra did swap it up. They go with the Lifestealer, who we've seen perform very well at this tournament. Really good against these supports. But I wouldn't say it's a free game, but it's a good Lifestealer pick.
Yeah, I mean, the Disable to worry about, you got Terrorize and RP basically, which is, you can play around this for sure. So
Do I prefer picking a mid or carry first? It's really dependent. Depend on your supports, it depends on your matchup, depending on what you see already, on the offlane. There's no preference, it's situational. Thank you Ryujin for the 28, Dream Next for the 24, Genesis for the 3. Nude twerking with Magomed stream when? I don't think that's ever happening. Except Bionic for the subgift, Coco Padong for the 14, and Akmendesu for the 3.
Too much, and the Rage is going to be incredibly valuable. We were talking about how this Phoenix egg is already threatened by the Snapfire. Now you have a Lifestealer with Rage. You're going to have to commit RP if he's ever on top of this egg, and that can be dispelled by the Abaddon. So I think this Lifestealer pick gives Tundra everything that they needed right now.
There's still something for Tundra that I feel like they need to deal with. I really like their own draft and in the mid-game, like how it comes together and how it can teamfight, but I'm a little worried about like this 30+ minute TB Magnus Phoenix scaling. So if I'm Tundra, I'm still like looking for an element that will help my Lifestealer carry, because I don't think he will do it on his own against TB. So I'm looking for some, I don't know, okay, so they ban out Lash, like maybe some Storm or maybe Zeus.
They nerf Storm?
Find the supports. If you have Storm, you can of course.
How the hell are they banning Lash over Storm?
I feel like there's something that needs to alleviate this pressure from Nakes to just 1v5 this game later down the road.
Yeah, they need a magic burst hero that can kind of frontline and be mildly tanky so that the infests actually really benefit them. So something that fits that.
Zeus sounds really cool, actually. Sorry for talking over you, Kev. But the Zeus isn't threatened by much on Bedboom's team except the Harpoon from Magnus later, and it should deal with the Terrorblade very well.
Like, yeah, level 29. A man to an airline company after they couldn't find his luggage. He lost his case.
If they had wanted Zeus, that they would ban Kunkka. I think that would be a pretty lame matchup, at least for him. I mean, your other cores are good against it, but let's see. I think Zeus is one decent option.
Kunkka's maybe dead though. I mean, the Tornstorm AoE talent's gone, so the Tornstorm's got to be worse.
Oh, is Lash OP? Oh, they get above that much? 7% win rate jump? What the fuck?
I mean, he's been good for months.
It's insane. Okay, Deborah 65. I haven't seen the patch yet. I'm gonna check after this tournament.
Nerfs don't feel significant enough to not make him a problem in this game.
I still like him with the Tundra heroes, just because like he can get Infest bombed, he can get the Abaddon shield. Because like Sunray is a bit annoying, so is Dark Willow, and like an RP being put out of position. But I think they can make it work with the team surrounding that they do have. And he's played it like 2 or 3 times lately, I think.
So what I learned from watching the Liquid versus Secret game is the less cooldowns you have, the better. And it felt like when Secret were playing on these very teamfight dependent heroes, like their Brewmasters and their Voids, etc., they were just
That's such a random Zeus pick to me.
They were getting run over by Liquid's low CD heroes who were just going over and over and over again. And I think Tundra are in that same position right now versus Bedboom.
No, for sure. Especially with, right, you've got the Zeus, Lifestealer doesn't really have any cooldowns. I mean, I think if you're Bedboom, you need a secondary hero that goes in. Like, if I'm solo Magnus offlane in this game, I'm the only one that can jump against an Abaddon who will always save them. I want to cry. So I would ask my mid laner, bro, please help me out. Like, play some Storm or play some Kunkka. Like, get in there, help me out, bait a shield. Then I go in. You're going to have to deal with the Zeus now.
The thing about Kunkka is, even though he's strong versus Zeus mid, I feel like the hero Torrent Storm got nerfed, and that really was one of his primary strengths.
He's probably not the best.
While Lifestealer
I hope they don't pick Kunkka into Lifestealer.
movement speed decrease on range,
It's
which makes it so that if Lifestealer has a good game, he's gonna run over
Storm. Okay.
I think it makes sense that they go Storm. I think once you see the Zeus, you need something to like help you. Like it goes both ways. First, you need a hero that helps your Lifestealer. Now it's kind of the other way. Your enemy team has to do the same. So honestly, I think both teams have. I mean, we're second game into the patch, but I think both teams have the type of drafts exactly what they want in order to go forward and win this game.
Yeah, and GPK Storm is extremely good. He had very minor changes in the patch, so still should be a really solid hero. As long as he spots Whitemon and kills him, he doesn't have to worry about disable that much either. So it's a pretty solid Storm game.
Yeah, GPK is definitely one of the best Storm players in all of Dota. With that being said, I feel like Thunder do have solutions for the Storm, right? They're going to have the instants done in the Lion Hex, especially if Lion is a good game. And they've got this Abaddon who's going to do a lot by way of breaking Bedboom's initiation. So my eyes for Thunder are on Kasane. I think he has to play the Abaddon game of his life. But if he
Your patch is sizable.
his team's got this.
I would slightly lead with Bedboom, but if Kasane can pull out a sick performance, I think they got it. And another thing I want to look at is, I think with Zeus, you might want to go this Manta build, and then maybe you see this new phylactery crit thing coming out. So I want to see if Braille can, you know, cook up something cool there.
Final words, Kev?
It could be really good. I have all these weird item and skill builds that Owen was practicing backstage that are just not viable in my head. So it's gonna be normalist Zeus, maybe a little spicy.
Maybe you know he'll get justified in his builds. We're gonna have to ask him, see what he wants to see out of this one, because we're heading over to our commentary duo, which is ODPixel and Cinderin.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, absolutely can't wait for this here on the new patch. Getting to enjoy some fantastic land Dota here in Kuala Lumpur. A fantastic place to be, of course. Bedboom versus Tundra. Sind from the lineups, and with the patch in mind, anything that you are excited to see here with this one?
I don't fucking know. Does anyone know what's going on? I don't know what's happening yet. I need to see some games. Like, I woke up today, I looked at the patch, like, oh, okay, I guess I'll have to process this in half an hour. So, you know. I think it's the same for the teams, right? They get in here, they have some, this is literally just day one, we have some sort of idea, we're gonna try to run it. And it's really interesting to see how differently they've approached it, right? For Bedboom, it's a lot of their staples they're running. For the side of Tundra, their first phase, their first 3 heroes are heroes that haven't really been prioritized that much. They started Lion, Abaddon, and then Snapfire. All 3 of these haven't really been priority picks in this tournament. They've been run, but they've definitely not been given as much attention as this team is doing. So I think it's really interesting. If you ask me who my personal favorite is in this game, just again, you're often just going to go on an off experience, right? And what we've seen recently, I think Bedboom's lineup looks really strong and stable. But, you know, it's new tech. So, Tundra, if maybe they can show a little bit of flavor here.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think there's sort of both teams, the final pick's definitely going to be the interesting one. Zeus, of course, we've seen quite a bit, as we saw on the win rate. I think it was something like, what, 5 and 6. It's been doing fine, it's been doing average. Yeah, and then GPK with the Storm. This hero just, you know, in the past patch, it wasn't doing great here at the tournament so far. I think, what, 1 and 3. So very interesting if GPK can make it work. If anyone was going to make the Storm Spirit work, you know, GPK is probably the guy to do it.
I don't like the Bedboom jerseys.
So we do have the game on pause, so it's...
I think I could make a better looking one if you give me like 3 minutes, like any website designing shirts. Just give me 3 minutes, man.
If both heroes are carry, how does the lane versus lane matchup go? I think Abaddon actually fares quite well in the lane itself. It's more about the later portions of the game where he doesn't do so well. And if he gets to lane against either Phoenix or Dark Willow, Aphotic Shield is just an incredible counterplay to everything the enemy supports have. So I think Kasane
just use AI? Is that how it works now? Does AI design your certs?
But I think the conditions are there for an Abaddon. I'd love to see this hero. I don't know about you. I've always loved Abaddon. I think he's an interesting one.
I mean, he's cool for the hype saves, indeed. If he comes in clutch with some good Aphotic Shields, maybe even we'll see some sort of play with a new talent as well, right? They changed the level 10 talent. You now can get an additional HP regen on the Aphotic Shield. Is that something that's going to make it... Are you taking that talent this game? If you're playing Abaddon this
I think I don't think you should really play that much in your Curse of Avernus, because the targets are kind of hard to hit to begin with, right? One of them is Phoenix, who's probably going to play on the backline. Dark Willow can use Shadow Realm. Terrorblade, you don't want to fight head-on. Storm is going to be hard to catch. And then the Magnus will play Blink Dagger backline. So, yeah, I think just the Aphotic Shield regen talent could be interesting here and could be helpful. It really is like this is like a discovery phase. It's always so fun to see what ends up being good. And obviously, this patch is of a magnitude that when it's over, we might have an idea roughly of what the meta is like.
No, for sure. The meta could change so drastically over
day to day. There's going to be new tech discovered, so a lot of who is
What is this item set, dude?
at the very least in the top 3 or 4.
Oh no, it's the thingy, the event thingy.
Get good ideas, or just the ones that have a Santa hat on their Zeus. That might also
absolutely
win you the game.
Yeah, certainly ready here for Frostivus, dressed up in the middle lane. Interesting to see who's going to be able to get the edge out of this matchup. I mean, with some of the lane setups that we're getting, is a certain side expected to come out on top in the early game as one team here drafted heavier for this early stage of the laning?
It's something that BetBoom in general are very famous for, is their laning prowess, and they often draft around it. I think Tundra have done a pretty good job at not drafting significantly disadvantageous lanes. I think Lion plus Lifestealer should do well against any Magnus lane. I think the mid lane of Zeus against Storm, the lane itself is pretty even early on, and then it can get tricky, obviously, if Storm gets ganks when he hits level 6. And the bot lane,
Jesus, what the hell is Abelon's base stats?
I think Abaddon as well as Terrorblade will be okay down here, so...
Imagine playing Lion against fucking Dark Willow.
White one almost getting killed off there, very close.
I think that hero hits like, what, 30% faster than you or something?
Tango's ready to
It's a little bit harder too on the hits. Oh my god.
Both Tomato and Whitemon held back from the lane. Definitely seems to be that they're going to have the slower starts here with the lane setups. Pure and Sage both positioned very aggressively up top.
GPK really bringing it to Bryle here in the mid lane, playing very aggressively on the Storm. This is obviously a matchup that he's very knowledgeable about. This was the overall last pick Storm, and he has played this countless times because Storm has historically always been a counter to Zeus, a very backline dependent hero, and you have one of the most mobile heroes, if not the most mobile hero in the whole game, playing up against it.
Miss.
And
Miss.
to try to take
What
advantage
the
of
fuck?
the raw range upside that you have against the Zeus.
Kaj, you did take 100 damage less.
Decent bullying, 10-0 against 14-3, so still roughly even.
Could you see Tundra come in with any sort of move to be able to punish GPK pre-level 6? The heroes they have?
Possible for Immersion to make a rotation there, I think, with the Snapfire. I think that's the most likely one. I mean, maybe ideally you want the Lion to come in for the gank. It's kind of close. I think Snapfire's damage is more meaningful in that kill, but in order for the kill to exist to begin with, I don't think GPK can be full health. I don't think Snapfire's use will actually kill him. He might just be able to disengage with all of his, with his Fairy Fire, with what I'm assuming will be a stick or a raindrop coming out, and just stabilize there. And the other question is,
I didn't think Abaddon would struggle in this lane.
I do think you could make
Abaddon Snapfire losing to TB anything.
Here, given the Phoenix matchup being this good.
Surprising.
But we'll see. Not easy. Bryle being bullied again by GPK here in a really awkward
That's
position
his.
here, standing
That's
in the
not
middle
his
of the river.
base.
He sort of kept off his own high ground here with GPK blocking him off. He's going to be kept low, but still has stick charges, bottle charge, and the tangos.
GPK not afraid of showing Bryle that he absolutely has a high ground board. The way he was just standing in the middle of the river shooting him up on the high ground, but obviously Bryle won't know exactly where it is. It's far off to the bottom right, and that will be a hard one to find with Lightning Bolt. You don't want to just throw out multiple Lightning Bolts just in case to try to find the ward, because this mana is your CS. So it's a luxury you don't really have. If you're very sure where the ward is, you can go for one bolt and get that D ward for 120 mana, but start spamming this like you need 3 or 4 of them, that's your entire pool gone and you're just losing the lane way too hard. So I think GPK is going to be able to keep that ward. 4-minute rune coming up here. See, neither support really interested in helping out much for these ones.
On both sides sort of keeping their hands full here on the side lanes. In terms of the last hits overall, we have BetBoom getting a little bit of an advantage, that mid lane being where the difference really stands out the most. I guess sort of in terms of looking at the side lane, definitely a little bit of a slower start here for Kasanic. As Nightfall, not really showing any sort of pressure being put onto him at all. He's doing absolutely perfect on this bottom lane. Not a struggle at all for the Terrorblade. On top, Pure maybe seeing if he could get in for some sort of skewer back there, but always difficult to do against these. As long as Whitemon holds the stun, they're never really going to get a kill, these two Pure and Save. It's very easy for Whitemon to put a stop to any aggressive play.
Yeah, and if you do go for the skewer play, you need to be pretty damn sure you get it, right? Because if you walk in to try to set it up, the punish, you don't really get a very good trade, right? Lifestealer can get rage off, you can just get double stunned, and even if you survive, you just lose your laning presence. So I'm a little bit surprised to see Pure actually going 2 points in the skewer for that reason. Maybe he saw a kill attempt that we didn't catch, but I was expecting him to just get more points in Shockwave to just guarantee range CS in this lane and recognize that, from my perspective, this is not a winning lane for Magnus. You can get farm, but I don't think you can kill, and I don't think you can match Lifestealer, who's now 30 and 8 against your own 25 and 5, so still doing quite okay. But you'd imagine it gets harder and harder as Tomato starts getting more levels. You start coming in for CS, he's just going to punish you with more and more cool frenzy attacks. Lion can go for a little cheeky stun, and you just build it up. And you always have the luxury, as you pointed out, just reserve the Hex. You just don't need to use it, you know? If you just hold it all the time in this lane, it doesn't really feel like there's any kill threat.
No, this is not a sponsored stream.
Start to draw their attention
Just
towards
chilling.
this mid-area. The 6 minute comes
It's actually a very interesting game too because of the new patch being played when none of these players know shit yet.
They could play aggressive if he gets set up here from the teammates. We get the stun set up onto save, opening with the stun into the Hex.
That was first blood?
Here, rather late on, only 6 minutes in for the side of Tundra. Brian, pick that one up. And see if they can look towards GPK as well. He's got just enough mana to close in and pick up the shield rune in the bottle. See if he's got enough mana to play for the kill on towards Immersion. Not quite. Stick charges there. Immersion is going to be perfectly fine. Varl, he'll be able to back up, grab the bounty rune as well, make sure that his mana's in a good spot. But both teams standing up to mid. Tundra, they end up coming out on top in terms of getting what is probably one of the later first bloods that we've actually had here at this tournament.
Yeah, I do really like the rotation though. The choice to bring both supports to the top rune there really paid off. They have a great understanding of what the game state is. Bryle isn't 6 yet, Storm is. He's obviously going to go for the rune. If you don't bring the numbers, if that's a 2v2, the Storm might just come out ahead and get a kill. Instead, you completely pile onto the Dark Willow, don't let her play, get the kill. Now, unfortunately for them, the rune was bottom, so they didn't get that, because that could have been a 2-for-1 special, where they also get the power rune for Zeus and really get him in a much better position, but still just getting the kill is definitely good enough to warrant that rotation. Again, because you always got to keep in mind, Dota is always a game of trades.
Valve has dropped patches before in tournaments, even in ones I played.
But the way that Tundra is drafted,
it's not the first time.
Have so much freedom, right? Abaddon is very static and very stable down bottom. He's not scared of playing 1v2 if that's necessary. And at the same time, the Lifestealer up top isn't facing a lot of aggression from the Magnus plus Willow. So your supports really do get to do whatever they want. They could, at this point, also play really greedy and start stacking camps if they wanted to maximize, but don't really have the best stack taking heroes. Zeus is okay, as long as it's not the
I think it's fun. I think there's something also nice to watch about teams play when they don't know anything about the patch. It's good luck, have fun, everything changed. You have 30 minutes to read.
Well, we'll see Immersion return back to the bottom lane. We'll see if they can set something up themselves. We did see
Sucks ass as a player though, especially if you had a winning stat already. And now it's just, you know, now it's just different. It's gone. But I am not the player anymore in this case, so I don't give a fuck. So it's funny as shit.
Speaking of stacks, definitely something that BetBoom could very well benefit from. You've got Storm, you've got Empower. So, and Terrorblade also, not the worst stack farming here. He's also not the best, but okay.
Top lane, the setup there for the global finish from Bryle. It's Pure, taken out, Tundra. Picking up another kill here across the board.
It's going to bring Bryle closer to that phylactery. It's going to be a very strong power spike for him. Obviously a great item, especially against Terrorblade, who has very low base health. So getting that extra little bit of spell burst can make that difference between whether he gets off a Sunder or not, or even gets to cast anything, really. I like it here. I don't think we're going to see it upgraded. I know you really want to, but...
They might get there.
Zeus,
you never know.
Probably not in the wheelhouse of the new item, the Conda. Doesn't really seem like the hero that would benefit that much from the attack.
Stage a reason for pause!
And begs the question, you were testing this a lot backstage. You were like, this is my new favorite item for no reason.
I mean,
so I'm going to test it on every hero.
It's good.
And you found some tech that is really good when you have a couple of rapiers.
Or there's reasonable tech as well. Now, of course, the ones we were testing with, obviously, if you're Rubik and you steal into
Royal Jelly Storm Spirit, how is it balanced?
And when you press Fade Bolt, you're getting the Conda damage based on your attack damage, which of course is increased by the enchant totem. So there's a hefty damage nuke added onto the Fade Bolt.
So let me get this straight. Your idea of reasonable tech is position 4 Rubik spend.
Does Royal Jelly take a slot?
Oh, okay. We're doing a little bit of a mid Rubik. The enemy's pick shaky. You're like, boys, I got this. I'm going to play mid Rubik.
Fuck, I can check on. Oh, I can.
You'll enchant totem, and I'm going to play right click Rubik.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And of course, my personal favorite is definitely the axe. The Culling Blade Kanda. Absolutely. Because nowadays, obviously with Axe, whether or not you get
Wait,
the stat
what?
is
The Royal Jelly
determined
sucks
on if
fucking
the Culling Blade
cock.
kills them and the Culling Blade does a set amount of damage. Now, if you get the Kanda and you've got
The hell is
extra
this?
damage on top of the Culling Blade damage based on your right click, you can build right click items that increase the damage on top of the Culling Blade damage, and therefore you're doing.
I was thinking like maybe it's like old Royal Jelly where you cock a +5 because you know you +1 and +2 took the jelly and then they need an item still, and then +5 is just sitting there with despair, crying.
If you're not, they'll know now. People are going to start queuing that up
The
right now.
12,000 gold offensive axe item build.
There's so many wonderful things you can do with new patch.
I will say though, I do think there's some cool ultra late game possibilities with this item.
Absolutely. The 5 Rapier Kanda Nature's Prophet sits in base, casts Nature's Wrath globally, bam! It's a point target. So you get this incredible 3,000 global damage nuke.
Yep. That's one of them. That's one of the really late game ones. The one where your prophet has 5 rapiers too.
And even better, Sin. One thing that a lot of people
I'm not
don't
raiding
know
with
as well,
OnlyFans,
there
no.
are some little changes actually
We're raiding
in
with my friends
one of the
in
changes
SOD.
actually with Phoenix.
We're doing BFD until well, pretty much every 3 days or so.
From a ranged to
I think
a
next one is in
melee. You know
Sunday.
what that is?
Yeah, Sunday.
Because this hero may lay an egg.
It's pretty cool. We actually have an active guild going somehow.
Yeah, so this doesn't really come through so well on audio, but I'm actually just, yeah.
We've got to pause here, ladies and gentlemen. Pause. We should be
Owen.
going
Thank
back
you
on
so
with the game
much.
soon.
That's
I'm on Living Flame in
I don't have a
SOD.
counter joke. I have to admit, I can't stoop to that level. I can't come up with anything equally bad. Oh, well.
Oh, it's like if I get called into raid for OnlyFans, it's like you know, like my character isn't prepared for it. He's not attuned. He's not geared, and I'm not gonna do these things for maybe raiding. So it's like being backup for something like this is just not really viable.
You're probably gonna be grabbing this a lot of times on a lot of heroes. It's a lot of HP and mana regens.
It's lost cause, dude. Forget about it. It's ogre.
Yep. And then if it's capped out at 10 charges, you get 20 health regen and 10.
I will raid with my friends in SOD, and that's
8
it.
seconds to build up a charge, so what, that's every 40 seconds. Every 40 seconds you're getting this health and mana boost.
So a fully activated jelly is 200 health, 100 mana. And you have that every 80 seconds.
40 seconds, right?
You get a charge every 8 seconds.
Yeah, 5 times 8 is...
Why 5? Oh, you get 2 charges per time?
Wait, oh no, it's 10, yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Maths is, you know, it's difficult. They should have included the maths in the...
I am not gonna bother with anything for raiding, dude. Like I said, I will not spend time on maybes when I'm already this swamped with random shit to play. I don't even have enough time to play games that were released in fucking August. I'm still catching up.
Sort of build up with the phylactery on Zeus late in the game. It's not going to be rushed. He's not going to get it first.
So what's
He'll get the phylactery first.
What's the other new tech? We've got Parasma.
That one's just not as exciting.
The upgraded Witchblade, which nobody's really... I mean, can Storm buy this? You reduce enemy magic resistance when you hit them. That's kind of good on Storm, maybe?
It's pretty good. And what's the build up? It's...
No time, dude. I need Manta still, so I can just be at 3 places at once.
We might see this. This might be actually the battle of Parasma versus Kanda in the middle lane.
Yeah, just that.
So we're going to
the
find
Kanda will not be bought. So it will be the battle of Parasma against the
he's buying
hypothetical
He's buying
It's a pretty good problem to have, yeah.
What's he going to do with the phylactery? He's going to upgrade it, isn't he?
Probably going to sell it and get another.
No. We're going to see it. We're going to see it between.
All right. What else do we have that's new? We have new neutral items. We've already seen the jelly.
Oh, that's true. This game, if it gets...
That guy's fucking watching, dude, in the background. Who's gonna ult tab? Don't do it, fucker.
This is a pretty busted game for it. Probably, well, I guess both sides have got some physical damage dealers, so...
I mean, we might get there at some point. It's a really special item because it makes you insanely strong against... For Bet Magic team, for example, it makes you incredibly strong against the Storm, Phoenix, and the Willow.
95%.
But the Terrorblade is going to be having a field day. It's going to be like, you guys are capped at 1,500 health? I'll 3-shot you. So, I don't know. That one's a really weird one for me. I think it's going to be very hard to select the right game for it, so to speak, but...
Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on with the action. Apologies for the pause. So this game continues.
Yeah, how dare you?
So far.
How dare you pause the game?
Yeah, it was all me. 9 minutes in, just 2-0 at this point. Tundra with that lead of gold, 1k advantage.
Yep. Pretty good start so far, obviously.
Yeah, who's happier with this calm start?
I mean, I would say overall, the thing you want to see for Tundra is both Zeus and Lifesteal having a good start. I don't think a Batten in this game needs to have a ton of farm. I think his role is more of a supporting core, which sounds kind of weird, but he's not going to play like super aggressive in your face.
I played Lethal Company. It was an alright game.
He's going to be playing more of a defensive.
Dude, I have too many of these games. Like I wanna play Ready or Not, I wanna play Lethal Company.
He's going to solar crest. He's not rushing a Radiance or
There's that fucking B game.
he knows his
There's Dyson Sphere also. Oh my god, dude, that new update came out. I wanna play Dota because there's a new patch in Dota. I wanna play Rogue Trader, waiting for that patch. I wanna play PoE as well. I'm still playing that off stream quite a bit. Like I do like map runs in between cooking and stuff like that. I don't have fucking time, dude. And people asking me to gear up for a maybe raid for fucking hardcore World of Warcraft. There's no way I have time for that shit. I'm swamped.
Right, they're just getting levels. Nobody has any meaningful CS. There's not been many big stacks. A couple coming out.
Maybe if like 8 other hunters die, you can get in. Like fuck off, dude. I'm busy. Rogue Trader patch yesterday? Oh shit, I gotta check that too.
They're gonna go for a smoke up here. Immersion and Whitemon. See what sort of play they can make around the bottom lane. Maybe get.
Oh, and I'm raiding in World of Warcraft too. We're pretty much raiding off cooldown on BFD.
Bottom line of the map. See if they can get the lead in. Whitemon with the finger at the ready. Nightfall.
Yep.
Should be burstable between the two of them, but as
Absolutely,
it is,
they also
Nightfall.
have the buffer of Zeus ult really helps.
That is true. Actually, yeah, these two supports plus the Zeus ult, that will kill anybody. But Nightfall's playing it smart, farming very, very deep on his safe half of the map. So this smoke.
Increasing your soul stream. Been up a little bit. Little bit.
Well, it might now. Just walked into
11 minutes, 2 kills, do something, you fucks!
Smoke just about.
Attack!
This is some pretty impeccable timing from Nightfall, given the circumstances.
Yeah. If he was here, what, 10 seconds earlier, he'd be dead.
Even 5.
Yeah, perfect read, really.
So.
And in fact, from the team itself as well. Bet Boom, they'll smoke up in response. They're going to try and jump Kasani. And they'll turn towards
This is such a force gank, actually. Holy shit, go back, you go back, animals. What the fuck? How did they keep jumping after that first jump? Ah, finger baited, easy. Never mind. Never fucking mind.
To make sure they take down GPK, another kill.
Yeah, so D raid is like every 3 days, I think. I'm not sure.
Getting that kill on the storm.
Oh, you know it's kind of desperate when they're jumping in Abaddon and don't have proper disables.
Metamorphosis, now you're not going to be able to use this for any collateral pushing or.
That was a really shitty jump, yeah. It was so incredibly forced. Level 1 Storm ulti sucks balls.
This area,
you can almost just outrun it. Like you see him jump, you just fucking sidestep it.
Not going to farm the wave of the tower. Whereas if they were the ones getting the kill, he would also be grabbing this tower creep wave. So losing out a little bit of efficiency too from this. In the meantime, Tomato just completely free farming top.
He is. So he's having a great time.
He's building a meaningful advantage against Terrorblade, right? These two heroes, generally speaking, Terrorblade will probably be the faster farmer because he can illusion farm and farm wave. But, oh, hang on, he's actually in trouble, speaking of.
He really is. They've got him with a Hex and the silence. There's no way out of there at all for Nightfall. Toronto Tokyo can't offer anything up to save
him. The balance Abaddon hero.
Getting all the kills here in this early game. Bet Boom, not really able to find a whole lot.
That Kasane skill build, the 4-point Curse of Avernus and 1 point aquatic, or 3 points aquatic shield, excuse me.
No, strong rotation by Lifestealer.
During the Lion stuns, he gets so much attack speed and gets that silence in.
And this tower's gone.
Yep.
100 with a really, really good grasp here of this early gameplay.
This is very solid.
I mean, yeah, even bringing sort of Tomato down to this area, it's now going to be very hard for BetBoom to really get towards the Lifestealer when he's able to play between the top and the bottom. With the twin
People didn't play Abaddon last patch because they got nerfed really hard. They messed up his attack speed, so like core Abaddon pretty much died. But I guess they changed him again. Like I haven't seen it yet in the patch notes. But they're playing it offlane, so.
Orchid is probably the right play, and I think you can make a case for this bottom move being a bit nonsensical to begin with. You were jumping on an Abaddon, who's obviously going to have some sort of protection. Or
another forced gank.
Kill, whereas you could have been.
Actually, this one could be good.
Get toward that Orchid that
capping rune, right? Yeah.
Quite wide because when you have that, you can solo.
He
kill
knows.
Light, you can solo kill Snapfire. You can even solo kill Zeus.
What the fuck is this, dude? Cheats.
Now with all these items he's been able to grab, but just like
his nose.
Speaking, I think that bottom move was not a great one from BetBoom, and it's going to cost them. So yeah, they're playing now. Chill, farm up, get this Orchid, maybe play around the Magnus Dagger as well together.
Don't understand the Raidens Leon likes. It's a good item in the hero.
Nightfall, he's going to walk up into this. They've got the combo, they've got the finger.
Holy shit.
Nightfall caught completely.
Radiance in general is like ridiculous amount of EHP gains.
Being a rather dangerous spot on the map for him
from both evasion and the mischance, and then the mischance even helps your entire team.
5-0. Tundra, they just keep the
So when you
action
buy it
going.
against him, it's like TB just loses like what, a sixth of his damage or something? It's somewhere around a 60 or a fifth.
But Tundra just slowly crawling across the map, getting these kills and keeping BetBoom behind.
They will be gating bottom here. GPK should be ready for this, though. It is being spotted out.
So if they want to try and fight this, they do. They're going to go for Bravo. As you said, he's got a lot of HP.
Instant hack.
They've got the RP onto the three of them. The exit, the side skewer.
Hey, Roshan, what the fuck? What team is he on? Holy shit!
The supernova stun catches onto Brile. Will dive forward to onto Tokyo, but the backup's here from Kasane. Toronto Tokyo will have to keep his distance. Kasane, a much tougher target to go for. Pure still.
What the fuck?
Considering if he can go for another blink skewer back. Skewer, it's back up now. There's the jump. Can't quite get the angle to get the drag.
Hello, Magnus, what you doing?
They've got the cookie forward. Kasane,
Is Valti now? He doesn't have Valti. No, he does now.
With the fear, but it doesn't matter. Brile's able to reach him with the arc lightning and still get the kill. BetBoom, a decent strike back there with the wombo combo, but not one that Tundra don't come out of with getting a bit of a trade themselves as they take down Pure towards the end of it.
That was such a great setup bottom, though. They were really baiting that to the limit, right?
I wonder if he actually thought about Roshan going in there. There's no way, right? Let's RP right team in front of the portal, right before Roshan rotates.
And immediately,
There is no way. That was purely by accident.
This RP from Pure just
Purely. Look at that shit! What?
They could not have cast the spells any better here, I think.
Honestly, it's a bit of a miracle that Brile got out of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
if he dies here too, this is just a travesty.
No way.
They actually end up salvaging it somewhat.
Yep.
But great play.
No one's that aware of Roshan's movements.
Kills and putting their RP to good use. This will also, when all said and done, result in the Orchid for GPK coming out. He's hiding it right now with the courier in fog to not give Tundra the information now.
And not too far off from Brile also having his own Orchid, opting to have a bit of lockdown with the silence himself.
I'm not really sure what I think about that here. If that's the way to go about this. Because it gives you this timing window against Storm that's really interesting, where the Storm can jump you and Orchid you, and you Orchid him back, and then you're kind of just looking at each other.
What's up here? Skewer in time. Whitemon not quite able to get in range.
The Orchid is obviously incredible against basically every hero on BetBoom. It is a really good item against their lineup. I just don't know if the longevity of this item on Zeus is going to pay off. Because as always, when you buy this is a glass cannon item, right? It always is. You're putting a lot of gold into an item that gives you nothing defensive. So buying that on Zeus.
They're going to look for Brile.
Yep.
Oh. So if they have enough damage to take him down,
Jesus, that combo.
With the Orchid, they get him completely controlled between the Vortex and the Bramble. Brile is gone. And GPK, he'll be ready to go again whenever required. He still has that.
What the hell am I gonna spam this patch? Probably Puck.
I wonder what the
Puck, punch, bottom, tiny.
is for Brile here of buying this instead of say KB or
And hope they are not 35% win rate in pubs.
Ags or getting another defensive item like Lincoln's against the Storm. You know,
I just want to play flashy spellcasters, man. I don't want to play right-click bullshit. I don't want to play like these hardcore initiating type heroes like Magnus or something. I just want to weave in and out of a puck and then feel good about myself when I outplay some dog.
It's telling about Tundra's mindset here that they want to play aggressively. If you're opting for this over defensive item like the ones I just mentioned, then it feels like you want to be putting it to use, right? So maybe they're trying to get an overlap between this item and Tomato's Radiance, and then they really just want to run at BetBoom and fight them, and their mentality is we don't want to, you know, just trade farm, play slow,
So we'll see.
Build up to a strong Zeus for the late game, but rather really get your money's worth right now. So, see if they can manage to do that.
I didn't read anything from the patch notes yet, so I don't even know where to play it. But if I play Polym, it's usually core. You know, it was one of those Copier moments where the magic caster Polym is going to be good, all the attack Polym is going to be good. It'll work. This patch, it'll work.
It looks like he also wants Echo, right? Because this item builds differently now, doesn't it? So
I mean, he's got a bit of every, yeah.
I'm looking at, yeah, he's got, okay.
Feels good when you outplay a CM while playing Puck.
He's going Echo, Manta,
CM?
So that a little bit
No one feels good about outplaying a CM.
that he went for the Solar Crest, but he
CM players ready play. It's like a carry looks at them and they're like, oh, I'm dead. Just give up. Yeah, hands off keyboard. Offline jump me, I'm dead. Other support looked at me, I'm dead.
You can technically do with any
Keep way dead.
because you always have that ult to fall
Fucking
back
CM players, man.
on. You're playing against
What did they do? Cast Q and W? Ah, I'm done. My contribution, guys, if I lose, it's my carry's fault.
Maybe Silver Edge on the Terrorblade, but that's far down the line.
see what Tundra find with this one.
Thank you, special weeks. What is up? Pudgy Leads of Angular 36. 5p fight of Angular 24.
Doesn't even stick around to finish the full wave there. It's in his best interest to get out of that spot of the map and he'll completely avoid the smoke. It's a good awareness from Pure. See if they can maybe turn this into some sort of move themselves. They do have the combo ready to go, Betboom. Same time, so does Tundra. All ultimates available right now. Immersion.
Oh.
Put the high ground position around the gate and save. We'll back off from that. Over in the mid, trying to skewer back on Kasani. Won't get it. Even if it's there though, Kasani not an easy hero to kill. Level 12 now in the about it.
I almost felt like that wasn't even a kill attempt.
He's attack rate 111. I haven't seen the patch yet, so I don't know what's busted yet. We'll have to see later after the tournament ends for today, and then I'll check everything. And then play a little bit.
Just trying to create space, I guess is the right way to put it. Like, just be a distraction, buy time for the Terrorblade and Storm to progress their builds. GPK going to go for the BKB. We're almost at BKB territory as well for Nightfall. So that's when the Zeus is going to start struggling.
They've been very active with Dota lately. It's nice. These last 2 years actually feels like it wasn't like one janitor working on Dota anymore, you know? It feels like there's a team again that's actively pursuing the best interest of Dota. Yeah, it feels good, man. 2 janitors, 2!
Not only do they hit hard with the physical, they also hit hard with the procs of the magical.
Well, the illusions don't really hit hard with the rapier.
No, but the spell amp, right? Like that's still going to work, right? They're still going to be dishing out increased lightning procs with the shard.
I know this. I'll get back to you.
We'll see what happens. Just 21 minutes in. I mean, it's a slow game in terms of kills, so if anything, that does, I would say, put us on sort of on track for this one to be a long one. Neither team.
I thought you were going to say it puts us in theory crafting territory. We have so much time.
I mean, there's so many things to talk about. Off to the Tormentor they go. Betboom. Should be able to take this easily. I mean, we're seeing Tundra go for a smoker, but they're on the opposite side of the map. It's going to take a long time to get over this position.
What's an Orchid Zeus? Orchid isn't is a defensive items in this case.
Sort of situation, but he's fine.
It makes a lot of sense too, because the alternative is Yules, and Yules feels like shit. Because when Storm jumps you, and you yourself to remove Orchid off the Storm, he just puts down bombs and pulls you as you try to jump away. You still die. Orchid is nice, you know, he jumps you and silences you, and you silence him back, and then he has to give up or chase you while he has 5 seconds to react. Also, it's a nice little thing to catch Storm in case he ever fucks up and jumps somebody else or something. Storm is often out of position if he gets disabled like that, since they go balls fucking deep.
Tries for a bit of a skewer back there. Gonna throw the finger down. He's gonna be able to heal up there, and he's perfectly fine.
It's a much more proactive gameplay than buying Yules. Yules is a shit item. When you buy Yules to stop like Orchid or something, like it feels like you already lost the fucking game.
They used Zeus ult, they used Finger. This is when you don't want to force any bad move. Just chill out. And they're going to do Betboom want to do something. They use Thunder, but they still have RP, they still have all their stuff.
I mean, these sort of defensive Sunders, it's a fantastic counter to the moves that Tundra's trying to make.
Wind Waker is nice, but item is also like 7,000 gold. It's like the most expensive item in the game.
In position, he's going to be able to help his teammates heal up with the Sunder.
And that's the thing about that.
And he also got nerfed so much too, like mana cost, mana regen. I think the build-up is worse too now. There's a lot of things changed.
A little bit by chance that Nightfall was farming in the neighborhood, and then we're getting jumped mid. Because generally speaking, Terrorblade doesn't play around where his other heroes are to try to protect them. He takes advantage of the space they make to farm as offensively as possible. But in that overlap, he was in the neighborhood, so of course he's going to come over and help.
Yeah, very well played by Nightfall.
And that's now a 3k lead for Betboom, so slowly but steadily now they're just getting more out of the map. They're running the Midas on the Phoenix, so he's getting a lot. They're running Midas on Willow. The mindset here is very clear from Betboom.
It is, oh it is.
We want to go late game and we think we're just going to beat you. And what probably gives them this state of mind in the game is that they think they have good core-to-core matchups. Terrorblade against Lifestealer is pretty good. Storm against Zeus is very good. So if we match them on net worth or overtake them, eventually we feel like we will just beat them is probably the mindset for Betboom here. Okay, there's a skewer.
They're going to try and see if they can take out Kasane. Now, off the borrowed time. Got any further control?
Holy shit, they hate this guy.
He's a pretty big target, and the kills, you know, they haven't been flying in this game, so why not drop a few ults here to secure an abandoned kill? They have to drop a supernova and make sure he dies. They've got the zip 4, they're going to go into the tier 2 tower for GPK. And they're trying to get the grab onto the line, but now he'll turn his attention over towards Immersion. Brawl turned up with the backup, the mana's low for
oh my god.
Can't dive any further.
Do you smoke here?
Yeah, they're happy to throw everything.
They're kind of low HP.
And it gets the job done. So.
Yeah, they were close to getting 3 there. So I think Tundra should be... You're never going to be happy to lose a core and get nothing in return, but given the circumstances, that could have been way worse. Nice rotation in there from Snapfire of Immersion to save the Lion as well as get out of there.
Yeah, I mean,
herself, but
This tournament is on the new patch. There is no tournament client in this, which is kind of funny because Dota 1 had a tournament client where they always played on. Now, the even pro players are literally beta testers.
Blowing up one of Bet-Boom's heroes.
The problem
Feels good,
is that
man.
You don't have a stereotypical vessel for Lifestealer, right? The only hero he can really initiate in is the Lion support. So you need these heroes to connect, and Lion initiating first against this lineup is obviously going to be extremely dangerous. He'll have a hard time disengaging once he's in there. You don't have any Force Staff to get out. You have the Glimmer on Snap that can maybe protect you a little bit on the way out, but if you fail the initiation whatsoever, you're just going to get instantly killed off by Storm. So got to be very wary of how you find the opening, but I agree. It really does feel like the type of moment where Tundra should really be trying to do something here.
Yep, they're going to take the twin gate
like
over.
They will. So
see what they can do from this sort of angle. They've got eyes on GPK, but they have no initial catch. So GPK able to get away from this. And now Bet-Boom's going to have a pretty good idea of what Tundra's going to be trying to go for from this area of the map. So unlikely to find any catch here, Tundra. They'll look towards Roche instead, maybe.
Not the best lineup for it. Madden's pretty good, but it's kind of all you have. Lifestealer not the best carry at killing this. The Snapfire does have 4 in a little shredder, actually. Immersion
That could have been a kill actually if that skewed. But I don't know about this.
Slightly. The little shredder did.
It is really weird at the Roshing without the Lifestealer. Such a ballsy move.
Pretty smoothly, and obviously with the front line of Kasani.
It's perfect bait. They would never expect it because Lifestealer showing mid.
So Tundra, they don't find the kills, but they do get, by the looks of it, this Aegis. Now the question is if they're going to be able to get something done with this, because still as the moments pass, as you mentioned, with the fact you've got a Phoenix and a Dark Willow on the other side with a couple of Midases, gold lead for the team does continue to grow for Bet-Boom, so definitely going to be pressure on Tundra to get something done with this 5 minutes of Aegis that Brow's going to have.
And they're opting to put the Aegis onto the Zeus instead of Lifestealer, which tells me that they're not interested in using this Aegis to push towers. They're interested in using it to fight, because if you wanted to push somewhere, you would probably generally put it on the hero that is putting itself at risk to deal the structural damage, which would be the Lifestealer. But the issue
Yeah, I know about the
with putting it on
trailer patch.
Lifestealer is,
Dude, I don't have enough time for all these fucking games.
Even if you put it on Lifestealer, if he gets RP'd and then skewered into the base, in any push situation or into an awkward spot behind the tier 2, the second life might not actually offer him very much. So, just yep. Seems like just the stable choice, honestly, to put it on Zeus here. I do like that decision from Tundra. This Manta style recipe is so expensive. I'm looking at Brown like, why isn't he buying it? It costs $15.50 now.
Well, sort of with this shift
Your friends with bad taste say there's no games to play. My man, I play games for a living. I've been playing like 12 to 16 hours a day since August. I don't have enough time to play these games. There's a lot of shit to play this year.
Bet-Boom seemingly unfazed right now. They're happy to still continue to pick up the farm outside on the map. See at what point they do head back.
I even play games off stream, dude, after playing like 16 hours on stream. And I still don't have enough time.
Bet-Boom still looking relatively chill. They don't seem to be bothered by this whatsoever. They know they're getting the favorable farm right now of the map.
Yeah, they've got 2 support Midases and they've Terrorblade. So every rule of Dota is directing you in this
I didn't see the GTA 6 trailer.
It's telling you this is good.
I don't care too much about trailers. Fuck, do I have time for trailers for a game that comes out in 20 years from now? I don't give a shit, dude.
They'll get the Zeus here to scout things out. They're trying for the jump onto Toronto Toka, but he's actually able to dive away. It doesn't matter. Brow's there waiting for him. They'll be able to take him out. Pure. He'll drop the RP onto Brow. Nightfall steps up with the BKB and the Metamorphosis, looking for the follow damage to bring Brow down. Brow's still alive. He's going to try and turn and stand his ground. Still has the Aegis to rely on.
He ran?
Pure attempts to chase down Tomato, but he's going to be kited. Tomato's able to back off. Brow finishes up a double.
I think he had to finish the Zeus there on DB, but fucking hell, they made a back call.
Taking that one, they only lost themselves to 2 supports. In return, they're able to take out a support and a core from Bet-Boom. Ryle just proven to be a bit too beefy. We've got what's the
I think he had to kill Zeus there so his teammates could live.
They weren't able to focus down this Zeus.
This is just so clutch from GPK. That Orchid as Lion is blinking on the Phoenix. Sure, Phoenix ends up dying in the end, but it took them so much longer because GPK got that off.
Like even here.
Despite that, That's why I think if you're Tundra, you're particularly happy with
Oh
the
yeah,
result.
you kill Zeus there for sure.
Conserved your Aegis, and
Oh
given that
fucking
July
hell.
didn't even get to play the
Lapse in
fight,
judgment.
getting a
Unlucky.
2v2 there is very, very
I think
good.
someone called back and he just followed the order instead of thinking and looking.
So still a window in which you can.
That makes sense anyway. It's better to not half-ass these kind of calls.
Tormentor going to the Lion.
Zeus at Aegis? I don't think it matters, dude.
If you're really clutch here.
Because Lifesteal couldn't stay. I guess there was Abaddon still. Fucking Zeus has died twice there.
Though it is Glimmer Cape because this guy actually knows what he's doing, so he will buy a Glimmer. And he will get infested upon again. So let's see if there is a potential move coming out. No smoke on Whitemon for now, as there's some Gloves of Haste being delivered for, I'm assuming, yeah, so Tomato, is that a...
Maybe they're afraid of the Abaddon being too strong. He was just clubbing there.
Is there a new build up here? Okay, that's the Maelstrom. Now uses Gloves of Haste, so that is completed.
See what Whitemon can find. Coming in from this angle where they expect that Boom may be on the vision. Of course, with this gem, getting a good sweep of this area of the map, shutting down the vision that Boom have on their own half.
This fucking Zeus 13 armor, man.
Trying to get in, get the hex
He dies in like 3 seconds.
Do they have the burst? Kisses coming in, but the BKB
Holy shit. Oh my god.
Get enough HP back up to stay safe.
Fucking support players. Why wasn't he even full HP?
They put a stop to the move that Tundra was trying to make. They get a kill. They take down Whitemon. They don't lose anything themselves. Bet Boom. They were prepared.
Looks like Tundra at the very least recovered their gem there. I was quickly checking if Storm was able to grab that from Whitemon too, but sitting on Tomato. So they lose that one support kill, which not the end of the world really. The trade-off here is that you invade and get some good map control for the side of Tundra. You confirm that there's no vision in the enemy triangle.
It's a very slow game.
Offensive placement on the map, and now the goal
7 only 31 minutes. But the fights are pretty good.
Make some breathing room for your own team here. Kind of surprised to see this gold development, to be honest. I was expecting BetBoom to be starting to pull ahead further with this double Midases and the heroes that they have.
Sure. I think that the sort of the fact is
I think BetBoom kind of wins eventually. If it keeps going like this. I don't think he beats Phoenix Magnus late game. It's just kind of too strong compared to what they have on
I guess Ross is
Tundra.
going to be farming really fast because he's the Manta,
Yeah,
right?
both are.
You're just gonna be ramping up at a good rate. And I guess we'll probably keep coming back to this later in the game, but there's a very high chance that the outcome of this game will be decided largely by the discrepancy in supports, right? If you look at the net worth distribution right now, the Phoenix and Willow are miles ahead of their counterparts on the Tundra side.
Snap doesn't kill Phoenix instantly. In late game, it's actually pretty hard for Snap to hit the egg at all. Early game, it's nice. And there's not so much damage out yet on heroes. Oh, fucking pushed him away. That's so nice. I don't think it would be enough to save anyway, but it was a good play anyway. They only gained from that. I think it's Ogre. I think BetBoom's draft is better late game when they go over with equal gold even. And it's not even equal anymore. It is an easy tank advantage.
Really clean there. Very well played by him. Finding the RP the moment it's available on the Lifestealer. And shoving away Kasane from being able to help out in any way there, so yeah.
Look at that popping off. Very, very well played, and just like that, the network lead starts to sort of reflect, I guess, what you were expecting with these builds right now. 11k gold.
Jesus, those items, what? Lincoln's BKB.
Position. This game kind of feels like it is in for Tundra. They lose a team fight.
Like imagine being a line right now, and what is your item? A blink dagger? Yeah, a blink dagger, and that's it. And you face this shit. Lincoln's BKB Magnus.
Get in an extremely comfortable situation here. And keep in mind, the last Roshan was killed by Tundra, right? So this is where we have one of those changes in the game where if Tundra try to sneak a Rosh now, there's going to be a global alert for BetBoom, and this Rosh will be slower. So I believe it's when Rosh is under 80% health, he casts a debuff on the team that's hitting him. That reduces their damage by 20%, right? The whole area around him.
Playing Storm with no mana slave feels bad, man.
As the team that lost the first Rosh to get there, it's like an extra layer of protection here from BetBoom that they wouldn't have had yesterday, where that might be the path back in the game for a team like Tundra here. Is
are you saying then there's going to be certain strats where as a team, you kind of let the enemy take the first Rosh?
I don't know if you necessarily do that.
But there's maybe less incentive to stop it, to take that risk to stop them from getting it. If you know if they're not going to be able to do too much with that timing, just play for the fact that you'll let them have that one, and then you can get that second Rosh without any sort of complications.
Historically speaking in Dota, the second Roche is a lot of the time the monumental one, the one that decides the game the most. I'm not sure I would say it necessarily is anymore, but it's definitely not the first one. So if you're the team that doesn't get the first one, I think there's less of a downside to it now because you get that layer of protection for covering the second one. It doesn't mean that killing the first Roche is bad. It's not like you can't protect the second Roche, right? And there's also some really interesting fake-out plays where you killed the first Roche, you go and deal 20% damage to the second one, and then you turn it into a smoke, you know? Like, there's going to be some added mind games with this where you can try to pretend knowing that the enemy knows, and it becomes this rock, paper, scissors game. We know that they know that we know, and then nobody really knows anything, right? So.
Here we go. I mean, BetBoom, they've been playing it pretty calm for now, sort of just reacting right to Tundra's moves. Now it's at a point where BetBoom, they're happy to get active themselves.
They are so farmed on both the Terrorblade as well as the Storm. Storm has the Ags now, the Terrorblade rucking that full-on Daedalus, and the supports are closing in. Save almost has Ags on the Willow, level 18. Phoenix is also level 18.
I mean,
what are the supports on the enemy team? 13.
It's going to be so tough for Tundra.
The level discrepancy here is actually enormous. If you bring up the hero level chart, this is very unusual that it looks like this. The two enemy supports for the Tundra side are the same level as your offlaner, and your supports are miles behind.
That's what double Midas on your supports is going to do.
Well, winning teamfights helps too. It's not only the Midases.
Come on, that's not winning.
Come on.
Imagine buying Midas.
Just buy Midas if you support.
5 levels in 30 minutes. Yeah.
I mean, did Tundra want to walk into this fight? I don't know if they do. They, you know that BetBoom's there if you're Tundra. Do you really want to approach this?
I think you have no choice, right? Like, I don't think you can just, with how this game developed in the last 5 minutes, I think fighting is the way back into the game. The problem is BetBoom have done a really good job at covering their bases and not getting caught very much. But I mean, you still have to play for the slip-up, right? If you just accept, okay, they're just too good, and then you go farm, I don't think it's a winning strategy in this game. Like, you have to try to catch them off guard, find them in a weak moment, get that lion jump with a lifestealer, and kill a support. Like, jumping and killing off Willow, for example, is a really good fight entry for them. And you can always Zeus ult to cover your bases against the Magnus, right? Unless this happens, he's smoked.
I know what's up now.
They knows.
Oh, this is really awkward for Tundra.
Cure. Where's he want to jump? He's going to try and get the Cure. Not going to get a catch on that initially. Sunny presents himself at the front of the fight. Over to the side. Tomato jumps out. He's going to look to try and take out Toronto Tokyo, but then Supernova's there. Can they finish the egg? They can't. Pure's over the RP. Locks down Tomato.
Yeah, you don't fight into Phoenix and Magnus late game. It's not happening.
There's nothing left to be had.
And Storm, actually. Storm's also insane.
He's going to try for the TP out through the rear of the BKB. But the damage is done. 4 heroes dead. Make that 5 by the looks of it.
That's why I didn't understand the Zeus pick. I think the Zeus pick, together with Abaddon, you have nobody to go in with the fucking lifestealer. Like, you're forced to, like, what? Go in with Lion, I guess? Like, it's like, you look at this game, right? It's 37 minutes in, you go like, hey, Lion, I need you to initiate for me. Like, Lion, please, use your Blink Dagger and get me in there.
I mean, what do you do? What do you do here?
They needed a Storm for themselves or something else.
You play your way back into this one. 18k down. BetBoom with the second Roche.
I think it's a draft issue. I think the Zeus pick is, they couldn't play Zeus in this. They needed something to jump. Or at least force a reaction. Zeus is like fucking pussy-ass backline damage dealer. He casts Lightning Bolt and you just say, my job here is done.
Huge nuisance on this backline. The fight is just completely split.
Hard to play.
It's just unplayable for Tundra in that sort of team fight.
And I mean, you see this game play out now, and you go back and you think about how the draft went down, right? We were talking about it when the game began. Tundra are running some new tech, and BetBoom are running something that's been proven to be very stable in the previous patch. I was wondering, how is this first pick Lion going to shine? What is this early Abaddon? Are these heroes really that much better now that the experienced teams that know how to counterpick them can't find a solution? It seems like it's not the case, right? We got to jump.
They've got the kisses coming in, but trying to turn
Oh.
They kill him. He's still
Oh.
alive. He's able to get away. White Monster wants to die. Toronto Tokyo will finally be silenced here by Brawlers. They will eventually kill him off. They also are able to test down the top.
Looks pretty fucking good, no?
Can they do it a second time? Brawl steps back. The BKB's there for
Just TB.
For the BKB CP out, and that will do it back to base safely.
It looked for a moment like
you can't play Snapfire 2 anymore. They nerfed the talents a lot. I think they moved like 25 or something. I don't remember what it
By the way,
is.
this little detail of GPK holding on
Yeah,
to
they
the
removed
jelly,
it. They
right?
moved
This
the
is tier
damage
1
ring to
fighter he still
25.
has in the backpack.
So it takes long to get online. It already took way too long to get online at 20.
Whenever you disengage out and you have that natural downtime, you just get that little bit extra.
So the heal just falls off too hard like past mid game or so. You're not getting 25 in a game and be reliable with it. I mean, look at this game now. It's 39 minutes. Well, what levels are mids right now? 23 and then I don't know what Zeus is also, but like 22 or something.
I would think so. I didn't pay full
This is not
attention.
happening.
It should be 8 seconds, which means in backpack it should be what's the multiplier?
Game is gonna be decided way before that.
You know this. You're the theory. You're the theory crafter. You were spamming every hero with
numbers.
With conduct.
Unless they're big numbers dealt by a 5 Divine Rapier conduct hacks, that is true. But when it comes to Roger, you know, this is small fry. This is small numbers. We don't.
I don't remember.
But I think
Thank you, Rito, for the 300 bits.
It felt like he went
This
from
Holo Cocoon?
Well, 10
What
is
game is
after
this?
9. Oh, quick. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. He did go to 10 after 9, which is a healthy sign here.
Oh, put this in my cart. It looks kind of sussy though.
It does actually, in case.
Thank you, Butterboy, for the 12. Why does Ricky need a mate? Because he can't handle dust. Burning Mysteria, Vinger the 13. I am doing well. Well, I'm actually a little bit sick.
You're right.
Thank you.
We have a potentially dead one of these guys.
Very, very little bit.
Pure and Bryle are.
Lincoln's is back up, but indeed he's dead. Quite a big catch for Tundra to find coming back in after that pause there. Pure out for 90.
Pure tried to solo Bryle as Mag there.
I'm waiting with God of War Valhalla. I'm checking if it's any good or not. If it's good, I'll play it. It's really annoying to hook up my PS5 to streaming setup. Because I have to disconnect my main gaming PC basically and attach it to my PS5. It's a pain in the ass.
Would really love to see them go for some sort of aggressive, at the very least take control of the map and get some aggressive vision out so you can maybe set conditions for a better follow-up fight. But even smoking into a very aggressive move here could be something. But yeah, Bedboom are going to know this and they're going to...
That's right, there's another game I still have to play. Until Dawn.
Down the bottom, even inside their own base on Toronto, Tokyo. This Phoenix, by the way, as we talked about previous fight, was a really hard kill.
What is the Final Fantasy 16 DLC? Is it like a side thing or is it like a story continuation?
2.2k health.
Yep, I mean, Tomato's pretty farmed, but...
I mean, that story is hard to continue because it's pretty much concluded, but I wonder if they're doing something, you know? I haven't played Until Dawn yet, no, because it's console only.
500 more health on top of this.
Is it a side thing? Oh, okay. Sounds good.
They're actually the ones knocking at the doors of Bedboom right now, trying to make the most of the fact that Pure's still out for 20 seconds.
Sounds good.
Probably be the end of it, though. It's starting to get scary.
I'll wait for the other DLC and just play them back to back. I didn't see anything Monster Hunter related either. I don't follow trailers and stuff. I just learn about games like a week before they come out, and that's when I care. Like I said many times before, like all these hype videos with non-gameplay trailers, they can fucking suck my balls. I don't give a shit.
That's my life in a nutshell, isn't it?
They're really truthful and they also don't really give you anything. Can't touch him.
Have they got the burst? They've got the stun for him. Have they got enough to take him down? Nightfall's going to be able to get out to the side turns. He's looking for a stun to target. Not going to quite get it now. He will. He's going to be fine now.
That's right too. I gotta do a shitty game week. 1 week where I just dedicate playing that King Kong game and the Golem game. And whatever else there is. Fuck it, Forspoken was this year, dude. Oh my god, every time I think about it, I think it's like fucking 3 years ago.
Yeah, they're back off now, Tundra, after that failed attempt. No need to try.
Fucking hell.
All 5 ults for that, so definitely if Bedboom wanted to make a really quick one here with their Metamorphosis running, they could. But again, looking at the big picture,
I think it's like right before the end of the year or maybe like the beginning of the year is a good time to do shit game week. So you get like a nice conclusion to the year.
We'll be getting that either Thunder cooldown on meta duration. Wonder which one he's going to take here. I think probably the meta duration.
And my game of the year? I think my game of the year is a mix between Baldur's Gate and Final Fantasy 16. And that was one more, but I'm losing track of games because I played too much this year.
Yeah, so then he doesn't need 2 charges.
Yeah, but sure, I see what you're saying. That there's only going to be that initial start.
There's going to be the one go. Where
Armored Core is really good too, yeah. Ah, fuck, man.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
I really like that game.
I think the Thunder talent in general is really strong when you're playing against high consistent.
I didn't check the new Dota patch yet.
And then you'll be forced to use it again. I just don't think. I think when he gets the first Thunder up and stands his ground, we'd rather have the
Lord of the Fallen is great too.
Capitalize and get a better, like a base push out of it, or you know, in a really long fight, you extend.
They're going to try and go for another burst play here potentially. White Moth. Got Tomato with him. Pressure done on Pure.
Fingers ready again. They have Zeus ult in 15.
Bet Boom, they're playing smart.
I don't think they can fix Forspoken. That game is not a mechanical issue. Like, that game's actually pretty fun mechanically. That game has character and writing issues.
Yeah, they're in a very safe position here. This is defensive Dota. Literally 5.
Gaben! I mean ESL! Twitch!
See how quickly they can do it, as they'll take him down, prop that borrowed time. Is there any backup coming from him? There isn't, so it should be a kill. I don't think Kasani's got any way out of this one, as he'll be well and truly dealt with by Betbu. Kasani out for 85.
Yep, they flat out just called the bluff here.
Riders on strike, what can you do? I mean,
they didn't fall for it. They just commit everything
it's like,
there's no response. And yeah,
I can write a better script for the main character in Forspoken. Like, I can just hand in a blank paper and it's better.
Don't use too much. They use meta. I guess a decent cooldown, to be fair. But
that's how bad it was.
It will be up pretty much around the time of Badness as well, and I don't think Tundra have any interest in forcing the issue without essentially their frontliner that gives their line of vision together with Zeus, right? You want this Abaddon in the fray. Giving info.
Secure.
They just tried to incorporate the Zoomer shit.
It's the one.
It felt like Marvel writing.
Yep, I forgot what it was called. That's why I called it the one.
I thought you were testing me. Well, I'm glad yourself a bit that it was actually you for the nose.
That's a self-report if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to be able to get Brawl out of the base. Gets in with the jump. The BKB's there, but the RP's in to follow up. That's Brawl out.
This game is so fucking over. This was over like 15 minutes ago.
And of course, with that refresher, he'll be ready to go again if anyone else dares step up here to the front of the defense.
Doom Guy had better voice line character development. Doom Guy is insane.
They can defend without the Zeus.
Doom Guy is too angry to die, so he kills demons until the end of time. Fuck, dude, that should write itself.
But maybe they can do this cheekily where they jump in and get the max lockdowns during
He doesn't need to speak, he just shoots them in the head because he knows he's in the right. I think his name is not even Doom Guy. They literally did not give him a name. They just call him Doom Guy because he's a guy and his game is Doom.
Of course, the buyback did come out from Braille, so something forced him to return. But if you look at the buyback situation, and they might know this as well with the fact that he just came up to the fight with a refresher. He doesn't have money himself for buyback. So this is a clean 80 seconds still in which Pure will not be able to play.
That was a bit too cute. At the very least, he got the buyback, like you said, right? So that's a little bit of a band-aid on that situation, but yeah. It's just one of those things where it's going to look great if he pulls it off, but the risk-reward, like, there was no need, right? You could just look at this in the replay and be like, okay, we could have literally...
It was pretty deep.
There's a free lane of barracks, right? You could have taken that lane. You could have probably started...
I love it when
well in that time window, but
writing for characters like that doesn't go
possibly ended the game.
Other ways. Like, imagine if Doom had, like, some shitty romance plot. Or like some shitty relationship ones. Ex-wife or kid that won't talk to him.
As it spawns, I actually think they can kill it in time.
Teenager problems. Like, bruh, they fucking did it for God of War. Who the fuck wants to watch God of War for kid problems? I don't watch Kratos smash a god in the ass.
Tundra are not going to be transmitting the kill. Because the last one went to Betboom. So this time the Aegis is...
They make a shitty romance for Halo? Did they? I stopped playing Halo since Halo 3 or 2, I don't remember.
Merchant will see it, he's pinging it out. Let's see what the adjustment is. Okay,
I don't remember any women in Halo, except for Cortana's tits.
The smoke's coming in from Betboom.
No really good teleportation point of connection here for the mag, though.
He's going to take a long walk.
On this TV, I didn't watch the TV series.
I guess that port is faster now. It used to be 6, now it's 4.
It is indeed.
So that is one of the big changes.
So it'll be close, but will it be close enough? Roshan already down to half HP. The scan's been hit as well, so Tundra, they're fully aware that this is going to be coming in, and indeed they'll be able to finish this off.
That's never big in the Halo universe anyway. It's kind of whatever to me. How the fuck are they taking Rose for 18k behind against these heroes? Hey, hold up. Is this a glimmer of hope?
This is late game Dota in a nutshell, right? You make that one high ground mistake on the Magnus at the wrong time. It's one thing to fail the play, but you probably don't have in the back of your mind.
Or is this the biggest fucking copier move in the world?
That's the afterthought that you get to once you're, calmed down in your base for a minute. You're like, oh shit, I probably shouldn't have done that at that exact time. And Tundra...
Scott's the ultimate I'm a punch it guy? Not really.
They will take...
Guts is a very sensitive man.
That one tower dive was essentially 8k gold because of the value of this Aghanim Scepter synth going on Kasane now.
Some sort of bigger item pickups across the board as well. What we have here, Kasani trying to
find a
pick.
pick.
Catch here indeed with the finger. It's an easy one here. The catch out save.
Okay. Tomato was trying to armlet toggle his cheese. You cannot armlet toggle cheese. You eat the cheese when you armlet toggle the cheese. Unfortunate circumstance where you swap with.
I haven't read the latest Berserk chapter either. I'm stacking them for like a year or two before I read it. Fucking hate reading one chapter and I'm waiting 3 months for the next.
Maybe he was hungry. Maybe the willow wasn't satisfying enough. It was like there's not that much meat on there, so
maybe you
get a little dessert, you know.
Maybe you didn't read the patch notes and you don't realize that cheese now gives you a permanent damage buff.
Tier list for games and movie series. I'm too lazy, I think, to do it. Also, my memory is too bad. I don't remember anything.
Okay. Back in action here down bottom. They're still looking for more. White Mom.
I could set it up sometime. Sounds kind of fun.
Underneath this vision sort of setup.
I don't really watch much series and stuff anymore though. No time. Too many games. Especially the last part of this year.
Smoke over towards this area to try and play around this vision that they've set up. Knowing that here is like
I'll be playing a new patch, yeah. I've been itching to play Dota already since like a few days. And it's perfect time with a new patch.
Punching in towards Tomato. GPK keeps his distance from Kasani for now. The Supernova's out.
Did Mac not go refresher?
They hold safe on the high.
No, he did. Oh, I guess it was cooldown or something. Oh no, I just didn't use it.
Like 20%. Like you can understand why they keep trying, but the biggest thing here is that Pure is always in position to get that RP off onto the Lifestealer to protect him. It saved him 2 or 3 fights in a row.
Oh, it has.
So they're definitely dependent on it, which means that if Tundra ever find this opportunity with Magnus dead, or the RP on cooldown, or perhaps where you cancel the blink at the perfect time when he's far away, with a Zeus ult, maybe. But yeah, you gotta have the timing down to a T, right? Because Magnus.
That's gonna be YouTube streams later. I can't simul stream ESL tournaments. They don't allow restreaming on YouTube, so I'm just keeping it low until this tournament ends entirely, which is like 2 days from now.
Probably won't be able to pull off the same. But I mean, still, this game, for all intents and purposes, we could have almost been looking at a new draft.
Yeah.
If this dire base moved in, because keep in mind, it's one thing that it failed. That Roche was probably bet booms too, right? Given how the game state was.
Yeah, they probably clean up the mid racks. They back off to get the Roche. They go
Control
again.
The area, find one pick when the enemy team has to come and contest them on the Roche, and then finish that off with vision advantage.
A little
close call on that Earth Spike. I don't think he actually could have connected anyway. Yeah. Okay.
Pure's just not gonna mess around with that one. BKBTP.
Delta is a corpse to become Spectre in PoE? What?
Still up there, but
this is an ace corpse, dude.
It's interesting to see though, you're still the team with 10k lead bet boom with their favorable.
I don't use Restream IO. I use some random Japanese plugin.
They're having to really respect how
I don't even know what it's called. It's like Soraka or something.
It's terrifying because your map is
There's some dude or dudette that made it for VTubers that also started multi-streaming.
Playing this area right now, so the ward isn't really offering much in the way of information. Now they're finally going to clean up the bottom one here, which I would argue was way more instrumental than their own, because this one was actually likely to find a pick. But Toronto Tokyo will clean that out. Having the confidence to go for it with the Eon disc. Keep looking at the supports here. It's honestly
I got an office and team of another organization? No, not really. I don't really want to stream so much for organizations. It gets pretty messy sometimes. Especially for like the type of sponsorships that come out.
There we go. So GPK is gone for the full purchase. Has the Parasma. That's a bit of a reminder for you boys and girls at home and here in Kuala Lumpur. It's the upgrade of the Witchblade.
Especially when you get those Gamba sponsors and crypto and stuff. I don't want to push any of that shit.
That's the halberd.
That's a halberd.
That's definitely a halberd.
I think that's very important that we define whether this is a halberd or an axe.
Absolutely. So, and also what Sirius, you said, with the attacks of this, you're able to reduce the enemy's magic resistance by 20%.
Yep. Really good for him, really good for Willow, really good for Phoenix.
I hate Shadow Legends soon. No, I only stream games. I only take sponsorship for games that I stream that I want to play.
Scan hits on the high ground. They're going to go the ward. Oh, thinking about trying to get the drag back on towards the Snapfire, and he'll get it. Immersion. It's going to be able to
they don't always turn out to be great, but you know, usually it's good enough.
The stun control down to Tomato. Tomato completely trapped underneath the egg. 3 heroes dead on Tundra.
How do you beat this in late game? It's impossible. Egg double RP.
Squad of Bedroom will be chasing him down. Refresher or pop by Pure to get the secondary skewer back on towards Kasani. There's no escape.
And get a sponsor veto? I did get it actually. In C9, they were very kind to have me disallow the crypto and the gambling sponsors.
Clean, right? So they get the
So even though they had deals with them, I could just omit them from my Steam entirely.
Little sliver of Snapfire
Through both the banners and
Honestly, that was a bit awkward
the
for
rotations and
Sir. He
everything.
shot the blink, and then he had to reposition. He was like, am I RPing, am I not? He kind of pump faked it out and eventually found the skewer. So you're seeing it here. Placed the ward.
I don't want any part of
That was
it.
good reaction.
And then he's like, okay, I can still get the skewer.
I see that is great.
Here, which is really valuable because now he's going to have it twice over for the lifesteal if necessary. Only needs the one though. Gets it off during the supernova. Just too easy to shut down Tomato here.
I mean,
and in the off-screen, GBK just killed both supports, right? Like, he killed the Snapfire and then he jumped down and killed the Lion. Both of them just completely negated by this one hero.
And make sure.
Arguably that refresher not even necessary there because the Vortex from GBK was ready again. A little bit of miscommunication potentially, but not the biggest of deals.
Already seen the buyback have to come out here from Kasane as BetBoom back to approaching the high ground of Tundra. Of course, this was the area where it did start to go a bit shaky after a bit of a dive last time. We'll see if BetBoom make a bit of a different approach here on this one. And Pure.
Okay.
And be able to get the BKB drag back onto Brawl. That's Brawl.
How do you play against us in late game? You can't do shit.
We'll see Brawl hold onto it for now.
Like when you reach this point of the game with Magnus, even if the gold is even, the hero just does too much. It's unplayable.
On the retreat from BetBoom, they're going to go for Toronto Tokyo. Turn into the Hex. Do they have the damage? He's down a half HP. He's easily able to dive away. They did have enough. Toronto Tokyo's out of there. Pure. He'll skew away for now from Tomato.
They have issues going high ground? They really don't. They took a side of Rex already, and they're 30k ahead. They just made a mistake where the TB overextended.
Just look how much of a difference it makes that the supports are this rich, right? Like this is a support position.
Selling a new patch to Magnus? No, not really. Not sure, but it's not something he's doing new from a patch anyway. Like the idea of Magnus in late game where he has 2 RPs and he can initiate from fucking 1800 range is ridiculous in late game.
30k lead now. The numbers starting to get pretty insane.
I don't know what neutral item did he get.
They will, though.
Oh, he didn't get what was it called? Ninja gear at least. So it's not as powerful.
Very likely that we may see BetBoom hold
still pretty damn good though.
And then look to go for the killing blow.
Not a shard that feels like it's going to be making a meaningful difference here, getting that upgrade to the Fire Snap cookie. Then again, was there any that really would have? They already have the lifesteal one. Tomato bought that one. The open wounds, they have the Lion one that they got earlier. Zeus bought his own. So it was, actually it was only Snapfire that could get it. The other ones already have it, so there was no RNG involved here.
In terms of pickups as well.
This game was pretty much over 30 minutes ago, yeah. But right now, a lot of teams have figured out how to enter late game in a safer way. Instead of pushing with 10k advantage, you just lock them inside their base and you push when you have 45k advantage. Game and Gladiators are the best ones at this.
It follows you.
Yes.
So if you
I mean, why would you push? You could fuck up on high ground like I did earlier. Or you can choke them out for another 15k gold.
You're just fearing people in your wake as you move, right? So really, really powerful for the Terrorblade. Combine it with the Swift Blink for the movement speed. You just blink in, you pop this, and you just run through the enemy team and fear all of them. Give vision, set up your team for success.
Tundra, they're going to try and take a fight here by looks of it. 4 versus 5, Kasane. He's going to get caught at the start. Do they really want to go for this? I mean, the jump's already been made to the back.
Oh my god, that Storm jump. Wait, Storm didn't BKB! Did he? Yeah, I think he didn't BKB his initial jump. Fucking hell, that could have been bad.
Kasane now dead for 2 minutes. Bro, he's TP'd over into this. And Tundra, do they really want to still try and fight this 4 versus 5? Pure's BKB soon to come down, but Nightfall blinks in, pops the BKB. Tomato's going to turn his attention towards Pure. Can they bring down this match as Pure pops the refresher? The RP's there to control Tomato. Pure's
no Abaddon to remove RP. Gay.
Out of the game. Braille's gone. They don't have the buyback here available on Tomato. They don't have it on Kasane or Immersion.
Yeah, it was kind of scary. The Storm jumped without casting BKB beforehand, so I think he got like Hex or something. I'm not sure what it was.
Only going to be Whitemon and Braille left. Braille the only one with buyback. As BetBoom, they're ready to approach the high ground once again.
And if that fight doesn't prove it now, I mean, it's definitely official. Tundra have damage issues. They caught GPK without BKBing, and they still didn't kill him in Hex and Earthspike with 3 or 4 of their heroes. They just don't have enough in the tank. The fact that he gets to escape and get away with murder there is, yeah, that's just the final nail in the coffin. You know, if they're not gonna kill the Storm there,
F.
It is over. GG is called. BetBoom
Almost funny said it's Jover.
A well-fought one here, 57 minutes this one ending up going on. Tundra trying their best to hold on, but at the end of the day, BetBoom just continuing to grow their lead throughout this, and it just got to the point where there was not really a whole lot that Tundra could do to stop them, Sin.
Now, I wonder what they're going to throw at us in the next game, right? Because Tundra obviously in this game running some new stuff, like they talked about. BetBoom with incredibly strong team fight, very well scaling cores, 2 Midas supports. It's a long game. They get there.
I think this game was a draft issue. Last pick Zeus was not it. They needed something to enable the lifestealer to hit. Not get more DPS.
Are you going to try to match them in greed?
Like, how the fuck are you playing Lifesteal and Abaddon in the same game? They do exactly the same thing.
Against 2 core matchups that just aren't inherently that great for you, and a BKB piercing stun on the Magnus. And the game got too slow for you, so...
It did. It really slowed down. I think, you know, as a whole lot's things to be said really for all the members of BetBoom on that one. Very much a team effort. I think GPK in particular is going to be very happy, as we saw that win rate for Storm so far here in this tournament. Hadn't been great, 1-3, but going 12-1-15 this game.
They lack damage? They still lack damage. I mean, damage is pointless anyway. You can't deal damage if everyone's a damage dealer. And their lineup is imbalanced in a sense.
Yeah, definitely a lot to be done.
And an honorable mention too. Look at BetBoom's lineup. Their supports have 2 deaths each only against Zeus and Lifestealer, right? This is a game that could have been hard for them, but they had great positioning all game. And the most deaths were on the Magnus of all heroes, the initiator, right?
That's true. I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's just pure doing his job. Sometimes he's going to get caught out, and the times that he didn't, he gets off some incredible reverse polarities. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of this best of 3 goes to BetBoom.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Cinder, and indeed we'll see what happens in game number 2 though, if we can have a 3rd game to the series, if Thunder can strike back, or if BetBoom will close this one as a 2-0. But this game, I was promised something in particular. I was promised chaos, action, battle, back and forth, Purge! I was lied to.
Well, look, we would have liked to see more fighting, and when they did fight, it was really fun. It was very chaotic stuff. Storm hitting the back line, Magnus pulling people back. The hard thing is that the Tundra lineup was not good at starting fights. It was like a lion position 5. That's the expectation for your guy to jump. Zeus is always going to play back line, basically. Abba isn't exactly like a big jumper, other than like you play really aggressive. So it was just really hard for Tundra to take fights. And on the BetBoom side, they just needed Magnus to screw people back. They had way more options and tools to take those fights. That's why they just fought better.
I feel like when Tundra were strong, or when I thought they were stronger, I feel like they kind of chilled a little bit when it came to the mid game. They did bring it back later, and like Pure made some skewer where he went too deep in the base and gave them an Aegis, and then the game became a little more competitive. But I would have liked Tundra to kind of step it up a little bit. You know, it's not, I was expecting chaos. It's not my fault it didn't come out this time.
Yeah, I thought BetBoom played their signature style here, where they just wait for Nightfall to scale into the late game. They have some initiating hero on Pure, and then of course they have the El Clasico and the GPK Storm. And yeah, they did everything very well. But I have to point out, I think Tundra did not play their draft the way that they should have. Honestly, there was at some point in the game, their Lifestealer was top of the net worth. They have an Abaddon who successfully won Kick Terrorblade out of the lane, but then they just don't play together. They sit back and they farm, and you're trying to outfarm double Midases on the enemy team, a Magnus in power, and a Terrorblade. And I don't exactly know whose call that was, but when you're when you're drafting this Abaddon in this new patch, in this phase, and you play it as a core, you have to be able to play around it. But this Abaddon was alone so many times on these lanes, just getting jumped on by BetBoom, and there was nobody around him. The way you play around core Abaddon is you play behind this hero, you run down lanes, you run down towers, and that just wasn't happening for Tundra. So back to the drawing board, and maybe just go back to your old strategies before this patch, because I don't think they're quite there yet with their Abaddon.
I fully agree, and one thing I would like to touch on, especially what they did in the early game. So they did bring it back later, but I think the one thing I lacked in this game is when we just think about the 2 drafts. If Tundra don't find a way to somehow initiate or do something, you're just waiting for Pure to fish you out, and you will lose by default. So what I need them to do is find a condition where you can start the fight in a way, sometimes you need to be creative. I think Kasane needed a blink, get in there. Everyone needs to go in, and Zeus needs to just dish out all the damage on the go. If you cannot find this condition after 40 minutes, I think there is 0 chance for you to win. And that's why something like this, it's critical that you can figure it out in a game.
It was cool to see how he itemized on Kasane, at least, these fast orbed up corrosions. Now that it gives armor, it makes these run at you offlane heroes really dangerous. You're super survivable at an early stage of the game. But yeah, it didn't really transition to anything else other than him just.
How come I didn't transition to talent after my career? Well, very simple, because it pays a fraction of streaming. Why would you? Plus, streaming is so much more comfortable. You stay at home and you play games from your home, and then you stay home again.
Like Whitemon disable jumping a hero. Even the times that happened, they went at least even due to really nice plays between like Nightfall Sunders or things like that. So just really hard.
Imagine leaving the house.
Right opening for them to feel safe to actually go high ground. So despite all this net worth, it didn't turn into anything.
Still, for a little while though, it looked like Tundra.
Plus, I don't even follow Dota that much.
Into their base, and it was
To be a talent in Dota, you would have to pretty much stay on top of everything ball-wise. I have other games to play, dude.
We'll stop that initiation and we'll buy ourselves another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they kept initiating with the Zeus Hex. Was it who had it? Yeah, the Zeus Hex on the Terrorblade. And he kept getting low, but they were never quite able to kill him. And that's because when they started to make these aggro moves, they did it when everybody was really farmed on the enemy team. Terrorblade had a lot of items. The Phoenix was always there with the Supernova to save him, and his team was there to combo break or fight back. I just really think, and I said this already, but Tundra made some kind of miscall in that game where they just decided to take 5 minutes to farm and farm alongside Bedboom, and that was just a massive mistake.
This is like, sorry, like this is the type of game where if you want to win it, at some point when they brought it back, you need to clutch it. And sometimes you fail that, it's okay. You make a miscall, maybe early game, how you should play your draft. You know, now game 1 is over, talk about it, game 2, let's go.
Okay, so how much of this was draft related and how much was seemingly communication related, Purge? Because you mentioned some issues
There's no poop on the art section anymore? Really?
Of not being able to go in?
Yeah, I think communication-wise, I mean, other than them playing far apart, like Effie said earlier, other than that aspect, I think their heroes just don't have as many good options offensively to begin fights. Because Zeus, I mean, I don't know about these item builds yet. They looked pretty good, but like fast Orchid on Zeus, it's cool, but it doesn't really let him jump, for example. So it just kind of felt to me like
there's already no Korean streamers.
The times they did catch, the burst wasn't quite enough, even though it was a lot. They just weren't able to create an opening. So that feels to me like an obvious draft issue.
Yeah, we also know that Ari is the player that they replaced, and we know that Ari, as a position 4, was very vocal in their games in the past, Kezu. So maybe they lack a little bit of that as well.
I mean, maybe, but then it just means like someone else has to rise up to the occasion, right? I think draft-wise, the game is easier for Bedboom. They can be more chill, sit back and relax. So it is up to Tundra to make these moves and find the communication that you get to make the smokes on the map and find the team fights you want. So, you know, next time around, it's easier said than done. Like, oh yeah.
Yeah, why don't I become a Korean streamer?
In this pause right now, on Moon, you know, he's cooking up something. He's telling them, guys, next time let's do this. We'll pick a different hero, and it's gonna be easy.
Yeah, but I hope what they're cooking up is not anything new. I think they should just go back to
Children streaming platform? What are you talking about, dude? Children are literally not allowed on Twitch. Like, seriously, don't write it on Twitch. Like, if you say something like I'm 12 in Twitch, you will literally get banned.
Bedboom played very well, but they
not even a joke.
That you would expect this team to play, right? They played for the late game. They played for farming.
There's like some kind of some bot that looks at all chats, and if you write it down, you just get banned. Nan's got fucking banned too for it. He was killing and wrote it in chat, and he instantly got fucking banned.
Bryle versus GPK, the Zeus versus the Storm.
I think this is the story of the game a little bit. It made a lot of sense to pick Zeus. You're against the Terrorblade. You need some burst damage to pick up those kills in crucial moments, and his hero damage was great. Zeus ulti really racks up the numbers, and his KDA was good too. He played the hero well, but one of the things we mentioned before got picked was like they needed some.
Even in my channel, you have to agree to clicking that button that you're 18 plus or something.
But as a result of that, they lacked initiation. And so that kind of proved a problem. Whereas on the other side, GPK had a basically flawless game.
Literally not a children's platform.
Immaculately with disables, he adapted to new items. He was not afraid to jump the enemy lineup to kill supports, things like that. His impact was so more visually obvious than what Zeus was doing.
Yeah, and GPK's target.
I'm right. Kids never watch Twitch. I mean, what kids watch is not their problem.
The right heroes, and then later on when he got his
that's some dumb logic, dude.
Secondary initiation for his team, something that could
when you agree that you are not underage, that's as much as I can do.
So textbook performance coming out of GPK.
Yeah, like he's the one that goes in first every fight. He ends the game with 1 death. It tells me enough about the game.
Yeah, and we saw, speaking of low amount of death, we saw during the draft, Phoenix was countered by Abaddon, was countered by Snapfire, and Satan only died twice. Sorry, Toronto Tokyo only died twice.
Yeah.
He had a great game.
He played really, really good. Yeah. Great sun rays. There was a lot of moments where I mean, part of it's because of his initiators being so good that both Pure and GPK were willing to jump in. That allows him to play behind them and just slam the sun rays down. And it's also the lack of team fight coming out of the Tundra side and the lack of initiation. This all just makes that backline hero so much safer to play. So when you have an amazing player playing that with a draft advantage in terms of initiations, he just gets to back up his squad and makes them live and makes him live too.
Yeah, we had a few buffs on the Willow here and there.
If not for kids, then why can you watch the by clicking one button? What does that even mean?
Reached earlier in the Shadow round.
18 plus? Because that's the thing that you agree, like it's the TOS you agree on basically. It means if you turn out to be not 18, they will just ban you. And that's as far as they can take it, because they cannot check who's behind the monitor.
It's just the natural progression.
It's up to their parents and their upbringing and how they get taught. They cannot be responsible for what your children see on the internet.
He did his job. Everyone on BetBoom did their job, really. I don't want to keep picking on Tundra here, but something weird happened.
Just raise your fucking children. Stop being an AFK parent.
You really not want to do anything.
Stop doing iPad parenting, you fuck. Think about the kids. Get the fuck out of here, dudes.
I'm sure they're thinking about it. I'm sure they're talking.
Take care of your damn kids.
I know right now that like this is the problem too. So I think going into the next game, you just want to make it easier. So if they also think that this is the main problem, then let's make it easier. Let's pick heroes that want to naturally play more aggressive. Maybe pick a Grimstroke. You're literally forced to go link up with someone, inkswell their ass, and like try to get in there and make something happen. Because I fully agree with Effie. They probably feel it too. So next game around, they need to change it.
That's something that Save did immaculately. He did that smoke with Storm. They run to the enemy side of the map, put the ward down, and he's just like, okay, Bedlam on my Storm. Go bomb that Zeus when they find him.
People will do anything to not be accountable for the outcome of their people. Their own children even. It's the websites that are wrong, not my teaching.
On the draft here for game number 2 to see if Tundra can push it back. Or maybe BetBoom will have it all figured out.
Fucking hell.
We'll have to wait and find out. We're going to be back real soon with game number 2 of BetBoom versus Tundra.
The guy who said he's 13 got banned? I mean, I told him to not do it and he still did it. I literally warned him. User Black Icy account suspended or deactivated. Holy shit, dude, he's just dead. Fucking man in black suits and sunglasses popped up in front of his front door, and now he's just gone. Yeah, it's not my mods banning him, dudes. It's Twitch. I'm telling you, they have some kind of bot going around that checks all chat of all channels, and it just fucking bans you like instantly. Because you literally agree to be above 18 in my channel, and then you say you're not, and then you get banned. It's that simple for them. They cannot have underage people around places that are marked as not suited for underage people. This is that simple.
Now it's my job to look into how we can get them. If something goes wrong, you can always blame him.
Je werd ontvoerd door de RDA. 15 jaar lang was je ver.
It doesn't matter if you are 24 plus. It only matters what you write.
Contact maken met je cultuur. En vechten voor Pandora. Nu ben je vrij. Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora.
I think if your Twitch account is literally 12 years old and you still say it, you still get banned. They don't give a fuck, dude.
Je zorgverzekering? Geen zorgen. Die regel je bij Just, online. Waarom moeilijk doen, als het ook smart kan? Waarom wachten bij de dokter, als je kunt appen voor snel advies? Zorg waar en wanneer je wil. Just wat jij nodig hebt. Just, je zorgverzekering.
Je ziet ze overal. De mensen van generatie D. Een generatie die niet toekijkt.
It's a bot banning, yeah.
Dus, als je naar jezelf kijkt, wie zie je dan?
Wat als je maar één plaat kan aanvragen?
Don't do it, Maget.
Request komt dit jaar in actie voor Stichting ALS Nederland.
Thank you, Jello, for the 40. Good guy, Brent, thank you for the 4. Vito, thank you for the 300 bits. Why not become part of HoloLive VTuber with the best Yagoo? I don't know any of those, man.
Hallo? Je nieuwe provider voor mobiel, glasvezel en tv.
I never really got into the whole VTubing thing.
Menselijker. Zodat technologie weer van ons allemaal.
It feels too much like stage play for my taste, so I don't really... Can't get into it. Berlin, thank you for the 19. Captain Brainlag, thank you for the 6. Boombox, thank you for the 66. Big bandmate for Smurf Dota again. Feels good, man.
We got Tundra and Bedboom. Tournament lives on the line, especially for Tundra, who is one game down now. And Bedboom is eager to show that they have what it takes to move forward to play tomorrow against G2IG as the first series of the day. Tundra, though, they have definitely got their work cut out from them. They need something more, and it all starts with the draft that we have coming our way in just a moment. I'm joined by Purge, by Kezu, by Effie. And we did say, Kezu, it's the draft where things need to change. First, we want easy to draft things, straightforward, initiation there. We need some disables, some damage. Where do you want to see the draft go? Because we know that Tundra opened up with the Lion previous game, which was supposed to be really good.
I mean, I think the problem is not necessarily in how they open, but maybe like how they shaped up after. I think it's a lot of counter picking.
They get 75 people banned. And they get anyone banned. He got himself banned.
Keep yourself steady, because they will counter pick you later. So if you're counter picking and then they keep doing the same, your lineup can fall a little flat. So I don't think
I don't fucking take responsibility for that shit. I literally told him, don't point this gun at your face. If you pull the trigger, you're gonna die. And he fucking put the gun in his face and pulled the trigger.
I think that their draft was just very hard to
What can I do, dude? You know?
In that kind of position. What I would like for them to do is focus very heavily on Tomato and maybe getting him a good core-to-core matchup versus Nightfall. And if they want to play for the late game, I think Tundra are one of the better teams at doing so. They just have to set up Tomato for success in his hero pick. So that's what I'm hoping to see in this game too.
Do we feel at the moment, Purge, I mean, maybe it's too early to tell with patch only up this morning, but do we feel like there is an advantage in terms of size, side, like Radiant Dire? Because I know that, I mean, obviously it makes it different for the Roshan, but at the moment that seems flipped, so... It's
got to still be Radiant. I mean, they did some mitigating things. Obviously, the Roche spawn stuff for Radiant Dire is a bit different. The auras that the creeps get is probably more neutral now. For example, the Radiant south side of the map, the creeps got mana regen, woo! But on the top side of the map, they got HP regen, so farming there, that was actually slower. So there's small little changes that are going to adjust the Radiant Dire winner.
It's not a new Twitch policy. It's been like that for a very long time. Very, very long time.
Indeed, Radiant is the way to go. Then Tundra's got a little bit of a leg up there as we have an opening pick from Slardar. Monkey King getting picked up there as well. A very flex hero that we know Tomato plays, but he also plays basically everything else under the sun. So we'll just have to wait and see where it's going. We saw Slardar earlier, Kezu. Slardar still looking very strong.
Yeah, this hero looks like he's just gonna pop off in most games. We did see him struggle, it was once or twice, but that is when he was heavily counterpicked. There was some troll CM or troll Veno lane, so I like that Tundra are, instantly
Faults already or not, that game is great. It's really fun.
Choose to lane it against it. If it goes mid, maybe I go mid, so for now...
One part is a bit scuffed is that the aim punch in enemies doesn't exist. And when the aim punch on you is like insane, like you get shot or shot at, your fucking character just panics and the weapon sway goes to the fucking sky. But you shoot an enemy and they just stand there like they're fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Terminator, and they just shoot back.
will try to run down Slardar.
No one cares. You shoot him in the head with a shotgun, they just shoot back.
Into this lane and punish this first pick Slardar.
Yeah, I like it. It's the opposite of what they did in well, they did do a lot of counter picking last game, I suppose, but I felt like they were a little bit on the back foot in some senses because they were eventually forced to do line as a 5. So for the start so far, this just feels a lot stronger.
Yeah, no, I'm fully with Effie on this. I think Monkey Lich, we've seen it before.
It's not stopping Proud Armor. I think they just don't really have aim punch for enemies.
Now I have Monkey King
Shotgun to the face, dude.
Both of the heroes.
What fucking armor do you have?
So I would be very happy if they, would continue to go down that route, and then you just take it from there. It's pretty chill.
I think it's a balance reason. I think the game would be too easy if there was aim punch on enemies. You shoot them in the chest once and they just stop shooting back. It'd be way too easy. I want to play more of that game, but I also want to play Dota, and I want to play Rogue Trader, I want to play PoE, and I need to raid in World of Warcraft. I don't have fucking time, dude!
King also nerfed in the patch, and Kunkka, which they played a lot and flexed to Kasane on the offlane, got his Torn Storm nerfed.
In fact, I have to farm gold in World of Warcraft to buy consumables. I have 1 gold left.
Like when I see Slardar and I have Monkey King who's like
I need like 6 gold of consumables or so.
I would want to play a hero like potentially Visage or maybe still Lycan and just go like some Solar Crest, AC Vlads, like pump up my team with armor, make it hard for the Slardar. So even though it's worse, I think you probably still have to go for it.
I fixed my summoner off stream. I fixed it on stream a bit. Running with cannonballs right now. It kind of works.
Can build armor and potentially buff up his carry.
Anything that will make the Monkey games easier and maybe has the choice of building auras, I would be a fan of. I mean,
like if it to be an old play that could at 6.84, how do you play Legion after 5 minutes? If you farm for damage and blink, you don't get dual damage, and if your team fight duels, you have no gold. Skill issue, my man.
The auras are nice, but
Simply go first item blade mill and fight shit in front of you, and good luck.
On ganks. Obviously, you can zip across the map.
I mean, also it's really hard to play. That hero is you need to win lane, and then you need to play tempo. These are not easy tasks for medium and lower skill players. Even high skill players, they struggle a lot with it.
It was not popular in the last.
It's very easy to fuck up.
Everyone had tons of HP, so there must be some issues there with Underlord in his viability.
And yeah, that's a good point. I feel like you can correct it through a secondary initiator from the mid lane. Potentially something like an Earth Spirit or an Earthshaker.
It's it's a type of hero where you need a player to make it work. I think like even until this tournament, like people are like, no, Mar's so bad, but you see Amar, he pops off, and suddenly other people they start believing. Sometimes you just need to see it first.
And I thought it was buffed, so why haven't we seen it today yet?
I don't know. We need to ask the players.
Yeah. Well, we're on game 4 of the day, so there's
yes.
Give them some more time.
A few more days left to see what people pick up here. But I love this Tusk. I thought this
How the fuck do you just first pick a Monkey King?
When you pair it up with a Slardar,
what the shit?
you have so much physical damage output, and it makes taking these Roshans a lot easier. This Gyrocopter, I'm kind of lukewarm on. I think it's a good support to carry flex, and the magic damage build got a lot more viable in the past couple of months, but I don't have any strong opinions on Gyro yet.
I'm excited to see his new ulti. I didn't test it out myself. I think you shoot 3 rockets in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So might be better as a support actually than the previous call down. But and there's the
1-7.
Earlier, the tiny.
I guess that's previous patch tiny though.
Not be played as a carry, or at least I don't really see the idea of why. So they're gonna go with the tiny Razor, which I mean for now they have a lot of flex, which is good for Tundra, right? The Razor can go any of the lanes. Monkey King can go most of the lanes too. If Razor goes offlane, you can pair it with the tiny. But I think to go back with the Gyro, I kind of like Gyro in this game. The magic damage is pretty nice against the Lich Shield and everything. But the one thing I also like about the Tusk, like an additional thing, is Bedboom love their scaling. And I think the later this game goes, if it is a Monkey King +1, he gets destroyed by Tusk in a late game, even if it's a +4. You just Walrus kick him out of his goddamn arena, and now what?
Wind range a bit interesting. Javelin is cheaper now. The gold per damage ratio is better actually, despite it doing less damage. So you could potentially do some cool item build stuff. Plus, there's so many like new int right-click type items that got added in the patch this morning that we might see some interesting stuff coming from the Wind Ranger.
I really like this Wind Ranger pick, actually.
Yeah.
I think the flex is still open between position 4 Wind Ranger and position 4 Gyro, but I am leaning towards core Wind Ranger here. I think it's such a great hero versus Monkey King, who I believe should be played on the safe lane. Power Shot can cut down the trees, you run them down with Focus Fire, and once you get a BKB, you're not really threatened by Monkey King, Lich, or Tiny as a means to counter-initiate whichever target that you go on. Also, this hero can be put versus anything, right? She can run away from the Razor, and like I mentioned, the flex is still open, and that's really valuable when you're in this position.
I also love this Wind Ranger for all the reasons you mentioned. And so the enemy team, yeah, they're flexing, you know, they think they're cool. My Monkey King can go anywhere, my Razor can go anywhere. Neither of these heroes want to go mid against Wind Ranger, so you can kind of already be like, okay, it's very likely they'll pick a new mid, that the Razor's maybe offlane. Now you can craft a carry.
God, I hate that t-shirt, that jersey.
All these type of mind games, and it's really good with tag team and amplified damage. So Betboom, honestly, they have a really, really sick draft.
It feels like you could take 2 of any of their 4 heroes and make a sick dual lane, which is really cool. I mean, like you said, the tag team, they can do like a long-range homing missile into like a power shot for 450 damage. Like, there's a lot of really cool stuff they got.
Oh, and speaking of power shot, it got changed, right? So in the last patch, they put a slow on power shot. So
They
that
banned
makes it
Puck.
actually stronger on lane because you can hit the enemy with power shot
Hey,
and slow them.
that stat is false. It's 2-3 now, isn't it?
It's, gonna
It was
be a really
1-3 last
easy way
game.
to approach the hero. So
And he
it
just
is a
won.
Wave Wind Ranger and a Nightfall Gyro.
We have seen Nightfall play Wind Ranger carrying this event as well.
They could even swap that around too, where the Wind Ranger is the one with a Tusk 5 and the Gyro goes 4. Any of these iterations, they're all great.
They go back for the Storm Spirit too in the last pick. I do think they have a better means of catching the Storm than they did in the game 1, where they were solely dependent on the Lion to catch Storm. Because now they have this Boundless Strike, they have this Sinister Gaze as a follow-up, and they have Tiny, who's going to have the instant Avatos combo in Storm.
Yeah, and the Sinister Gaze does drain a little bit more mana too. So if you can catch Storm with that, could be really good. Do you guys are you solidified on Tiny being a support here, or do you think like the core is still possible? Because the tree grab did get buffed, I believe.
I think it's probably a 4, because then the Monkey King should be your 1. I'm trying to debate what Tundra won this last pick here.
That's why balance lineup on Betboom. They have everything pretty much.
Wows me on the spot.
Guess they're a bit weak on tower damage, but it's not even that bad. Gyro's good tower damage eventually.
Like, okay, but any
Storm
hero
too,
will die
actually.
this game, so you can't like pick this unkillable hero that will do everything. I do think your Razor can go mid and off and you'll okay.
Tundra is such shit initiate right now.
And Lena
It's like only Tiny.
That would have been a really great last pick for Tundra, but I just don't think the hero
They need a better. Oh yeah, there we go.
Nice call on the DK, Kazu.
I don't know if this is the right pick, but it is what they needed at
Was
least.
in my mind,
They
but it
needed a good
didn't
catch.
wow me, so I think it's good. Maybe there was still something better.
Window 2? Nah, Window is not good for buildings unless you're core. And if you're core, you have to use Focus Fire on the building, which puts you in a very vulnerable spot.
But Wind Ranger, once you get 1-2 items or attack team on top of you or minus armor as well, it's not a free DK game by any means, but it's good.
I love the way that Betboom, lay in these drafts. They have pure offlane Wind Ranger with save on position 4 Tusk. They have position 5 Gyrocopter with a position 1 Slardar. And I think this is actually the
Hey, hold up.
lane this, because the Wind Ranger Tusk lane can
To support
punish
Gyro.
Monkey King, right? And they go Monkey King Lich to lane into Slardar. They dodge that completely. Slardar should have no problem whatsoever laning against Razor because he has a sprint to naturally disengage from Link.
Yep.
So everything looks pretty good for Betboom.
And we were all wrong about how they were going to put their heroes. I think that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. I'm sure Tundra was wondering too. And they also have a lot of magic damage from Gyro support, which is a decent solution against the Razor 3. So they've got kill options too if they go first.
This time, you'll get more chaos. I'll put my money on it. There's no way with these 10 heroes, they're just going to sit back and do nothing.
Famous last words. I do think that the support Wind Ranger, he will be up against the Monkey King, so I feel like already Betboom has stronger lanes, so they might this time be the ones bringing the aggression.
Yes, they have very strong, very chaotic lanes, and I think they will definitely be looking to push their advantage. On the other hand, for Tundra, I think that DK is a very important pick.
That's so nerving. Depends on what hero and matchup.
Maybe make some rotations, take some towers, take
I
some
find that usually the heroes that go Deso don't go Mjolnir though.
Alright, a lot of pressure.
Unless it's like a Lifestealer or something. It's very, very rare.
He will go up against GPK Storm once again. Let's see if he does a little better this time around. We're heading over to OD Pixel and Cinerin.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, looking forward to this
Yeah,
game.
Monkey too, I guess.
And Betboom. Cinerin, what do you
No,
make
no.
of it? This time round, if we saw the draft play out for Betboom, a little bit of uncertainty for who was going to be picking up what. Ends up being this sort of formation where they're going to rally around the Nightfall carry Slardar.
Yeah.
You're saying to me, though, you don't look at the draft from Tundra and think, I want to play Slardar into this. This could be a difficult one for Slardar.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic. We were talking about it backstage. I was looking in the first phase, like, okay, there's already Monkey King and Lich coming out. These are two of the hardest counters to Slardar that we've been seeing in the previous
There's a
patch.
coach of Sander way back when I was
Betboom
pro?
like to throw a curveball sometimes. Maybe this is gonna be a
I'm not
support
sure
Slardar, and
actually.
just kind of
I think it's just kind of
bait things
dependent
out
on the
and they're
people
gonna
they were
salvage it
around.
somehow, but But guess what? They're like, okay, this is a bad Slara game, so we're making it the highest upgrade.
Well, there's no faith in South America here.
Into Monkey
Shit.
King, Lich, and Razor will be his lane matchup, which is a little bit double-edged. I wouldn't say that's strictly
the lane itself, right, has set up in a way that out of all the sort of different lanes that this Slarda could be playing into, the start of the game could be worse for him.
I mean, if you're playing core Slarda, I think his best lane in this game would have probably been mid, but you picked Storm, right? So you can't do that.
Sure, yeah.
The lane matchup against Dragon Knight was probably his best
And
one.
you don't want to move the Storm after GPK popped off as much as he did last game. You're like, GPK, you just give us a repeat of what you did in game 1.
Yeah, and it's a great Storm game. So, of course, like, I don't see a problem with it. The Dragon Knight is a bit of a pseudo-solution, but it only goes so far when Storm gets items. The hero is exceptionally good against the Monkey King, which is the enemy carry. You have high mobility, you have a lot of heroes to really play around with your aggression. And like Kezu pointed out, both teams in this game are going to be looking to play super aggressive. Tons of stuns, strong lanes, get in there and fight and brawl. We're not going to have a 3 and 6 score at 20 minutes.
We'll see. Because there was some expectation before the game 1 that game 1 was going to be a bit more brawly. It wasn't.
True.
But you'd say with a bit more certainty that this one, we're going to see some more action early on.
And I would also think there's a higher volatility in the laning stage itself. Last game we had the Tundra side had very unkillable cores with the Lifesteal and Abaddon in their side lanes. This time around, I think they're way more vulnerable. The Monkey King is susceptible to dying. The Razor is way more susceptible. And I honestly think for both teams, playing the gate here is going to be really important because the side lanes have so much potential with that extra added rotating hero in. And that's where the question is, we have this nerf now. The gate costs 75 mana both ways. So if you want to rotate and gank one side and then head back to your own lane, you're paying 150 mana for that. So you're losing a lot of potential once you head back down. So, you know, I'm very curious to see if you can itemize around that by buying, you know, some extra mango, or you're buying clarities to gate now or whatever, but you obviously can't just gate, lose all your mana, come back to lane and be like, hey, carry, I'm back, I have nothing for you, you know? So, gotta play to your strengths.
Yeah, we do, of course, have a pause at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, so apologies for that. Should hopefully be able to get the game started soon.
Why do you get a pause again, Owen? Why are you pausing the game? Caster, start the game. Caster, start the game.
But also, one thing I want to ask as well when it comes to Tundra's lineup. Last game, you felt with their draft that they were maybe trying to do something that was kind of embracing the patch, maybe a bit too much. Do you think we're sort of seeing some sort of experimentation here, or to you, does this draft make more sense in the context of the meta as we've known it from the patch beforehand?
I would say compared to the way games were played yesterday, this is a bit more in line with what we saw other teams do in the meta. I think this time you're not like first phasing a line and running an Abaddon core, which was barely played. The biggest curveball here for me is probably the Tiny that they're running here on Immersion on position 4. One of his best heroes, I think the hero is playable. I think it got changed a little bit this patch. I want to say it was mainly the tree grab that got in.
I don't keep in touch much with my previous teammates.
Hard to remember everything.
Some of them, like Bone 7 and stuff, sure.
Yeah.
And most of them, no.
20 goes 20, 25.
A lot of my old teammates, I think real life caught up.
Early cooldowns a little.
You know, you're playing Dota, and then you're 30, and you need an income source.
That's actually quite important, though.
And you can't even play Dota, because tier 2 Dota is fucking dead.
A lot of Tiny position 4 skill tree grab level 1. They use it to help CSing, to harass, and you're going to have more uptime on that. So that's actually a pretty significant change for the laning stage.
Okay, Jovi, no. I've only heard from him that he's now a day trader or something like that.
With the mana cost, right, on one of his spells got tuned down quite a bit.
You're right, yeah.
So it's
slowly but steadily getting up. Be ashamed to have a whole year without time.
I don't know, man.
Is the staple, more or less.
And day trading is some shit.
340, right. Avalanche level 1 is 90 mana instead of the flat 120. Scales up to the 120 now at each level.
And speaking of mana, like we just talked about with gates, perhaps that is a problem for this hero, actually, in this patch, that the teams might have not even thought that much about. Tiny's base mana is terrible. And if his, you know, he uses both of his spells that cost, I think, 210 at this point, right?
Yeah, so level 1.
It's good money, you've got the brains. It sure is, dude.
Yeah. So you're gating with a cost of, like, let's say 200 to 220. You pay 75 for the gate. That's your entire
I only know one person that's successful with day trading, and that's Fluff and stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm not even sure if he's still successful now. He was, like, I think 2 or 3 years ago?
If you want to make that move, right?
I haven't really kept in touch either.
Somebody in the lane that you gank has to be able to help you out with a bit of regen, whatever you do. But yeah, interested to see that. I think that's going to be one of the biggest changes in the meta of Dota in the first few minutes, is certain heroes that really like doing that in the first 10 will want to do it instinctively, and then they get there.
I'm gonna fuck their ass. Yeah.
Probably going to take a little bit getting used to for players.
And as you say, just the fact that if you don't get anything with that twin gate play, it's going to be doubly as painful. Because you're going to return back to your own lane and you're going to have nothing to play with. Or at least not unless you've got the consumables and the regen out to support such a move.
Now is trading not a fancy word for gambling? Because trading is not pit against you as gambling is. In gambling, let's say a casino with slot machines or other similar things, the house always wins. That's how it works. They make money by you losing money.
I think Tundra tried to make a couple of moves that weren't successful, and then the game eventually...
Mathematically, they will always make money. This is how it is. On trading, it's not the case.
So I don't think BetBoom want to take the game in the same direction.
No,
so
because you got
kind of both teams are upping the pace here, right?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, Nightfall on a Slardar, it's going to be pretty different to a Nightfall on a Terrorblade.
Yes. And it obviously goes to show that by first picking the Slardar and getting double counterpick for BetBoom, there were different avenues you could have gone down, right? You could have tried to get a greedy carry that has a good match.
You don't understand I have a system? That's so funny you say that. I heard this line before from other people. It's like, no, I know how the slot machines work. It's a pattern. I can see the pattern.
Almost had their hand forced a little bit to go in this direction. I don't think when they picked Slardar it was initially, alright,
ah, fuck, man.
No, I think they picked it with a flex.
This was an adjustment.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, a lot of things to consider with how heroes are going to be played in this new patch. And once we do just have this momentary technical pause.
When you pit it against the big fishes and corpos, I mean, sure, dude. They will always exist. Human nature, greed, and all that yada yada.
Pull a patch up in the middle of the tournament. I have lost tournaments because they have pulled patches in the middle of the tournament.
Yeah, I guess it is unlucky. What you gonna do?
So, you know, keep it real. I mean, it's a shit show, and I'm all for it.
It's pretty obvious what they're changing to. Like, I think some neutral items and some items and stuff. I think in terms of balance, it doesn't seem like they're balancing any heroes or anything. If they do end up changing heroes, that'll be a big deal. I doubt they will, honestly. I don't know, it's valid. I mean, we'll see. But I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna release patch right in front of the playoffs. Let's hope it's gonna be just frustrating.
More fun to watch as a viewer, but not so fun for us because like everything's like.
See what that's what I just said.
Honestly, at this point,
fuck
just
players.
drop it. You know, like I feel like if it would be way more fun, but like also chaotic.
I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised because I feel like they've done crazy stuff like that before. Like you just kind of have to adapt. But like my initial thought is that like what the hell.
Like, let's say Tormentor can't be soloed by some heroes because it has more armor, or like so minus armor is like good at doing Roche. That will change a big.
And bro, you're literally describing mathematics.
That could have a big
Look at this, it's not even mathematics on casinos, it's always rigged to spit out jackpot or winner's amount of plays and it will always be a negative. The math behind it is literally, you cannot win eventually. that is the math behind it.
Done that. They need to keep being consistent and still creating shit shows because that's the way the game works. That's the, you know, the core, the essence of it, you know, at this point.
Like, very simply put, if you keep playing, eventually you run out of money. There's no way around it.
Front row here, how you enjoying the show so far?
I enjoy very much, bro. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Who do you think's gonna win this series?
I like its glasses.
Tundra! Okay.
My buff.
Okay, any support for Tundra out there? Fun? Yes, Tundra fans, right over here. That was a big yeah. They can hear you right now. They're sitting there trying to get back into the game. Any words out there for Tundra?
Shout out to my boy White Boy from Indonesia. Indo Pride, let's go Tundra.
Indo Pride, all right. Oh, we looked over to give a thumbs up. Good.
Malaise.
All right, how you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling great.
Okay, fantastic. What do you think about the series so far?
Very balanced, I like it. Brings your toes, walking on your toes with this.
Balance, you say? The patch's been out for like an hour, bro. What do you mean it's balanced?
I'm talking.
Oh, the game, the teams are balanced. Yeah, game is not balanced.
Balance.
Now, guys, be careful out there. You think we're gonna go to a game 3?
Yes.
Yes, the prediction. Okay, one guy clapped. Thank you very much, sir. He's excited. All right. What? Oh, guys, guess what? I got some news. The game's ready. Let's get back to the catches, my friends. Let's get in there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stacks. Indeed, we've got game 2 ready to roll here, ladies and gentlemen, between Tundra and BetBoom. So let's find out, indeed, if we are going to be able to get ourselves a game 3 in this best of 3, or if perhaps BetBoom are going to be able to send Tundra home. Let's see. It's all ready. Early action here. Smoke up from both sides. As you said, Cinderin, earlier, we should be expecting a lot of fighting this game. both teams not afraid of entering into the early game fights.
And I would say if you look at these teams and how they play inside their regions in general, I think a big part of the success that Tundra did have playing in the NA region when they were playing there was it came a lot from, I would say the way they challenged the other top teams of the region was very much through early aggression and a
They're
strong
playing on
early
latest
phase.
patch.
So these guys are no strangers to having to play this way. That said, BetBoom is an incredible aggression-based team, which is ironic when you looked at the last game. I thought it was a bit uncharacteristic for how they usually play, but they're obviously showing some flexibility and showing some development on that front in terms of like patience and just overall stability. But when it comes down to it, I think if these players could choose, this is the kind of game they would want to play every game. You know, like every hero has like a pairing or two that they can play around with and find kills, strong aggressive stun lineups with a lot of fighting in lanes. And now it's just a matter of who gets off on the front foot, because this is the type of game that has the potential to snowball really
What
heavily.
hero is this? It's tiny. Oh my god, I couldn't recognize him at all.
Potentially you get that extra item. You're just going to keep running at the enemy until you grind them to dust. So let's see if anyone can build that meaningful advantage. And obviously, laning stage this time is going to be so different from last time, right? We were talking about the invincible cores.
He was like 80% hats.
This time a bit more susceptible. I guess the least likely lane to have a kill on is probably the one we're looking at right now. I don't think Dragon Knight versus Storm is likely to bring anything from it, but the side lanes are definitely where it's at.
So the bottom lane, Pure backed up by Save here against Tomato and Whitemon. Up on top, Nightfall backed up by Toronto Tokyo against Immersion and Kasane. Let's see, I think sort of main focus on just how good of a game Nightfall will be able to have.
The skillful Lich players, they buy 4 mangoes and spam Q on you. And then they actually think they're good.
Mentioning that all this hero received was some sort of slight nerfs here and
It's
there.
very similar to the skillful CM players.
Right? I think all the
sort of the crush radius, the cooldown reduction, some of the talents related to it, a little bit weaker. See how well Toronto Tokyo's going to be able to create space for him down on this bottom top lane. As the bottom lane, in fact, Pure seeing heavy harassment here from Whitemon and Tomato. Well, this first sort of round of spam that Tundra's been able to throw out.
Pretty big detail off camera here. Nightfall was able to get 2 range creeps nice together with Toronto Tokyo. The way they manipulated this lane, essentially they got 3 melee creeps running.
I don't know what lane I'm playing this patch.
And that's when Toronto went for the push with the rocket barrage.
Just gonna play whatever's available.
And as a result,
I'll be mostly offlane. I really like offlane.
They got a pull. So this is actually a really, really big win for the safe lane matchup against the Razor. I don't think it's particularly likely they find a kill until they're level 3, perhaps, but you're definitely still not safe as the Razor here. Gyro hits the 2 here with homing missile up. If they line it up nicely with a bash, maybe there's some potential.
Yeah, it definitely feels like you could try and just overwhelm Kasane with the damage.
Immersion will only have 1 defensive spell. Keep that in mind. Until he's level 3, he has to choose now between Toss and Avalanche.
Bottom lane.
Yeah.
Save. He's gone. Tundra. They'll be able to secure themselves that first blood here, but this constant spam here from the Lich proves to be a bit too much for Safe to withstand in that lane. Leaving Pure now on his own. Both off-laners at the moment. Off to a slower start when it comes to farm. Just 6 last hits between on each of them right now here.
I think the biggest surprise of those ones is probably the Razor. Okay, bottom lane again. Whitemon getting caught by the shards.
Same time up top, we're seeing them sort of try and go for a kill onto Immersion. This
Lich
time,
players.
His head down bottom. Pure able to help take down Whitemon. Top lane, Toronto Tokyo barely getting away here from the efforts of the 2 of them. See a bit of control attempted here around this pull camp.
Trying to walk down body block
again.
Yep. Had to do that. That was a really good sentry timing from Immersion. He opened the camp at 2:58. A good tip for you guys out there, if you're looking to unblock camps, try to do it around that minute mark so you make it very difficult for the enemy team to react in time. But Toronto was on top of it here, being ready to body block with that opening, and as a result, that camp will be blocked, and he will be able to pull the small camp once again. That should push the wave into tower for Nightfall, which he's very happy with. What you want as the Slaughter against Razor is to not get the wave down to the Razor's tower so he can start walking the dog. You want to be in your little house. Avalanche toss. Okay, pretty good combo on Toronto
good
here.
Setup. They've got the static thing going, but he's under the tower. He's fine. Nightfall's going to head in and keep Kasane and Immersion held back away from Toronto Tokyo. Trying to trade into them as well, but has to respect the fact that Kasane's built up a fair bit of damage there with the links. Won't pull back.
We've seen this Max Crush build rise to prominence recently, but Nightfall is going for the more traditional 0-1-2 build here. with 2 points up in the bash. I think many of the offlane slaughters we've seen have gone 0 to 1. And even maxed out the crush to 1-4-1. Yeah,
he's going to make
the
that move
gameplay.
here. They've got the three of them ready to try and punish the fact that Kasani and Immersion are both sitting relatively low. Missile in, heading over towards Kasani. It should be enough to take him down. Nightfall with the final bash.
Oh, we fucked up shorts.
From Immersion.
Still okay? Still okay.
Crushes back up. Bet boom. With that move from Save will secure both the kills.
We're seeing exactly what we were talking about in the pregame, right? This is a game where there's so much volatility from playing the gate. And we're also seeing the other thing we talked about. Well, now Save doesn't have mana. So he's kind of just stuck up here, and he's starting to
That's the advantage here.
Under normal circumstances, he would probably gate back bottom and join his Wind Ranger, but he can pop his stick and then take the gate, and then he's just there.
I don't know.
He might actually just take this boundary and go back to base.
I feel it's rather even.
Or is he gonna make the walk?
I'm not fond of Slaughter carry.
He does have something on the courier, I believe.
Yeah, he's got
I think the heal doesn't scale well enough.
Has to buy that extra mana that he ends up losing from doing the gate play, but still well worth it, of course.
Yeah, sitting pretty low here as he steps quite far up the lane. They've got the boundless into the pullback of and the jump forward from the spring. A little risky of a position there for Pure to be playing in. We're sitting rather low and stepped up.
Nothing comes for free here. It's just such a terrifying lane to play against if you're alone. There's basically no hero that will do well against Lich Monkey King on their own. There's so much chasing potential, so much slow, so much damage. You can't TP out from the slows because each of the heroes have a stun.
Hard to say who wins off draft here. It's not like as obvious as last game when they were lacking in too many departments on Tundra. Here it seems well balanced out.
I think he's gonna go 0
the lanes look okay too.
And maybe even 3 in the wind run at level 5, just because, yeah, it's the way you stabilize the bot lane. I think aiming to play offensively by skilling Shackle Shot here is not gonna bring much with it.
Oh, the shorts.
Caught on the rune.
So once again, really safe, making these moves from top over towards
Jesus,
the mid,
that damage.
ensuring that Boom's cores start to have a good time. Of course, as we saw, Pure paying the price as he was left on his own. As Save definitely making up for it, for his absence down bottom, with the impact that he's having in the other lanes.
I think Save's play so far in this game has been... I didn't really see how he died the first time bottom, but you kind of have to make some sort of space for the Wind Ranger in the lanes. Maybe it was necessary, but his rotations have been pretty much perfect. Just massive impact out of the Tusk so far.
I don't think they have a big advantage in late game from the left. I mean, Storm is always nice to play.
Obviously also hard
Slardar is like... It's weird, you know? Slardar has problems farming towards late game.
And if you take the gate, as we've talked about,
He'll need to compensate with like a Midas or something. Or at least like get 20 so he can spam the nuke.
And the lane didn't need help, right? If he leaves top to go bottom, he's probably...
That's so does Monkey, I guess. Monkey's also not a super fast farmer. He's just like one of the above average ones.
Immersion will grab his own wisdom room, but Toronto Tokyo and save the... Gonna see if they can take him out. Backup comes in though. Tomato's in with a 2-man boundless strike. Toronto Tokyo, he's a couple of hits have been taken down. Tomato, one more to do it. He'll finish off the job. And Save, he's got to run. Immersion and Kasani hot on the chase. The plasma fields up, they'll slow him down. Bet Boom there with a failed attempt to take that wisdom rune away from Tundra. They don't get the rune, and they lose 2 heroes for the efforts.
Yeah, nice rotation there from Tomato. I think it's key there that he gets 2 kills. Well, he got one of them himself, I believe, but just that both heroes get killed off. If he only gets a kill on a support, that rotation is hardly worth it, but getting both of them there, very good.
Oh,
however,
I mean, he tries to go ahead for the gate, but indeed Nightfall's waiting for him as well at Toronto Tokyo. He's trying to get the ult off, but the bash is back.
What is he doing?
He'll get taken out. Tries to get
I guess he wanted to go back to bottom.
Lane, ends up getting sent back to base.
Great read from Nightfall to be camping up there waiting for the Monkey King.
See over in the mid, Brawl. They chase GPK a bit, but GPK still got enough mana in case Brawl just continues to push forward. The second round of the Dragon Form, though, you see already a lot of good pressure from Brawl. This
He's actually
already is going to be this tier 1 tower. Yeah, 8 minutes in, second usage really of the Elder Dragon Form. That's a very early tower to be taking.
Yeah, they also grab the power rune. It will be taken by Immersion, not the Dragon Knight, so potential gank here coming up. 2 points in Avalanche, could rotate down to bottom. It's a really good hero against Wind Ranger when you do get up close.
We'll save in Toronto Tokyo, they are on the hunt. They'll find Whitemon, power shot on mark here as Whitemon taken out here by the setup for the 2 supports. Tomato setting up in the trees. I see GPK, he's going to jump across. Tomato is able to get off the ult though. Primal Spring, and just the boundless strike down on the 2 of them.
That was pretty lucky for the Monkey.
They're holding their own here around the tier 1, and GPK...
That Storm was a pixel away from breaking his 3, and then he just dies there without casting anything.
Primal Spring from Tomato slows him up.
Although I think the Storm would have still died.
GPK as well as Tundra set up for Bet Boom's attempt.
I'll be playing Dyson Sway eventually, yeah. I don't have time.
Such a huge rotation.
Third time I'm saying it now. I don't have time.
First move before the Invis Tiny comes down, but this just transpires into.
I'm gonna spend at least like a week or two play Dota on the new patch.
I think it was super close as well. I think GPK was very close to cutting the tree that Tomato was on when he.
Yeah, exactly. If he would have cut the right tree with the zip, this is a totally different story. Because Wukong's command going off is the reason that Tundra even have a fight in them there. Otherwise, the Monkey King would have just been burst down straight away, probably. Now we're looking at a completely different outcome. So. Sometimes it's millimeters.
Top lane.
Oh no. Oh no. Are you okay?
Nightfall is more than happy to see him appear in a couple of times now where Tomato's tried to get some farm or make some sort of move on that top half, and both times Nightfall has shut him down.
And as we have established prior to the start of the game, this is a game where Slardar should be struggling in theory based on matchups. So being 3-0 and having
If I don't have time to play again, no man, watch tournament. So this is also part of what I want.
GPK?
I want everything.
Probably not surviving this one, unless...
I mean, GPK, he's having used quite a lot for it. We'll get the kill, and with the backup of Toronto, Tokyo, and enough mana in the bottle, he'll get away with it.
Slardar is taking the tower minute 10. That is...
He's getting a lot up here.
Very unusual. Opts to go for the Midas. He's going Midas into the new Echo Saber that uses Void Stone, so he'll get that mana regen flying out. And the full-on commitment to the Bash of the Deep build as well, right? He's maxing it out. This is the faster, I would say, if you're flat out just AFK farming, this is the faster build.
Tomato was very scared of them making a move there. He actually just lays down the ult to sort of deter them from chasing him for more. Will work in the sense that BetBoom back off. But Tomato, yeah, full defensive right now. It's been a couple of times that he's been picked off on this top part of the map. He can't really afford for it to happen again.
I don't even know what plays after this.
Also got his picked up.
Don't really care too much about team matchups. Just here to watch good Dota, that's it.
2 tier 1s already taken by Tundra. Mainly off the back of the Elder Dragon form pushes. See what?
Pure is going to go for a Maelstrom here. So, pretty standard. Obviously gives Wind Ranger the possibility of really killing Monkey King even during the ring if you have good positioning. Get that max win run up and running and stay focus fired with the Maelstrom procs. A little bit of backup from your Storm and you've probably got yourself arrested for a kill. Smoke now. Looking for an opportunity. This is the one tower they want to defend apparently. So this one they're not going to let Raul go for, but he recognizes what's going on very early.
I think understandable as well. You know, we've seen how
which team do I enjoy watching the most? Team Spirit, I think.
Because of the free farm that he's had. It's not a bad idea to try and connect with your Slardar to defend that tier 1.
They just play so damn well.
It's not going to come in from Tundra there, and BetBoom know it. They're swinging around over towards the mid area of the map. Raul feeling strong with the haste rune, able to step up and get the D ward. See BetBoom considering getting some sort of wraparound here from a bit of a different angle. Hard to do so. They don't really want to dive forward for Brian.
Grin as a player? I don't know, dude. He's good. I don't follow Dota enough to make an opinion properly. It's not like I analyze these players. Well, I watch like one Dota tournament a year. Sometimes two.
Chainfrost, BetBoom go diving for him on the bottom lane, which is the place that BetBoom will continue to hang around Pure here. The push begins here towards the tower. And Tundra, they're looking to connect and take this fight. Smoke comes in from both Immersion and Bryle.
They're too late, I think.
The tower's going to go. We'll see if Tundra still want to take a fight after losing it. Kasani having a bit of a poke. BetBoom, they themselves not going to take this as any sort of way of going in on the fight. They know that sort of play from Kasani, that backup is inbound, and they won't look to take this with the number disadvantage. In fact, they'll try and capitalize on the fact that potentially Tomato, they might find him on his own on this top lane. So if that's going to be the case.
Similar to last game, Kasane is going for the Solar Crest. Did that on the new bat, and he will now do it on the Razor. This item has obviously been reworked. He's now completing it up here. So it builds from Pavis and gives a barrier.
And you can't use it offensively, right?
I believe that is correct. You don't want to give the enemy barrier.
But yeah, no,
I'm trying to think of some really weird edge case where that would be a good thing, but I cannot think of one.
Well, Toronto, Tokyo, he's going to get caught here. They'll throw everything out. Whitemon just wants some dead, throws out a chain frost. Get a bit of value farming here, but the ancient stack pretty much getting cleared. BetBoom, they'll maybe try and take this fight. They're TPing over. They know that the Chain Frost has been thrown out, so no threat here from the Lich with regards to the ultimate. GPK will jump straight forward for Kasane. He can burst through this Razor. He'll get the coverage of Immersion with the Avalanche. Toss back as well.
Jeez, the tiny saves.
Save Kasane, but Pure, he's already found
If it is a save.
Nightfall will finish Immersion.
I don't think it's a
And
save.
chase for Kasane as well. GPK using all of his mana to try and close in. Pure is able to close up over towards the Razor. Another power shot. Is there anything else coming in to help Kasane? There isn't. There's no tower. There's no TP potential here from the rest of the team. Kasane left on his own. They'll lose the 3 of them. Betboom choosing the perfect time there to fight back against Tundra. As Tundra, they did go pretty deep. And as a safe, threw a lot down to just kill off Toronto Tokyo on the gyro. As soon as Toronto Tokyo's back in action on top.
What the fuck? What the hell happened to cooldown?
Apparently quite hard to take down this gyrocopter. Toronto Tokyo's able to drop the ult, step back, Prowl will blink in. That should finish off Toronto Tokyo, who was not expecting the Dragon to appear in those final moments, so he will finally die. Prowl now able to put some pressure onto this tier 1 tower top as well.
Yeah, I believe this was that an Arcane Rune Dragon form?
It was, yeah, it was popped during the end of it.
Yeah. Gonna have it again relatively soon.
Yep.
Yeah, that's one of the things that can happen that can really backfire when you try to go for a rune steal like that. So obviously Tundra, okay, maybe we'll never have time to talk about it.
No, but they're going to try and go for Kasane, but he's a tanky hero here on the Razor, and he's able to turn. Pure's going to die for this effort, and so it's Dave. This time round, maybe overestimating how much they could do to Kasane, is even without the other 2 heroes showing up, they weren't really close to threatening this Razor's life.
He is super tanky with Solar Crest. Solar Crest treads wand. It's such a long kill. But I'm actually kind of surprised they went for it, like you said. It wasn't even close, so. Get punished, as they should in that situation. Yeah, what I was saying about the Wisdom Rune fight before, when you're invading the enemy Wisdom Rune, you should expect them to show up in spades, right? When you start showing that intent, heroes are going to TP over. I think it was really crucial for Tundra's loss there that they didn't have Tomato connecting.
I didn't check the bug changes yet. Alright, what the fuck is Tomato doing this game? Is he paid?
He'll catch up Toronto Tokyo on the river.
Did they pay him?
TP out and he'll make it away before anyone finds him. They'll get the kill, they'll take out Tomato, they only lose Toronto Tokyo on the support gyro for it. Betboom continuing to have the favorable trade there.
They could somehow have got vision there on the Storm. That would have been a disaster for Betboom, but end up getting away with it, I should say. Yeah, I mean, the 1-for-1 trade is really good for them. They killed the enemy carry and lost their 5. So. GPK going a different build this game. No Orchid, doesn't feel like it's worth it. He's going the Kaya Sanj, really wants the status resist against these tons of stuns to try to mitigate the risk of being jumped. Could easily see this potentially being a Linken's game as well. You are playing against that Dragon Tail. Or maybe you do need the BKB, because there's too much. Let's see what he ends up choosing. He hasn't shift you or quick.
So Tundra
not listed anything.
Settle for the jump on save here towards the end of the smoke. Get a quick pick on the mid. Tomato's able to get involved. More money for him to help him towards that Desolator.
I wonder if what people are doing in this game is going to become like popular, running multiple Solar Crests.
Engage net with DK.
Running one on the Razor, the Lich is building one as well.
That
so
is insane.
Other items that would traditionally be really good against these heroes, I think this is just okay, actually they were going to try for that one, but okay, we'll get away in time. You know, whenever you buy Solar Crest and a support, you're buying it at the expense of Glimmer Cape or Force Staff, if you think of it that way. Or, you know, whatever other item Midas, if you really want to go that route. I guess they're really valuing the barriers against this heavy single target damage that Slugger has to offer, but I don't know. Feels like a good Force Staff game to me.
Again in the mid. Tell you what, I think it's sort of been the 3rd Chain Frost was being wiped on throw down onto Toronto Tokyo, and each time it certainly worked out. Another pick off here, in which Tomato is able to join up and get a bit of a gold bounty and an XP with that pick off.
Do you like the new cooldown?
I seem pretty. I mean, he's using it very easily, like to just clear waves, push forward. I mean, ultimately, what does sort of the changes mean for it?
It means that, like, let's say you missile someone and they're running away from the missile and then you call down. They now have to either run into the missile or run through multiple calldowns back to back, right? If they're taking that path. I actually think the new cooldown might be really, really powerful with specific combinations where you forcefully displace enemy heroes or have a way of, yeah, just how to say, making their only path to run straight back, right? Like if you can block them off on the side, so you either run along the path of the cooldown or you just die. I think there's definitely something there, potentially. This used to be a high-level talent.
Yep. He's going to be able to get the instant shackle shot onto Whitemon. They'll snowball over the
Oh
wall.
no, that DK def. Oh no.
To make sure he can completely commit in on towards the DK and look for more now as they go into the river, chase down Kasane. BetBoom hitting very, very hard at a point where Nightfall's getting involved. It's continuing to have a flawless game. 4-0-5 on the carry Slardar and not afraid to fight now.
Disassembled his Echo Saber to get the BKB timing for this play, and it pays off big time. It's always fun with these like hero dynamics of plus armor versus minus armor when you discuss like who's really favored, right? Because you could say Dragon Knight's one of the better heroes against Lara because he's pretty tanky. But well, your hero's generally reliant on being tanky, so when you mitigate that, like who's really countering who here, right?
Yeah, he's just gone in a couple of
died
flashes.
so quickly in this instance.
Kasane as well.
Yep.
It's a lot of damage coming out from this Slardar.
I wonder if these barriers are going to come back to bite them. I mean, it also gives armor, right? So it's not like the Solar Crest is bad, but in these situations, if you're caught, are the barriers really going to save you versus Force Staff, like where you can reposition your heroes to get away? Gonna see how it develops here. So minus armor, speaking of, Tomato will get a Desolator, obviously on the opposing side here, but big DPS increase for him as well as his other 2 cores who do significant physical damage. So I like him going this route this game.
Still difficult for him to turn up to fights. BKB queued up next, but it's going to take quite some time to get there. As we've seen, even in this sort of game, when the BKB is done, there's still absolutely ways that BetBoom can threaten the cause of Tundra. It's not an easy game for Tundra to itemize.
I think if you BKB
If they get this kill, it's a free Roche after.
Like, you're probably still in trouble, honestly. So.
Oh, they're hunting down there.
Yeah, not easy indeed. GPK.
Where's the Storm? Storm is still mid.
He opted for the Witchblade, and he will not upgrade it yet. So he will not be getting the new axe that I already forgot again what's called.
Parasma.
I don't understand how you can remember that. Okay.
He's going to get jumped to the backup here. Sidelines will be able to drop down the ult and the pound list. BetBoom, they'll kite it out. They'll step out. Chain Frost, they're going to be able to split, save, falling low.
He fucking tried himself now.
In his own shards. It doesn't matter. He's still able to live through this. They weren't quite able to finish him off. And now GPK will zip straight over towards Immersion. Tundra, they have to run. Whitemon's able to hide in the trees and TP out. He'll make it away from this, but we're seeing absolutely.
Student just fighting about DK too. Ah, that free Roche comes now. Well, it's not quite free, I guess. I'll play Darkest Dungeon 2 DLC? Yes, I will. Which is another game to the list of the time that I don't have.
Back against BetBoom in a 5v5, it's going to become increasingly more and more difficult.
One of the absolute biggest upsides to playing Slardar as a carry here is obviously he can do a ton of the damage to the Roche himself. A lot of the time when you see Slardars go to Roche, they'll offer a Corrosive Haze as an offlaner and maybe not have that much in the tank, but he's really high level. He's got high attack speed, Orb of Destruction, and obviously is building to kill single targets in his itemization and has more net worth than an offlane Slardar usually would. So it's going to be a pretty quick.
I was thinking about doing a week of shitty games.
Down very easily. And Nightfall is now
right before New Year, so.
Queuing up both items for now. Curious to see what the verdict is going to be.
Oh, there's new dark type maps too? I didn't even know. But yeah, we'll play those too. Yo, yo.
Okay, it wouldn't be a BetBoom game without a little bit of Tormentor fun.
I mean, they got it. It did cost them a couple of lives.
The Tormentor got buffed this patch.
It did get buffed. What were the buffs, Cinder, and tell me?
So you can't give it below 0 armor.
Correct.
And it has an aura.
It does.
That burns for DPS. And effectively, these heroes, this is, you know, good old muscle memory, I almost want to say. We could have definitely done this yesterday. I wonder if we can do it today. And Save is like, all right, guess I'll save myself.
At least he had his snowball. You know, he was fine in that one. But yeah, the new ability.
Whose fault is that? The fucking support, of course.
On a 0.2 second interval.
Fucking support players calling for Tormentor.
That consistent damage adds up.
Why is it always BetBoom this happens? It's so funny to me. It's always them. Well, they got it.
They got it.
And the shard went to Save,
it did.
So he will be able to. I mean, it's not the greatest, especially because his build is only 1 in the shards. So obviously, you would like to have more points. If you have 4 points in shards, you can actually clear full creep waves with this ability. But for now, won't be the case. A little bit of a technical pause here. Maybe they are reading the patch notes about why they died to the Tormentor.
They might be. They're like, hold on, this is a bit stronger than last time.
It's BetBoom though, so they could be reading those patch notes every day, and they would still find a reason to die to the Tormentor. It's just, it's part of the team's DNA. Every team has their Achilles heel. For BetBoom, it's not the opposition. It is the map that always is in their way.
Smoke time here from Tundra. On the way towards the top. The only one around that area was GPK, and he's out. Even if he stuck around, he did still have his Aegis.
It's a strong smoke from BetBoom. Tundra are going to try to match them, but this is going to be all about who gets the initial vision. If you see the Monkey King first and you jump him, the fight's almost lost immediately. There's so much burst damage.
Monkey doesn't have VKB yet.
The Starter Dagger completed can easily connect on the move as well. Setting up some good offensive vision in the enemy triangle, which is actually going to see Tomato here.
They're going to be able to go straight away from Toronto Tokyo, but the snowball save there. They'll go straight back towards Brava. He's tanking, they're turning. The boundless strike comes in now into the turn, and Tomato's able to get the ult off in time. Whitemon's being fully focused by GPK, and Pure is in with the BKB. He's able to bring down both Whitemon and Tomato, and now looking over towards Brava, they'll finish off a 4. As BetBoom, more than happy to take these fights, that Tundra, unfortunately for themselves, walk in towards Kasane. Also in a whole world of pain, he's surrounded. It's going to
Can't take this fight without BKB. I'm pretty sure they have BKB on everyone on BetBoom.
To fight right now, it's just
yeah.
in comparison to what Tundra have.
Storm doesn't.
So BetBoom placed this really good offensive ward at the enemy triangle, and it sees Tomato.
Wait, at Aegis anyway.
But that's not where the fight starts. The fight starts in the.
I haven't finished Pathfinder. I did.
On the fact that Monkey King needs to flank in from the left.
I finished both Pathfinder games.
Runs him down and kills him solo. Like Pure just flat
Castles later? Maybe much later, but I think me and the boys want to play some Dota 2. New patch.
Not a bad jump from Tundra by any means. They just couldn't bring Tomato into it. Immersion. All right, he will live. There's another Frost Shield plus Solar Crest. There's quite a lot of defense.
It's going to be quite concerning though for Tundra. They've not been able to make any real moves in this last 10 minutes, and once again, as in game 1, they're falling behind. A little bit faster this time, down 10k behind BetBoom. It's BetBoom, they're only going to continue to scale. Save Midas on its way out.
I want to play Battle Trauma too, but no time and no players.
They'll have enough burst to bring him down. See if BetBoom can punish this. Saves him with a shard trap. He's caught Immersion. Nightfall assessing as the situation, looking for the best entry to get in on this. He'll go for Whitemon first. Now he'll turn for Immersion. Sure, they get Toronto Tokyo, but once again, it's just BetBoom cleaning up these kills. Pure, they want to get both of those. So more money here for the Wind Ranger. BKBs are flying out. GPK's got his done, so he's got 45 seconds left on the Aegis, but with the BKB done on the Storm now as well, how on earth are they going to get these core kills? It's looking much more difficult now for Tundra as opposed to that point earlier where they were trying to make these smoke movements. At this stage, well, what is the plan for Tundra? Do you still try and look for these fights, so you just got to avoid and hold back, wait for Tomato to get his build online?
I mean, your lineup doesn't really have many other options, right? I guess you can maybe stall out until Tomato has BKB, so you can at the very least have a better chance of standing his ground against the Wind Ranger. But the fact of the matter is, top 3 net worths are on the enemy team, and we already saw in the previous fight what Pure could do to him, so it is really hard. And on top of all of that, let's say you get your
it's
items.
ogre.
How do you open the fight? Who do you go on?
They can only wait for the finish now.
Snowball saved, and they will be able to pop BKB when they come out of that, except if they're the gyro. So picking your poison is really the name of the game here. Finding a clean engagement. Maybe you can do some sort of poke and prod. Maybe the absolute best play is a blink tossback. I honestly think that's the highest probability play you have. If you blink tossback into a Dragon Tail. But already that is quite execution heavy. You need to be in the right place, the right time on 2 heroes. You need to see the right target, and then you need to pull it off. Yeah, the options are definitely starting to fade. Because the other way to do it is to play the fights a bit slower, right? And try to poke and prod. But I just don't think your lineup wins that type of fight against BetBoom, right? You don't really have the best poking abilities. BetBoom, if you...
I never finished RDO 2.
They're just gonna jump you and kill you.
That game was fucked up. Like it was non-functional on PC.
You've got Frost Shield and you've got these 2 Solar Crests, but BetBoom will just redirect their focus to another hero.
It just kept caching after like 20 minutes of playing.
Storm can jump another guy, Wind Ranger can continue wind running, Star has Sprint and Dagger. We saw that in the
finish it now? No, the guy don't want to bother with that early game again. Too lazy to play it.
Trying to be sneaky here.
It's so slow.
He's quick with the blink, but safe, so he is as well. They'll jump in under the tier 2. They're not afraid to dive for this as they'll get immersion. DP's coming in. I mean, Pure just pots the BKB, looks to chase down Whitemon. Whitemon will get back up to the safety, the high ground. Pure, he's going to have to use the rest of his BKB to TP out, and he'll make it away from that. He's able to escape. See if Tundra can punish BetBoom at all. Looking towards Nightfall, but Nightfall pots the BKB. If they got any way to control him, it doesn't look like they do. Nightfall's able to continue to retreat. Save is going to have Blink back up again in 5 seconds. Have they got any way to cancel it in time? Plasma Field, it's not going to reach him. Save, he's going to be out as well. Bet Boom, they're able to go full retreat and make sure the Tundra, they get nothing from that, even with them committing with the buyback from Immersion.
I'm gonna play Baldur's Gate 3 on the mode, yeah. Eventually. I want to wait for more patches. I think Elden Ring is also the best game ever made, yeah. For me, that is the highest rated game of all times.
Maybe saving the rune for someone? No, he will take it himself now. Almost level 20. It's going to bring him up to probably the
Another one for the list, yep. Baldur's Gate 3 honor mode. For that one, I really want to wait for maybe 3 or 4 more big patches.
He's in with a 2-man crush. The backup's in from Bedroom Fuel. Get the circle shot down on the brow. Tomato looking for the ultimate here to lay down over towards Nightfall. Groundless strike is not going to quite catch on the Nightfall. Nightfall gets away to the side. So continue chasing. Kastani is trying to finish Nightfall, but he's not able to do so. Nightfall's able to escape through the tree line. He'll get away. It's only Save going down as just once again Betboom.
I heard they made the quests suck less dick in on Elden Ring. But yeah, they do suck dick otherwise. I can't believe Lords of the Fallen copied that style of questing. How awful.
Tries to stay on top of the Slardar. He can't finish him off.
I'm actually really surprised that Betboom even chose that fight. That was their choice. The Slardar went in for a 2-man crush, but he didn't have BKB ready, and Windranger didn't have hers either. So they kind of forcing a fight without having all their tools, and that almost came back to bite them with a little bit cleaner execution there from Tundra. Maybe they find a pick on that Slardar and build something out of it, but yeah, he does manage to disengage, maybe a bit too strong there with the Scepter. I think he did have that in this fight, so maybe why he had the confidence to go in. Obviously, you're way stronger in those pools, but still an unnecessary risk really there for Betboom that could have gone wrong. They do salvage it, only losing Save in the process, but yeah, it would probably be wiser to just chill and wait until you have your BKBs for every single engagement when they're on your terms.
You would still discover areas yourself, with or without the quests.
Slardar is now, if you thought he was unkillable before, he's rocking a shield rune for the
Elden Ring questing is fucking dog shit. The Dark Souls style.
Definitely make it even harder.
It's like, oh, be here exactly this time before you go here, and otherwise your quest is bricks. Also, you have to save if I'm dying from random shit.
Especially with the
And it's all knowledge checks.
You love that one.
I don't give a fuck about the Wukong game. Bro, how the fuck is anyone hyped for a game like that? They show like one gameplay trailer and then 3 years of nothing. Like, what the shit? Who gives a fuck? I don't care when it's out.
How on earth do they find a way to catch Betboom by surprise every single time, even when, as we just discussed, Betboom
New trailer? Who gives a fucking shit?
Betboom are just getting away with it every single time.
I don't care when it's out, dude. Who the fuck gives about some shit trailer?
It's very scary for Tundra to be making this move, but at the same time, they have to look for something.
Yeah, Ryle with the... At the very least, he can keep pushing out this wave with Fireball, right? So he doesn't... They don't need to expose any hero to keep the push going. And get some position here.
Oh hey, he has the thing now, where he just one-shots waves. And apparently his life. Nah, he's fine.
But the BKB's there, Night falls away. They'll turn their attention out towards Toronto, Tokyo. The tree coming in towards him. Kasani will chase him out. They'll kill off the gyrocopter. If Kasani can turn for more. Plasma Field comes down to the three of them. Look for Zay, but look at this damage coming in from Pure as he focus fires down Kasani. And now the buybacks are coming in from Betboom. They're happy to keep this fight going. GPK zips over towards Whitemon. He'll get tossed up here. He's falling low on mana, but he's still
no, you're gonna focus DK, I think. Fuck it. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. He's not getting a hit off. What the hell is that item? Parasma.
GPK, I think, in that fight, full-on solo Tomato off-screen. He jumped him in the bottom left in the tree line and just killed him with that magic damage, or magic damage amplification, or resistance reduction, I should say, from Parasma, just obliterating the enemy carry. And that didn't necessarily look like the worst initiation from Tundra, but again, it's just kind of awkward, right? You're jumping with Slardar, he pops his BKB, disengages, your BKB start running low, the enemy team gets as much info as you do. Over the course of the fight, just slowly but steadily whittling them down from multiple angles. The only real quick assassination there was the GPK kill, but that was the biggest one. If Tomato doesn't get to play the fight, you just don't have enough in the tank.
18k down now. Tundra.
Aegis on Storm. I mean, GPK can honestly kind of just do whatever he wants, right? He can jump someone completely recklessly, try to kill them. If they turn around and kill him the once, he can BKB his second life, and they have no way of stopping it. And they can't kill him once he BKBs, so essentially a completely just has a free pass into the next fight to give his team all the information in the world. And really, when you think about it, the only thing BetBoom's lineup needs is vision. As long as they see something, they can just pick that target and let the fight develop. So shouldn't be too difficult for them. They have so many good ways of acquiring that vision. Windrunner can run in with her Aghanim Scepter. You have Storm that can jump to give vision. You can Shard. Slardar can just, as we saw in the previous fight, just bait. Kasane, oh, he was thinking about it on GPK there, but this is obviously a lot of heroes here, but I think if Pure was in the neighborhood, they might have just jumped that.
For sure, yeah. GPK's not got a lot that he's scared of right now. I think what ended up just dying the once last game so far here is 7-1 of 10. It's looking like he's on track for a bit of a repeat level of performance in terms of his KDA.
And he's about to complete an item we haven't seen yet today, I believe, the Bloodstone. I don't think that was bought in the first series either. So this item has been changed this patch to get a new ability that is the only item in the game that has, which I find to be quite random and interesting to say the least. So plus 75 AoE radius increase, and this should affect all of his items and all of his skills. So he will have more AoE on static remnant explosion, I guess?
Yeah, and I think
on the overload proc.
I think so.
On the ball lightning with.
Sort of the other, yeah, I think it's on him pretty much at all.
If you get Ags on him as well for the Vortex, the radius of that should probably be bigger too. So all of his abilities can synergize with this. It'll be interesting to see if it ends up playing much of a role in some fight, where we could definitely say with confidence the extra 75 AoE was what did it. But
I mean, one thing without a doubt, when he's got that done, the amount of mana and energy.
Those TPs!
Tomato's been caught. He'll try and get the BKB in the
Oh no, man. Ah, dude. He has so many bad deaths this game.
He is out for 60.
This has been a really hard game for him. I mean, it's also fair to say, obviously there was the first pick from Tundra in response to the Slardar, so he will get counterpicked, but man, the way they set up the lanes and the way especially GPK has been playing around the map has made the life of Monkey really, really difficult.
I mean, and this whole sort of like pivot of the Slardar into the carry position, it's just looked fantastic, right? As you said in the draft, there's a lot of ways that other teams may have played this game with a Slardar in their lineup, and against what Tundra has, could have been punished. But the way that BetBoom have done it, it's been flawless. He's 8-0-15.
I'm really impressed with Nightfall being deathless this game. I think it's one thing to have a good start, but he's just really converted it so well, not overstepping the boundaries. He's been close to the limit, to be fair. He's tested it a couple of times, but
GPK, I mean, just does insane amounts of damage now with how farmed he is. That build, Plasma really just amping up how much he does solo. Nobody is safe to come out on the map on their own here for Tundra. They want to have any sort of chance, they've got to be grouped up. At the same time, in doing so, it's really hindering their chance of...
What's the next matchup? This shit's Ogre.
Kasane and Tomato in particular continue to sort of fall behind. Only really Brawl that's keeping up at some sort of level because of that Midas that is rocking. Stop.
Falcon Liquid. That sounds kind of nice.
Tomato here, drags it back with the harpoon. I mean, Tomato will get the BKB off, but it's not really going to do a whole lot for him as Tomato gone again.
Tomato. Not Tomato again.
He just can't breathe.
BetBoom just literally crushing him here with Nightfall's play. At this point, the matchup, it's just not one that you want to be in as a Monkey King. This Slardar is enormous.
And it's the fact that despite, you know, we talked about the Slardar lane matchup being good in lane, he has no good core matchup. He's not good against Storm, and he's definitely not good against Wind Ranger either. So it's understandable Tomato's having a rough one because it's just a tough
They first pick a Monkey Core, of course this game is shit. What the fuck?
To be a pivotal part of
I was looking at that, I was like, huh. Monkey King is like such a counter pick to melees in lane. And if you don't get that matchup, it just feels like shit.
He's tried to go pretty aggressive. He's going to have the backup and save with the snowball. Here's able to hook the BKB and Wimrun away. He's actually going to get away with it. He's going to be able to live. He turns with the
No.
of the pouch over
No
the
fault.
Sunny puts the BKB. Get caught by the first round of bashes. Doesn't matter though. Still able to separate himself and get back up to the high ground. Nightfall now out of mana. If they can continue to control
Abandoned.
stun. Jump forward here from Bradley.
How the fuck are they doing all this without their carry? How is that possible?
But the shackles there from Pure. He holds back the efforts from Brawl. They'll turn and settle towards Toronto, Tokyo. Toronto, Tokyo, the Ogre Seal Totem will be able to live a little longer, but finally does fall. Whiteman able to finish him with Blast. They will manage to get the two supports. I mean, the cores survive from BetBoom, but definitely a situation there where I think Pure, you know, he's sort of...
Game delayed by 5 minutes. Feels good, man.
This is like a mandatory part of BetBoom this series. Pure has to He has to
Just go for that play.
I don't know if
Which,
I would call that
we love
limit.
to see.
I don't know if I would call that limit testing. I think he knew that was too bad. And he did it anyway. I mean, that,
And saves like, here we go again. I've got a blinking save with my snowball.
I mean,
Prospero saved his life.
he did get saved, but it cost them 2 square. I think maybe they lost. Was that their own gem that dropped on the ground? I think it might have been. So, yeah, save lost the gem there.
Oh no. It's
I mean,
something.
You've got a pretty big buffer here for Bet.
You have.
But, I mean, don't make too many of those mistakes, or obviously Tundra can definitely find a way back. So. A little bit. I don't know if cocky is the right word there, but yeah, I'll stick with cocky. That was a little bit cocky.
Yeah, pure. He'll wait until he has his Daedalus done before he goes for that sort of play next time. Because then once the Daedalus is done, he'll probably be able to kill them quick enough that he can afford to dive into 4 heroes alone.
Big talent here, by the way. As a side note, 225 heroes on the side of Bedboom. Starter, Undispellable Corrosive Haze.
Farm speed. Finally.
Attack bonus, which he also took last game.
What level is that on now? 20?
Nightfall focusing way more.
Yeah, 20.
Way less
And
on
short,
the
I think.
crush aspect of the hero. He built it differently in the
OP,
start.
OP.
And now he's choosing the Undispellable Haze talent, so cannot remove it with the Dragon Knight Manta. Can't remove it with. Do they have anything else? I guess it has the Yules and the Tiny. BKB. They didn't really have that many dispels to begin with, but he's just protecting himself against it.
Bedboom, they're charging over the map towards Tundra. See who they catch first. Immersion, he's out with a blink. Very quick reaction there. And may just be enough to save him. They'll check over towards the area that Tomato was playing in. This time round, Tomato's out in time. Be able to back away, get his next item.
He's calling him Tomato, right?
The Monkey King.
There's no way he's saying Tomato.
Like the first move that Bedboom have made in quite a while where they didn't find someone. So this time around, Tundra get the dodge. But they don't get anything for it. They get to survive, but no presence.
Just listen to when OD says it.
Yeah. I think there's a good chance that Bedboom want to re-invade that area at minute 42.
And have a look at this as well. I don't know if you got the chance to talk about this, but we do have the new Shivas picked up on Kasani.
True. So this has been changed so it uses Veil now.
Up the volume a bit.
I'm trying to remember everything. This item is so different. Like everything is different. So it reduces the attack speed of
What the fuck is this item?
Regeneration and lifesteal as usual as well.
It's the active.
But it also gives. It increases the. Is this specifically spell amp, right?
Yeah, 15% more damage.
So 15% spell amp, and it's from all types of spells. So it should also affect physical damage spells that you have. I don't know if they. I guess they technically don't really have anything that will synergize with that directly, but yeah, just a new flavor on the Shivas that makes it better on certain heroes and certain lineups to have that spell amp part of the wave. And the build-up's different and all the stats are different, so. But it still does the same thing about giving vision and giving armor. That's a constant.
Smoke on smoke here. Who's going to be the one to be jumped first? Toronto Tokyo heading in to try and get some information here for Bedboom. Tomato
Oh my god. Oh my god, that jump.
There. Good reactions from Tomato to make sure that he isn't jumped here by that first attempt from Nightfall. And now Immersion. Look for the jump back, trying to look for the toss. He will get it on towards Toronto Tokyo. They focus the Gyrocopter first. Toronto Tokyo able to pop the Ghost Scepter and able to get out. Toronto Tokyo's going to live. Immersion goes down. Nightfall, he's found his target. He's in on top of Tomato. Tomato will get the ultimate.
Tomato.
Nightfall and GPK able to easily take him out. They've found 3. They'll find Kasani as well as they run him down through the BKB. They even catch Brawl hiding in the corner of the map. They'll hunt him down, put a stop to his TP attempts, kick him out of the server. As the 4 or 5 of them taken out once again. Triple kill for GPK. Bedboom starting to lose count really at the amount of team
Don't wanna
they've been
rush?
finding this game.
No?
We actually had some temporary evidence
All right.
where he ended up landing because there was a little
Fuck
bit
it,
of a
push.
water pool out there. Toronto Tokyo with a fun reaction here. He walked into the Razor ult and died on his gyro. After getting a heroic escape, he just...
Look, he pings Roche, guys. Like, what the fuck, Roche? You idiots.
That looked pretty cool. He landed up all the way up.
Another Vec.
This is once again a fight as well in a situation where Roche is there waiting for them.
Yeah.
So Bedboom into the pit they go. Nightfall, he'll be able to get his his next item done with the upgrade to the Blink, Swift Blink.
This one's got a banner.
It's got a Roshan's banner. Go, let's
Roshan's banner?
Yeah, so you can place a banner anywhere on the map, and the creeps that pass by the banner get 45 seconds of 50% extra damage and 75%.
This feels like a Heroes of the Storm kind of item. Like event item.
On the creep wave. GPK was fake denying it. I think he really doesn't think it's good. And here's the kick. All right, let's see it. Oh. So, it's coming in a sec. Don't worry. I promise.
Oh, there's Leak at it too? I didn't remember.
There for the next 10 seconds, randomly. I don't know. I thought that was fun. Anyway, yep. Roshan banner. Did they give it to anyone? Did they just straight up instantly use it? Where is it?
Dota is becoming like League. Dude, Dota has been taking ideas from League and Heroes of the Storm for like the last 2.5 years.
Okay.
What was that?
They're pushing pod, guys.
All right, you just dropped it down here. I think it was also a similar thing about in the secret game, right? They just dropped it.
All right,
they didn't really care for it.
So to me, the way this just got used, to me this is a protest, effectively, when I see this.
More than 2.5, more like 5 years.
No, I mean this isn't terrible, right? You're buffing up the 3.
This is effectively him saying, I would have rather had a refresher shard, is what I'm reading here. Sure, you're putting a little...
Yeah, you're putting this extra pressure on bottom.
Okay, was a start? I think Spell Amp was a start. I don't know how long that was ago, but it was this patch where they added like secondary sets to main attributes.
How long it lasts. The banner lasts 5 minutes.
Yes.
It's the buff that lasts 40
So I think they're onto something with the placement here. It's not bad at all. Mid lane immersion, he'll get caught.
So what I thought was that the banner lasts 45 seconds and he was going to buff like 2 waves. I'm like, okay.
Oh, the Talon was a hot string for sure. Yeah, you're right. I remember looking at that. I was like, wow, it's quite shameless, you know.
More so for me than anybody else.
Because now they can put the pressure on themselves top, and indeed these buffed up creeps are just going to keep that bottom creep wave pushed all the way in.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Pango's vector targeting was not from that. That's from Han. Han already had vector targeting.
Oh my god, the damage!
He's dragged back the 2 of them. Tamari's fully solo. Be able to put the BKB and get out of this.
So yeah, they took shit from Han too.
He just escaped that effort. Trying to Tokyo just
he didn't escape.
He didn't. He ended up dying, and now outside of the base, Immersion's in trouble. He's tried to chase on 4, but GPK's back in, drags the 2 of them back. Brown's gonna get taken out, the 3 of them dead without buyback. Kazani's gonna get run down. He's trying to rely on this barrier to keep him alive, but he'll still end up popping triple kill for GPK. As this push, it's coming up to the high ground. They don't have much left to play here with Sin. Yeah, I think sort of in those moments as well, so just the ticks of damage from the Witchblade part of the Parasma.
This must be one of the worst Monkey King performances.
On their attempted escapes, they'll get the mid-rack.
This is some shit.
They can go for the Megas.
First big monkey for this.
They've got a lot of options open here, Betboom. 38k, 39k lead.
I can't imagine what their plan was.
Oh my god, those are some chonky siege creeps down bottom. 1600 health on each of those bad boys, and they're really big, which is just as intimidating. So here they come. Finally a way to siege creeps to get those buffed up, right? Always like the thing with...
Dude, what do you think sort of like the buffed up mega creeps look like?
Even bigger.
Oh, that's got to be insane. GPK, he's ready to do some fountain diving. I'm on. See, they can kind of bait GPK into any sort of dangerous play around the fountain. He still, of course, has the Aegis for a minute and 30 seconds. But boom, they're playing it safe. They're looking for the Megas. They'll be able to take down that bottom racks, take out the top, get the Mega creeps. Tundra, they'll have everyone back up in 15 seconds. And well, again, trying to see if they can get someone out close towards the fountain. This time they can. They'll get safe. They'll be able to get him tossed back into the fountain. Mega creeps are out. Merchant trying for a further catch on to Pure, but Pure's going to be able to step away. Boom. I mean, Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo.
I don't know what the 7,800 XD is.
How far Immersion looks to reach outside of the base.
Is it a graphics card? Sounds like one.
GPK low on mana. Still a minute left until that Aegis expires.
I think we need a camera on the banner right now.
Are we going to get some big creeps?
They're coming very soon, Owen. If this chase doesn't lead
CPU?
to anything,
no.
it's time for
I don't think it is.
Oh, they have my
They're happy
CPUs.
with the Mega creeps. They're TPing out.
The big boys are coming. How big can they get?
Whoa.
That's a chunker.
Look at that. The mega creep.
2,222
health on the melee one.
Did they really call it XD?
The ranged one, 1776.
No. Now this banner, it's done a lot. Great position for them to just slam it down straight away. GPK
X3D, oh.
Tundra here up top.
Fucking 3 XDs.
Yeah, he's able to even keep the Aegis safe. He'll TP back to base. Regardless, he's going to time out here in the next 20 seconds.
Oh shit, they're coming. They're going...
Oh, look at these poor old creeps.
Maget has it? Ah, shit, man.
Well, mega creeps.
Why does that not surprise me?
Now, the good news for Tundra is, well, there's not that much good news. You know, you're down 40k and you got Mega, but the banner is about to expire. But they got all 5 minutes worth of push down here. I'm actually kind of curious to see how teams use this, because the obvious thing, now that I understand how it works, is to do this, right? Where you place it and you push the opposite side of the map with your heroes. It's essentially a free split push where the enemy team has to always go and deal with the bottom.
It is pretty sure. I mean,
are teams going to realize the banner's down and then go look for it?
I think for sure, right? You know which lane it's on. You probably are going to at least maybe getting a support to smoke.
Does Maget have so much money? I think it's mafioso parents.
So
but I'm not sure. I'm too scared to ask.
But But yeah, you've got to be able to somehow
Might just
find
disappear if you
some
know
way
too
of
much.
getting one of your heroes out of the base to deal with it. Even so, it's finally come to an end. So
Do you remember how much radius it has when it gives the buff? Can you like
think
place
it's
it and hide it in the trees and still hit the wave?
I want to say it's like a 900 radius.
Because then they placed it in the middle of the wave, right? They could have technically placed it in the trees off to the side. Okay, kick.
Oh no.
They'll be able to put the BKB, but the physical
Oh
damage
no, the base is not safe.
He is gone. Same to be said for Tomato. This looks to be the beginning of the end here as they're diving in beyond the tier 4s. The remaining two members of Tundra desperately trying to get back towards the fountain, but Pure, he's ready to dive in with the BKB. They'll kick Prowl out of the fountain. GG is called.
It almost looks like the fountain has 2-strike.
Knocking Tundra out of the competition.
And I think it's just fair to say they were just better.
No, they were.
They were just flat out better. In this game, we talked about it. It was going to be a big brawl, tons of stuns, tons of rotations coming in, and
It does have a chance. Ah shit, man, since when?
Yeah, this might have to be something that teams are going to consider. By the way he's playing it, I don't think it's necessarily patching. Of course, we're seeing the Parasma in the later stages of the game.
The last patch. Oh, 30% 2 second to advance. Splash.
Aside, this performance on the Storm Spirit,
Ay.
I think, what, 15, 1, and 10? Game 1, if my memory...
They're always nerfing fountain diving.
Here. But all in all, of course, just
Slap me fountain dive in peace.
Betboom as a team. Nightfall with this switch up to get the Slardar in the carry position. 11-0-25. He plays it perfectly, Sid.
yeah, I think one of the key differences when you look at the scoreboard here is that on the side of Tundra, all of their heroes died a lot. The fewest deaths were on the Dragon Knight with 6. So all across the board in these fights that are kind of skirmishy, Betboom are always the ones killing cores. Like, sure, Tundra might have a decent amount of kills for their 25, but 22 kills here are on the 2 supports on the Nightfall side. It's Team Nightfall on the Betboom side. Nightfall 0, GBK 1, and Pure with the Thor. Just really, yeah, they just never really found the big kills on the side of Tundra in the fights.
They didn't.
Just kept falling behind step by step.
Okay, Power 7. What's the next game? Going to be Dota 2. Or if you mean in this, it's going to be Falcon vs Liquid. Hey, February Day 1. Jai Sharma, February 24. Evan Almighty, February 52. Alekman, February 3. I'm not K, February 52. Retikusa, February 24. Holy Knight, February Prime. Alphala Guns, February 18. And Kumadetsu, February 10.
Become a staple on the Storm Spirit. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Betboom today.
I didn't finish Rogue Trader.
Dota 2 as they give Tundra no
Still
chance
gotta
of staying in the
get back to it, see if it's... I have to actively fix my save, otherwise I have to go back 1 fight.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to our fantastic casters. Well done out there. And I am here with a fantastic player, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Toronto, Tokyo! Good to have you back on the stage yet again. I've asked you this question once, and I will ask it again and again. Do you guys understand how the Tormentor works?
Our Slardar tipped it out, and we said, okay, we don't care anymore this game, and we go suicide.
So you just left him to die?
Yeah. Slardar should kill this Tormentor solo, but he tipped it out, and we didn't care this game anymore.
Okay, very confident stuff there. Let me talk to you about the new patch, the banner. People want to know about this banner. Do you feel like it had any sort of impact? Were you guys excited when you got it, or is it just a random thing?
Only said, guys, it's banner, it will change the game. And he put the banner bot, and I don't know, I didn't even watch on this banner once, I don't know. Maybe it's fun to watch, I don't know.
It was very fun to watch. You don't think it changed the game? Effectively changed everything, this beautiful banner?
Yeah, of course, it's changed a lot.
Thank you so much for your honest answer.
Maybe it will, if it will be mega creeps with spells, it will be more fun.
Okay, we'll tell Icebreath. Thank you so much. All right, final question for you. Is there any hero that you guys are excited to still play with at this tournament that you haven't got a chance to test out? Phoenix was great. Gyro was impressive. Who do you really want to play?
For me?
Yeah.
Last days I'm practicing Puck. I can play Puck post 5, I think.
Okay, well, make sure that you ban Toronto's post 5 Puck.
That's the biggest bait I've ever seen in my life. I play Puck 5, guys.
Thank you very much, Slacks and Toronto, Tokyo, as Betboom take the series 2-0, and they move forward here at ESL One Kuala Lumpur. And I I do think. I mean, the banner was fun to watch. It did make a big difference, Kevin.
Oh, thank you, BRPXWS, for the 14. Any hope for the next monster installment? I'll see it when I see it. It still takes long before it comes out.
I guarantee that the next time he plays a pub and somebody banners him and he's sitting there like trying to defend on A, he's like, oh my god, these ones are killing me. Then he's gonna feel it.
Agreed, and I love the concept of putting the banner on a lane that you're not actually playing on, and then playing on the opposing sides, just depending on the banner.
Well, no, how much is the banner buff?
Making it so that the enemies don't have counterplay. Very, very creative stuff.
I mean, he was up like 40k gold. You know, he doesn't have to care about it, but yeah, when it's reversed, he will feel it. He will feel the pain of the banner.
Yeah,
75%? That's quite big if you have mega capes. You could almost use those for a fight. If you have a big double wave or something coming up.
Yeah,
you could
like,
ban that and
has
just
some
take a team
good
fight with
stuff
it.
Going on like early on and perhaps in like the early mid game as well, but eventually I feel like Bedboom, I mean Sin was saying it too, they just played better. The way they moved to even in fights, like it happened 1, 2, 3, 4 fights in a row, they survived with 10% HP, maybe 15%, you know, someone on Tundra isn't manning up enough, or Bedboom are just better at pressing the spells, force staffing out, using their gold scepters. So I think kind of from 50 minutes and onwards, I didn't really feel like Tundra were playing all that well together, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, the laning stage for Tundra was really solid in the safe lane. The Lich was like very oppressive, tons of damage. That paired with the Monkey King, they got first blood and some other kills. But then it felt like it took forever for Lich to hit 6. There was a lot of examples of Lich would just be on the map, and then Bedboom would find him and murder him, and it just kind of kept snowballing. And then it was like they kept finding Monkey King and jumping on him, and he put his ulti down, but he would still die. It just kind of meant that it was that rinse repeat.
Yeah, Tundra played a really good early game, actually. I thought their laning stage was pretty infallible. Their bottom lane went much better than expected, and they made some really cool moves with their Monkey King.
Yep.
There was this one where they countered the Storm rotation with the Wukongs, and it looked perfect. But after that, it just kind of crumbled. It felt like they could only ever find pickoffs or kills on the Gyrocopter. At some point, I was just watching Gyrocopter get chain frosted over and over and over again. And I think Bedboom played incredibly well. I want to shout out the GPK Storm. The Masters already talked about it, of course. He played so incredibly well. It felt like he was everywhere. He did every kind of initiation you wanted. And
Carry
he played
difference.
his very limits, especially that bottom.
It's such a good
fight
DK
near
game
Roshan,
too.
Where it looked like the DK was going to finish him off, but he didn't. And of course, another special mention goes to Nightfall, who just delivered on that Slardar. He was the hero, constantly getting those kills on the Monkey King in the early game.
Yeah, we can see the numbers here on our screens. Toronto, Tokyo, and Save. They both died 11 times each, which is a lot, but it's fine because their supports. Nightfall never died. Pure only died 4 times. We got GPK only dying once. It felt like Purge, this game was very methodical towards the end for Bedboom. They knew exactly what to do.
It was, and I mean, I had slight worries due to the Slardar carry. You're worried he's going to get out carried at some point, but they just all played so well together as a team. Save as well, setting up kills, buying them time, not dying to Tormentor. He really excelled in that compared to the rest of the squad. And Toronto Tokyo also,
see, Liquid Falcon, right?
In the late game, where sometimes you're a bit vulnerable, he just also felt very hard to kill. So every single player on this team did extremely well. I remember a stat from TI, not the exact specifics, but it was like halfway through the tournament, both GPK and Nightfall were in top 5 in terms of KDA, and that's on the same team. So like they just are so insanely
Is Tiny
good.
back?
It shows in the play,
I think Tiny is 1-8 in this tournament.
We didn't even mention Pure,
And he's 0-1 in this
beyond that,
patch.
like that game, and also had impact. Honestly, all 3 cores of Bedboom just delivered today. Everyone played incredibly well. And I think in this game, it was just a matter of how well they were able to kite Tundra's heroes. Every time Razor BKB'd and ran into a target, they were just able to get away and then turn on that Razor when that BKB was over. And that was just the story of the game. Tundra getting kited, Bedboom cleaning up afterwards.
Yeah, and Tundra indeed on the receiving end of Bedboom's dominance means that they are eliminated hereby. And it was very nice hearing from Toronto Tokyo on the winning side.
Then Tiny lose again, then it's 0-2.
The is, of course, the losing side. And for that, we're heading over to Tsunami, who's standing by with Tomato.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Tundra Esports at Tomato. Condolences on the result, but I have to imagine part of it is because this morning must have been very, very frantic for you. What happened when you woke up? What was the first thing you started doing?
Yesterday I slept like 16 hours. I've been very sick, and I woke up and I checked my Facebook, and then I see like Frostiver's new event, and I'm like, there's no way there's new patch, right? And then I checked Dota 2, and yeah, there was a new patch, and I messaged all my teammates on Discord. I'm like spamming that everyone, guys, new patch, new patch, new patch. Yeah, pretty crazy, but I think it kind of favored us a little bit. I prefer to play on this new patch than the old patch, because we didn't have much time to prepare. And Bedboom's a very like systematic team, so I think kind of freestyling favored us a little bit, but I think they just played better.
I appreciate the optimism about the new energy of a patch being exciting for you. And then while we look forward to 2024 as we're wrapping up 2023, you have any Dota New Year's resolutions, some things that you're hoping to develop as a player or as a teammate?
I guess just kind of believe more in my ability. I think I've always looked towards other players, and I've always had like a bit of like imposter syndrome. Like I don't really deserve to be here. I'm not as good as the others, and I think when I believe in myself, I play better. So that's something I'm looking forward to change next year.
Well, I can give you a start. Malaysia, does Tomato deserve to be here?
Tomato.
You absolutely do, my man. Top 8 result is still a hell of a finish. Thank you so much for joining us as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Tomato. And yeah, Tomato definitely made a name for himself this event. He has played the last 17 games that he has played, and this is even games that he played for the qualifiers for ESL One Kuala Lumpur. He played 16 different heroes, Purge, which is an incredible feat on itself.
Yeah, I love that that's the pattern that we're seeing at more and more tournaments. Yotaro is the most obvious examples.
Yeah.
First time they won TI. So it's just really cool to see Tomato also excel at that. I think he still played fantastic this tournament. Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, he's just a really talented player. He's also been drafting for his team, so he's been doing a lot like behind the scenes and by way of just being creative.
He
And
drafted
it
that
always
Monkey
makes me
King.
sad to see players as good
They
as
need a
Tomato
coach.
have imposter syndrome, but
They need someone to
I think
help
it's
them
so
with
hard
drafts.
To feel good about yourself in an industry like this, but I think he's been playing incredibly well. He's been stable, he's been aggressive, and he's been the rock of his team.
Yeah, I hope that his teammates and also
That's Zeus
Moon,
pick
their coach,
too.
that they can help him. I've been there. Like confidence is something that's kind of really, you don't just like flip a switch and suddenly, oh, look at me, I'm the best player.
Moonmian is the
It takes
coach.
time, and I hope that he can.
And he let that
help
Zeus
him
pick
out
go
with
through
his team
in the
stuff
first
around
pick
him.
Monkey.
Help him with it, because yeah, without confidence, you cannot win. It's impossible.
Yeah, it's something that you have to build and work on, and I hope
Okay.
that Tomato indeed can do that moving forward. But it's not going to be at ESL One Kuala Lumpur anymore, as we have the brackets in front of us. Tundra eliminated, and earlier today already, Kezu, we saw Team Secret eliminated as well, and that means we've got some new matchups ready.
Yeah, we do. Honestly, I feel like every match that's coming, they're just gonna be bangers. They're gonna get better and better. And on this new patch, again, we don't know what the hell to expect. Like, there's some offline Wind Ranger running around. Our first pick carries Slardar. So I'm just looking forward to more games, new different items, whatever it may be. I'm ready.
Yeah, for Bedroom G2IG, you're gonna have to wait a little bit. That will happen tomorrow. But Purge, there's still one more series to come. Are you ready for that one?
Yeah, actually, I mean, every single team that's left is amazing, but this one especially, I'm really excited for.
Any final words on Falcons versus Team Liquid, Effie?
That one's going to be exciting. We just saw 2 really long games where there was a lot of farming going on, but I think with Liquid Falcons, there's just going to be a lot of brawling, a lot of aggression. And if you had asked me yesterday, before I saw Liquid play today, I would have been very Falcon favored, but I'm feeling really confident in Liquid's ability to thrive in these chaotic patches.
Yeah.
Really confident. I feel like that's a hot take. I like it.
Why is it a hot take?
Because I perceive like Liquid, you know, they look good, but really thrive. Personally, I think Falcons have a slight edge, which I haven't seen them play today, and on the new patch, I don't really know. But they're my choice.
Well, they are, of course, a new squad, and they have not yet had to deal with the new patch. As the squad, they also don't have a coach, so maybe not as big of a support system as we know that Team Liquid has. But we're going to have to find out what's going to happen in our final series of the day. It will be another elimination series. Team Falcons versus Team Liquid. Get yourself your snacks ready. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, it's John Xfer here along with Mike LaPhoenix. We're back again to present another 1xBet tier list together. Mike, what categories do we have this time around?
The SEA players you run into in an SEA pub. Let's go, Jonathan. We've got teams to put in categories. Wawitas. Who are these guys?
Wawitas feels like a very...
I'm going to be frank, they're GG.
Yeah, they're
Because
GG.
it was easy, let me tell you. Falcons.
Falcons, I feel like Amar's the kind of guy... Well, he doesn't type GG easy, but mantlets of intelligence, you know?
Okay. But he is not easy. Let me tell you that.
No, but he's typing.
No. We're missing something. ATF is a Pinoy. He goes in the Pinoy.
Yes, of course.
Amar the Filipino. How could we forget? Team Secret.
Team Secret, they give me a very Ping vibe. Just on mid lane, perhaps.
Last thing you see when Puppy's doing the when he said the
That's
exclamation mark, that is about it.
You know, there's something.
I guarantee you. Game and Gladiators, here we go. I think there's a very, very specific category, Jonathan, on the board. You tell me which one it is. Think of Quinn. Thank you very much. That is it. We all know where Quinn's going. There's no two ways about that. LGD Gaming.
They did not have a great time. Did not have a great time.
I really do hate doing it to him. Sorry, LG. Joe, wait, please. If you see me in the lobby, do not punch me in the face.
He doesn't know who we are.
But Azure.
Azure. They are probably 2 PMA to put in the list.
I mean, GG Easy in the sense that they are just literally making it.
That is true. They are the guys typing out GG Easy.
They are the ones typing it. Bet Boom. Speaking of ease, where are they going?
They give me the exclamation mark vibes.
These are the Pinoys from the north, if you ask.
That is fair.
These
that
are
is
the
fair.
Pinoys from these guys, they are literally Pinoys just up further north. Team Liquid.
Team Liquid is feels like Boxy can do some support carrying. Sometimes
Boxy does carry a lot of game.
That he does.
Speaking of carrying, G2IG. Now these guys are Giga Chats, Jonathan. I will not have you meme about these guys.
No.
This guy's typed GGZ a couple times in his life. I guarantee you that. Undying / Tundra.
Yeah.
Oh, Moon Meander. What are we thinking?
Exclamation mark?
I think he may have been pinging a few times while watching his.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Sure.
Maybe pinging in real life, pinging someone's head with his hands, Jonathan. 9 pandas. They look like they raged. I'm not gonna lie.
What, end mid?
End mid, but in the sense they defend though, Jonathan. Because when we see end mid and SEA, they defend like crazy.
Yeah, they're more like the end mid, and then we've seen them GG out before in different tournaments very early. I think the pings are maybe more characteristic. This has no answer.
Here we go.
Where else?
But the Pinoys, there you go. Blacklist rivalry, they go right in the middle section.
Of course, right there with the rest of the Pinoys. And that is the teams closest to your average pub player in Southeast Asia tier list from 1xBet. It's John Xfar and Michael Phoenix. Thanks for joining us for whatever this is.
I don't even understand. What are like the other 2 tiers? What the fuck is this? Malaise.
Peggy 18.
Yo, 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 yo! My taste runs to the unique, yes?
All black tents, all black Nikes, all black rims. My cousin Yusuf here keeps a list of all the cars he wants. Now it's my job to look into how we can get them.
If something goes wrong, you can always blame him.
I'm glad you're gone. I'm glad you're gone. I thought I couldn't live without you, but I was wrong. I'm glad you're gone.
ontvoerd door de Ardiën. 15 jaar lang was je ver van je eigen wereld. Nu moet je weer contact maken met je cultuur. En vechten voor Pandora. Nu ben je vrij. Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. Vanaf 7 december.
How's it a fake language, dude? Learn more than one language, Kokona, man.
Je ziet ze overal. De mensen van generatie D. Een generatie die niet toekijkt, maar doet. Dus als je naar jezelf kijkt, wie zie je dan?
Here's the winner! K-Pop, come on out! Come down! Hello!
What the fuck?
Welcome, welcome, my friend! What is your name for everyone?
My name is Poon, P-O-O-N. It's easier to pronounce.
Hell yeah, Poon. Are you ready to do some work with me today?
Hell yeah, let's go!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got our man here. You've got our box, thank you.
Yeah, full of things, random things for everyone here.
Everyone, wow, okay, we got one winner that we have to choose from their signs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's bad for them.
Don't worry, you'll help me out. Now, I know in the advertisement it said, you know, you'd have some fun, you'd be around, but I am literally planning on giving you the entire experience.
Yeah, I'm ready for that. If you're gonna give me entire experience, I'm waiting for it.
Okay, well, let's start it off then. Can you hype out the crowd a little bit? Can you tell them to get their signs ready for me?
Can you have your signs up and scream? Woo!
That's my boy right there. He's got it. All right. Now, our camera is going to look for signs all over the arena. We'll see if anyone sticks out in our mind. Now, I need your help on this, my friend. You are now my assistant, as done by law in the contest. There is no escape. You have to. What did he say over there? Nigma undefeated. What do you think about that?
They're not even here, so.
Well, yeah, you can't be defeated if you never play any games. Well, there you go. All right, that was good. Let's see from over here. Buff Depot, you feel good about that? See crowd? Anyone stand out to you, my friend?
You know what? For this one, because the last game says kinda nominating, let's go for 4CS. Because like they came all the way here for their team.
Okay, that is definitely in the running. Let's look over here before we make our decision. Hello, Arteezy Baby Rage, a classic, a Gork fan. He came out from his basement all the way here. That's pretty high. What's over here? Oh, yeah, a lot of Gork fans. Weeha Storm. Anything tickling?
It's Gorek.
My friend.
To be fair, that's one thing that like tickling me right now. I'm done.
I'm done.
I like how the name Gorek already picked up.
I think that, I mean, he has the bravery to come up and still represent Secret. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, like, I feel bad.
I literally only called him Gorek for like, what, 2 months?
From that series, but you're doing a good.
All right, get over here. You know what? Win for my pregnant wife at home.
Let me hug you because that series is like really.
Pregnant wife at home?
Yep.
And you ditched for Dota?
Yep.
That's my boy right there. Give him the box. Heck yeah. Congratulations. There you are. Let's open it up. Woo! There you go. All right, show it. Yes, tap him for the pain. Now open your box, please. We must see what is inside. There we go. Oh, that's really packed.
Yeah, it's really packed.
All right, are you ready? Okay, we got Sniper Plushie. Very good.
Oh, they still sell that one. The fuck? I still have that one from like TI2.
Don't drop that. A huge mouse pad. Some plush toy bag. Clothing for your child.
Everything for your family right
And Queen of Pain for your child much later. Very good. Any shout outs to the baby for the future?
Who?
I don't know, man.
Who?
Make Malaysia proud.
There we go. All right, fantastic. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. And thank you, my assistant. Yes, we have to prepare for our player interview now. We're going to put you on stage and make you interview the player for the first time.
Really?
Yeah, sure. We got a lot of work to do. So we're going to prep this man in the back. Let's send it back, but that's another DHL drop. You'll be seeing more. Don't go anywhere. Back to the panel. Come on.
Stop trying to dodge your job responsibilities, Slacks. You have to do the interviews around here, and we have to do the analyzing. What's up, everyone? We're getting ready for our final series of the day. It's Team Liquid taking on Team Falcons with me, Tsunami, and BSJ, Winter, and Purge. Winter, what a pleasure to have you as our Southeast Asian authority for a MENA versus Western European showdown.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Have you already had your dinner today?
No, I haven't actually, which is why I'm hoping that this goes late, because that way we get to hit up the stalls, the food stalls here in KL.
Yeah, don't lie to me. I know you just want to get your stuffed crust pizza.
I eat only local food whenever I'm traveling. That's why I can't wait for some teh-tarik, some nasi goreng, some kaya toast. I can't name any other ones. Brian, what's the name?
You did well, you did well.
Name a Malaysian cuisine.
I got nothing because he took me to places and then ordered for me. So.
Oh, okay.
It was delicious, though.
He likes salted egg.
What's your go-to, Perch, when you're down here?
I've been dabbling some breakfast. I eat normal, boring stuff, and other ones I'm like, all right, I'm gonna eat some spice in the morning. It's all really good. I'm just terrible with names, so I just like can't remember what the names are of anything. But I know.
I don't know why, but Perch doesn't look like someone who'd eat boring food.
Have you tried maybe eating some falcons, perhaps, because they are making their debut here on the main stage, and we were left here wondering, is a falcon?
Falcons. Falcons are birds of prey in the genus Falco, which includes about 40 species. Falcons are widely distributed on all continents of the world except Antarctica.
Are the Dota team? My bad. If you've never heard of a Dota team called Falcons, it's because they only just acquired a roster. And oh, what a roster it is. With TI winners Snaking and Skeeter on hard support and hard carry respectively, old Creepwave teammates Malorine and ATF on position 2 and 3. And finally, one of the most legendary position 4 players in the game, Crit, to round out the roster. To attend ESL One Kuala Lumpur, they had to make it through the MENA qualifiers, which meant beating teams such as PSG Quest to take the hotly contested spot.
A 3-1 scoreline for Team Falcons.
This Saudi organization is off to a very strong start in Dota. Every player on this roster is hungry for victory and is looking forward to once again showing what they're capable of after some unfortunate rough patches. Let's see if they're hungry enough.
Thank you, Owen Attenborough, for that well-narrated documentary as we get familiar with Falcons, because some people who are only just now tuning in, they were like, I don't really care about the group stage, I'm here for the arena days. Tell me, how did this team come to be, Brian? What should I be expecting?
A motherfucker!
2 TI winners, ATF, who's been off the grid, Crit, who's been a legendary 4 position, as you heard, and Malorine, who's kind of a newcomer to the Tier 1 scene.
Yeah, we have a nice mixture of the leadership and the supports coming out from Snaking, as well as Crit, but then you have the young guns with Malorine and ATF, and they've basically been talking about, like, we know we're going to win the lanes, we're high skill, but we got to make sure we don't do too crazy of stuff coming out of it, because I see pretty much every game they're always going to be aggressive, they're always going to play high tempo, and it just comes down to whether or not they have those 1 or 2 sloppy mistakes in the mid game that happens in some of their losses, but the games where they're winning, it's convincing.
I mean, overall, they have the right mix of players, I would say. Like you mentioned, they have the young players, they have the old players to tell them, all right, let's get your shit together, you know, we need to do this, you know. But then at the same time, you have the young players that will come up with some new ideas. I think during a situation like this, when you have a patch drop on
Where is he from? I think someone said he was from Philippines. I don't know.
I'm really
I don't know if that was a joke or
how
not.
clean they look in some of their games, though. Like ATF had some faults as an offlaner. It's like people were their team was forced to draft around him, but so far on this team, he's just been
From Jordan, huh?
playing them all excellent. Crit, I
I'm
think,
more the
has looked like a
Filipino.
new bloomed player as well before.
It doesn't have the same ring. It's I'm more the fucker.
Every game and having like incredible performances as well. So it kind of feels like them as a squad just complement each other so well and allow them to do new stuff that felt like stuff they didn't know how to do.
Whereas in contrast, they will be facing off against Team Liquid. It was a team we already got to see perform earlier today, and to resounding success, they 2-0'd Team Team Secret, and they did it with basically like 2 hours to read the patch.
Yeah, that series was hyped because both these teams had to do their best theory crafting, and I think it showed the power of 33 being like the coaching slot effectively for this tournament, because he's one of the most noteworthy theory crafters in the entire professional scene. And I love their creative items. The first game we saw Boxy, it's definitely like a Guess the Hero edition.
Yeah.
It was like a Blink, Wraithband, Ghost Scepter, Reaver on support Lion, you know? That's the kind of stuff that new patch, new ideas, and they were definitely not afraid to whip it out today.
I mean, do you guys think he had the right skill build though?
Yeah, the 1-1-4 into 1-4-4.
That 15-minute timing with the shard.
The shard timing, my friend.
The shard's cool if you think about it. I mean, look, we've all read the memes. Like, a lot of armor with a lot of magic resistance means you're tanking. The fact that you're also doing damage. I don't know if you've had those games before with Lion where you're like, oh, I'm going to jump in late game and mana suck them. And you click on them and they have 2,000 mana and you're like, oh, this isn't doing anything at all. But now it is. You're doing damage. So it's a cool thing. I think it's good from the 4 position. From the 5 earlier today, we saw that as well. It wasn't as good. So 4, I think Boxy's on top of it.
And we've also been getting a chance to look at Saberlight's pool. We interviewed him on the stage after their win. He was saying that Visage is something that he's had his eye on now, and the new talent allowing 3 soul assumption targets is a pretty good buff. He also, despite his fantastic Slardar performance, wasn't saying that that other meme that we were reading was entirely accurate. He was saying that maybe that hero needs a little more time in the oven.
Yeah, I feel like Saberlight's going to be prepared on a new patch. Like, this guy is willing to wing it, and I don't think he's going to be afraid to try new ideas, and he's also probably got things cooking that he's one of the players I think it's saying, when a new patch comes out, I think this hero is going to be have been slept on in the previous patch, and he's going to be looking for those to be coming out.
Yeah, I think it helps them a lot, you know, like you have a stand-in, and you don't really have much practice together, so now a new patch, boom, you know, everybody's 0. So it evens the playing field for them, and I feel like maybe the patch could open up a lot of like greedier, polarizing offlaners. When I talk about Saberlight, I feel like he's like a greedier offlaner, and maybe this patch is going to unlock his playstyle with Liquid.
Yeah, because during the group stage, we were seeing some shortcomings of a Saberlight hero pool as opposed to a Zai hero pool or a 33 hero pool. And how do you think he's been slotting in after now, I guess, 3.5 days of playing with them officials?
Well, yeah, a lot of data there to go on. No, he's been doing good for sure. I mean, Zai is a very unique offlaner. I think Blitz has described him as like he's the best player for doing a lot with very little. So in the way that he slots into the team, he gives all that space and farm and like, you know, he'll be like, oh, I'll just tank the lane. And he says that every single game. Saberlight maybe needs a little bit more finesse or a little bit better lane matchups, but he does have a lot of skill as well. So it's just like a different play style that, you know, maybe becomes those like long fights where he does 7,000 damage casting soul assumptions. So
I mean, it kind of affects the position 4 the most. I think when you have offlaner that farms a lot more, so it means that your position 4 has to be less greedy. You have to play more for him. Whereas if you talk about like you mentioned that Zai is he's much more a team player. He doesn't really care about his farm. He cares about if the team can function well with the draft, and that's kind of the thing that they have to adjust to right now with Saberlight.
That covers some of the side lanes, but Brian, not to put you under pressure here, is Nisha still the best mid laner? Because he's going up against Maureen, and Maureen has not been tested that much, so I would imagine on paper, Maureen's way out of his depth. But throughout group stage, Maureen has consistently impressed me with how he's going toe-to-toe with top-tier mid laners. Is Nisha another level for him, though?
Well, I'd say specifically for Maureen, he's going to whip out some cool stuff, like the sniper. He was not afraid to pick that before the patch. He's got a lot of his signatures that are not necessarily traditional mids, so I'm going to be looking for Nisha to get out of the laning phase against these kind of cheesy last picks that Maureen likes to go for, but Nisha was looking sick earlier today, especially on that Pango game. Like, he absolutely demolished throughout the entire state. I think he was like 17-2 on Pango, and there was just some perfect spell casting in the mid game that I remember a clip of Insania on his stream having a teammate in a pub miss a bunch of spells. He's like, this is just something that it's so weird to see because you're so used to playing with Nisha and he just doesn't miss. And that was kind of the vibes I got earlier today.
I mean, talking about spellcasting, don't you feel like right now the mid lane heroes are kind of back to spellcasters instead of the strength heroes?
I agree.
Do you think that might actually favor Nisha more than...
100%. I hope he's one of the first players to whip out like the Ember Spirit or the Void Spirit. Those heroes got some noteworthy buffs. And
you got Veil on the Ember Spirit. It's an aura now.
That's true.
I mean, the only difference though is that Nisha did miss a little bit at TI. Like, he did not have his normal Nisha level performance. It was still good. Like, they still had like a good placement, but it wasn't up to their normal standard where they get like top 4.
But his normal standard is already still better than everybody else.
Sure, but and he has been playing better than his TI performance here, so it could be a brand new level Nisha.
Well, we got a lot of analysis on Liquid based off of years of data, but again, who are these Falcons that we're going to be witnessing? Well, we got Slacks to speak to them right now.
Silence ult. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. We can't hear him. He has no idea.
Most broken neutral item, go!
Quickening Charm is removed.
Quickening Charm is removed. The most broken neutral item. Just tell us right now. We're all asking, please.
Apex.
Apex is still the most broken.
Crit
Okay,
looks
you
like he
guys seem
knows.
you're prepared.
Crit looks
Get
like a
in
Game
there.
of Thrones
Have a
actor.
Fantastic game. Thank you so much. Crit, one word.
Hi.
Hi. Let's go. Hi, everybody. We're about to get into that game. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, a high from Crit. What a way to go. Oh. Okay. I guess we're done.
Oh, what? Still 2 minutes. Okay. No, thank you, Quenty, for the tier 1. Wolf and Legend, thank you for the 64. I miss going to Malaysia. I think sometime next year I'm gonna do like a small Asia trip. Malaysia, Indonesia, maybe Vietnam. I don't know. Philippines? The thing about like in Malaysia and Indonesia is that people always ask me to go there because it's nice. And it's from locals. The thing about Philippines is that local Filipinos tell me to not go because they say it's shit. Like it's very, very different.
Probeer de nieuwe Nivea Derma Skin Clear Nachtexfoliant. De klinisch geteste Skin Clear complexformule werkt zacht op je huid om het natuurlijke vernieuwingsproces te ondersteunen. Voor zichtbare resultaten in 7 dagen. Nieuw Nivea Derma Skin Clear Nachtexfoliant.
Nah, I don't care about diving.
Wat als je nou 1 plaat kan aanvragen?
3FM Serious Request komt dit jaar in actie voor Stichting ALS Nederland.
I go for food.
Je ziet ze overal. De mensen van generatie D. Een generatie die niet toekijkt, maar doet. Dus als je naar jezelf kijkt, wie zie je dan?
I don't know if I'm gonna travel alone. We'll see. Nothing planned yet.
Hi, wij zijn Odido.
Hallo?
Je nieuwe provider voor mobiel, glasvezel en tv. En we laten je graag zien dat het anders kan. Menselijker. Zodat technologie weer van ons allemaal is.
Het kan ook zo.
We trainen onze spieren, we zorgen heel goed voor onszelf, maar wat doen we eigenlijk voor ons hoofd?
Maar je komt er confrontaties tegen die je niet uit de weg kan gaan.
Your feathers together, get those beaks open, and let's welcome to the stage, the Falcons! One guy did it, hell yeah! Thank you, welcome Falcons!
Is that even a falcon noise? Oh shit, man. It is now, I guess, yeah.
Fantastic, they absolutely hated it. Thank you so much, everybody. Give it up for Falcons one more time. There you go. Because they are going to need your applause. That is right, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to welcome to the stage, once again, one of the most terrifying teams in all of Dota. They have already sent one team to the airport today, and now we will see if they will make these Falcons also fly. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the unstoppable Team Liquid! have Team Liquid. They call him
Slacks is really good at what he does. Except for when he does his fucking CM cosplay.
Unbelievable
That one's
champions
cursed.
that we have seen so many times. But it appears that our teams are ready to go head to head.
Yeah, he's really good.
Folks here, are you guys ready to see our last series of the day? Alrighty-dighty. Looks like we're wide awake and we're ready for some Dota action. So let's go ahead and get over to it. We'll throw it back to our panel.
Thank you very much, Flax. We are getting ready for our top 6. We have now sent 2 teams home in our top 8 as a Tundra and a Secret have bowed out of the competition, and now it's between Falcons and Liquid. As we get moving forward towards the draft, I want to go back to one thing that you alluded to earlier, Brian, although I'm going to specifically ask Winter. You were saying that Maureen has some cheese in his pocket, which he definitely does, but Winter, did we not see this man face tank playing Dragon Knight like 4 games straight? No mid player wants to have to do that, but Maureen did it. Why?
It means he cares about winning more than having fun.
Yes, it was working. He was winning regularly, and it was also a little bit of a flex pick because him and ATF have a lot of overlap between their heroes.
Yeah, that's definitely good for their drafter, you know, when you have cores that can play multiple heroes at the same time, so you can always think about different ways to trick your opponent, or sometimes trick yourself if you're unlucky, but it's definitely nice for the drafter, you know, when you have your core players like the setup being like this, and you can always think about different drafts, and especially when you're on the first pick side, you can plan accordingly, and on second pick, what do you want to do?
And for as much praise as we give Liquid about being able to adapt to a new patch with all of their different coaches and friends and buddies and all that, Purge, I feel like ATF's hero pool is ironclad. It doesn't matter what patch you put him into, he's just going to play the same 4, 5, and now maybe at this tournament 6 different heroes.
I mean, Mars just got buffed this morning, so that's his tried and true classic. Yeah, I think his hero pools look just straight up better this tournament. I think they're playing around him. He's playing decent variety, and he's looking good on all of them. Like, he's really showing that star power again, so he's definitely a player I fear.
Which one would you say is his best hero right now?
His best? I don't know. Every single hero he plays is very effective to me. I don't know if I have a best. Do you have any ideas?
Probably the Mars. Probably. That's the easy one.
Easy pick.
The hero I'm looking out for Malrine and ATF that they share, I don't want to get you guys too excited, but Viper. I know Purge loves his. I know Purge loves his Viper as the ult
Viper.
Correct.
Instead
so
of
Nether Toxin
Nether
used to
Toxin.
break, and now Viper Strike breaks. And
Yeah,
I don't know if that's a buff or a nerf.
I think it's a huge buff because in the mid to late game, you just buy a Force Staff and get out of the break, and it could be a teammate that did that for you.
You know, the biggest buff is that now when you farm Mud Golems, they actually split, so your
That's
GPM
true.
is going up too.
That's a good point.
So what's the build? What do you get on this hero right now?
I think it's like the double Wraith Band, probably Boots Manta's bot. I think that's what Malrine tends to always go for.
Well, XM the other day, the Viper.
The Ags.
He went that fast Ags, Brown Boots Ags, to deal with the physical damage. He may not need that now though, because Nether Toxin does do attack speed slow. So you could hypothetically fight in it with your corrosive, with your passive. It's like a lot of attack speed reduction. So there's maybe some new Viper builds that we'll see.
I'd love to see this new toggle Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah.
Because like you turn Universal level 25, then Universal Revenant Brooch. I mean, I don't really know if the toggle is useful because I feel like most of the time you're just going to use it on one person in a fight anyway.
Yeah.
But the concept.
Yeah, I think any hero that's agility or universal is going to have mana issues with that item. Like,
That's true.
I think the 75 mana per hit will be an issue for most heroes in the game. But we are seeing, like, we're talking about Malrine.
He looks mildly
Viper.
nervous.
ATF does also play Viper, but when we're looking at the bans from Team Liquid, they're once again also targeting ATF pretty hard with the Timbersaw, the Mars, and the Slardar. So we might be needing to see an ATF hero earlier on in the draft, just in case none of them are left.
He looks like he just woke up.
Still pretty strong in this current patch. He kind of got buffed, right? You
He
can't
did.
deny the Doom right now.
Yes, and then they also made Infernal Blade better.
Yeah, they lowered the cooldown.
Yeah.
I mean, Bench is also a hero that got buff pretty
They're playing in a
so
new
now you don't
patch.
have the damage reduction, but you do have the barrier which blocks
First
magic
pick
damage or
Venge.
physical damage once you swap your target. And if it's an enemy hero, it does 150 damage at level 1. So it's either 150 damage or 150 barrier for your teammate.
Yeah, mid game, that's like a lot more damage for a hero that kind of operates on those thresholds. Like she has a limited amount of burst damage, and giving her that extra 100 level 1, extra 250 level 12 with the ulti, I think that's something that Venge would rather have. I think the save aspect of Venge is nice, but the displacement of it is more important.
Yawning doesn't have to mean slice.
For her teammates,
Some people
while the
yawn when
damage
there's
is
lights in
better
the
against
eye, like bright lights.
What happened to the Disruptor in the past?
Those stages can be super bright sometimes.
Damage and the hero just became so good.
Yeah, exactly.
It can make a difference for sure. Liquid did play Venge earlier today. Falcons grabbing that instead, and Liquid with the Muerta response. I think this is a decent response because if you are worried about like Avenge lowering your armor, you just don't care if your ulti's active.
Yeah, and
anyways.
it's also the silence is pretty annoying. The level 1 swap 800 range, more or less you're going to get caught by the calling most of the time. So it's pretty difficult to play against the Muerta if you're a support bench.
Yeah, you just put it in the place where your opponents are going to run through to save the guy that you're
It's just
ganking.
very hard for the bench.
Like,
they're so slow, you're running in, your cast range short, and you see the ghosts running around in circles, and you're just praying you don't run into the ghosts, you know.
Yeah, they're very spooky.
I think the neutral items might be a significant buff for Muerta. Like, we see Boxy earlier today just go like Hurricane Pike Moonshard and then took the Ancient defending item, the one that gives you 50 damage at minute 37. Like, a hero in the support role that benefits from these damage items that they've released, I can't think of a better one than Muerta. And even though she's a support, people are just building her to scale still. So that part of the meta has not changed so much.
Yeah, but then you feel like the game should be faster now since they removed some of the economy from the creeps. So technically, those pushing heroes would be great. If your enemy is trying to play a greedy position for supports that want to farm, then you're gonna maybe be able to run something like a Death Prophet, Leshrac. Those heroes got buffed in the patch this morning, and you have Solar Crest for those heroes, which is also really good now. It gives you a barrier, so you can just ball together and push down towers.
But that's another reason that Muerta is kind of cool too, because if you flex it to carry, if everyone's buying something that gives you a 300 physical barrier, who cares? You're doing magic damage anyway. So in some ways, and I feel like I saw this in some of the games throughout the day, Solar Crest seems really good, but if you're just doing magic damage instead, it's not nearly as effective.
I mean, do you think you should buy it on the core or you should buy it on a support right now?
I mean, it seems valuable. A lot of offlaners are buying it, supports are buying it as well.
Yeah, we see two on the same team sometimes.
Yeah, that's very different than old Solar Crest, right?
They don't stack, right? You can't use two on the same guy, right?
Yeah, but you can refresh the barrier if the first one goes away, probably.
Yeah, it's not 100% uptime, so it probably is if you have two of them.
But it seems good. It's HP and mana, and then movement speed, attack speed, and
armor as well.
And armor, and lots of mana regen. It kind of just gives you a little bit of everything. Makes your heroes very tanky, very fast for pretty low cost.
It kind of gives you an idea of how much these players think about the game when it comes, like, it's like 6 hours into this new patch, and they're already like, yeah, this item seems clearly better than all the other ones. They changed so much in the game that there's going to be a little bit of
Yeah, my favorite part about that is first game, straight away, Lion, let's go, man. That was the first thing that came to my mind when I was scrolling through the changelog. I'm like,
Razor is such a popular pick.
Yeah, it's one of those where you don't know necessarily until you play it in the game. It's always about theory crafting and then what's the reality actually look like. But I like the fact that it happens.
I always
so
find it to be
quickly,
such a
and
piece of
yet
shit hero.
Every day we're gonna see something new.
Yep. So they have like a bench Razor, and where every time you have bench, you want cause that can.
It's a motherfucker's hero.
Razor's one of those heroes, and he did get like a.
He's a weird offlaner. He's not like
the drain is
duration on the
like a proper offlaner. He's more like a carry player on offlane.
Tormentor as easily now. He's one of the heroes that really abused minus armor, so it can't go below 0, so you can't necessarily solo Tormentor anymore, but still a fantastic
Takes a
hero.
lot of space as a player.
You always need like three people to get the Tormentor.
Razor could probably do with just one, especially if it's Venge. Like
one extra, yeah.
Razor can like easily solo Tormentor. You get down to maybe like 30% HP at the lowest, so if you have a Wave of Terror on top of that,
yeah,
I guess it's not more minus armor, but you just needed some body to tank, basically.
Yeah, this is already very scary. A lot of physical damage. Bench, Razor, and Tuskar. I mean, you would expect a more magic heavy draft with the patch, you know, but...
Not sure if it's a good patch for greedy offlaners. I think greedy offlaners is more team reliant than this patch alliance.
You see this kind of minus armor.
It really depends on how your team plays around it.
I'm going to be terribly...
I think if you have like a greedy offlane, greedy mid, and greedy carry, you're just losing every game. No one can play.
So I would be pretty surprised if they don't pick one of the...
Big G over the 17. I heard that Mason got banned until 2000... No, it's not until 2023. It's like 2038 or something.
He wasn't even, yeah, he got nerfed. He wasn't even getting picked. Yeah, I'm biased though, so I can't be too salty.
But he did get the Diffusal upgrade. That's better though too.
Oh yeah,
that's true.
So he did get a buff. I mean, the nerfs go more not big.
What for? Apparently for buying boosting services for his behavior score.
So it's like, it's pretty small if his Diffusal Fusil Blade is better. It's more agility, so just straight up.
So at the end of the day, do you think he's happier?
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, seems good.
So they go for the Visage that they used earlier. It's not an illusion hero, but it is a summons hero, and since
You know there's something wrong anyway if you have to buy behavior score boosts. There's something horribly wrong.
You see the birds, you gotta run. You know, you have to buy Ghost Scepters, you have to buy Force Staffs. You just need to make sure you stay alive in the team fights long enough to cast your spells.
And it's natural Vladspire, so that's a lot of armor for your team to help offset what Razor
that's true,
and Benj are doing. I mean, we've seen Vlad's a lot today, despite the fact that it effectively got nerfed by that it's not in the Helm of the Overlord anymore. They just buy it anyways. I think the armor's up to, what, 4 now, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes,
yeah,
it is
so
4.
that's a huge amount for your squad. It really offsets the kill potential of the Razor and the Benj Wave of Terror.
And Soul Assumption stacks now calculate pre-reduction, and so if you have a big minus armor draft on the enemy team, and you build a lot of armor, then theoretically you should be able to build a lot of Soul Assumption stacks.
I don't really know Mason, no.
Down to low HP.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, this is pretty
I've met him only once.
The void without seeing the lane.
And then at that time,
I mean, he's kind of okay against Razor. I guess
he passed out in his hotel room, and he was laying in a pot of his own puke.
I mean, it is the ATF special. That's one of those heroes.
And we were chilling with like a bunch of other players, like a group of 15 people.
Yeah,
Viper offlane
but
meta,
I kind of feel like they probably should try to pick a matchup that wins for him. You know,
That was the only time I ever got to interact with him.
Give him like a losing lane matchup. You know, I always want him to have that high.
I think they said he overdrank or something. I'm not sure what it was.
Still wins him, even if the matchup's not.
Was it TF4? It was TF4 or TF5. I'm not sure.
Who's putting damage into this Chrono though? Because, well, I guess Boxy, the way that he gets farmed on Muerta, he's going to be basically a core at a certain point.
I mean, you mentioned Soul Assumption.
That's true. Also that one.
I'm really liking this Naga pick. I think this Void is already going to have a tough time with the Chronos.
I don't think he's a drinking problem.
Follow-up damage they have
He just
so far is coming from supports. Like,
had a bad night of drinking, maybe.
Damage unless his teammates are doing damage with Soul Assumption. So Naga matches up well against Visage. Like Illusion heroes always do well against him because he's a single target.
Happened to the best of us.
Damage summons hero, so illusions are always good.
I'm
against
sure it
those.
was just
And at the same time,
unlucky
you have Naga
moment.
Sleep against the Chrono, natural Manta Buyer against the Global. Like it's just gonna break Team Liquid's combo, and I
People
think
drink too much all the time.
Sustained damage throughout the course of the fight is going to be much better. And so as long as this Naga doesn't get caught in the Chronosphere, and even then they have a swap, I think it's going to be very difficult for Team Liquid to execute fights in this game.
I mean, he's going to need Lotus if he wants to use the swap against the Global Silence.
Well, then just buy a Lotus.
Yeah, buy a Lotus, sure. You know, bench support, you can easily afford that Lotus.
It's a very good point, though. I mean, the Void is sort of already countered a bit between Song and the Venge.
I mean, you pick it blind, you know, he's going to get countered. Yeah, but the Venge, I feel like he kind of thinks that because he has Silencer, he doesn't care about the swap.
I do kind of like time dilation, though, based on how Team Liquid played earlier today, which was like very low cooldown, constantly fighting. Time dilation is one of the spells that gives you a massive advantage in those circumstances. The talents got buffed a little bit. I don't expect they'll necessarily grab them, but that skill is like sleeper OP in some teamfight circumstances.
Yeah, especially like you're playing against like something like a bench can be very annoying. Bat Rider comes to mind, you know, if you're playing Bat Rider, you get time dilated, you just want to leave the game.
I would love to see him potentially on Faceless Void on Mickey go for like the Maelstrom Ags build, because that's less reliant on the Chronosphere and better against these illusion heroes and longer fights. So that might be something we can look out for during this game. And then my question is since Void is, other than Net, they don't have reliable lockdown for him. So I'd like to see that come out of the mid lane for Malrine here. He is going to be line picking, but they might do Puck, DK, that he picked a bunch of times in a row.
He has been playing a lot of DK. And mid laners are on the agenda. Lina gets banned out, Hango gets banned out, Dazzle gets banned out. And I don't know, I'd be a little bit of afraid of a Nisha Invoker plus a Faceless Void, but we'll see what Falcons choose as their final ban.
Does that fit the budget, Neil? Invoker mid?
I think Saberlight can play Visage cheaper than he did previously, and so then I think he can fit in the budget.
That's screaming a melee hero since they banned Dazzle and Necro.
Yeah, that's true. DK, probably.
I just assume the Dazzle is because to protect the Naga illusions. So yeah, they do end up picking the DK.
So what's left for Mickey, or for Nisha here?
Is Huskar in the pool?
He is.
Huskar is in the pool.
Never really thought of him as a Huskar player, though.
You do what you gotta do, Brian, to win the
game. No,
It's
Nisha's honorable. He would never do such a thing.
No, he just wants to win.
I would like his hero to deal with Naga, so maybe
It's a very low damage lineup.
Yeah, Leshrac got a pretty nice
on
buff
Falcons
today. The attack speed.
Yeah,
pretty slow on the lightning now. So the laning phase is much stronger.
Plus Bloodstone does more AoE, which is literally
Oh, they actually win Huskar. Wow. Okay.
Filthy.
I don't think I've ever seen a Nisha Huskar. I'm excited.
Well, now you do, Brian. Now you do.
Let's go.
Cheese pick against
we've
DK?
seen Huskar to mixed success. I suppose whenever he's
It
able
is.
to use the mid lane, life is good. And if he gets railroaded into being a side laner...
They're changing lanes though, Neil, sorry. DK is going off lane.
You're right, and it's going to be Razor mid.
Good choice, good choice.
So the one thing about this Huskar is I was worried about how Mickey was going to enter the fights for getting the good Chronospheres off, but now you're making it so you can kind of just barrel down lanes with that Vlad's drums timing from the Visage, the
Offlane
first
DK.
and second Roche from the Huskar. So now it's more so Mickey can play a counter initiation game rather than having to initiate for his team, and he can wait for them to go on the Huskar or the Visage. So that makes it a little bit easier for them, and I think Liquid has a clear timing, but at the same time, I'm worried about their laning phase. Like, I think the Huskar got swapped lanes on, Razor does fine. I don't think Void's going to be able to bully DK. He's going to lose his tower. Are they going to have that momentum?
And what are they going to do, you know, if they lose the lanes with the Huskar, you know? Like, that's a worrisome part for me. You have a Visage, you have a Faces Void on side lanes. Both of those heroes don't really like to fight too much, you know. They like to fight when they are strong or when you have Chronosphere.
The damage on the Radiant side is a little one-dimensional. The Falcons, it's like a lot of physical. Dragon Knight has some mixed or whatever with Breathe Fire and his little corrosive poison, but like I just feel like the Solar Crest is going to help offset some fights. It's going to be about keeping the Huskar alive when he does get gone on between the Vlad's auras and the defensive items. So if they can do that and keep him getting kills and snowballing a little bit, that could be the momentum that they need to clear Naga illusions and, you know, take the Roche banner to help offset the Naga and all that good stuff.
Oh, the Roche banner.
That's right. We saw it used to great success in that previous series, and we'll see if this game is going to go that late. And let's get more 7.35 games underway with the boys. It's Mike and John.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. We do get into it. Game number 1 between Team Liquid and, of course, the side of Falcons. Jonathan, we've got a new patch on day 1 of the main stage for these two teams. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, we've had a couple of series already with a patch. It's not much time still. You know, there's still a lot to figure out with this patch, and I'm keen to see how it affects these teams.
Highly based from Valve, by the way, Jonathan. Who cares about the pro players and how they feel? Let's throw the new patch and let's see what the hell they do here for day number 1. And it's going to be a very exciting day of Dota. Of course, one of these teams goes to top 6 straight away. The other, sadly, has to go home, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's the tough reality once we're here in the arena. Starting off with the lower bracket matches, and at least we're 1 round in at this point. You know, Liquid has managed to take one team away first. Falcons being knocked out from our last day of groups, as we've seen before. One thing with this game and one thing with this draft coming out from Falcons is, in that series, or one of the series we saw of Falcons before, we did see Amar play the DK, and it's one of those series, it just felt like Amar was a little bit slower on the DK. I'm keen to see if he's adjusted, perhaps, learned from that last game. We saw him bring out the DK, maybe play to the tempo that Malrine tends to do so, just from the off lane, go for less farm-intensive build-ups and go for more of that pressure, more of that push.
Somehow I doubt it, Jonathan. We know ATF, but the man likes his gold, Jonathan. I don't think he's going to be changing for anyone, but we'll have a look and see if he has indeed adjusted here for this game number 1 between themselves and Liquid. Just for now, it seems like Falcons and Liquid are just going to stick around the mid lane, hoping for perhaps an early team fight. Of course, speaking of Liquid, Jonathan, the dirty Huskar last pick did come out.
The dirty Huskar.
We don't get to see Nisha playing this too often.
We don't get to see him play it too often. I feel like you know what to expect out of the Huskar. I like the lane swap from Falcons. I feel like the Razor should be able to manage it in the first few levels, and then it becomes kind of a really tough time.
I think Razor still can be in danger against Huskar. And now Mika doesn't get that fucking Razor lane. He has a DK instead.
Tempo on the mid. I think the one difference is we tend to see Malrine go for the push.
Yeah, I'm uncertain how that plays mid, but I think Huskar still kind of kicks him out.
Something we've been seeing quite a bit here from Saberlight already on this new patch, this Visage. Seeming
Let's see, I guess.
Very strong. Yeah, the change to Soul Assumption is pretty big. It's just, you fill up your Soul Assumption charges a lot quicker with those changes, and it just allows that output to sustain.
Oh, yes, Q level 1, right? Oh my god.
Again, Malrine on the Razor up against Nisha.
Oh no, full lane.
Not a fun time for the Huskar in the first level. You can't really shove Malrine away. It's going to take some levels for you to push back. He does start with the inner fire value point for a little bit of pushback and lane shoving. But as long as Malrine has the static link up, he's going to be able to charge forward. In that interim period, he can trade a little better. I'm keen to see Falcons kind of commit onto the mid. It's a little bit trickier this game, because again, whenever we see Malrine, for the most part, he's on that DK, rotation onto mid, forces the push out. Razor doesn't quite achieve that same tempo.
Yeah, he might be the one to need to rotate over to the top, perhaps here with ATF. We are seeing Malrain having a pretty tough time against that mid-husk. Still top lane. Mickey, of course, with Insania against Crit and ATF. The Dragon Knight Tusk combination, not too bad. We have seen this before from Crit and ATF. You do have plenty of kill potential here on Insania with the double stunts to fly out, but we do have to wait for those levels to come up for this.
Yeah, it's a hard lane to really pierce through as well. Like, the Faceless Void can dodge out a lot of damage. I like this combination of Time Dilation plus Arcane Chris. It's just a really good feedback loop to get some aggression out on the side of Liquid and just holds off any sort of movement out from Crit. Makes it a little bit riskier for the Tusk to push into that lane, and it should provide enough space for Mike to juggle around that use of Time Walk if need be.
Yeah, and there's that final lane, of course, Skidder and Snaking against Boxy and Saberlight. Of course, Saberlight, we talked about his Visage already, but we saw this a lot during the NADPC from the guy. Like, he really, really likes his hero. So when the patch came out and I saw the changes, I'm like, oh, Saberlight's going to have a very good time.
And that he is, and that is something we have already seen today for the previous series of Liquid. So far, lane going fairly stable. This is, it's an all right lane for Skidder. You know, it's still a Naga Siren. It can be a little bit harder to shove away. And I think the big thing is contesting into that push, right? You push that mid-tier 1 or bot-tier 1, contest the jungle. Because if you do leave this Naga alone, a couple of those new items, you know, like the Change Disperser, could feel pretty good for Naga to hit some early tempo.
That's the fun of the new patch. You just never know what's going to come out, but I can't wait to see. For now, only one kill going the way of Liquid. Neither side really getting too aggressive. Seems like both sides just happy to sit in their laning stage and just farm up. Of course, Skidder is having the best time on the map right now, 13-1 on the Naga Siren. Even with that kind of broken wet Visage combination, Skidder has not been threatened too much, but they are going to try and jump in now.
I have no idea which team is better. I haven't seen enough of the game yet.
Or the calling, though Snaking could find himself in a bit of danger trying to go for that 3-minute timing on the Lotus. He does not end up getting away with it. Snaking in huge trouble, but Boxy now being turned on. And
oh, you're so close to first blood. Actually, no, first was already taken.
Try and go
is he dead too?
Saberlight for a bit more damage. Skidder cutting through the tree line. Saberlight taking a fair bit of damage. One more hit will do it.
There you
does
go.
Find it.
GG.
Very nice here from the bot lane of Falcons.
I like this realization from a lot of carry players and Skidder as well. Going for the ensnare, in fact, going for 2 points in the ensnare, recognizing the value in just this chain stun. You've got the Venge, you've got the minus armor. You can still farm with lower level illusions, not going to be as quick, but you have a lot of potential of just bullying out this Visage. While his Soul Assumption stuck at level 1,
he got cheesed mid.
Rachel isn't that big of a threat at level 2. It gives you much more to play with to, again, set up for that tempo from your Naga and also prevent Saberlight from hitting critical mass a lot faster. You know, just prevent what we saw from that last series. This is not the same start for Saberlight.
Speaking of critical mass, ATF having a real good time to the CS department as bottom lane Snaking and Boxy now going to go at it. Now Boxy still messing around here with Snaking. Deadshot not going to be on the mark this time around, so still running. Snaking, he's got another stun in 5. He really wants the kill, and Boxy, he may have overstayed his welcome. If Snaking can get within range for this, I believe he's barely there. He just needs the
oh my
vision.
god, no. There's another Deadshot, I think.
Still running. Deadshot is going to land, and Snaking wants to continue the chase, but Boxy does have the salvo. Bit of an awkward scenario positioning here for Boxy, but looks like he's going to be fine.
He bails out. He doesn't quite have a TP for a few more seconds, so overall you're still kind of happy with this kind of skirmish coming out for Snaking.
Oh, typical lane mid against Oscar. I don't know, long range stuff I guess, like Viper and things like that.
Around, but it's a little bit tough.
Most things lose to him.
You've asked for here on Falcons. You've still got
that's why it's a cheese pick.
Mid lane starting up from Malrine, although you've built up quite a lot now.
The hero can thrives on winning lane and then snowballing off that. And if he doesn't win lane, then he'll usually sucks ass.
Send some heroes in. It's making his way forward.
So much pressure into the mid lane. Nisha, realizing they are around, will retreat for now. Snaking trying to wrap around, so will Crit, but Insania is already prepped for this. So they know they're coming around this timing, and they will continue to keep Nisha safe. The calling will be dropped here from Boxy. Snaking was spotted on the Venge, but it looks like he's looking to retreat, though a nice Deadshot going to drag him back into the loving arms of Nisha. And Snaking, well, he's going to continue the run. Nisha, one more hit will do it. Snaking looking for a deny attempt, is not going to find it. Nisha will be able to secure the kill.
It's a decent attempt coming out there from Snaking, but a great read from Team Liquid. This is what we've seen from Falcons time and time again, just collapsing mid, playing with Malrine, getting an early kill into a bit of a shove on the mid-tier 1, and opening up the side lanes. The side lanes still open up off the back of that movement. So again, you're still getting basically a solo lane for Skidder, a solo lane for Amar, no threat to kill off either the Naga and the DK. And then that normally plays into what Falcon wants anyway. Like, they just want Amar and Skitter to farm up as much as possible until they're ready to go, until they're ready to take some of these tier 1s. Maybe on the top with Amar this time.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw Boxy go for that 6-minute invis rune, does manage to pick it up for himself here on the Muerta, and we'll just move back towards the bottom lane. 3 heroes here from Falcons, though. They might be able to set up on Boxy or Saberlight. Saberlight obviously the primary target, and in fact they are going to move in. Ensnare will lock him down. They'll drop the calling for the silence, but I do not believe it is going to help. Saberlight is down. This Boxy, oh, he's not going to make it. That is unfortunate.
Call it.
That is just so much to bleed out off the Skitter. And again, this slower start for the Visage, this timing into the Solar Crest, into the Vlads that we've seen, it's not going to be at the moment that you'd want it to launch off. We heard a panel, they need a launching point with a Visage and a Husker to buy space for Mickey to kind of just build up and get that map control going your way. You've got a lot more to play with on Falcons in comparison. And they're already applying some decent pressure with Skitter down bot. Our Naga is already
Saberlight. Look at this, they're just cutting him off as well. They're not letting him get towards the tier 1 tower to try and defend. I love this play from Falcons. They know how important this Visage is to the side of Liquid as they do jump in again. Crit is going to get the shards up to lock him in, but the TPs are coming. Crit dropping low, but Saberlight is gone. Now Mickey trying to move in, but he does not have level 6. Mickey's in trouble. Mickey is looking pretty dead to me as he does go down. He moves in without level 6, so Chrono was not available for Liquid.
I mean, he makes that move. I'm really surprised that he went in with his laning build. 1 level in time walk, 3 levels in time lock. Because he's playing with a DK, that doesn't make it safe for you to leave.
At least the Razor is in absolute despair. 1800 net, well, 1900 net worth now against 3400.
That tier 1 tower timing we're talking about. Skitter already ripping that bot, went to shreds.
Despair.
Leads to an access point into the Wisdom Runes down the line. Leads into access into the triangle. And the Naga can just steal away a lot of that farm later on.
That's a fantastic start for Falcons. 6-3 with a 2k advantage going their way. And the one saving grace here for Liquid is Nisha's had a very good time in the mid lane.
And he got lucky with the win. Feels good, man.
Well, we are going to finally see some movement coming up from the man. Up towards the top lane he goes. ATF is by himself at the moment of the DK, trying to push out the top tier 1 tower. Mickey gonna pop the time dilation. In goes Nisha. Dragon Tower will be there, but it should not help ATF that much. ATF surely is just gonna die as Nisha
Who paid him?
finish up the kill.
Why is he pushing alone?
Important kill to find. It relieves some of that pressure.
Zero
on top
backup.
tier 1, already less than half HP. So in terms of just setting up the tone, setting up for Falcon's next move for the objective, Amara still has done the job. Again, you're freeing up space for the Naga. You are relieving some of that pressure that you are experiencing on Mika and starting to launch Nisha off. But you have to watch Falcons. They know you've committed a couple of spells. They know that you've just rotated your Huskar. You might not be too keen for the next move. They've smoked up with Crit and Snaking, looking for their own move now.
Certainly have Mickey. Big target if they could catch him. Crit looking for a snowball attempt. Will not have the vision. Snaking will not see him either, so Mickey backing off at the right time here will remain safe for now. Problem is you can set up with the tier 1 top tower push anyway, just with these supports being around. It'll allow ATF, once he does have the Dragon form up, to start that push once again. Mind you, ATF is still about 30 seconds away from that, so it's going to take a little bit of time here for the support to just kind of sit back and relax and ensure he does remain safe. It doesn't really seem like Liquid's going to be prepped to try and defend that top tier 1. They'll probably just allow it to go down.
They can't really defend it all too well. You don't even have level 6 up on Insania to help you with some wider teamfight control. You do have the Chrono, but damage inside, it's mainly off of Nisha at the moment. And it remains to be seen if they'll really have enough as we start to approach closer 6 marks for Snaking.
There's no tokens, I think.
I think the big issue for Liquid is really just that they're looking up top, they're leaving bot just all the way alone. And this pressure coming up top is mainly just from Mar and the support showing their faces. No one else is keeping Skitter safe. No one's scouting down bot. Saberlight's not even playing the lane, which is understandable after the threat from Skitter, just having that early control with Ensnare. Probably forced them to play more conservatively.
Chrono, top lane, they are going to try and defend. ATF going to cop the Chrono as now Nisha.
How many dollars?
And it seems as though ATF once again.
Why is he pushing like
For
this?
sticking around. So Liquid do indeed decide they will defend. And it seems as though the rest of Falcons, they're okay with this. I mean, they do rotate 4 heroes up to make that kill happen.
It takes a lot of effort. It opens up this push now for mid, just a little bit of a shove. Not the quickest. Again, they're not connecting with Amar onto that tier 1. Instead, they're just allowing Amar to soak all the attention, open up the mid lane, open up their bot jungle and bot lane for Skitter to free farm. And this investment is paying off. Like this Manta for Skitter is going to be online in 1,200 gold.
They okay with this? There's no fucking way.
Silence, he's not caring about that too much. They've got some good stacks built up here as well for Mallory.
Number 3?
His own Yasha for a little bit more chase potential as well. And Liquid, I mean, they're getting space out as well. You've got the full Solar Crest for Saberlight. They're grouping up mid. They need to find some of these objectives, open up the map so they can move across the river to make these moves.
The T1 tower would be very valuable. TPs are coming in. There's your jump in from Nisha onto the vent. So that'll be one door down already. Snaking, not going to quite make it.
Oh shit, the Huskers gonna die here.
He's more than happy to just man
Does he have Q? He has Q. Oh shit. Wait, is he in double now? Any stuns? No. The bird is too slow, I think. No, wait, he got him. He didn't believe. His team didn't believe.
Amount to much. They will get away with the Venge kill. The Liquid turning back around towards the mid-tier 1 tower do not seem done quite yet. They want that tower down, and Nisha looks like he's just prepped for a team fight. He's ready whenever.
They've got to open
It was
up
too
that
deep anyway.
Now they can invade down bot. They can make it a little bit less comfy for Skitter to play this farming game, get some forward vision, buy some space out for Mike to maybe shove Amar away. Although Amar will find that top tier 1 in the end, as the DK tends to do when left alone. Overall, a very even game. Map state would be slightly favored for Falcons in terms of just the objectives. Only the mid-tier 1 standing for Liquid is keeping Falcons' access across a little bit rougher. At the same time, again, this build-up coming out from Falcons.
Disgusting last pick Oscar.
You do see Amar, he's gone for the Midas as he tends to go for. And I just really want to see Amar take more activity. He's dragging attention in, but once he has a blink for BKB, he's got to go.
Onto ATF, Nisha. He's alone for now, but the help is incoming. Sees Crit trying to tank the gank here for his offlane, and it seems as though he successfully will. Crit does get a snowball off, but does not have anything like a blink to try and get away, though he will try and use the Pavis. His team
How's Pavis balance?
So they are just let Crit go down. At least he does save ATF though, so well worth his life.
Yeah, you need the gold to start flowing into Amar now as well. You know, to just hit again that blink or the Manta timing, or maybe possibly the BKB here for Amar in this specific game. Liquid, they've got some good timings. They've got the full Sanj up and running on Nisha. A little bit more durability coming out on our Husker will allow him to base tank that control. He's not going to be as worried about just the chain stuns from Snaking and from potentially Skitter if he does join in. And they'll smoke off the back of that.
Snaking looking for a swap on Boxy, does catch him. Boxy gonna pop the ulti straight away.
Oh, the disjoint.
Snaking and trying to get some damage off.
I always forget that skill has a disjoint at all.
It seems as though he might have his way with this Vendor. Snaking still trying to back his way out. There's a magic missile thrown. Seems like Skitter in trouble with the Skitter. He just wants to get up, pops the song. In comes Nisha now. He'll be put to sleep to boot. Snaking will be able to TP away, but Skitter, how does he get out of this? He's got no TP available, so the chase will continue. He will not try for the twin gate, instead running towards the west of the map. But Saberlight still chasing, will not be able to catch him. The song does pan out.
Yeah, buys them space. It will allow this tier 1 push to come in from Liquid, but they're using the space.
That skill has a disjoint and a dispel, I think.
More, again, a little bit more farm in the triangle and just playing the build-up game. So Liquid take the opportunity. Don't find too much further trouble. Tower take does even out map control a little bit more, but they don't have the vision to back up all
Hero's OP.
yet. They don't have forward vision. A mid-tier 1 will fall to Malrine, and with the forward vision that Falcon has, in comparison, it can lead to some opportunities down the line.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking Roshan right now. They'll sacrifice the tier 1 mid tower and just say, screw it. We want the Roshan. It's just more important here for Nisha, and that certainly will allow a momentum now from Liquid to start just moving in onto the side of Falcons very aggressively. Because Nisha already queuing up the Aghanim Scepter to boot, and once you've got that up, life does become extremely hard if you are Falcons in terms of dealing with this guy. Well, at least for another 4.5 minutes, seems like Nisha is going to be relatively safe as he does TP into the mid-tier 2 tower. Seeing Malrine there for a moment, they wanted the fight, but instead they're going to have to settle with Snaking on the Venge. Snaking, no way out for him. He is going to tank the game.
It's a small little take, just taking back control as well in the jungle. Snaking did take the opportunity to try and drop a sentry, figuring they were scouted out, doesn't find anything further trouble. And Liquid, with his spike on the Aegis, should be able to apply more pressure on the map. You know, they can start hunting with confidence, maybe, again, waiting for that Ags that you mentioned here, for Nisha to truly have that big jump in with a life break. You're starting to get some damage pouring in as well for Mike in that chrono. At least the Maelstrom almost done, well, maybe around 500 gold left. But the key things for Falcons are coming out now as well. Blink for Amar is flying out, so the initiation is lining up on Falcons outside of just trying to catch out with a magic missile and the snowball here. So relieving some of the pressure on the supports as well, holding on to perhaps make a counterplay in Chrono if the positioning's just right. Again, we've seen Amar on this DK offlane before, where they hand it to him.
Bottom lane, Mickey, does he know? It doesn't seem like he does, though. He is trying to look towards, retreating towards the
Stopping the punch.
Top is there. Aura's punch out as well. Mickey, he'll pop the Chrono. He does find 3 targets with that. The team is incoming. Mickey, they weren't too fast to begin with. Mickey's still alive.
I think he could have jumped.
He's going to try and trade, see if they can...
I'm pretty sure he could have jumped.
They do take 2 for their trouble.
But he went for an extra hit.
You really want to call that worth here. 2 supports.
This greedy fuck.
I suppose in this
oh wait, what? Was it Mask of Madness?
That is fair. Like, the tempo of the Husker is much more important. The Face's Void can just catch up later on when space is created. It's still
was it still on after Chrono?
I'm more than happy about that. They don't lose anything. On Skitter, the Chrono was very forced coming out from Nikkei, which is understandable. It's a panic situation. Chain stuns are coming in.
But it wasn't net for sure. The net ran out.
It's too lacking when you're already halfway through your Chrono duration when the TP's come. So missed opportunity for Liquid. Falcons, you lose 2, but it's the 2 heroes you don't really mind sacrificing. You're still playing this greedy game. You've still got Amar just sitting back, building up. They will group up with that full blink up on Amar though.
Yeah, it's a question as well of whether...
I think it was greedy, yeah. Pretty sure I saw his jump ready.
Right out of range of that. It's going to avoid them completely. Unfortunate here for Skidder. Just Song now on cooldown. It seems like Nisha is still a man on the run, though, snaking right behind him. Nisha to be able to move towards the east of the map and get to that high ground. It seems like Falcon's going to move into that dive triangle, maybe finding Saber.
Was it better drafter? I think Liquid's drafts.
Getting nothing for their trouble.
Feels a bit nicer, but then they lost like 2 lanes and now it doesn't feel that nice. I still think Liquid's late game is much easier to play, but that's just like Face's Void advantage. That hero makes late game stupid. There's not many spells in the game that work like Chrono's Sphere with a Refresher Orb.
Insania getting caught, trying to take the Watcher for himself, does 4 stuff but will not get to the low ground. So Insania will end up going down. ATF, he'll take himself a free position 5.
He'll take the freebie. He should be able to get some D wards as well. It's a good control, just completely taking over the top area as much as possible. And maybe start to look at chipping at these tier 2s. They've got control in the area. They're already invading the top area as well, with Skitter clearing out the camps. The side of Liquid, though, they're actually in mid. They're not occupying bot. They're not trying to sneak more from map away. They're looking perhaps for an opportunity with Nisha, with the full Ags up here.
Yeah, certainly Sony even goes for the Eye of the Vizier, just wanting that full cast range for the life break, just being able to go from a mile away. Sprit's going to find out the hard way. He will be the first target of Nisha here, and he will eventually go down. Nisha looking for a little bit more, does head north, but it seems as though everyone just TPing away. They're not going to really find anyone else with...
I don't even think Doom is better than Void in late game. The self-Doom cast is a bit conditional, and regular Doom cast is counted by Lincoln's late game. It's not rare to see like 5 Lincoln's orbs in super late game against Doom. There's almost no counterplay against Phaser's Voids, and the ones that exist are kind of difficult.
Still standing with a sneaky ward up top, so they can see some movement across. If the Liquid are trying to sneak.
It's all initiate and positioning.
8-11, net worth still tied up rather evenly. And Amar is about to hit a beacon.
Void is countered by Naga? I mean, there's a timing where Naga is much stronger than Void, especially since the hero farms faster. But if you don't finish the game, Void gets way stronger than Naga eventually. It's not even close. He clubs the shit out of her.
Liquid, they've been trying, right? Like, they understand that Nisha is the launching point for this mid game. The Aegis...
And how this game is going right now, they're not finishing the game anytime soon. Unless they get some nice smoke ganks and kill 5 heroes, then Roshan and then push. This looks like a game that's gonna go on to like 40 plus minutes.
So they're not able to cross the river. And that kind of situation just favors Falcons. Like, they'll play the stall game. They've got a green.
I'd be fairly comfortable if I were Liquid here.
They've got Skitter just being efficient. I mean, you'll take this kind of farm game every single time. And Falcons?
Naga sleep is pretty good, but there's not much you're chronoing here as Void if it's not Naga. Like, you're looking for VS, I guess, and Naga Siren, and then you hope for the best.
Nisha, he is at the top lane, but they're not running towards the right direction. Nisha looks like he'll be just fine. You do also have the option for Mickey on the far east of the top lane if you want, and they might actually check this. Falcons, can they head that way? Check the corner of the map, see if they can find Mickey, though Mickey now running towards the south. Might actually run for the next camp, but does decide better on. And that's a smart choice. The Spidey senses were tingling there for Mickey. He'll be able to avoid the gank that was incoming here from Falcons. And it seems like Falcons, they're just going to settle for the top tier 2 tower anyway. They're not too stressed in trying to find this form.
Yeah, they're in position to do so. Bot lane's not really shoving in, mid's shoved in their favor. No information coming out from Liquid. They're just kind of hugging the other sides of the map, so they've got the opportunity to go for it.
There is a 2-man smoke. Team Liquid, they'll head up top lane. Lions are drawn out. They want the fight. Sablight's going to connect as well. You've got the TPs incoming from Insania and Nisha. This
What?
could
They're
be a
defending
big
this?
one. If they could find the initiation, is all they really need. Mickey is going to have a look around.
It's a nice time to fight if they catch DK without ulti.
For his team. But it seems as though Falcons for now retreating, but they're under vision. Oh, they are under vision of Team Liquid. This could be a very, very nasty team fight as Mickey does jump in, finds a 2-man chrono with a nice swap out. Snaking will save at least one, but he cannot save ATF.
He fucking swaps out the Razor. And they just killed DK instead. I guess they would have lost both otherwise, but still. He looks so stupid.
Very nice ward on the Twin Gate high ground.
Just a clever little play out from Liquid, and they're using the new changes to...
Oh, not DK, so I meant Razor.
Really well. The outpost teleports are not as long.
Yeah.
Much faster to contest, and that actually makes a difference. In the last patch, this probably would have been slower, but they get into position nicely, get that nice wrap with that smoke.
Yeah, I think Liquid takes this game unless they fuck up like 5 times in a row.
They're not going to be within range in the ensnare. It does barely
like this.
Time. In goes Nisha.
Or Nisha jumps into 3 heroes and fucking kills them. What the shit? Or dies like a dog.
Nisha, he does go down. There is no armless.
The fuck is he thinking?
Surrounded by that many units.
Certainly not. Really great song coming out. Really great chase to find that big target. Insania, not too safe here.
Certainly not. Ensnare will land. Snowball is going to connect as well, and it seems as though Insania will be a bit of a freebie right after the Nisha kill. Bit of a cherry on top.
I mean, that was a really nice move out from Liquid. They chase down. They understand where Malrine will want to go after that fight up top. But they overextend. You know, they don't have Chrono, they don't have Mickey around as well to try to help, even with just a couple of dashes or the time dilation. And they don't even have Saberlight in that area to play with the auras. So just going in with not the full toolkit, not respecting that.
They've got Saberlight. The Visage has been caught.
Okay, they actually fucking him like 5 times in a row. That's kill number 3 now. That's for free.
He will also drop Liquid. One after the other, just giving more kills back the way of Falcons as they do secure the bottom tier 2 tower. Falcons well and truly seem online now with a 4K advantage, but more importantly, this Naga Siren is slowly getting out of control.
That it is. Heart not too far off, going for that Ring of Taras into the Heart Force when you build up. Falcons, they've got control of the map now. They've got a really good access point for a bot Roshan span. Although it will switch over into nighttime, so they won't have too much control for long. But they can just gun for the Roshan next. The scary thing about fighting into Falcons is if you do force yourself into a big fight, it just doesn't take that long for Falcons to rip into the high ground. And you can't afford to let this Roche go once it respawns.
They are going to go again. Falcons, they smoke up as 4. They're heading right towards the side of Liquid, though Liquid do back off. I said 4, it was actually 5 here from Falcons. Liquid will move to the opposite side of the map. Not interested in a team fight, even with the Chrono.
This move feels so bad now.
Confident at the moment. Just leave them be for now. Roshan will respawn indeed in 5 seconds. Falcons, they're going through the Toon Gates. They still want the team fight.
Jesus.
They're not going to take no for an answer. The vision, it should
they get scanned.
The Toon Gates being used, so they should be very well aware that Falcons
Liquid knows.
Liquid, they smoke up on their own terms, looking for the fight perhaps, looking for that big initiation from Mika. Not going to come out quite yet. They'll deal with the Naga illusions for now. Roshan is officially available on the Dire side. So you do have the option to try and start that if you are Falcons, but you don't exactly have the fastest Roshan timing. I suppose with Skitter around, perhaps you could try though. Still Liquid, not going to allow this one to go for free. Mika going to move back in, trying to bait for his team, is now Boxy moving forward, getting the vision. Stun out from ATF. They do want them when it's dead. Silence is committed by Insania, but they do lose Boxy. That's a start here for Falcons. The buyback is out from Boxy, looking to come back towards his team. as they do not want to allow Roshan to go the way of the Falcons for free, but the swap is out. Nisha forced to go for the fight. They go onto the bench, snaking, in huge trouble, but Nisha, he's dropping low. He can't toggle. Chrono is out. They've caught the Tusk at the very least in snaking, but it's only support, and now the song comes out. Oh, Skinner. He's going to turn back around onto Saberlight, looking for the Visage, and it seems as though Saberlight, he'll go for the stuns, but how do you get out of this?
Call it.
Do not.
Ogre.
Roxy, he will follow. That is a dieback on the Huerta. And Falcons, they are just not flinching.
No, they aren't. They take this really good position out. They just hug the gate. And Liquid, they're forced to show first. You know, Mickey goes into the lane, tries to farm up, and then they just see that squishy support. Like, they just find this angling out from Amar. They pop.
What is Nisha's item build?
No opportunity for a big chrono until towards the end.
What the fuck is
and the fight was
this?
just way too fragmented. You're getting so much value.
Is this
out,
game
but
playable
how
without
much time
BKB?
Razor has to just stand in the center with the eye.
No, right?
Armor starts to pile in, and just the lack of great burst outside of the Husker just causes so many issues for Liquid. You can't burst down any of these heroes.
You absolutely cannot. And if you don't catch Skinner in that chrono, I mean, just the song coming out.
He's getting it next. I mean, next your game's fucking over. What do you mean it's getting it next? Look at this shit.
Falcons, and Malrine does take it for himself on the Razor. An 8K advantage going their way. I mean, it's still a relatively close game, all things being said and done. But if you're Liquid, you might just want to sit back and relax for a
I
few
think they showed the BKBs on Falcons. Oh, Razor had one. I don't know about DK. I'm not sure if he had this in the fight.
Try to scout out that
And then Naga doesn't play BKB.
In setting up onto the last tier 2 into the high ground. You've got the amplified damage rune on Malrine.
He had it too, so they fought into 2 BKBs with 0.
So
yeah, no wonder, man. It's just so easy to play when you get those first BKBs. There's a reason why people choose to fight with those.
They know there's no chrono.
You get free reign for a fight.
Back up at the very least. One additional tool here.
I think Falcon played that fight pretty well. And I think Liquid either mischose their timings or their item builds are wrong. Whichever.
Shoved in their favor. And we're
here we go. Saberlight's getting done. I'm not sure what ATF's is seeing, but he's seen something.
It's Amar.
Yeah.
You know, he's as he's known.
There's no way you're fighting into BKBs with 0.
Sorted in our tier list. Very Filipino indeed.
He certainly is.
How he plays his pucks.
Liquid still playing the avoid game. 10K advantage going the way of Falcons. Smoke is up from Falcons. They're going to try and find somebody on the side of Liquid. They know that they're south somewhere, and it is Mickey who is farming that Radiant jungle area. That's a huge kill if you can catch him. TP away though, Mickey seems to know something is a little bit awry and does just leave the area. Nisha will do the exact same. Do they go through the twin gates again?
There's no vision to scout them into the gates here. They wanted to take that risk. Why TP out over instead?
ATF's going to go through the gates. Instead, the others will TP towards the top lane. Insania, hanging around this area.
What the fuck?
He's going to run towards the south, trying
Hello?
to avoid the side of Falcons, and it seems as though for now...
He's shaking hands or what?
TP away. Does he make it? Malrine going to get the vision and Insania. Oh, that's so unlucky. What can you do? It happens.
It's a lot of space, though. Like, that's a lot of heroes rotating up top, only finding the silencer. You've got some safe room to
Top
farm.
lane, Mickey. Oh, he's going to be able to time walk away. Now, this is where things get a little bit spicy because Falcons, they want a little bit more. They know Liquid are hanging around this area. Nisha going to back his way out to boot. Mickey just going to go right into the corner and just hide in that area as Skidder. Still going to have a look through the northern side of the jungle, realizing that the camps have been farmed. And Mickey, he may just get caught. He runs right into the Naga, and they do just silence him up. The Void, Mickey's looking like he has no chance to escape.
Despair.
It's the side of Falcons just getting so much value out of these rotations. And they move on to the top tier 3 tower. I mean, why the hell not?
There's not much threat stopping them. No chrono. Global silence is back up with Insania spawning in, but what are you going to do with that without the additional control that you'd need from this Faceless Void? Nisha alone can't get this done. Does have his fresh BKB up, but this tower just melts.
Jump in, ATF, right onto Insania, getting the damage off with that Ancient Black Dragon form, but we'll back off, looking for the tier 3 once again. They just want the safer objectives. Liquid, not looking to defend the top racks. You kind of ask yourself the question now, Falcons, do they have an opportunity to go for the mid-tier 3 tower? Just force the defense out from Liquid. It seems as though they might. In fact, they jump in. Nisha getting caught by ATF, but has the BKB available. Will have to turn around underneath these tier 4 towers. He'll find at least the Tusk for now. The Tusk, though, still surviving a little bit, but will go down. Crit is gone. Still they move in onto Boxy. In fact, the tier 4 tower is even being targeted here by ATF, but Boxy eventually will drop. It's Nisha. That was his BKB committed, and he really just only finds a support task for that.
It's not the best feeling in the world for Liquid. They have stalled for Mika to be back up here, so they've got the Chrono to play with. They've still got the Fortify here as well. But the Aegis is still up for a minute, and there's nothing to fear here from Mallory. They've got the cheese ready to go. They've got the song to bail them out as well. Your tools on Liquid, it just feels like it's lacking.
It certainly does. Marine continuing, just draining the damage away from these familiars now as the tier 3 mid tower going to go down, but it seems as though Falcons, they have probably seen enough. Aegis is expiring in 32, so they do not want to risk handing over the life of the Razor. And just very clean gameplay overall, I want to say, from Falcons. Like, they are really not pushing the limits too far. They're just taking what they can safely get and playing very conservatively.
I don't know how safe it was to dive into the tier 4s. It's very confident. Confident and controlled for himself.
ATF is just another day.
It's Amar. You know, he's feeling himself when he feels himself after a little bit of farming. You know, his team buys him space. Yeah. He's set to go. Liquid, it's a weird situation to be in when you don't get that opening you'd want with a lineup that's trying to buy space for your Faceless Void, yet at the same time you're starting to approach, you know, into the 40-minute mark, that point where Chrono is going to be this be-all, end-all spell. I just don't see the damage coming in for Mika just yet. You know, Mjolnir's going to be farmed up next. I don't know, there's so much he has to worry about. He has to worry about Snowballer, he has to worry about a punch from the outside if it's just on the edge, the swap's there, the song's there. He's basically asking for at least like 3 specific heroes to be caught in Chrono, and that just feels like a near impossibility with how Falcons positions themselves here.
And they're waiting off?
Situation for
No.
the side of Liquid Falcons. 18k advantage now, perhaps just waiting for that next Roshan respawn.
But Nagasa's playing PKB, holy
Take
shit.
the time to keep that farm going, just remaining grouped up here is Mickey. Sadly, time walking into a bit of a tree line there, getting stuck, but we'll be able to get out eventually. Mjolnir almost available here for the Voiders. They will take back their Dire Triangle. I mean, so you look at the other side of the map, it's just completely controlled here by the side of Falcons, and they are just moving very confidently on their own. Understanding Liquid will not go for any kind of a gank attempt at the moment.
No. Like, everything's under their control. Every lane shoved out. Even this bot lane that they're trying to correct on Liquid is barely crossing the river. So you've got all the room for Falcon to just do what they want. They've got fresh build-up coming in. The Satanic Disassembly for Malrine is ready if he wants to with the Mask of Madness. So.
Close call there on the Tormentor of the Tyrant. Nisha will be able to pick up the shards though, so happy days for him. He's going to have help having that stronger inner fire as Liquid.
He can't leave base.
Right now, it seems like they'll hang around
They farm the one agent camp below the bottom lane, and that's it.
You've got the Warriors kick online, and that's when things get even scarier, because now Crick can just set up every single time for his team, and with that kick, it's a pretty big range.
It really is, and it just relieves pressure as well for Amar to kind of play forward. Crit can start to play forward and just safely reposition someone out, take care of the silencer before Global Silence is on, and that's just one half of the team fight of Team Liquid taken out of the equation. I mean, there's some timings here for Liquid if they want to stall out. This might be a little bit of a cope, but you know, you've got like Husker 25, right, with Burning Spears, pure damage. That can be nice. You can start to hope Boxy gets that build-up we always see on support Muertos going into damage as well, but we're nowhere near that. It's been pretty starved for Liquid.
ATF, he's going to find Nisha. Nisha going to just try and jump away, but still isn't dangerous. The shot's going to lock them in.
Huh? He saved them.
Nisha forced to go for the fight. Does pop the BKB, but the Warriors punch is out and Nisha is down. Just complete control over the Husker as ATF going to have a little bit, look for a little bit more. Not going to find quite anything yet, but can just move into the mid-racks again.
Start to poke into those objectives. It's a little bit funny, you know, Crit decided to kick Insania away just to save him, just to maybe save that treat for later as they start to threaten onto the high ground. Buyback is still available for Nisha. They've got to find an angle in the Chrono, somehow.
Here we go, ATF. I mean, he was being targeted for a moment. He is a Dragon Knight though, so I would not necessarily recommend it. That mid-racks, slowly but surely, will go down to the side of Falcons. Mickey still trying to find a decent Chrono opportunity, but ATF is the one frontlining for his team, so it's very hard to know who to actually jump. You can't see anyone else but the Dragon Knight and the Razor. Neither option is really the option you want. It seems though Liquid, they'll accept the fact they are going to be 2 Raxes down here in this game 1. They are still within this game, but it is looking harder and harder as time does proceed.
They're still in the game. It's winnable.
To for Liquid as time goes on. Again, the threat of Chrono being the be-all and all, it isn't really felt because you're worrying about 3 heroes and catching out. To just get an effective Chrono in the first place, you're scaling on the Husker. It's still somewhat
Yeah,
there to an
maybe
extent,
the keyboards disconnect or they get a heart attack.
you
It's
need
winnable.
more levels now. You need to even consider that level 25 brings your pure damage, if at all, is something you want. And you don't have control outside your base, so the next Roshan just goes for free here. 4 Falcons into that pit. They've got the Ag's Blessing ready to go here as well. And that's just going to be more issues. Like End Snare, True, Spell Immunity is going to be massive. Reel in, a little bit of a meme, but it has its utility here as well if they wanted to.
Oh, they'll get the Aegis basically for free here. Liquid kind of just stuck on their high ground, and they will move a little bit south and try to get that farm going. But now 29k behind is this dire side. And of course, Falcons understanding how far ahead they are, they might just move into the high ground, go for the jugular. It's Team Liquid. It's about time to prepare for this, perhaps this final team fight. They're going to maybe go for a bit of a smoke, and they do. 4-man smoke up, looking through the mid lane. Skidder is around the corner. But then again, so is the whole side of Falcons. Snaking, he'll be the one to break the smoke. Mickey jumping in immediately. They just want to blow up one. The Venge is dead immediately as now. They'll go for more. It seems like Crit is going to be the secondary target. Crit, he will eventually go down though, Snaking with the Remnant, swapping him out. Crit, he will survive. He'll eat the cheese up. Instead ATF now, moving in onto Nisha. There's your Chrono committed. But do they have the damage? It seems like they just may, but no, the song comes out. And everything just stops as it seems as though the side of Liquid, they are out of gas here, John. They will try to continue the fight, but it is not looking too good for them. Maureen, he is taking a bit of damage here from Mickey. Perhaps he is set to fall. That is 1 life. Liquid, can they keep the fight up? Back onto the Razor they go, and it seems as though Falcons are going to let the Razor go down.
Huh.
Okay. That's a pretty strong fight from Liquid.
That is. It just cost them a buyback onto Nisha.
We're winnable.
But you can see the issues again. When it comes down to these fights, you can't bank on the Faces Void to kind of carry through. You have to have Nisha finding these openings, jumping in with the damage, being sustainable up front. And honestly, you have to have Saberlight in a really good position to try to get as much from his
What actually happened? Well, they countered the Chrono with sleep. And then they chased after them because they ran. But I don't think they were actually stronger, but they chased anyway because they were like a dog chasing after a ball. It moved, so they chased.
Far away from the objective.
And then suddenly they weren't strong and they died.
That space. And this is where Liquid can start to try to find solutions to these problems. You've got these Shadow Blade coming out for Boxy. He's going into the Ags next on the Muerta for a little bit of that parting shot, which I suppose can be useful in trying to kite heroes around or trying to save someone with the 50% damage reduction.
25k behind though, it's fucking hard. 2 racks as well.
Some utility that can come in, and the gold is being saved up, although he does buy out something else. It is just the full Shadow Blade. Falcons, for their part, I mean, again, nothing's changed on map state. They still got map control. They might
Net worth is just a number. Just play good.
Going into those fights.
5-man Chrono into
early on. You don't have the swap spam just yet.
That shot.
That's a little bit further away at level 25. So you're not always going to have that up when Chrono comes in, and that does lead to, again, openings. You're not able to just spam that damage reduction that swap can provide you as well. And for Liquid, I mean, they still have to hug their base. It looks difficult for them to just pop out. Get some forward vision out, perhaps in their own jungle, to just expand this farming area, watch some entry points, and kind of just preempt Liquid. Play very conservatively, wait for Falcons to kind of try to make a mistake, and capitalize on that as best you can. Heck, at this point, if you find one alone and just catch them with a Chrono, you're pretty happy with that, if it's core.
I mean, you really can't underestimate the damage Nisha was dealing with that last team fight as well. Like, he did 10k plus on that Husker in that last team fight, and it really is a matter of if he can stay alive, if Mickey can get a huge Chrono off, the damage is not the problem. Obviously, your songs coming out from Skidder are causing a lot of headaches here for the side of Liquid, but as the BKBs do come up, especially on Mickey, that will not be such an issue very, very soon as Falcons now, the ones that are playing a little bit slower, they are going to sit back, they're going to relax, they do not want a fight like that to happen again, because if it does, Team Liquid, they might just have a comeback on their hands.
And possibly, and never say never in Dota 2, especially with this patch and how wild it can be. Falcons, they're just going to wait until that next Roche. I mean, they lost that fight with Aegis. They're probably thinking they can't do it again without Aegis. And Liquid are the one to try to tempt fate here.
I believe they saw Skitter there for a moment. ATF also showing. They do retreat towards the east of the map. Looks like Crit will TP out. Skitter and ATF doing the exact same. They will not risk losing this game one. Look at that Northwood ways. Well, yeah, the push is up. The DK illusions are also a pretty big problem for these towers. And ATF just being a real nuisance, forcing Liquid to defend those to boot. Sadly for Liquid, they will not find anything with that smoke rotation. They do, at the very least, force Falcons towards the other side of the map, and you are the ones behind us, Liquid, at the moment, so you do appreciate the space to farm. But that is about all you get.
Just more time to stall. Try to find.
What game is next? It's gonna be Dota 2.
I'm actually thinking if teams would start to consider waiting for a later Roche to get, say, the Roche banner if you want to push instead. Right? Like, there's always that utility with daytime Roche, I suppose. I'm wondering if that's something Falcons will hope for. Either a very fast Roche or a very long one that it rolls into daytime. That could be one way to just guarantee that shove in on the bot, set a tower and racks. For Liquid, in their part, I mean, it's inching up, right? Like, it's the damage is starting to come through. You mentioned Nisha having enough damage in the last fight, really because he bought back with 2 lives. You're not going to be able to replicate that, which makes that process for Liquid to go outside and hunt a risky prospect. Again, just no one's willing to take that risk. So it's just going to be down to farm, and Falcons are going to be happy with a farm game. Eventually, you're going to have perhaps this full Ags coming out onto Skitter with a Blessing. Just free up the slot space, get it down, get something to control through the spell immunity, which would solve a lot of your issues in some of these openings Liquid are finding. For the side of Liquid, you're working towards the site of Vice here for Saberlight, which is a huge piece of utility that will help them try to catch these big heroes on Falcons. Like, try to pin down Skitter when you find a real one. That has been the issue. They'll smoke up in Falcons now, though.
Yeah, 5-man smoke here from Falcons. They're trying to move into that dire triangle. Liquid reading the movement quite well for now. We'll back off. Mickey, though, showing on a Naga illusion. This could be very, very dangerous, but they were not within range to make the jump in, so the Void will be able to make it out. Though Saberlight, not quite so lucky yet. Crit, they'll kick him back. The Visage in huge trouble. They'll force the fight. Anyway, Nisha trying to go for the fight. Does get swapped out. Now the Chrono.
What?
Mickey, he'll find 2 targets. They'll take Crit down. The song does come out. Nisha, he will drop for this. Meanwhile,
yes, my finest creation. Fucking Razor.
Retreat immediately as now the chase is on Falcons. They want to hunt this prey down. Insania, Ghost Scepter will allow him to get away, but Mickey getting caught out and the Void is gone.
No buybacks.
He's got no buyback available. It's Falcons now smothering the side of Team Liquid. Looking to go for the jugular. Saberlight just going down slowly but surely. ATF looking for his next target. Might find Boxy, but Boxy at least able to TP away. But it's a 3v4 scenario. How do you defend? The tier 4s are basically gone. There's only one left and the Ancient will be exposed. And I think for Liquid, it's looking pretty rough.
That it is. A full minute. It's not enough time.
Certainly is not. They are going to try one last time, but they've already caught Boxy out. The Muerta is down. Boxy, he'll fight back. The Ancient, exposed, under siege. It's Liquid, moving in. It seems as though Falcons, they are going to play conservatively. Maybe assuming the buybacks were available, they will not risk it. In fact, Skitter...
End the game, you fucking big pussies.
They do have Megas up, so there's no need to risk it. They'll jump in for the kickback onto Boxy, and Boxy, well, that'll be a dieback immediately from the Muerta. Still 30 seconds without your Void and your Husker. Saberlight at least finding snaking here in the Visage. That's 1 down, but that's not really the big problem, and GG is called. GG is called. Falcons, they will be able to successfully take game number 1. And I'll tell you what, it was quite a smooth ride for them. John Liquid, I mean, there was a couple of great moments for him, but ultimately just not quite enough.
Not quite enough. It did feel like the tempo that you expect Liquid's draft to have didn't really kick in. Like that mid lane for Malrine, for the Razor versus the Husker. Sure, you were finding a little bit more for Nisha. It didn't really translate to early.
Thank you, Game Man, for the 40. Gwijs, thank you, the 12. Dot Q, thank you, the 6. Q1, thank you, the 4. I think the patch came at the right time. I do. It's really nice when the patch comes out in the middle of a tournament. Dark Eyes, thank you, the 8. Mano, enjoy, thank you, the subgift. Sky Pie, thank you, the 30. Bottom Pancake, thank you, the 64.
By going 2 points in ensnare at level 4.
I'm gonna walk my dog real quick before the next game starts. I BRB in like 5 minutes.
It's impossible for Saberlight to try to bully and control that lane and hit that tempo the team really needed him to find here.
Oh, well, with that, Jonathan, we do have our lovely panel on hands. Let's throw to them and see exactly what they have to say about this game number 1.
Looks like Falcons are starting to figure some things out, because previously when these two teams faced off in the group stage, it was a 2-0 in Liquid's favor, and it seems like the tides are turning. But I don't know how much of it was Liquid kind of handing it to them, because we were kind of skeptical about the Faceless Void pick even from the draft, and whatever it was trying to solve seemed like he already had issues. The Venge was already in the game, and then eventually the Naga came out. Seems like that Chrono was not able to have the impact that they were hoping for.
I think what they were thinking with the Void is that you have the Tusk Snowball shards, and then you have the Razor Static Link, and he's a carry that can reliably get away from that combo, so there's no kill combo. It's going to lane well against Razor. They were planning on giving Razor multiple bad matchups in lane so that he didn't have a place to go. And that ended up happening in the game in the sense that Razor, in the mid lane, really struggled against the Huskar, so they did what they did against the Razor, but they might have focused too much on that aspect of the game, because then they gave just a perfect Naga pick that was good against Visage, good against Void, and then I feel like Skeeter just played that to a T.
I mean, on top of that, I felt like Crit did amazing in the early game. Like, he was the reason why Sableye was so poor, you know. As soon as he made the top pull, the wave was near Amar's tower, he could just free farm, he went bot, he killed the Visage one time, and he waited. Moment Sableye TP'd after dying, he dies again, you know. That's really, really bad news as a Visage. And that kind of ruined his whole game.
Yeah, it's very tough to play into that. And if you don't have solutions against a Naga, then taking a good team fight with Chronosphere is limited on the fact that you have to get past all these Naga illusions who are also split pushing lanes. So a lot of the fights that happen around Roshan where everyone's standing in trees, it's like you just always have to deal with these illusions being on top of your heroes and scouting things out. So you got the fast Heart Bloodthorn. They use the Bloodthorn to like crush Roshan and give them good disables, which makes the Void now vulnerable. Something we talked about in the draft. It's like, oh, there's not many solutions. But like every carry is buying Bloodthorn right now. Gives them easy build up, good kill potential, True Strike, things like that. So yeah, I just felt like Falcons was definitely better that game with their draft.
And how about that final pick, Huskar? We thought it was a little bit of a gotcha pick, but we had alluded to the fact that Malrine and ATF have a lot of overlap. So just because you see a DK doesn't mean it's going to go mid. It can easily go off lane, and it did. Ended up picking into a Razor.
Yeah, I think the Razor did worse in lane than I would have expected. Like, I think Razor's been nerfed over the years in the early stages, so maybe Huskar wins that lane now. But the way you beat Huskar is single target physical. Like, that's what that hero's always struggled against. So even though he had a really good start on Nisha, they have Venge minus armor, they have the Razor minus armor, they have the Tusk tag team. Like, they had a lot of tools to burst Nisha. We saw him go in a few times when he was really far ahead. We thought he had Aegis that one time, and he just didn't, and then he died instantly. And I think that's something where they really... I think they just focused too much on the lanes, on Liquid. I think they had a good plan for the first like 10 or 15 minutes. It was clear they were off to a good start, except for the bottom lane for Saberlight. But yeah, I don't know how they plan to deal with Naga.
Yeah, the two blind picks at 16, 17, they chose to pick the Faceless Void, the Visage, and I think Morita was it?
Same time.
The 16, 17. I didn't really like that as much because I felt like Visage is not a off-lane hero where you can afford a bad game, right? So you don't see your lane. I mean, sure, you see a Razor, but the Razor could have been anywhere. You know, you can't say that, oh, I'm just going to have a good lane based on that Razor, you know. But you just can't assume that. And you kind of needed a more neutral hero, I felt, at that point to enable the whole draft because they already had a Faceless Void. So you need something like a Centaur probably, like, or Doom, you know, for example. You know, somebody who doesn't really care about getting countered in the lane, or if he runs into a bad lane, he can recover. Visage is just not that hero. So in order for their draft to work, it can only work with the Huskar just snowballing out of control. Sure, he won his lane, but it just wasn't enough because the other 4 heroes didn't provide enough value in the draft.
Yeah, in game number 1 against Secret, when Liquid did previously pick this Visage, it was a second to last pick Visage. He didn't know his carry matchup because Secret ended up picking the Faceless Void, but it was still later on enough in the draft that you could tell that your Visage was protected and it would be able to contribute a little bit more in this game.
It's really, really important to understand which the value of which offlaner at a different pick, you know, first pick or second pick, you know. For example, if you're picking on 18, you see an extra hero, then I think that you have more information to decide whether you can pick a polarizing hero like for Sableye, you know. That's why I was talking about Sableye is a offlaner, he's greedier, he needs to be given a lot more attention in the draft, and sometimes it's difficult to balance it out in a draft for him.
And it's even harder because the Visage does do a lot of magic nuke right now, but if you look at the cores on the enemy squad, he's trying to nuke down a Naga with a heart, he's trying to kill a Razor who's going to have a lot of HP, and a Dragon Knight. And the snaking, he grabbed a pipe, so all of a sudden all this damage is just mitigated.
That was really smart though.
In smaller, moderate ways, just to make it even harder for him to get kills and actually catch up into the game.
I mean, on top of that, if you look at their heroes, so Silencer faces Void, Visage, they're all afraid of the same type of hero, the Illusion hero.
Okay, yeah.
And they all pick it all together. I mean, for sure they pick it for a reason. It was Bench or first pick. They decided Silencer would counter it with the Global. But I felt like they were really thinking too much on countering the opponent's lineup. And then at the end of the day, you need to have a lineup that functions. And I felt like it kind of didn't really function at the end of the day.
Especially because we've kind of learned that Falcons excel in the 15 to 30 minute range. And so I can kind of see Liquid's logic where it's like, okay, if we're able to make team fights uncomfortable for them with our Muerta tossing out things, with our Silencer, Global Silence, then once we go past the 35-minute mark, then Falcons typically kind of falls apart to pieces. And we actually came to this panel because it looked like Falcons were about to end the game, but Liquid were able to hold on for a little bit longer. So for as successful as this game was, I'm still kind of iffy on Falcons past 40 minutes these days.
Yeah, I think the reason why I don't think this game is a strong indication of what will happen in Game 2 is in these drafts, the way I view a draft being advantageous is how many fights do they have to win to take crucial objectives and end the game. And it felt like every time Liquid won fights, other than the first Roshan, they were kind of just stuck on their own side of the map because Naga was constantly clearing waves. And if they ever lost 1 or 2 heroes on Liquid, they're losing a lane of racks. They're being forced to go back into their base and turtle. And we see here, Skeeter versus Mickey, the Naga 12-0 10, 1-4 11. That's about the most one-to-one counter in the carry role, Naga versus Void. I don't think there's very many matchups in the game that are worse, just in the carry to carry. And so you're seeing it here, but we have to give credit to Skeeter that you have to play the Naga flawlessly. And he was always at fights. Winter was even saying like, oh, look at this Naga TPing to the mid-fight as a carry at 10 minutes into the game. That's what I want to see. And he may or may not have called me out.
To go back to that point, I felt like Mickey was also, he had to do a lot, right? He TP'd when they were going on Saberlight, before he got level 6, it was the level 5 faces Void, TPing into the Visage lane because he felt like, oh my god, my offlaner is getting dumpstered, I need to do something to help him, but he TP'd down and it was a buy one free one after that, 1+1. Both of the cores went down. But he had the idea that he needed the Visage to have a good game, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do much in the game.
Any new information on the heroes that we're seeing here, Purge? Because this is basically our 3rd series of 7.35 Dota that we've discovered. It seems like some previous trends are still carrying on. Like, if you showed me this draft, I wouldn't have been shocked if it was a previous patch draft. But anything else strike your fancy?
I mean, I think items are still the part that I am obsessively thinking about.
Okay.
When I sleep, when I dream, everything.
Well, I can give you something to think about in that topic then. There were 2 rattle cages on the side of Radiant. DK picked up a rattle cage, and I thought for a high armor hero, why would you do that?
Well, you are taking damage from birds, whatever else. It's more damage, basically, while being tanky is good, basically. And I think the neutral items, actually, there was an abundance of armor items in this patch thrown through neutral items. So could mean that like magic damage is a little bit better in some cases.
I'm back!
Nice,
I didn't miss the game.
It makes sense on the dire side to grab all the armor. They've got a Avenge and a Razor, but yeah, HP is already really good in the past patch. So if you're just slapping,
get this dope ninja for the 2 months and spot that finger to 30.
So it's just worth it to get it in a lot of cases.
I like your idea. I think that
I heard about the ban. I opened my gift. I didn't get banned, sadly.
Defensive items. Shout out to the Craggy Code returning.
I'm still stuck with Dota.
And I can't wait to get to a game number 2. So stick around, everyone, and we'll be right back with Falcons versus Liquid after a commercial break.
Maybe next year, yeah.
(2023) Aliens are real.
What the fuck?
Valve is listening to the community and improving Dota. People are playing Artifact. The paranormal is real. To ensure
Is that more viewers than Diablo 4? What the fuck?
Paranormal times, DHL has created a new subdivision to investigate mysterious happenings in Dota 2 and beyond. They call it the DHL Dark Division.
Damn, Shiva pulls off that look.
Okay? Take your time. Attention DHL Dark. This is the director.
Now you better listen to me, boy. The force 50%, the shadow pool, high variance behavior score, it's all real. It's all there. You just gotta believe.
But forget about all that now. Mysterious happenings are going on in Malaysia. Nah, I ain't talking
Malaise.
about taking support in the last 15 years in sea servers. I'm talking, you know, about paranormal packages being delivered by couriers and stuff in Dota from our on-site facility. Now get your team, get in that facility.
Oh my
figure
God.
out what the
City
hell's
Skylines
going on
flashback.
down there. Bring Shiver too. She's bored. Shiver!
Yes. We gotta get to the bottom of this. We have to uncover the truth.
This is big, Shiver. This is bigger than the mystery behind who thought the immortal matchmaking party system was a good idea. The KO facility is heavily guarded and by all accounts perfectly functioning, but we know that it's the source of these mystery packages.
We will have to get in undetected.
Yeah.
We do not know who to trust.
We don't.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, if we want to get in there, we got to go off the books, Shiver. We need to do IRL smurfing. I'm sorry, Bobo.
All right, Shiver, you ready for this? Yes. Let's do it.
Our mission is simple. Get in, find the person responsible for the mystery packages, and get out. It could be anybody, Shiver. Ice Frog, Purge for the 100th time. Really anyone.
No God of War Valhalla right now. I was gonna say vanilla. The fuck? God of War vanilla. Oh man, Birmingham? Really? On that island? Why there? Shit. I have no idea how to pronounce English cities. Like that other one. What's it called? Leicester? But then it spells like Leicester or something, but it's just Leicester. You skip like half the fucking name. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? This is some cursed shit. It's health insurance and? What the fuck?
gaan we de simpele slaapkamer van Dylan omtoveren naar een KPN Next Level Game Room met natuurlijk super.
It was an ad about cheap health insurance.
Wat wil je nog meer? Bekijk de aflevering nu op het YouTube kanaal van KPN.
De glasvezel-experts van Delta gaan nog verder. Met 5 gig glasvezel.
5 gig fiber?
Door het allersnelste glasvezel-internet van Nederland. Delta.
What the fuck do you do with 5 gig? What do you download with 5 gig? He got bullied at school Fuck, I didn't. Oh, oh my god, it's an anti-suicide ad. For anti-bullies. What the fuck?
Kan jij wel wat warms gebruiken? Probeer onze nieuwe sapmelts. Hot, pressed en cheesy. Deze kun je niet weerstaan.
Je ziet ze overal.
There's so many army ads. I went to like a random it was like a random Rotterdam boat festival, and there was like army equipment there. I was like, what the fuck? They're showing off like tanks and jeeps and Humvees and all these kind of things. It's insane. It's like, hey kiddo, you wanna be part of the military? They had like these training courses for kids to join for fun. So they were like, you know, crawling through trenches like they were fucking Snake. Oh, a bunch of like 5 and 6 year old kids. And I don't know if they like chose good looking people for that, but all the soldiers were ridiculously good looking. Like all well groomed and well maintained and fit. They do it on purpose? Ah shit, man. A bunch of male models for the army. What the hell is that? There's female soldiers too, but they're much rarer. I don't think many girls are looking to become a soldier or like any military position here. It's very, very rare. I don't know if that's good money in military. Never really looked at it.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of a Team Falcons versus Team Liquid, where we have shipped in the DHL Dark Division to figure out what strange happenings.
I didn't get recruited. There's no way. Am I even eligible, man? I'm out of shape and I'm weak.
I thought he was more honorable than that.
There's no way.
You thought he got punished for it. That kind of behavior should not go rewarded. Team Falcons put him in his place.
That's the lump of coal.
That's the lump of coal right there. What a Frostivus gift it was. I have to assume that we'll see something more traditional coming out of Team Liquid here.
I'm checking right now.
The bans stay very typical, although this time they don't ban the Chen, Falcons do. Instead, Liquid just heavily target Amar and I guess Malrine heroes with Mars, Timber, Razor. Falcons take out the Primal, the Slardar, the Chen, and the Venge.
And they are also first pick this time. So that might help them adjust and try to create a new strategy around a new hero. Like I feel like at the moment, having first pick means a lot in... you can always use the 7th ban to protect your overall first pick, which I feel like it's a big value for the draft. And you always have that 18th pick to pick your win condition hero, kind of.
Jesus, you can join the army when you're 17.
Well, initially,
what the fuck? Literal kids.
Doesn't really matter as much, you know.
I'm interested that they banned Razor on the side of Team Liquid. That's just a lot of respect for Falcons, because I think Nature's Prophet's really good against Razor, just in lane, as well as like the Sprout later game, and usually can buy utility items to like Force Staff and the Ags to control the Razor and disengage from the static link for his teammates. But they go for the Gyrocopter, most likely going to be a support, but they have run IO Gyro earlier on in this tournament. That was obviously a different patch on the side of Team Falcons. So potentially a flex pick.
It is, and I think that was the big threat of the Razor. It maybe put them into too weird of a spot in the last game with Mickey drafting here. Maybe his priorities are a little different, or maybe he's adapting to the role a bit.
I can't find anything about it.
Yeah, worrying about
For
the Razor
requirements to become a soldier.
Amar playing it potentially, it just got things too wonky. Like, just go back to basics kind of a thing. The Nature's Prophet gives them lots of flex as well. Both teams have flex here. Injaro makes a lot of sense as an opening too, in that same vein.
Yeah, I think that's a very important thing. You know, whenever you lose the first game and then you're trying to counter the enemy lineup way too much, and then second game you just need to keep in mind that you have to have a functioning draft. You know, maybe just try to focus on what you're trying to do, build a draft around your carry, your offlaner, or your mid player. You know, the last game I felt like that draft, it was kind of all over the place. You know, you have a Void and then you have an offlane Visage, then you have a Huskar. The draft just doesn't come together. And hopefully with this Nature's Prophet opening flex pick, they're going to be able to build onto something. You know, maybe play more on the early game. Try to get lane dominators. Since Nature's Prophet, he doesn't really care about the 75 mana Twin Gate. I can just TP over.
Yeah. Sounds like you were describing their winter. Would you say that Team Liquid were experiencing a little bit of tunnel vision?
Yeah.
Okay, pop quiz panelists. Which neutral item has the passive called Tunnel Vision now? It's a tier 2 neutral.
It would be the one that restricts your night and day vision. I don't know what it's called though.
That's what the passive does?
Yeah, it's the 10% spell amp, but I don't know what
Purge.
it's called.
I don't know. I could pick the image out of a lineup.
I don't think you could actually.
Whisper of the Dread.
Whisper of the Dread as you wrap
The first big Jaro again.
Yep, I would've gotten that wrong.
How can you be wrong, Kevin?
Happens all the time.
He has to be at home to go in full changelog mode.
That one's good. I'm surprised we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, 10% spell amps, nothing to scoff at.
For a tier 2, it's pretty good. Anyway, meanwhile, the bans continue filtering in. Kunkka gets taken out, Pango gets taken out, and Venge was already banned, and Falcons are kind of agonizing over this second phase ban.
Yeah, Bench is kind of feeling like a strong hero right now, very, very strong hero. I mean, he was kind of a decent hero before, but now he feels like he's a threat in the draft, you know. It's kind of like a very flexible hero, which allows a lot of...
Yeah, not all militaries send you to war to fight.
Applying a lot of the physical damage, the save, which is really good right now. And they have another
One of my childhood friends had a older brother, that went to Afghanistan in a peacekeeping mission from Netherlands. And they were just handing out supplies and stuff, and that's it.
Guarantees that whoever the carry is, they have kill threat on them, whereas Void kind of just gets out of all that danger.
I mean, you always have anti-mage.
And that was like early 2000s or something like that? I don't remember. It's very, very long ago.
Oh, that hero's so strong. I love having anti-mage on my team, especially.
Alright, anti-mage time.
Now this is now they're going the circle strat. They're like, we are not.
You want to go fight? God no, dude. Who the fuck wants to fight in a war?
But it will not be coming up.
Can I rant about the CM shard briefly? Look,
go to town.
What if we say no?
This shard, I'm gonna keep doing it.
Okay.
The shard before this patch was pretty good. Like the
Holy shit, dude! If you watch the documentaries or just even like recreation videos of like World War II trench wars, nobody wants to be in that shit, dude. Not one person in the world.
About 300 people. I don't want to have to explain Sprink as well. That's not very clear. Make a little clone after 5
Just
seconds.
fucking sitting there in the gun, freezing your ass off, or literally your toes.
Dies earlier, then it can line it up like instantly. So this is pretty broken now because.
That's World War I. It's both. It's both World War I and II.
So hypothetically, if you get, let's say, a blink dagger with a shard, you blink in, you do the thingy.
Have you seen the strategies they have in World War I and II? Do you know how they take over a trench?
Potentially.
They shoot artillery and then they rush in with fucking infantry and hope stuff is dead. And if they're not, you just get shot as you run past them.
3 seconds up, you hit them with the second frostbite.
Dude,
I'm talking a 6-second route.
the strategies sucked fucking balls.
Are you saying you should always rush the shard right now?
No, not necessarily, but I think it's pretty solid. Because it's another way to move up and down cliffs and things like that, and you can layer disables, you can push creep waves with it. I'm not saying it's amazing. Also disjoints.
Yeah, more 1 than 2, but in 2 as well. It definitely happened in 2 as well.
So you're saying the support Crystal Maiden's gonna blink into the middle of the fight?
I'm just saying that if you are ganking on the map somewhere,
you
have a very layerable like.
2 at the funny Merca moments where they just bomb. No fucks given.
Yeah, okay.
First you shoot the boats, and then you shoot the planes, then you shoot the boats again, then the planes again.
Whatever, who cares?
Battle Maiden builds.
Okay, so we talked about the Viper.
And then you check with binoculars if something is still moving or not.
Hero for Falcons where both
That's fucked up, dude. It's really fucked up. All those documentaries there.
So little bit
depressing
of
as shit.
Going into the absolute last pick, could be Viper mid, could be Viper off lane. They go for the Alchemist. What's most important for me about Alchemist is you can blind pick him if you have kill supports, because Alchemist doesn't trade all that well in lane, but he's one of the best carries at all inning.
Yeah, I read about the Ukraine conflict too.
Acid spray, so they have gyro,
Terrible
lane,
stuff.
and then we're probably going to likely see that.
Luckily, not the scale of World War II stuff, but still pretty damn bad.
Did in game 1, so got to be very careful of that on the side of Team Liquid, and they go for an elusive potential offlaner here, like we saw offlane Windranger earlier.
When you feel like they're trying to pick it for the lane against Viper, because the Viper was picked to counter the Lash in the lane, right? So they are trying to switch things up and move the Lash to the off lane.
It could also be like Windranger goes midder safe lane. It could be like a flex between those two.
What is this?
Flexing, Brian.
Take a sleeping picture of their friend.
To the gym recently.
Oh, it's him on the left.
Have you seen Nisha, man? He's bulked up.
Yeah, shit.
At the gym.
The topic seems depressing. I mean, war topics are always depressing. It just is what it is.
Previous draft, you guys were mentioning you got buffs. The attack speed slow on Lightning Storm. Is that enough to make it relevant? Because it's not even being picked against any illusion heroes, which is usually Leshlak's signature.
Yeah, and Lesh kind of needs like a lot of things. You need your team to buy Solar Crest, you need your team to buy Glimmer, you need your team to buy Force Staff. I think in this game I could see them needing everything.
Netherlands doesn't have conscription, no.
At least he has a mana battery with Maiden.
Yeah, kinda. I don't
Not anymore.
Once the Maiden in his lane, you know.
No, she's going 4-4-0 and blink kind of.
right. The Purge build.
I mean, I would say that the Solar Crest is like far better on with the Leshrac on your team than it was before, because what he really needed was raw health, not so much, and maybe a little armor. Of course, the Solar Crest.
Netherlands is not underpopulated, no. Netherlands is in fact extremely densely populated for the area it's living in.
So I think it could definitely be made.
Especially the like mid-west kind of parts.
Lash is the Bloodstone, right? He has some cast range.
I'll tattoo the logo on my forehead. Pussy won't do it. Wait, he has one on his arm.
So like his Pulse Nova hits a wider radius, and then his stun is also a wider radius, so it's all bigger circles. It's actually pretty relevant on Leshrac specifically.
Would Edict catch a further radius?
I don't think so.
Why not? If Pulse Nova gets a bigger radius, why wouldn't Edict?
Oh, Kevin would know.
No, it wouldn't. Neil would literally know this answer better than me.
I have not tested, but I'm inclined to believe that Edict would be increased.
We did test Pulse
Nova. The only reason I find that relevant is because if you're pushing tier 3 towers, now your Leshrac can stand a little bit further back and munch away at
Man, they keep banning Puck. I want to see Puck.
Gonna make all the difference,
I want to see someone make that new item on it.
Get kicked back and you're like, oh, that 45 really helps.
Tusk is in the game.
Yep.
Deacon Knight ban.
Needs a mid shield in front right now. They have too many backline heroes. They need like a tanky beefy boy in front.
Well, Falcons are expecting a tanky beefy boy. They ban out the Magnus and the Brewmaster, which leads me to believe that Falcons expect this Windranger to be a side laner.
If it's a side laner, what are the mid heroes that can be a tank?
I haven't seen All Quiet on the Western Front. I've been meaning to watch it too. Looked interesting.
But Kanka doesn't like laning against Viper. You need a hero that can lane against Viper, and you need a hero that can be a tank for your team.
I still think Terrorblade's nice.
Terrorblade?
You want to carry? You're
yeah,
gonna send,
like I think any side lane, like I think it matches up really well against Viper.
Budget not approved, Brian. Too much budget.
Well, where are you expecting this Viper to go right now?
At mid or safe lane, but if you have Windranger mid, and then
wait, mid or off?
I'm sorry, you guys are. I don't know what you're saying. These are all flex picks, right? Oh. Okay.
That's not a flex pick. That's not a pick I ever see.
No, he definitely is flexing.
Nisha's flexing his smile muscles right now. Guardian Angel was changed. Now it's a single target ulti with charges.
Yeah, who's the carry?
I mean, it's cool. You save whoever Alchemist goes on.
This is
probably. It's probably Omni Knight. Omni does a lot.
You can just go for 111. As it then fake with the 10. As it happens to me that I play Dota better when I'm sleep deprived. Long story short, turns out your win rate when you sleep deprived is 82% and normal is 56. No, I think I play way worse sleep deprived.
Yeah, Omni would do well.
I think that makes a lot more sense.
He's hard to gank with the Tuskar.
Where'd you get these numbers even? You track yourself when you sleep deprived and you start playing? That seems kind of random.
Probably the Echo Shard build. Very common. Harpoon potentially.
This also makes it really difficult. You were mentioning the armor for Lesh being an issue. Leshrac's definitely one of the best heroes to have the Guardian Angel on top of, but that's immediately countered by the Shadow Demon coming out from Crit. So they actually
Man of science
to a core role in order to get this gotcha.
Shadow Demon counters like Lash, Windranger, and Omni Knight.
This is probably the sickest Shadow Demon pick I've ever seen.
That is all 3 calls right there.
Wow.
No, I think somebody just mentioned if you use Omni's second skill first, then the Dispel doesn't
No, but Shadow Demon's the only dispel in the game that goes through BKB. So, or through Magic.
Spell immunity.
Yeah.
So it'll dispel through.
It'll dispel everything that Omni Knight has. Yeah.
That's a counter.
Yeah. So is this a GG, Brian? Demon countering.
I would say if Crit's on point this game, then which he usually is, this is probably the best support pick I think I've ever seen in a draft. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to hand it to.
I want to hand it to Liquid for picking weird stuff. I'm into that. On patch day, come on, like.
Yeah, but they gave it to Saberlight. This man knows that he's not destined to be on this team much longer, so he's like, guys, how do you feel about me playing Omni Knight in front of a crowd? Who knows? Crowd, are you excited for an Omni Knight?
Omni Knight is unplayable against Shadow Demon, by the way. That shit is it's not it.
We'll have to find out. Let's get ready for game number 2 with Mike and John.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. We are going to get into it. Game
It's fucking
number 2
unplayable.
between Team Liquid and Team Falcon set to get underway. Jonathan, I'm very excited too.
That's a lot of men.
Offlane Omni Knight going on. We've got a mid-tusk coming up. What are you thinking? Are we going to a game number 3 between these two?
I mean, if there's a draft to do it with, this is it for Liquid, right? Like, something this unique on this new patch is going to be interesting to watch out for. I love this last pick, Shadow Demon, though, for all the reasons that BSJ has mentioned as well. It's just, it clears out everything, especially with the changes to Omni Knight, where you're probably going to be able to dispel that one hero that's being jumped on every single time if your position's right. So it's going to be easier to manage. I think it's going to be interesting to see new Omni Knight work, especially from the offlane, and how well that save works.
How old is Mongo now? I don't know, like 8? 7? No clue. I think we're 30 months Razgan.
Maybe now we will.
Yeah, can I just say I was absolutely revolted. Crystal Maiden did not get nerfed in the movie.
Like it's FS for the video. What I'm up to on Christmas, I think I'm just gonna be streaming games and stuff. I'll see.
We cannot have this hero moving.
Yeah.
That upsets me.
Should be a turret. Basically, her shard should be her actual default state. And her spells will hurt herself. The player will end up just not wanting to play the game, but you know that's what you want.
Yeah,
with Crystal Maiden nowadays.
It certainly is. It looks like we are going to be heading into game number 2 rather soon. Looks like we do have a quick pause coming out here, as we do have maybe a technical issue. We'll find out and see. Apart from that, Jonathan, we did not get to see many new items last game, which is a little bit disappointing. And the only item I think that was super changed last game that we got to saw was the Solar Crest, which has been extremely popular anyway. So it's kind of expected. But the other items they weren't really picked up.
Yeah, I'd like to see Parasma picked up. I'd like to see Bloodstone picked up. This is a game that could have that with Leshrac on hand, with the Tier E crafting around that. We'll see down the line as this is going to be a fun game either way, right? Like the drafts are very unique from both sides.
There's a Viper and Alchemist in my team.
Scuffed games for Christmas? Sounds kind of nice.
It's going to be fun for one of the teams, I suppose, and the other team is going to be suffering either way, and that's the way these
play for all of Golem for Christmas.
I am keen on seeing just Amar back on Viper. I think it's going to be a bit of a troublesome lane for Mike. It's just not fun. You're still ending up with a Viper versus Lesh, depending on where Mika does decide to go. There are some really good forwards.
Oh, yeah, I already checked the Cole gift thing. It's funny. I didn't get Cole, sadly. I just get a Beast Master set. I didn't get a ban either, so I still have to play Dota.
Preempting any movement out from Falcon. Still, this forward
it is what it is.
Should open up movements into the 4-minute rune, the 6-minute rune.
Oh yeah, is the day before another game for this? Can I still get that game somewhere?
Absolutely.
What is this list about? The day before? What was that game called? Red Light, I think, was it? And then there's King Kong and there's Golem. You can't get it? Fuck! I missed. What if I bought it before, man? Fuck.
Very patient on their side of the map. Seems like Liquid also going to
Redfall, not Red Light, yeah. Redfall. Feels good, man.
See if Liquid want to try and oblige by this fight. Boxy will reveal himself for a moment. Malrine could go for the shards if he really wants, but he'll hold out for now.
Why do I want to buy it? I want to dedicate a week to playing the worst games of the year.
There was a blood grenade also thrown out, I believe, by Boxy, which will really amount to nothing. Bounty? Oh, they don't get it. Very nice deny from Crit.
Right on point with that level 1 disruption. And that should set a good tone to kick off here for the side of Falcons. Just having a little bit of a lead coming out. Taking a look at that mid lane here for Malrine up against Nisha. We don't tend to see that mid-tusk too often.
I played the Age of Sigmar game. I didn't like the game at all.
Shouldn't be the best level top.
Yeah, Crit already being punished here by the side of Liquid as Boxy moving in early on.
Get fucking dry-laned. What was that?
Liquid. A surprising initiation coming out. ATF though looking for a trade already onto Insania, and just look at the damage output. However, now ATF
oh my god. Call the fucking game already.
Double kill to get the game started. ATF, he thought he had his way with Insania, but not quite.
All right. It's a rough level 1 to go into when you've got that Nature's Prophet with the teleportation ready. And just the Blightstone to enable those right clicks. You've got
Did he go teleport level 1?
set up with
I can't see here, fuck.
Coming in the split earth. And Crit, he can't do much with disruption.
Oh, shite.
It was handy for the ruin. It's not that handy for the save.
He did. Prophet players think they're so good when they go teleport level 1.
Have that to try to spam out.
They think they're so good at rotating on the map.
Very nicely on Liquid. This is a good change of tone in comparison to how maybe passive the last game was for Liquid. Already getting that early activity out, getting that early pressure onto Amar. It's going to feel great. And we're taking a look at the bot lane as well, where you are getting Saberlight on that Omni Knight up against Skitter on the Alk. This is a pretty interesting lane. We just haven't seen too much of that poor Omni Knight in recent time. And again, this hero got pretty significant.
Who won the drafts?
Which is probably not going to be the biggest factor for this hero in the off lane. Anyway,
I think Falcon's draft is a lot easier to play. They did get set back by that beginning though.
Despite that activity top, it's not, you know, you're leaving your bot lane alone. Omni Knight solo up.
Just having this Omni Knight as your +3 when there's a Shadow Demon in the other team feels bad. But they're getting tri-laned, and look, this Fluent Fix is so good.
Boxy with another great rotation, able to.
You didn't hear the caster?
I'll tell you what, John.
Boxy with a great rotation. He pressed one teleport button from the other side of the fucking map, and he thinks he's good.
Well, Crit, he is still being chased down by Boxy. Boxy for a Sprout, kind of out of range, may just find it eventually as Crit does have to take it. Boxy, though, still chasing him down, can't quite finish the kill. Won't really matter though, because you got ATF, and that's the big target you really wanted as bottom lane. They're
What the fuck? How was that? Oh, it's Magic Immunity. I was like, what the fuck? It just didn't stun.
Really durable here on that Omni Knight.
I was thinking he still had the strength bonus and regen.
Stopping a lot of damage, and you're not stopping Skitter from farming, but at the least you're getting that space to get some EXP, and this allows this aggressive movement coming out here from Boxy. He's just camping top, basically.
Why the fuck is debuff immunity dispellable? What the fuck?
He's ensuring that we will
You mean?
have some nice early impact. Perhaps.
Wait, this is not even the right spell.
To the mid-tier 1, maybe
Is it?
or just staying top and just clearing that out as well if the space
No,
is
it is. It's different now.
That's a big shift for Liquid in comparison to last game, where again the early game just didn't go off to the
Bonus HP and regen per debuff removed. Ha! The tooltip bug, it is undispellable?
Chasing him down, unable to quite finish the kill. They did run out of spells, but this threat of the Prophet from Boxy, like this guy has been an absolute
It is
menace already
dispellable?
with his teleportation. It just feels like these side lanes are
I don't fucking know anymore now.
when Boxy's missing.
I'm being two different things in my chat.
Certainly aren't. And just this is a little bit of relief out for Falcons at the least. You know,
I'm just testing it real quick.
Lean a little bit more, but the damage has been done.
I want to check it real quick.
Start on to a fantastic time here for Mika. The mid lane as well has been going fairly decently for Nisha. I think that's one lane we haven't really looked at with all the action across the map. Malrine isn't able to do as much to try to stop that.
Okay, there's no action. I can check.
But he's not getting that matchup that we normally see.
Shit! Action! Action!
The one running towards the
There's nothing.
rather than staying within the lane. And
I need to check. I need to know now.
So he's just trying to find some value for his time. Nice little pull there from Boxy, going to drag the wave back, but I'll say
what is the name? Omni Knight, Omni Man.
There's going to be a nice creep wave coming in for the Omni Knight, so he won't have to worry about this pesky gyrocopter, at least for a little.
It's fucking dispellable.
Just again providing zoning.
And so many people in my chat said it was undispellable.
Again, Amar being caught, the Sprout a little bit off the mark, but blocking the way as ATF is just not being allowed a game here in game number 2, already onto his 3rd death. And it is literally just Boxy rotating every single time to set up as now Crit also being caught here by Mickey. Gonna be chased down, and that'll be a double out for the Leshrac now. 0-5 from Team Liquid. What a turnaround here in game 2.
It's perfection in the laning phase. It's just all of this aggression coming in. The fact that they're not able to really collapse onto mid for Malrine as well. So they're the ones forcing the issue on Liquid to
that top lane is such a disaster.
Which means the usual movement of Falcons onto the mid.
They tried to cheese a lane with Viper, and then they got fucking tri-lane by some bullshit teleporting guy.
Be a little bit slower. He goes back. He needs some farm. He needs some EXP. He's not a threat.
There's some karmic justice in this.
Resources are poured in, even on something like the Viper. And Liquid recognized that after the first game. Course correct really nicely.
Oh, top. They're pinging out at ATF again. This time, though, Insania may have gone a little bit too early. Boxy is around the corner to help out if they wish, but Insania is dropping very little. No, here comes Mickey. ATF just trying for the kill. Does get it, but it's going to cost his own life again. 4 deaths here for the Viper. And I think Insania, while he does feed a bit of gold back the way of the Viper, he's still going to be very happy with that.
He's more than happy. He's, again, taking this attention up top, giving some really big kills out onto Mickey, onto this lane, opening up the potential for a very fast push.
That's unlucky for Saberlights.
So
But there's one of the very few spells in the whole game that does the spell Repel. It's weird though. You'd think Repel would just stop it, you know, being Repel and all, but nah. It doesn't give a shit.
You don't have those resources. The aggression from Liquid early on is just way too much. Again, throwing off this temple, though, we'll try a little bit, but Saberlight's pretty damn tanky.
What the fuck?
Feels like you're at the stage where you just can't really deal with it. As now Boxy moves in with the Sprout again, though. Snaking, able to run out for now. As now Skitter continuing onto the Omni. They really want the kill, but Saberlight, he's just such a tanky boy. And they'll find a double. Snaking and Skitter both dropping as Team Liquid, they are giving nothing back the way of Falcons.
Just no openings. They collapse in the right part of the map. Malorine's nowhere near to try to help save.
They're still trying. They are still trying. Malorine does rotate and he does get the Omni Knight kill, but in the meantime, ATF ends up dying at the top lane. His 5th death.
ATF!
This is a complete
dying on the top lane, what's new?
On. Just abusing this teleportation coming out from Boxy, bringing out the guns with Nisha, who they don't really have clear answers. Like, yes, the Shadow Demon last pick is great. It needs level 6 to be great up against these heroes, and we're a long ways off from that for Crit. They'll try to smoke around here down bottom, Falcons.
Smoke broken on Boxy. Malorine. Oh, the shot!
A mod feeder. A mod fountain enjoyer.
And that'll be a 3-man
smoke. A mod fed.
Amounting to nothing, really. They'll try it maybe into the mid lane or maybe into
14 CS.
Here, but
end game.
Really showing apart from Nisha in the mid lane, and that is not going to be the easiest of targets.
Not an easy one to pin down at the moment.
I say that, he's got a double damage now. So Nisha, he wants to move in with the focus fire. Snowball will come up from Malorine. Nisha in a very awkward position is going to get caught out by the looks of it as he does go down, getting baited.
He got so fucking baited.
Zinsania also getting caught. 4 heroes in the mid lane to ensure they win that engagement.
That's exactly what Falcons needed to correct on. They finally match that aggression. They catch Liquid, overextended and without their full tools.
I think Falcons pretty much has this game.
Provide that angle to get a success.
How are you gonna win against free-farming Alchemist with carry-lish?
For Falcons to get some more going for themselves.
Like, the only bad thing for me right now is this Viper offlane. It's a complete disaster.
Amazing pusher at all, and you don't have great illusions to play with. But you're getting some room out.
Does Falcon have better team fights? I mean,
expressing joy that
not really. They counted the Omni Knight. It's just like he basically has no spells if Shadow Demon just waits for Omni Knight to cast.
Very, very patient with the takers. Nisha move in, see if we can.
They're both like occasion. Like, neither team has big team fight ults, so it's kind of weird. It's rare to have.
The raindrop, so we'll still remain safe, but here comes Mickey. That's 1 down. Mickey wants
to have nothing at all.
A mega kill streak already. Onto ATF they go. The Viper really has no way out of this fight, it seems, as they will try onto Mickey. Can they take him down? Mickey! Oh, he's gone. ATF will
big
be
kill,
happy
big kill.
about that, I believe. That is a lot of gold to go back his way.
That's a ton of gold to go the way of Mar. Even though he's not around for the EXP, which at level 5 he'd really appreciate.
You're not burning a Shadow Demon with fucking Omni Knight, man.
Right now for the side of Falcon.
Bro, do you know how much time an Omni Knight needs to hit? He needs to press Q, alt attack, and then press E. If you're not pressing a button in that time as a Shadow Demon, that's a skill issue.
Another great kill here for Falcons if they can secure, but here comes the big fella. Here comes Saberlight around to save the
And that doesn't even kill usually, unless you're really far behind.
Malorine, though, looking like they might be in a little bit of danger.
Needs a +1 for sure.
At least go down. Malorine able to walk his way out. So you don't lose Nisha again. They'll make sure the Wind Ranger does remain alive.
They're pouring the resources down mid. They know the way Falcons likes to play. They collapse onto that mid, force all attention there, and then just try to take that tier 1. We're not seeing Falcons be consistently successful. That movement, they'll try again, but Nisha's fairly slippery. And again, you're still waiting for Crit
right in the
level
bum
6 with the Demonic Purge. Almost there, just needs to soak a little bit more. Great defensive wards coming out here from Falcons at the least to watch these entrances. Even one
Yes,
behind
one network of the
that mid-tier
Nomina down.
one that
Why
they
the
planted themselves.
fucker?
So they've got some info as to where Liquid might want to bring their forces to bear. And they're getting space out for Skitter, who is slowly starting to pull ahead. The Radiance is almost there, one more part away, just needs more time. I would say though, like Mika's timings are not that far behind this Alchemist. Normally when you have that Alch, you'd want to be a good 2k up, 3k up with lots of stacks. You don't have that in this game.
You certainly don't. And
Outskilled.
Right now, he won't have a life in this game as he is gone. Nisha with a nice rotation. In comes Malrine, but the shackle is out. They'll hold the tusk down. Snowball is there, backing onto the Wind Ranger. Here comes ATF, looking for some revenge against Liquid. It looks like they'll have the Wind Ranger, but they won't find anyone quite else. But I think they'll be more than happy with that trade, as Skitter will be the one to take the kill. And a very successful trade here for Falcon.
That's, again, another big one to find. With that
It's one value point shackle worth. Depends on the game. This game, I think, yes.
Get what Nisha's trying to do.
Especially with a Fury on the team. It's so easy to shackle.
Has the damage, at least a little bit of damage with the Javelin coming in.
Did he not go a single point in shackle? There's no way.
Just finish up this Bloodstone.
Didn't he just shackle somebody?
Once this Bloodstone's done on Liquid, we've got to see a bigger connect. We need to see some play out from Mika. Join in, either for the top or the mid-tier one. And try to leverage.
Yeah, I think he just shackled.
That damage, that added radius, although marginal, is still substantial enough to have some impact. They'll go early, actually, with smoke here.
They will. Into the mid lane they go. Liquid, Snaking and Malrine. Obviously, you want the Tusk much, much more. Malrine still very patiently by the tier 1 tower. It's a great rotation point here.
First item, Travel's Tusk.
Malrine remaining.
What? I can't agree with that. There's no way.
Right side of that tower.
Don't they need more fighting power so Alchemist can play freely?
They're really going to find the opening for that fight. We'll retreat now.
I feel like even if he moves around the map now, he won't be able to win the fight. He's not strong enough. Although he does have a Viper on the team. Viper is one of those heroes that's very good at holding the ground.
At level 7, that poison attack, even without any items up, it is still going to do a hell of
Yeah, I know. It's not a global presence.
They've set up, watching these entrances, spots that smoke fading away. Like they can't reflank onto top. It looks really optimistic from Liquid as well to hit this right before Bloodstone's done. Like you're almost.
Oh, he took it at 9. Yeah, I think he should have taken Shackle before 9.
You don't even have the levels in the Edict to.
This is a very good skill in general.
It's a very fast push here.
You could skip it if your laning phase is slow. I don't know how slow it was for him.
I don't know if it was ever going to pan out at this game state.
Certainly so. 6 to 13 now, 2k advantage the way of Falcons. I mean, Liquid still in control, it feels, of Falcons. Definitely having a bit of a better time ever since that laning stage ended, because it was a pretty rough affair. Bottom lane, looks like they are going to find themselves a gyrocopter, so Snaking gonna have to fall. Nice twin gate usage here from the side of Liquid, and of course, that bottom tier 1 tower is going to be under siege.
Did they buff Flash? Why is it so picked again as a carry? Because old patch Lash, it will not carry this game. You cannot carry against an Alchemist with Lash like that.
Get some movement across. They've slowed down in the aggression since the laning phase. You know, we were seeing all of those.
I got buffed a little bit. Oh, okay. Oh, didn't they change Bloodstone or something? I wonder if we're gonna see that.
Control a little bit more onto bot. Try to cut off the areas where Skitter would want to build up with his Radiance. They've got some forward vision to back that up as well.
Alchemist is always such a weirdly unique hero in all of Dota.
So they can start to.
It's a hero that has insane timings for finishing the game, and then also the skill set to reach that timing. You know, you get that 4 or 5 item build up at like 25 minutes or something, you just go throne. I'm not sure if a hero like Lash is good enough to stop that.
Start to take point for the team, and you know, if one good fight for the side of Liquid, a little poking and prodding onto those tier ones.
Yes,
but the value point in the Edict should be too hard to
75 AU radius increase.
Powers down to expand control again and try to cut off this alpha.
Pretty big.
This lead Skitter's building up is starting to expand to an astonishing rate.
Top lane, Viper Strike was committed onto Insania. He will not die to that though.
You can fuck up a few times with Alchemist. It's not like you die once and the game's over. You can die like 3 or 4 times before the game looks iffy. That said, they're not even that far ahead with an Alchemist. Like, Alchemist is the one that's ahead, but then overall they're only 1k. No spell works. No Guardian Angel, no Repel.
cannot
Only
sustain
depression,
damage output that
and you
came out
can't
from
repel
Falcons. Now
depression.
Liquid trying to punish as best they possibly can. They'll find Crit first, but here comes Skidder. Skidder going to join the fray. They take down Foxy. They'll lose Crit at least on the Shadow Demon. But
An all kill?
Skidder, he's taking way too much.
Saves maybe?
Blocked away from Nisha with the power shot.
Oh my god, it saved them!
He's still going to go for a run. Looks like he will make it out as Mickey is the one to go
Holy
down.
shit, those
Meanwhile,
shards! There's
Nisha
no way!
gets stunned up, still sticking around by the Twin Gates. Will go for the shackle, but he's
The snowball,
he
he has snowball. He has punch again, I'm sure.
He's going to survive another day.
Fisting?
Nisha really playing with fire now as the shards. It'll block the way. He has to go the other way.
Is this a focus fire?
Nisha's been caught.
No.
Nisha still
Oh, he got him! He got the dust before he died! Where the fuck did this BKB come from? Courier just now? What? Yeah, it was just Courier, I think.
ATF might drop.
Oh, shit.
Saberlight. He'll take him down. Skidder.
No ulti. 5 seconds for ulti.
But Roshan is on the other side of the map right now, so Skidder, he's got
Skidder, what the fuck are you doing?
Now Saberlight might be the one in trouble.
Holy
He'll heal
shit.
up though, but in comes Crit. Crit's the real carry now. It seems as Crit.
Imagine playing Omni Knight against Shadow Demon and nothing works.
I would say it still feels better for Falcons, but
He
Liquid
prays
aren't
to God for a buff and God says
a lot
no.
more force than you'd probably want to there. And just by virtue of having Skidder kite around that long, you're really happy with the presence of the Alk here. You're seeing the effect of that Radiance timing kicking in when you're trying to chase down the Alk. The missed chance starts to pile up, and Mika's taking point. He's trying to do damage with that Bloodstone, trying to be durable. The saves were just kicking in here from the side of Falcons. Like all these great disruptions, snowballs to shards, every single
Jesus,
thing
those
having to line
shards.
up perfectly to give Skidder that space.
This is so frustrating to look at for Nisha.
To play with the vision, going up
He just
and
need like
down
2
the
more
ramp,
hits or something, maybe
making these
3.
Nice unstable concoctions, and Dragon's fight to be longer than it should have been for Liquid. Like the BKB flying in right in time as well.
Getting caught live. He does have his help behind him if he needs it. Shackle not going to quite latch. Mickey maybe going a little bit too far. The punch is there.
Oh my
Mickey
god.
is just the leader. Doesn't need
Yeah,
to follow
yeah, this is a
right
draft
after.
issue.
There goes Boxy. Falcons.
I think the top lane should not even have gone the way it did, and then it would have been a complete stomp.
That is huge for Falcons.
That's just massive for Falcons. After what was a very, very slow start with Liquid taking control, Liquid, they just let off the gas a little bit.
+1 Lush just doesn't have the damage to kill a hero like Alchemist. Or Tusk.
Take at around minute 15, minute 10. And
Like
Falcons come
+1
out of it. You know, they
Lash
got
is
to get
usually
the
more
ball done
picked when
on
you face
Skidder.
things
The
like
Radiance
Pia or
taking
Naga
the
Siren or
point.
something.
He's
You
ready
know,
to
like
take
these
point for the team.
illusion
Enough
abusing
damage to
heroes.
kill him off. Like you can with the focus
But
fire.
Alchemist? You need hard physical
isn't
damage
fast
for
enough.
Alchemist.
And you've got to
Like
expend so
TVs
much to
and I don't
just
know,
try to
Lifesteal or
keep
something
Skidder
like
down,
that.
it will provide openings for Amar to come in. It will provide openings for the saves from Crit and for some angles.
It's a very hard
from
matchup.
Mallory that it just becomes way too difficult for Liquid. Falcons find that tier 1 up top, starting to again take control of the map where they can. And the side of Liquid, they're waiting for more. And again, the Bloodstone from Mika, it shows up. It doesn't achieve as much as they'd want it to. You don't have additional protection. The big factor in that last fight is really the fact that Saberlight just got blown apart. So you couldn't rely on.
Yeah,
like,
I think draft
Bell
issue as well.
on this flash rack up front. You didn't even have guard
Especially this Omni Knight pick.
And
If you're an Omni Knight player, you have to know that Shadow Demon hard counters you.
forward enough for the team.
Like, I didn't know about the W, but if he plays the hero, he should fucking know.
Maybe another big smoke up Falcons.
There's no way you leave a hero for grabs like that, especially when there's still a support slot open.
You've got Insania around that area. You've also got Nisha. Saberlight will leave. Seems like Insania is the one who could be in a spot of danger. Falcons having a look around. They'll run directly south with Insania. Still not showing quite under vision. Skidder going to reveal himself now. The acid spray, and that'll be enough for everybody to back out of there from Team Liquid. They are going to be perfectly fine.
You look at the vision game coming out from Falcons, very protective of that bot area right now. They've got some good boards watching the entrances. This tier 1's the last outer, really outer tower, like further out. Tier 1 tower here for Liquid. So it's their one launching point in trying to run down bot with this asymmetry that they've created for themselves. And they're just ensuring that these movements from Liquid just won't pan out. Again, they're happy to farm here on Falcons.
Awkward like they carry this game, yeah. That said, the net worth is kind of moving towards the favor of Liquid. Every time nothing happens, somehow the gold goes slightly down. Or stays even, which should not be when you have an Alchemist.
Bottom
It's a bit odd. Someone on Falcon team is not farming properly. Oh, it's the Tusk, I think. The Tusk is not farming properly.
Top lane in the meantime, Boxy forced to teleport away, but the disruption is there.
He's roaming.
To ensure he remains locked down. And Liquid, they will lose their support duo once again. It's Falcons just across the map finding these little value plays. At the very least, you don't lose any cores on Liquid, but it still looked like an extremely tough game for him.
And it does. Would want to point out, Amar did pick up the Whisper of the Dread that our panel was talking about. So you do have that tunnel vision, that 10% increased spell damage on the Viper. It's just a
That's support Jello, yeah.
On a tier 2. It's a great feeling. And it's a great feeling for Falcons now as well. Taking point around her Tormentor. And they've got this 6k lead.
I don't think Lotus works for Omi Knights.
You could argue Falcons will want to get more
I think there's actually no solution for Omi Knights. Besides just having like 5 people buy Lincolns, but then you're buying 5 Lincolns for support Shell Demon, which also feels really shit.
They tried to brave the storm. They're still hanging on to their tier 2s. No movement forward from Falcons. They would want to set up some vision by Roche, which they do have down bot, at least on the outside area in the lane, nothing too far in. They've got to keep an eye out for whenever Falcons actually might want to go into that objective. Like, one pickoff into Roche is a danger point for Liquid. And their chances are they're just waiting for this AC to be done on Skitter to speed up that process into the eventual Roshan.
Yeah, absolutely. Skitter's had the freest Alchemist game of his life. Here in this game, number 2, just absolutely no contest. Dying once, but that's really about it. You are seeing him enjoy some more ancient stacks for himself. Well and truly the leader in terms of the net worth board. There's just no stopping him, it seems, as the AC will certainly
It's an okay Lincoln's game.
Soon.
I would buy it. It's gonna be the eventual Abyssal Blade 2 from Alchemist.
Mostly, I think
Yeah, Orkston and I guess SD spells, Viper Strike. There's some good things to Lincoln's off here.
Towards Falcons. Speaking of Falcons, they are going to get a very nice scan off onto the side of Liquid. But Boxy, Saberlight, feeling like something is a little bit awry here, will leave the area.
Keeping it safe on Liquid up top. Trying to sneak with a smoke here. Amar.
But now is okay.
Amar, the
ATF, he could bait
the
for
fuck?
He's by the T1
The fuck?
Problem is ATF is dropping rather quickly, so he is down.
Ah, the help is here.
Snaking, he is gone to boot by the looks of it, but he will still have a little bit longer. But it
Oi,
seems like he
oi,
is
oi,
down.
oi, oi.
However, Mickey is being controlled up by Skitter.
Carry
Skitter will
difference.
take him down as well. To Saberlight.
The carry difference.
He will leave. It's still a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Liquid, and a very nice team fight for Liquid, something they desperately needed.
That's the opening they're looking for, forcing a movement out from the side of Falcons. A little bit awkward on the right side for Boxy. He did end up trapping himself early, but doesn't matter in the end. They just bring their forces to bear. They've got some of those early BKBs that they've been looking for, and they can leverage that damage. There's enough sustain here to play with for Mike for the most part. And this time around, you see the difference when Saberlight is allowed to play his game. When he's allowed to use the Repel, allowed to use the Guardian Angel, and when they can take care of crit. You remove that Shadow Demon from the equation, this Omni Knight becomes a beast when he's playing with something like the Leshrac up front.
They're going to find that amplified damage rune as well. TF. Go ahead and protect that for Malrine. Falcons, obviously, you really cannot afford to give too many fights like that away back towards Liquid. It only takes 1 or 2 to make the comeback happen. And Skitter, while he is top of the net worth board, he does not want to be seen dying like that, as they are going to go for a 4-man smoke now. Falcons heading towards the north, understanding they are still the much stronger team. And BKB up now on ATF to boot. Towards the north they go, but Liquid playing the avoid game very, very well. Not really giving the position out here for Falcons to abuse. And well, Falcons, they are going to have a search around, but this does mostly seem like wasted time.
And they've had some good defensive wards on Falcons and a little bit dark in the forward parts of the map. They could try to maybe take this gate across into Roche if they want, but they're just setting a trap here. No one taking the bait on the side of Liquid, as they've got some pretty good forward wards themselves, some good defensive wards actually, on Liquid's ends to kind of get a sense as to whenever anyone's missing. Heck, even Boxy acting like a little bit of a station here, watching this area to break smokes. They get a read. Roshan will still begin. Falcons are getting to it, but Liquid knows it's happening. There is this ward to watch Liquid in the window.
This could be a massive Roshan fight for Liquid. It's not here at the right time. Problem is Falcons, they do have the high ground.
Do they know? They know! He didn't BKB!
He didn't
BKB!
Oh, he's pretty deep at the moment.
It's fine, maybe?
Pump his BKB and just walk back towards Foxy. Meanwhile, the rest of Falcons have been pincered in.
That should have been a free kill on CM. But he didn't press fucking BKB, now the fight looks like shit. Is he? Is he? Oh my god, he got him.
Get the hell out of there. Is ATF trying for the tip of Benisha. He's going to cancel it off. ATF's got no choice but to man up and try to fight back. There's a buyback up from Snaking. In comes Skidder again.
Skidder?
Being targeted by Nisha.
He went in?
Skidder is gone. Oh my goodness. They'll continue the fight as Crit will follow and Snaking.
Yo, Skidder is on some shit.
The fight. They're hoping for the Roshan.
He is on some fucking shit, man. First that initiate and that re-initiates? There is no way.
They had a good sense for that smoke.
That should have been a free kill on CM into a free fight.
He jumps in without popping the BKB first, and the chain control from Liquid was perfect. It's just, they need to be able to get that pick off fast on Falcons. Instead, Liquid are the one to find it.
This is a problem.
And this is going to be a massive issue going forward. As that entire fight, again, they had that forward board and Falcons watching by the ramp. And just, they jump in with Skidder first. I love the confidence coming out from him, but it's such a risk when you lose this out early.
Absolutely, and of course Skidder did not have buyback available in that team fight to rejoin, even if he wanted to. And well, now you're only less than one.
I think
Falcons, that whole
PayPal message.
that you had is just basically
Wire
gone.
transferred.
And Skidder
Complete.
is not allowed to just stand there and hit people throughout these fights. All that farm means nothing.
There's no way.
We kind of saw that in that last engagement, and suddenly Liquid, momentum behind them now, could have a great way of coming back into this game number 2 as Malrine gets aggressive mid lane, is forced to snowbird back towards the creep wave as well. He's going to try and jump in on Mickey. Mickey though does get healed up here by
No BKB on him? Is it still cooldown?
ATF needs to run. Skidder, I'm not sure this is what you wanted, sir. He'll try to back his way out of there with the stun being channeled up. Skidder is still on the run, but the stun lands. Oh my goodness. Mickey to take him down. Snaking, he'll be the next target. They might just lose 3, they might even lose 4. ATF still trying to get out. That's the teleportation. Foxy will ensure
There's no way.
And Liquid, they lose nothing.
They didn't wait 5 seconds for BKB, the cooldown? Really?
It just feels too forced here from Falcons.
I get the confidence coming out from Falcons. They've got the Nullifier, you know, they've got Demonic Cleanse, they've got Demonic Bridge. They feel like they can start to find these targets, but there's just too much durability. The Kai and Sanj being out on Mika, all the sustained.
That is not draft difference.
On this left,
not pressing BKB is not draft difference.
Pinned down.
That's brain lag.
They're just way too tanky. You don't have that quick burst on the side of Falcons. You do have ways of repositioning. And
That's one of those moments where you hope your opponent's keyboard disconnects mid-team fight, and it fucking did.
Kick out with Malrine and
it's like his hand stopped working. I'm not pressing shit.
Translating that into a wider fight where a 4v5, if you find the right one, say, if you find Saberlight kick back, and you somehow take control from that's where it's no.
Like he forced SD to go defensive, and then CN died didn't die instead too. It should have been SD with all spells ready. He puts Wind on the under, and then ulti someone else for Alchemist to focus, and CM dies for free instantly. And then the fight is completely over from that first initiate if he just BKB'd. But he didn't press the fucking button. So he got chain stunned, and then SD had to save him. And SD has no spells, and he has to reveal himself too, instead of using his Q offensively. Oh dude, no, that's a skill issue. That's a not pressing your buttons issue. Unlucky.
We'll go through the bottom lane. You see a crit, an Axe being built up on crit now, so crit gonna have those multiple charges of the Demonic Purge and the Demonic Cleanse, of course, as mid lane. Bit of an attempt onto Boxy, not really gonna work out, and now the bottom tier 2 tower is gonna be focused by Liquid.
This is where their push can really kick in. Maxed out Edict, towers just melt. Can even threaten onto the high ground. And they've got the BKB still ready to go.
Being behind in goal at 30 minutes with an Alchemist on your team, that ain't it.
Nothing to scare them off. And with this high ground kind of movement, Saberlight, he can just take the rear position with how tanky Mika is and just ensure the Leshrac can get that job done. They will play it safe. They will just back off. and try to apply pressure elsewhere. Amar would be a great target if they could pin him down.
Oh, Amar's going to be so careful. They'll see him, they'll jump in, they'll
Amar,
try to Amar, force the BKB and back away. He'll be fine for now. Skitter, though, is channeling a stun. He's going to jump in aggressively.
What the
There's no
fuck?
BKB available though for ATF. I don't think he wanted the fight. Meanwhile, Crit also getting caught for a moment.
What the fuck?
Snaking, just trying to retreat as Malrine will save him, but Malrine, you're the mid-tusk. He will be fine, though. He will barely get away as Skitter again going to jump in aggressively, but Nisha had the BKB and now Skitter is trapped, but will be all right. Liquid will not commit for the fight. Very risky place.
There's only one way left for them to win this game. You kick heroes inside your base and you fight them inside your base. And hopefully you glyph and the tower hits like 5 heroes too.
He's the guy taking
There's no other way to play this game right now for them. Just hope you don't get choked out on the map. And that you don't lose the next Roshan, which is in like, what, 5 minutes or something?
Just blink in, snowball, kick back, and try to blow someone up.
There's no way you go in anymore now. They're weaker in the fight.
We see Mickey
Unless they find someone separated.
right through, and Saberlight's going to be there at some point to provide even more sustain. At this point, for the side of Falcons, it feels like maybe you have to consider getting something to stop this regen.
Maybe they can intervene.
Oh, this could be good. Not sure how close his team is though.
Taking a fair bit of
Seems okay.
Now, but he's still a very tanky target. The shards will lock him in though, and Saberlight, no way out of that one. Falcons, they will fight back. They'll protect their own tormentor.
It's a good time to smoke.
That is a huge
if they have one.
Falcons. Like just having Saberlight sit alone like that, get kicked back, not respecting how close that is to the tier 2, how close it is to TP points for Falcons. Some decent punishment out for the side of Falcons, and well, that's sort of what we need to see, except you're not going to see that situation where Saberlight's all by himself all too often. But if you can isolate this Omni Knight by himself, by all his lonesome for some reason around the map, then that's when the game opens up. Set up some vision around in some cheeky areas. We've seen Falcons do this before. Stuff like the ramp by Roche, or behind, closer to the wells up top. And you can start to make it work for you, or at least find these opportunities to make it work for you here. As Liquid, despite that loss, they're still in control. 7k up against an Alchemist. They've got 2 heroes with equal net worth to Skitter. You don't have that item advantage to leverage on your Alch any longer. So they will try on to him.
Skitter's been caught. Disruption will save from Crit, but Mickey looks like he wants to commit. Skitter, he's dropping so down low.
He didn't BKB. He did not press the golden button.
Barely able to TP away, but you've lost the Alchemist. I'll tell you, oh, and snaking now. Oh, snaking. He could not get away either. Team Liquid finding even more value. And I'll tell you what, John, I don't think anyone else from Falcons is carrying this game. You are heavily reliant on this out.
That you are. Like there's no gold on anyone else. There is scaling on the others, but that is item reliant. And the side of Liquid, they can just show us how vulnerable Falcons is. They only really have like temporary saves. They don't have
has been caught on the Viper, and he is just melting. Crit will save the kickback as well, just ensuring there is no help to come. Mickey trying to at least take down Malrine.
Oh, how long for kick? Like 6 seconds?
Oh, Skitter
Maybe you can kick someone into Fountain here.
That was a dieback, I believe, on the Alchemist, and well, at 3 down, another buyback from ATF.
He got kicked in the Fountain.
Looking harder and harder as Team Liquid.
Hey, what? Why is Orc dead? Did he buy back?
Nisha, Shackle, not gonna latch. Malrine will be
When the
okay
fuck did he
Liquid.
die?
They are still going to play safely. They are all quite low, and even without the Alchemist, they don't want to risk it against this Viper.
They take a conservative approach. They've found a lot off the back of these fights. Just all this burst damage starting to come in is insane. Having that Nemesis curse
I didn't even see him.
Just having even
The
more
fuck?
amplification. And there's nothing to easily dispel any of this if the BKB's down. You don't have anything on hand. You don't have something like your own Omni Knight. You're just reliant on either getting a snowball save or disruption to stall for time. And even that has just fallen short here for the side of Falcons. Liquid playing very cleanly since taking their time, slowing down the game a bit past that laning phase. The investment for them now is kicking into full gear. And for Falcons, this high-speed tempo that you're looking for with the Alch, it's tapering off. Skitter isn't even the highest net worth hero, and they're not able to really redistribute this farm elsewhere. Like,
Oh, Liquid is bound to win this game for sure.
Farm as you'd want him to. On this
Falling
Viper,
behind on Alchemist is
stuff
not a
like
thing.
Shard, which would be really nice if they were sieging, is It's not there. It's not a priority as well.
Alchemist games are always the same. You get the 25-minute mark and you just have like 2 more items on your enemies and you finish the game.
It just feels disjointed. Like they're jumping in, and Skitter, it seems like, just feels the pressure to start these for his team, but it just, there's no one there to help make these fights easier for him.
Tell you what, I love this new item as well here on Nisha, like the Nemesis Curse. It really is the perfect item on this Wind Ranger, right? Like just the extra damage, the damage amp as well. It's just really, really perfect.
It just makes Skitter so squishy. Like that's the main thing. They focus fire him down, and then just having all of this AoE coming out from Mike.
He fought back. He cannot afford this. He will try for the TP away. Do they have the damage? They do not. That's his BKB down for 80 seconds, though. Team Liquid, they could try and force an opening out of this. And, well, the opening, Jonathan, is Roshan, because it's up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, they've got control over the area. There's no forward vision from Falcons to watch that spot any longer. And being down 1 BKB on one of your cores, it takes away a lot of your confidence in trying to contest an objective like that. We'll force in the tier 2 first. The pinks are coming out. They should get a read onto Roche. Boxy already set the scout out. And at Roshan, that's going to open up high ground. That's the only objectives left here for Liquid. This is not something Falcons can afford to give away, but again, the information's just not there for Falcons. They're hugging the other side of the map.
Free Roche.
Team Liquid, they'll get it started. The Falcons showing
this Roshan is some shit.
Will to try and fight this one out. They'll of course know about it because the Roshan Roar is going to be there.
Well, at least Falcon's high ground defense is it should be good.
Of course, Mickey to take the Aegis niche to pick up the cheese.
I don't think Liquid has a counterplay right now to blink, kick, snowball
well and truly to go for another fight.
beyond just like following him into the base, but that's always bad.
They've got the tempo on the side of Liquid. It's down to Falcons now to maybe play a little bit of split push, try to get some lanes in their favor, get some shove out. It's really difficult when you're up against Nature's Prophet, though. Boxy doing a great job of just using that Nature's Call treants to just constantly ensure that their lanes are at least at equilibrium. You know, you're not allowing any sort of sneaky openings for Falcons to lay onto any tier 2s, to sneak away any extra farm, and just choke them out. The wards from Falcons, again, they've been great defensively. They're not able to find any openings off the back of them. At best, just avoid as much as possible. But at this point, there's only so long you can avoid Liquid with the stages. Like, they are going to be set to go. And Mika is trying to hunt fairly deep. Again, no deep vision as well for the side of Liquid. So just a little bit of a shot in the dark, but Crit.
Bottom lane, a shot. Well, Crit is going to be left behind. Crit is down. Snake King coming in as well, has also been caught out. Boxy will just trap him in with the creeps. And there is no way out of that situation. 2 supports dropping once again for Falcons. Mickey, mid lane, he's going in by himself onto the Alchemist, but will have to retreat. Not feeling safe.
Jesus, that damage.
ATF's Viper on top.
That's really confident out from Mika. Just going on to 2 cores by himself, the rest of his team across the map, and still managing to force them back. Is getting some good pressure onto that mid. I do love as well how Boxy's playing this game. Like, he gets the Treant talent, and then he just pops that crispy old growth with all of those Treants around one hero. So much damage, so much control. Makes it difficult for anyone to try to find a way out, and just makes it easier for the side of Liquid to keep this ball rolling. Got the amplified damage rune here as well, which is spotted by Saberlight, so a little bit more to add onto that spice for this eventual high ground push with the Aegis, which still has 3 minutes. Falcons' options are growing limited. It's down to what they've been finding some limited success with earlier, which is just Malorine finding a nice solo pickoff somehow. They don't have the vision to sustain that. Like, even some closer defensive wards would make a huge difference here. It's just really far out vision right now.
It's not just the damage amp rune that you've got as well for Nisha, by the way. He did pick up.
I don't think magic damage reduction works here for Orc. What they need is damage. They need to be able to kill somebody in one Orc stun.
If you want to go high ground, you know this Viper is going to be feeling very susceptible.
But I think his build is some bullshit.
Of Liquid, and the high ground holds.
He has a fucking hurricane pipe, dude.
Just down to how well.
What am I looking at?
How well can he find some targets? They do see Boxy. Malrine is smoked up.
Mickey into 3 heroes.
I actually don't know what I'm looking at.
ATF, he will get stunned up. Mickey, feeling
Sprout,
like
I mean, fuck Sprout. There's only one way they win this game. That's by killing people before they get to play.
He needs to save himself, and he looks
So if you're reacting to a Sprout, you're not killing people. Eh? It's fucking ogre,
90
dudes.
seconds without buyback. On they go into the T3 bottom tower. They need a creep wave though. The creep wave currently is non-existent. Instead though, Crit has been caught on the Shadow Demon, or at least spotted. Saberlight will chase him down. Crit will be able to barely blink away. Meanwhile, Nisha looking towards snaking in the Radiant base. Crit still running, but Boxy right behind him does get the spread up. So Crit is down, tips out from Saberlight.
Does stall for time, and Malrine, while all of that breaks out, he TP'd out into the outpost. That did give him a chance to cut the creep wave. At the same time, you just removed your biggest tool in these fights. You didn't have the kickback. You didn't have a way of just trying to drag that control back your way. And here goes the high ground without those buybacks. Doesn't take too long for Mika to melt through it.
Oh, it definitely does not. Mika will make very short work of it. Nisha there to back him up, and it's so hard when you know the Omni Knight's right behind the Lesh. It's like, how do you actually kill this guy? The answer is yet to be found here by Falcons. Still 3 versus 5, so it's not a fight they're going to try and force. They're at least going to try and wait for Crit and ATF to be back up. They'll chip away at Mickey, but Mickey has his fountain right behind him in Saberlight. Gale forces out Nisha. Oh, that's a Shackles flying out from Nisha. But it won't matter yet. The snowball does save. No, in fact, it does not. Skitter is gone. And so is Snaking. No buyback available. What a setup from Nisha.
Liquid are just so terrifying now at this point with all the control, with how well they can sustain up front, but how confident they are with Nisha and Mickey.
Malrine, he'll go for the kickback into the tier 4 towers. Mickey, he has his BKB. He could not give a crap. It's the side of Falcons that are burning to the damage. Malrine is gone.
The fuck?
Mickey and Nisha moving back into the fountain. They are just fountain farming him now. Mickey getting kicked in. Can he survive? Nisha will take the hits from the fountain. Mickey just going to TP away as Malrine is gone. And GG is called. Oh, what a way to finish here for Liquid. We are going to a game 3.
And what a spectacular fashion to go into that game 3 as well. Falcons, they were getting crushed in lanes. You know, they were getting some early rotations out from Liquid. Liquid, Boxy just being a maniac on that Nature's Prophet. They slowed down a bit. You hit that timing on Skitter. He starts to play around with the Alch, but then he just starts going really far forward. You know, there's so much pressure on the Alchemists to try to clean up. And Liquid have so many tools. Like, they have the Omni Knight. There's only so much your Shadow Demon at that point could try to control. And Liquid just managed to clinch it out.
We do have a lovely panel ready on hand to discuss this game number 2, so let's throw to them and see what they have to say.
I got to think about how Liquid pulled it together from the brink of elimination. And
shout out to Cork's mom. What the fuck?
With a final pick, Omni Knight, a Leshrac who we've only seen one other time in the tournament, which was a loss, and yet it looks so beautiful in motion.
Yeah, that's the change to Guardian Angel being a single target spell with 2 charges. And we thought it was countered by the Shadow Demon, but Leshrac, probably one of the best heroes in the game to give like invincibility to for 8 to 10 seconds. That Shiva's probably the best carrier of Shiva's in the entire game with the new Shiva's, the Veil, plus the same active as Shiva's before. So
And that jump in the last fight was perfect. He revealed like 4 heroes, and he got a stun out on a target he could have killed within that stun.
I have to
He just didn't press
agree with
BKB.
Some of the ways, like Lesh early game kind of sucks a little bit. Like level 1 Pulse Nova only does like 70 or 80 damage per tick, which is not a lot. But once you get to level 12 and onwards, you're doing a lot of damage. And the reason Shiva's just kind of broken now is because it's better in almost always. Gives you 6 more armor, gives you 8 agility, and an extra 5. And then it's amplifying all the damage you do by 15%. Now people buy Sanj Kaya for about 16% spell amp. Shiva's just does that on top of what it did before now. So if he has Sanj Kaya and a Shiva's, he's basically doing like 30, 35% more magic damage than his base level. So those items together are just sick good and just straight up better than it was before.
I mean, should they have gone like a...
I have no idea this thought process was there.
That would also provide some solutions.
There was no reason not to just instantly BKB the moment he got that stun out. He had 2 moments to press BKB. One was before he jumped. 3 moments, I guess, but before he jumped, after he jumped, and after he stunned.
a good way to undercut
He had
it.
a
And by the
lot
way,
of time
all the
to
damage
press his
doing
BKB.
Gives him more lifesteal with the
He just
bloodstone,
didn't do
and
it.
He's bigger, so he's getting more stuff. All of this stuff like works together. The numbers might be cracked, yeah.
And Leshrac finally gets an offensive build-up, because I remember way back in the day he used to be rush Yules, and then I can start playing the game. I can kind of argue that Veil makes his mid-game timing much stronger than it used to be.
Well, yeah, this game he elected to go for the Veil super late, like it just as a part of the Shiva's build-up. I think he had to itemize for survivability more so than anything else, but...
I'll be like 2 minutes.
One fight top.
And get something to eat.
Where I thought Liquid was just...
Yeah.
I looked away for like 10 seconds, I'm like, they're down 7K.
They were 7K behind, but it's actually not that bad, because it's all on the Elk. Everyone else is like even in net worth. Elk was the only one carrying the lead.
Yeah, and then after that fight, they were just up 3K.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, well, I guess they won. And they did.
Especially after the laning phase went so well for Liquid, I thought that they had it in the bag. And then I will give credit to Falcons, because they actually made the mid-game seem a little bit 50-50.
Yeah, they did a really good job at shutting down the Viper with the Nature's Prophet constantly making, TPing over, ganking in. That's what you don't want to have as Viper, you know, in an early game, like what, 4 deaths in a lane of 5? I mean, it's rough, you know, but he still made a comeback later in the game. He was able to contribute in the team fights, but they just ran out of damage against the Lash.
And if Viper had a better early game, then their mid game against Leshrac, they would have had a better solution. Because once he gets Shiva's Guard, his armor's so high, plus the Omni on top of that, they just didn't have good magic damage solutions. That was basically it. Malorine could like knock him back. They went for some kills here and there, but once they got BKBs on the Liquid side, they just weren't dying. And
So is the conclusion Shadow Demon, not the counter to Lash, Omni?
Well, it's not as strong to Omni, because that was the main thing that we were looking at. And then Lesh, I suppose, he didn't really go for Nihilism, and that's like the hard counter to him. But the synergies between Leshrac and like the Wind Ranger, Liquid were Gale Force plus Shard Stun.
Yeah, there's no running away from that. And so we say there's no running away from that. I didn't notice this during the game, but there were 4 Force-staffs on Team Falcons.
It did not feel like it.
It's all about the Gale Force and I guess the Sprout. That might be worth what they did for, like, they maybe have to ban out Nature's Prophet if you're going to itemize 4 Force-staffs.
Ban out Lash, maybe?
I don't know. Which one was a more crucial component of this? Like, if you're prepared for the Leshrac, would it be any different?
Or maybe they had the wrong idea against Lash. The Shadow Demon might not be like that good, you know. They might be overvaluing how strong the Shadow Demon Purge is.
I mean, the Shadow Demon was there to counter the Omni Knight, is what it looked like, because it's going to keep the Lesh alive. If Omni's not, I'm not saying ban Omni Knight, but if Omni's not there, they just don't pick SD, I think. They pick something else. Like they pick a higher physical damage single target mid-hero rather than Tusk. Or you could play Tusk and go more damage,
like
maybe, is an option. If you went Deso, they would have been crushing Lesh in those mid-game fights, especially on top of the Alchemist.
Yeah, you could be onto something as well. Maybe Lash is just that strong.
It's only freaking series number 3, Winter. Let's calm down.
They've got 10 minutes to figure it out.
They've got 10 minutes to figure it out. But it does seem like you guys are all concluding that it wasn't necessarily the carry-to-carry matchup, or I guess like the highest net worth matchup. It wasn't Alk versus Leshrac that was an issue. It was kind of all the other side pieces.
Yeah, I feel like in the first game it was a strategical advantage for Falcons. In this game, I think it was like Liquid brought such a weird draft that it seemed like Falcons had one overextension. And there's something to be said for these players just being unfamiliar with the situation they were just playing against.
Both teams are valuing different heroes. And I feel like after this game, it kind of will give them a better gauge on what is actually strong, what is not strong. And I think the third game is going to be a very, very hard game for both teams to win.
And if I keep going back to what I consider to be Falcons' weak spot, which is venturing into late game, do you think that they repaired anything in this direction, Purge? Or is this something that they're not even interested in, that they're just, we're going to win mid-game every time, and if we don't win at 35 minutes, whatever?
I mean, it's hard to say. I think they had late game potential with their heroes. It's just the Viper was too far behind to contribute meaningfully in the mid game, and the Lesh, without a doubt, was hitting harder than expected. So Lesh staying alive in a lot of those fights really did change things. So maybe if the fight circumstances were different, if it wasn't like ATF dying at the start of the fights, into Lesh trying to tank like 4 heroes, and the enemy team being like, yeah, we can kill him, and they just didn't die, and they're like, oh, we just lost a whole team fight, and then they did that again, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, Liquid's winning. If they remove those things from happening, don't lose those fights twice in a row, then the game's different. Maybe they just smash over, and then lifesteal's not enough, and Lesh looks bad. So yeah, maybe just take better fights after they came back in the mid game. I'm not sure.
I mean, or they could just get first pick. You know, so far both teams won with first pick.
Well, we'll have to find out how the draft and the coin flip go for game number 3. We got our first game 3 of the night. So let's go to a quick break and we'll return with more Falcons versus Liquid.
Gamers, mijn naam is Egbert en in een nieuwe video op het KPN YouTube kanaal vertel ik je alles over wat KPN glasvezel voor jou als gamer kan betekenen. Ik vertel je over lag, uploadsnelheid, downloadsnelheid, ping, noem het maar op. Ben jij of ken je nou een gamer en wil je hier meer over weten? Check dan die video op het YouTube kanaal van KPN of ga naar kpn.com/gaming voor meer informatie. En als je er toch bent, doe dan meteen even de KPN glasvezel postcode check om te zien wat KPN op jouw adres kan leveren.
It's the little things that mean.
I'm back. What did I miss? Oh, it's ads again. Fuck. Volvo EX3.
Ik ben anders van Anderzorg. Zorg kan anders. Fysiotherapieoefeningen bijvoorbeeld. Kun je dankzij een app gewoon thuis doen. Wel zo makkelijk. En zo verandert de zorg. Zorg wordt thuis, zorg wordt anders. Kijk voor de zorgverzekering die mee verandert op anderzorg.nl.
Another health insurance ad? Man, the Dutch ones are lame. I like the Thai ones. It's like a whole drama story. Did I just read that right? That was the suicide ad again. The suicide prevention ad. I think it said he turned to gaming because he was getting bullied or something. I didn't read it fully, fuck. Too real, man.
Tijd begint nu. Elke week gaan 3 gamecrafters in hun favoriete games aan de slag voor Junken, Ronald, Sarlife en Diamantje wel.
Wel heel vet hoor.
Dit is Samsung Gamecraft.
Hey, wait, what the fuck? I know some of those streamers. Hey, hold the fuck up. The hell? How do I see him in an ad like this? That's right, actually. I saw a friend of mine in a Magnum ad. Not the other one, like the ice cream Magnum. It's weird to see people you know in advertisements. When is my ad coming? I don't want to be in these ads. I want to be in the shadows, never to be seen. I can see expensive for the 8 months. Does Kuala Lumpur have a meaning? Or is it just a name?
Hey, dude, what up? Hello. How you been, man? How's the team? It's been great. I'm jet lagged though, but the new guys have been a breath of fresh air. Yeah?
Mod City? That's kinda weird.
Well,
you know, Chris said he liked how you play PA.
Nice play.
oh, really? He said that?
Yeah.
So I found Ace, so you know how you are Danish and also Crit's Danish. So what do you think is the best way to start a conversation with him?
Well, you could give him some Rizalaman.
That's a great idea. So did you get it? No, they didn't have it. So I got him at, what the hell is that? It's at Danish. Thanks.
Cool, but you didn't really explain how the team was formed, dude.
Oh yeah, Malrin put it all together. He's surprisingly very well connected.
Malrin, huh? Well, yeah. Well, good luck with that, dude. That'll be great.
Thanks. What's up, big man?
There you go. That is true documentary footage of what happens at TI after parties. Cultural exchanges, pastry exchanges, swag exchanges, and then a magical thing like Team Falcons.
I have no idea what I just watched.
Something the live reenactment of the actual characters doing it.
Yeah, Malrin is honestly, that's his truest form. When he shows on stage, this is him trying to tone things down.
Yeah, trying to be relatable.
Exactly.
To the viewers. Yeah.
You know what? It used to be in the hotel lobby, if you know. All of that used to happen in the hotel lobby.
It used to, but we've stepped up now. Now we go to clubs here in KL. But he's not
I'm going
jet-lagged
to
anymore,
ESL
that's for sure,
Broomy.
because Falcons
Is Broomy
have
short
pushed
of
it to a
Birmingham?
three-game series as opposed to getting
I'm not
stopped in the
sure.
group stage by Liquid 2-0.
Don't think so.
And now we're
I've been to the
rounding
UK
out
a few
the series
times.
purge, but
Place
I
is
will say
depressing,
that
man.
Despite it being a new patch,
It's gloomy.
Liquid seems to be going off script.
I feel like every time I look at anyone from the UK, they just look
You feel like
sad.
Falcons are? Or could I show you these Falcons draft and you'd be like, yeah, I could see that last match.
They're not really going too imaginative, I gotta
what I'm
say. I
saying.
think they're drafting great, they're playing great.
They are.
But, you know, just picking some of the old staples. Maybe they're adjusting a bit based on how they expect the meta to shift, you know, that Venge.
You ever listened to some people in UK before, like the way they make jokes?
Slightly better due to the change.
It's not like other countries where they joke about things around them. UK jokes target themselves.
Game number 3, but one thing remains
They make
consistent.
themselves the victim in their
Mars
own
is
jokes.
Not allowed to have Mars. And the other consistent bans have been the Timbersaw and the Slardar, so we'll see if Liquid want to replicate that. Meanwhile, Falcons start out taking out the Chen.
I mean, are we going to see a consistent team? The first pick team always wins. Liquid's first pick.
Still pretty funny though.
Has that been a statistic even previous?
No, just this series.
Oh, just this series,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, I think they did show the team priority earlier, and the Falcons like exclusively picked either, I think, Radiant or first pick, whereas Team Liquid was all over the
Actually,
place.
I like
They were
UK
dabbling
humor.
with it all. So
Isn't it like Radiant?
I guess it's because it's English.
it has been.
And they're very eloquent when it comes to speaking out sentences and jokes and everything. Yeah, I like UK humor, for sure, man.
Do you think Amar messed up? Like,
Especially when the action is
Amar
extremely
and
over the
best
top.
hero be Mars. Like, it's like when you go into a pub and somebody says like their hero in their Steam name.
Yeah, but how do you know it wasn't the other way around? How do you know when he wasn't born, his parents like, one day, 15 years from now,
there's going to be a game called Dota 2.
and my child will be the best at an obscure offlaner that is rarely ever good.
I watched that Limmy show, yeah.
Okay, so.
Oh,
what's
he
the
always
final
has that
thing? Is it the
legendary
Razor?
part.
Is it probably not the Viper?
But what's
That wasn't
heavier?
too impressive.
1 kilo of feathers or 1 kilo of steel? Yeah, what's heavier?
I like
A kilo of steel, of course, because steel is heavier than feathers.
Getting stuff done all over
Okay,
the place.
if you first pick the Nature's Prophet, I pick the Lash.
Lash shot up.
Oh, you don't get it?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, Brian convinced me.
I'm saying like you only have 10 minutes to figure out what you would do if the other team picks it.
Yeah, sometimes stuff is just that simple. You know, Lash is just strong, pick Lash.
Yeah.
Is it a flex though? Because we are seeing Malrin and ATF flex their picks quite a bit. Are you saying that off-lane Leshrek is even
Yeah, it's just so
viable?
fucking
Why not?
funny.
Okay, okay.
They just ran at carry.
They just ran a carry, that is true.
Why not? Why stop there? Okay, they go nature.
Okay, come on, Lash. Lash.
I don't think it's a Falcons hero.
That may be to the advantage of Liquid going into a new patch, because you mentioned, like, no matter what the patch is, you know,
they pick the same
they'll
things.
just pick the same
I mean,
stuff.
is this the Shiki scenario?
Yeah, exactly.
I've never heard of Mike's daughter.
It kind of is. I mean,
Fully
that's
on
the
first pick
hero
again,
that,
let's go.
Of the tournament when Skeeter won TI, and they didn't pick it one time the whole tournament, so it's not his hero. Does Malrine play? It's not an ATF hero.
Now, what do you guys think the value is of... So Skeeter plays Illusion Heroes a lot. Like, that's probably his most staple heroes, and that's how they won TI. What's the importance of being able to play the heroes that are good against your heroes? Like, in this case, Lesh, right? Don't you think that would add a lot to his potence as a
So you're saying
character.
you
I've
should
seen
be
this
able to
opening
play your
before.
own counters.
Yes.
The first pick thrown into
Especially
first
in
pick
drafts, because then
gyrocopter.
Once you see something that you're good at, then you've played the opposite of it so many times, you're like, oh, I also know
Yeah,
what it's
people
bad
might
at.
try to deny pick you, right?
I mean, what if it's a different role?
Wij
You
killen
really
man
like
doet voor de
slot,
prime.
so you have to be able to play the Doom as well, or any
Bloodseeker.
offlaner that counters you.
Yeah, maar the fucker is not looking so good in this series.
To rack up enough experience
In fact,
there,
he's been looking like
okay,
shit.
Rabbit hole. We don't need to keep going.
Really bad games by him, especially
So
that
the gyrocopter draft is the
that
same so far.
Same rabbit hole.
was it the Viper game, the DK game too.
The bans, everything is.
It's awful.
Everything's the same. It was also the primal.
There's no way it's their plan to just run down the offlane and then if he dies, he dies. Like what is that shit?
Previously, Liquid had followed it up with a Kunkka and a
He literally
Tango,
just goes up and he pushes until he
Falcons,
dies.
The second phase to take out a Faceless Void.
So DK's new.
So the theory is you have to kill Lash with single target burst.
Yes.
Because you don't have enough spread damage to kill him, and he keeps healing.
I think if they go Lesh again, I'd like to see Monkey King potentially for Falcons because he's really good against natures, and we saw like the burst damage that they had on Liquid from it.
Yeah. How about Cardell?
The sniper.
Ooh, that is a Malrine special.
Is that a counter?
It's a bit tough against natures though because in the
I
mid
haven't
lane,
heard someone refer to Sniper as Cardell
ganked. Let's go.
since Dota 1 or
Another
something.
Southeast Asian TI.
Is this a spoiler or?
This guy has inside information.
Valve's new announcement. We'll just have a guy in the write on a piece of paper with a pen.
Well, the bans change up for Liquid. This time they actually target out things that have been picked earlier
Cardell
by Falcons in the
Sharp-Eye.
series. They take out the DK, they take out the Tusk. And like I said, Falcons previously banned out the Faceless Void at this point, but probably not a concern. I mean, you can still ban Lash, unless they really think they have a plan for it.
They definitely are thinking about it, taking up reserve time for this ban. It's a very, very crucial junction here. You ban a hero and then you have to decide what you're going to pick next, and you have to make sure that the hero that you pick next is going to counter whatever you didn't ban here.
The thing is, I read a book recently, first time ever, and it talks about minimizing regret, you know? Wouldn't you regret the most losing to the same hero twice in a row to get knocked out of this tournament?
Yes.
So I'm surprised they didn't ban the Lash, because that would just suck to go out like that.
Well, here's a good way to amplify the physical damage you do. You pick Weaver and you have crit play, and you're going to throw bugs on the Lash. He's not going to want to stand still attacking that.
Wait, what is this? It says 0-1.
Unbelievable.
Good catch, Brian.
The
Thank you.
numbers have not been crunched.
I love the run
This
back.
game was too fast. And yeah, it's the run back. Same heroes.
Except for the Weaver.
Except for the Weaver, and that you said that you're preferring crit to be on it. So then are we giving this gyro again to Snake?
I underestimated the Lash damage output.
Give it to the 5. I mean, Crit's played Weaver so many times in the group stage. He looked fantastic on all
I
of them.
didn't know she was amplified magic damage, not magic, spell damage too.
That's the way
That's
to
some
deal with
shit.
the Lash. You know, Tusk can do that a little bit with tag team with physical damage.
So
but
good
the
on like
minus
all
armor
casters now, especially like heroes like Puck.
Okay, Pangolier is really nice against Lash. Magic immunity.
And also very good with the Weaver, because all his spells are physical now.
True. It's just a hero that gets up, and it's one of the heroes that's going to be point-blank range to the Lesh, but he's not going to be life-stealing off of you in a meaningful way, because you have all that magic resistance built in.
It's spell damage, not just magic.
So
That means all
the mana
spells.
burn also
Not sure if that includes like trigger spells like Janata and stuff.
until you get
But still physical spells like, I guess like Dazzle, stuff like that.
So that Diffusal will significantly reduce the damage output that Lesh can do in the mid-game.
Could be a big deal.
Tango received some minor changes in the patch. His old level 15 talent with a
Make a deal work for the 7,
shield
Flare,
crash
Finger 66.
no
The
longer
plan go over
exists,
the
and
patch,
now
yeah,
it's got
after this
built-in
game.
shield crash. So
This is the
depending on
last
what
game of the
level
day.
your
And then I
ult
check
is,
patch, and
the shield crash
then
will
we
be
gonna
9
play some
seconds,
Dota, I
6
think.
seconds, and then 3 seconds.
Yeah, I thought that
And I think a new Witch Blade upgrade on Puck? I don't know yet.
Semi-change of
I definitely need to see the entire patch notes first to see even what's good and what
They
isn't.
just buy Blightstone, and that's 2/3 of the minus armor that you wanted from it. So yeah, you don't get that slow built in, but you're effectively getting to Diffusal plus minus armor faster in some ways. So it works just fine. And then you buy Ags quick, and now you get that instant 3-second shield crash without having to get to level 15. So in some ways, his like mid-game timing is just better.
Okay, so we were talking about how the Pango's job is to mitigate the Lesh's impact. So Liquid's way of enabling Lesh instead of the Omni Knight is
Oh, it's not like
disable the
carry
guy
Lesh this
that's
time.
disabling the Lesh rank.
Nice time, Brian.
Thank you.
Oh,
And
good.
the spell amp from the Q on the left.
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
Bloodseeker
And good
side on
flexibility.
left track as well.
Nice Bloodseeker pick into Pango.
Master has to disable the guy that's disabling the Pango, so he has to.
This draft looks really nice for Liquid. They're only missing Initiate now.
It's too late for this.
They need some dude who just goes in and stuns for them, or starts the fight, or kidnaps, whichever.
What happens is someone makes a
They're all
mistake and
fine.
dies, and it just doesn't
There's going to be a chain reaction where the first guy in the chain dies, and then everything else goes haywire. Okay, so what do we need on Liquid? They probably need an offlaner for Saber. It's going to be a blind pick into what is likely not revealed.
Anti-mage.
Offline anti-mage?
No, maybe not. No, I'm thinking about AM.
Just because you're still worried about Leshrac?
Yeah, maybe. But then I see the Bloodseeker, then I'm like, oh, probably not.
Yeah, that's true. And then he would counter 2 of their heroes.
How about a Mage Slayer buyer? That's what you were hoping for in the last game.
Yeah. Why not? Get a pipe, get a Mage Slayer. Brew is not a pipe hero.
That's a lot of good options for them.
Snaking has been building pipes on their games mostly.
Slaughter is banned, Primal is banned.
Brian,
It's like
carry
Magnus.
enthusiast. You see a Leshrac, what would you like to play as a carry?
Dawnbreaker. Oh no,
as a carry.
I think it's a pretty decent looking PA game as well.
Oh yeah.
A lot of minus armor.
Against Rupture? PA against Rupture? Are you
He's,
sure?
he's already
Brian?
rupturing the Pango.
But then he could rupture the PO, so get an egg.
But then the Pango's gonna own.
Oh, is Magnus banned too? Oh, Magnus banned too.
Can you go kill
Missile.
Leshrac though?
Okay, there's actually not so much left.
I gotta kill Leshrac.
No, Leshrac you leave
Mars?
till the end.
Mars is banned too? What the fuck?
No,
DK is
if
banned?
he's mana burned, he doesn't do anything.
What the hell's left?
That's the whole point of the Pango.
Doom is a bit rough. They need something that's faster for Initiate. I mean, it works. Like Blink War Stomp is good. Doom Initiate can be good. But I think that's one of the greedier ones, and it's one of the harder ones to pull off.
Omni Knight gets respect banned.
I think they need something more that just goes like bam and kill.
Nor the Magnus and Liquid pick out a
Tide. I mean, Tide is not long cooldown. It feels kind of bad, but it works.
I would like that. Similar concept, right?
I think Centaur works, Batrider works, like these kind of heroes. I don't know if Bat is good in this patch, but the concept of the hero would work really well with that draft.
Kind of trumps it, right? They can just swashbuckle away, Sakuchi away. Gyro doesn't really commit his hero.
Axe is pretty damn good too.
Not the most ideal.
Axe is a bit shit against Brewmaster. It's not nice to play against.
You could even dispel.
He's got tossed in the air all the time.
Debuff Blood Rage, silences on your allies, all of CM's abilities. That's
Now I wonder if they opt for Initiate or just more damage or tank.
Catch the group stage, believe me, Amar can play Brewmaster. You wouldn't have thought it was in his wheelhouse, but it seems like the boy is expanding his repertoire.
Legion Commander.
Oh, yo.
Okay, Night Stalker, that's a
Yo, that one is
nice
sick.
against Brew, because
That's a
the
Brewmaster counter
way
too.
Brewmaster survives long enough.
It's a
he can
100-year
pull off
silence.
by using his Cinder Brew, while I believe in Void Stance for like 60% status resistance, but it doesn't work on the silence.
The silence.
It's not like a bam kind of jump, but it's still good, especially if you find support or Brewmaster.
Needs his lane to go well.
I'm a big fan of Night Stalker. It's criminally underpicked.
He gets a lane, he has a good lane, and right now I'm not really sure what's his lane matchup, so it's a pretty risky pick in my opinion.
in some ways his lane's going to go worse because Prophet's going to leave it to go gank somewhere else often. So something that didn't hurt him so much last game with the Omni Knight, it could affect him here. But the silence is so
His
good.
main weakness is always laning phase. Like the first 4 levels of Night Stalker is despair. Hero sucks ass. He only has 1 spell, and that spell's not even great. His base that's okay.
I also, what I do like about this Night Stalker pick is it's not like the Visage pick where he's also bad against illusion heroes, but this time around they have the Leshrac to cover that. And then I think the only heroes in the game that, in the carry role, that are good against both Lesh and
Like, I don't know if they're
Night Stalker
trying to do
they
like a
ban.
carry
Like, I think
last pick here and have support Weaver and Jarrow, and then they counterpick the Night Stalker with like Monkey or something. And that's would be an impossible lane. But then that draft looks so shit if they go like something like Monkey here.
You can pick something good against left.
Like there's 2 unplayable heroes, you know. It's like Ursa and Monkey King. Those are like the standard melee counters.
Okay.
Rave King. That's pretty hard for Night Stalker too.
There's absolutely no way to deal with your skeletons, but
is he good enough against the Lash? Do you think that he has to buy Desolator this game instead of Radiance?
Like the
I think it's. I think this one's fine.
Yeah, because you're probably gonna have the Radiance on the Brewmaster, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for like the Armlet Deso Blink on Skeeter. That'd make a lot of sense.
You have to win lanes here on Falcon. If they fall behind from like the 10-minute mark, it's gonna be a nightmare to play.
You really just want raw damage in a lot of cases, but it could work.
Could you get the Mage Slayer on the Pango though? Is it just too bad to get it on Pango?
Not a bad idea either. It does do damage over time, so it's not like the absolute worst to proc it, because there is some extra damage afterwards, but...
This game's just so much about vision, though. Like, I think...
I'll solo watch this and then meet up with you guys later to play some Dota.
Like, their 5-man
There's only one more game left.
Ultimates, but Team Liquid can pick and choose when they do fight because you have the Nature's Prophet teleport.
It's an okay CM game to play here. She is well protected here by her, of course.
Whether or not, like, Liquid is
Like, if you just fall behind against Night Stalker in general, the game just becomes so shit. Like, the positioning on the map won't be safe anywhere anymore. Especially the heroes that are spellcasting reliant like Pangolier and Brewmaster.
Does not have an Omni Knight in his team, so we'll see if that changed the equation very much. But we're getting ready for game number 3. Kuala Lumpur, are you ready for game number 3? That's what I like to hear. Then without further ado, let me present you Mike and John.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. We do get into
I'm curious to see how he's gonna do on lane. I think the Wraith King can be pretty rough for Night Stalker.
One of these teams has to go home. The other
It's basically Void versus Skeletons plus Stun, and Skeletons plus Stun is way better than Void.
Allow that Lash Rack through one more time. It looked really effective last game there for Mike. No protection if the Omni Knight does. Change the story though, and I think that's where this variation coming in for Team Falcons is going to be interesting to watch out for.
Yeah.
How much can they get done early?
Oh, Wraith King is not that weak before level 3. His stun is good, and level 1 Skeletons is good.
There should be some
and his stats are pretty good too. That was Wraith King like 58 damage level 1 or something like that?
So they can counteract that aggression that we saw from Liquid in the last game, and that's going to be the difference maker in this one.
If you want to make a prediction, John, one of the team or the other, which one's going home, John? Tell me.
It's a tough one to call.
It's a tough one, John.
It's a tough one. This is a really even match.
You're a tough person, John. That's why I ask you the tough question.
60-62 even. Yeah, it's insane.
It's a really even match.
Night Stalker similar too, but you know, it's a Night Stalker. He doesn't have the Skeletons with the stun.
Probably Falcons draft just a little bit more.
Better armor, I think though. I think Night Stalker has 4 armor. Wraith King has 2 or something.
Going into the late game.
But yeah, Skeletons. They're huge.
Well, from the last game, considering that. Well, they've dealt with the NP, they've dealt with the Lash Rack, and they were prepared for it with the adjustments in the draft. And we've seen crit as well on this Weaver. That's one thing that I haven't mentioned. This guy's insane on his Weaver. Like, we've seen so much of that impact in group stage. So I'm sure he's going to get some work done here. At the very least, he's going to drain their economy with all of these sentries and dust that they might have to carry around.
Oh, look at this, John. They've snuck into the Radiant Triangle for a moment. They'll take the Watcher, but they will not stick around. I thought they maybe they're trying to go for a little bit of a sneaky fight from the backside here against Falcons, but not quite. Sit back and relax, go back towards their own high ground. We haven't really seen too much level 1 team fights breaking out here between these two teams. They have been rather conservative when it comes to the early game. See if they do want to try for this third game, just make it absolute chaos to get things started. Look around here from Marine for the ward on the high ground on the Dire side. Crit's going to Sakuchi in. Sania is ready with the Frostbite if necessary, and Crit is pretty far forward. Instead that they go after
look at this skill, Bloodseeker.
He's the one going down way too quickly, and First Blood will be fed back the way of Crit.
It's a nice juicy morsel to find. They're going to be able to snag away the bounty rune as well. So they do end up with an even start. And Crit is still being chased though.
Thing is, ATF, he gets
Jesus Christ, that Philion damage.
Boxy maybe taking a bit too much damage. Crit will be able to get away for now, and it seems as though ATF going to be okay. Crit will barely survive, by the way.
It's a lot of damage. Crit, he's just going to try to eat through the tangos. You do have Turst already on Mika, so he's going to feel a little bit better. So some movement, some attack speed to play with in the lane. Not too much to really bring it to his favor already. Again, a very strong start for Falcons. This lane for Liquid, with Insania on the CM, along with Mika, of course, in the Bloodseeker, is a very stable lane. Like, you can do a lot with just Frostbite into the Blood right down the line. The Brewmaster's a little bit tougher to squish down, but you've got the Sentry ready on Insania. If Crit oversteps, he's a very easy target to squish.
What is this?
Boxy does get caught out, Snaky. Able to secure the kill. Of course, you cannot underestimate the amount of damage Rocket Barrage.
Yeah, this lane is shit.
And a Snaking already getting to the head of Boxy.
Is it pushing at least? Is at least pushing.
Because Boxy last game around, he set up so many.
Wait, no! I'm looking at the wrong grip colors. It's not pushing. It's going back into fucking Wraith King's lane.
This time around, Boxy's not going to be able to leave this lane as he did in the last game. The Night Stalker's not as self-sufficient. You know, Skitter's going to have room to be able to try to bully out or just free farm. Snaking's going to have magic damage to deal with Night Stalker as well. So this is a lane Boxy actually has to camp in, and that's going to provide more space out for Amar and for Aggression.
Yeah, fuck that. Look at this shit. Look at that skeleton damage. That is not balanced.
The problem is he is out of mana or was for the Rocket Barrage. So
They're like 40 damage or something after reduction, every single hit. Absurd.
The short end of the stick here as they do just continue to focus on him in this laning stage. And it's not the easiest start for him either.
No, it's a rougher go. Again, Boxy's forced to stay in this lane, which difference from game 2, top lane's not under as much pressure. And that just frees up room for Falcons to breathe, play their own game. Getting that build-up you'd want on Skitter, the mid-lane matchup as well. For Malrine is something that we used to see a lot of in the DPC, and it disappeared for a while, but it's back. Just Pangolier, Leshrac, classic matchup. Nisha's doing a fine job of controlling it, but you're not going to lose out on too much
Classic
on
matchup.
Malrine.
I don't remember the last time I saw this.
Round, Nisha was getting maybe a little bit more on that wind range.
Maybe if the Bloodstone changed, that was a lot, I guess.
Malrine should be held off.
All the actions seems to be at the lane there for a moment. Top lane, Mickey.
What do I think of the Orb of Venom of Wave King? I don't know, did it change Orb of Venom? Otherwise, it's still just a good item. No, same item. It's fine. Good slow stack from the stun. Allow skeletons to catch up. Orb of Venom is always good on heroes that are more powerful than your lane opponents. So if they're forced to run, and you have the number advantage in terms of stats, it's always nice to have.
And he get jumped. In fact, they might just go after Insania as the easier target, but no, Mickey is the one dropping. He comes.
Oh, they changed corrosion. Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen it. He wasn't talking about corrosion though.
He has no way out, and he will go down as Boxy with another successful rotation on the Prophet.
Boxy thinks he's good on Furion.
Room to get that movement out with the NP, and you're at the point where Saberlight, he's forced to salve up in lane, but it's durable enough that he can stand on his own. At least has the bracer to pad. That leads to activity onto the mid as well, and this is when we saw those leaning issues kick in for Falcon. How much can Boxy be allowed to leave? Can they fully punish this Night Stalker? And you've got decent damage here with Snaking and Skitter, but the Night Stalker is still a pretty tick target, even though he doesn't.
I hate Furion players too.
Regen, he is very hard to burst down.
Certainly is.
How do you go aggro against Night Stalker or Wave King? Exactly like this. If Night Stalker comes close, you press summon skeletons and you stun him, and he loses half his fucking HP. I mean, look at him right now. He's 10 CS on Night Stalker. He's suffering.
Still trying to be a nuisance up at the top lane against
and he can't trade either because the Wave King is lifesteals back. Jesus, that damage.
It's just the presence of the Prophet. Every single time you've overextended, if Insania can set up like that Boxy, he can just come in for that added damage, and it's just so tough to get away.
This offlane is not working.
A good amount of sentries set out.
Like, whatever the fuck they have planned, it hasn't worked for like 3 games now, I think. And they still took a game off then with that shit offlane on the, what was it, Viper, I think?
I love that Liquid understand this opening. Amar, there's only so much he can do to help outside of the offensiveness that they can try with a Cinder Brew. And Liquid starting to find a really strong foothold in this game. First Nighttime kicks in as well, so Saberlight can trade a little bit more on that Night Stalker as well while he's left solo. Although he's trying to make a move now.
They will give it a crack. Saberlight underneath his tier 1 tower, but is surrounded by 3 heroes. And
well, there's your answer. That's how you go aggro against a Night Stalker. You just stun his face and then you beat him up.
It's a nice one to pick up. Giving it over to Skitter, having this room to pressure in that bot tower as well, which is almost the same move we saw in the last game.
Saberlight not doing well, I understand. Because of 2 reasons. Like, one, he's a stand-in, right? And secondly, he's getting fucking ditched. He's getting sold like a piece of meat, like Boxy's never home. They're never home. He ganks top a lot, so he's alone all the time on the Night Stalker. So it's only natural he loses his lane. But top lane, I don't know. They're just not thinking about the Furion teleport or something. And that Reaver actually even died without needing the help of the Furion. The Furion hit 1 time and he's like, my job here is done. And then he left.
Basically, Malrine and Nisha just left alone to farm. No pressure even on the towers. At some point, we would want to see some movement out from Malrine. He does have that timing with the Blightstone into the Diffusal Blade next, and that's going to be a good kicking point for them to start to play around. They drag both supports in. Maybe could find this opening onto Boxy or the tower.
Yeah, absolutely. Boxy. Missile will fly out. Looks like they will just focus on the tier 1 tower. See, the siege creep has been left alive, and Falcons, they want to try and get as much value out of the siege creep as possible. Actually, keeping it alive with the creep wave as well. So Boxy, he is sticking around, but it's just so much damage being dealt back the way of this mid-tier 1 tower that Nisha is going to be forced back into the mid lane. Ensure it does remain defended. Cannot allow Boxy to really have the solo XP here as Boxy does take back towards the Wisdom Room, but Crit was waiting in the wake. So Boxy, he's going to try for perhaps a deny against the Ancients. Crit, he does time it perfectly though. He will pick up the kill.
Yeah, nice little pickup for him. Gets to the Wisdom Room anyway, gets the freebie kill. Boxy trying to dance around, instead just gives another freebie out to the Weaver, who's had a little bit of an up and down game. It is opening space with all of this movement onto the mid. For the side lanes, you're getting some decent build-up coming out here. For Mike, you're also getting that room that you want to see out for Skitter on the side of Falcons. Amar, he hits his level 6, but he's just going for that usual Hand of Midas build into the Radiance that the panel was talking about. So he just wants space. And so far, all the heroes that need the space are finding it. And that's just going to lead to an arms race into these early timings. Something like the Deso, the Armlet coming out here for Skitter. The Bloodstone timing for Nisha to try to find from mid.
Malrain gonna fight for this power root at the 8-minute mark. Nisha will be able to pick up the illusion. Boxy was there just in case, because they have some very good vision. So Malrain, he's gonna jump in on Boxy. Boxy was spotted underneath the Radiant Vision as well. The Prophet though is able to walk out. Rupture was committed. Malrain is gonna try for the Rolling Thunder TP.
He has to stop. He has to stop now. Oh my god, he made it. I thought he had to stop.
Just about as mid lane, they are still chasing Nisha. Nisha will be able to stick charge up, but he's not looking too healthy. He'll bury fire, but it is not going to be enough. Snaking to secure the kill. ATF looking for a little bit more value. Will continue chasing Insania and Mike as the tips are already flying out. Malrain having a great old time. Crit, he'll get jumped. They'll find a trade with the Weaver, but now Mike, he's going to find a way out. Boxy will at least get the sprout on ATF, not allowing the proper chase. And it seems as though Mike will be just fine. But it is still a semi-decent trade here for the side of Liquid or Falcons, really.
Yeah. I'd say you're pretty happy with that on Falcons. Just saving your Pango, forcing out this Bloodseeker to take part of these fights without any major atomization, taking away time.
And that's winning bot. He's a 1.2k gold behind, dude. 1.3k gold.
He's just allowed to build up, and he's under no pressure here to just keep playing with his skeletons and farming around the map. They still hold on to their objectives.
He got left alone. It was pretty much a 1v2 lane.
Equilibrium holds. Falcons are very pleased with that. They could try to go for more once again. Like, the cooldowns aren't too long here on Falcons, and they will smoke up on the hunt.
Look towards the bot lane, Saberlight. You scan out. Saberlight will have the information necessary to potentially back off, though he does stick around Skitter, so... But revealing he is still around this area, perhaps not predicting the smoke that was incoming.
He's so dead. Or is he?
Liquid, but it seems
he's fucking dead. It's very close.
Malrain able to pick up his first kill of the game here in the paint.
Yep. Nice movement out. Scan maybe just a little bit too short. That would look like it clipped them just going in and out of that mid lane instead of the full rotation. So nice move out from Falcons. Opens up again a little bit of a shove on that bot tier 1. The side of Liquid. They're not going to be able to fight against that. They'll try onto Amar.
Yeah, Rupture is committed. ATF, he's a tanky guy.
3 of me. No, it doesn't have it.
They just can't really deal with him. ATF just stands there and takes it. Now, double braces are up, so it is pretty rough to get through his HP pool.
Yeah, just having the Drunken Brawler up. You don't get pinned down for too long there. Maybe a bit optimistic on Liquid, but knowing that Rolling Thunder's down, you don't really have anyone else to try to pin down anyway. Might as well just try to go for the opportunity, go back to farming for Mike. Falcons, again, they're just ramping up themselves. And this really boils down to how comfy are your mids in playing. We've seen Malrain take that more.
Sprout is Boxy trying to chase him down, but the Sprout doesn't really lock Skitter in. And, well, he had a Quelling Blade anyway, so he probably would have been just fine. Very hard to initiate with the Prophet here onto the Wraith King. But if you are Liquid, you have a Siege creep down to that bottom lane. You've got a few heroes around, you might be able to start pressuring that bottom tier 1 tower. It seems like Boxy will leave the area, but a little bit of pressure to be able.
Yep, just a shove in. Good vision to enable this push out from Liquid as well with Boxy rotating. A little bit optimistic to try to make any big plays at this moment. Everyone's just farming up. You will trade that shove down bot for more than likely the full mid tower here. Fortify is still around, and Nisha does have the running.
I'm not really rooting for any of these teams.
He's going to be able to stave off. No one will.
Just trying to watch some good Dota.
And again, the big timer for both sides that's the most immediate is likely on the mid, maybe a little bit more in Saberlight as well if he's willing to go with the Echo Saber. Like, that's where the activity is going to kick in. You've got the defuse already on Mallory, so theoretically he should be set to go to look for some plays here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But now he will not. So they throw a homing missile out onto Nisha, but they won't be able to quite get there. Malrine going to find himself a nice arcane rune, and it seems as though Boxy might be the one to get hunted down, as he will try for a TP play out. Of course, there will be no cancel here from Crit. Boxy will be just fine. Doesn't mean that they remain 6-4 here. Oh, Boxy!
He can push himself. He's gonna do it.
Has ended up in the tree line.
It's fine.
He's all right.
Can cut it down. He's a happy lad. Not going to be stuck for long, fortunately. And Falcons and Liquid stuck in equilibrium in this game, at the very least. Good forward wards this time around from Falcons to scout into that top jungle and defender position here for the Raid King farming by the bot tier 1. Otherwise, no activity. Poking and prodding mid. We should be inching towards that point where you're comfy. Maybe they just want to connect now with when Amar is ready to go, which is still a ways off. Does have the Midas. Pings out onto Amar.
They're going to try again for ATF. ATF going to just pop the split immediately, not wasting any time. Will not be willing to risk his life. Because you do force out the split at the least here as Liquid, so you may be happy to force a fight across the map. That fight might be happening in the mid lane very, very soon, because Malrine is moving in onto Nisha. They want to try for the Lash, but they miss out on him instead, trying towards Saberlight. Snaking's the one being hunted though, and Snaking, he will go down as Liquid. It's not the biggest kill in the world, but it is certainly something.
It is something, considering all this downtime. Just finding that pickoff is it's satisfactory for the side of Liquid. They are starting to get some good, expand their good vision here on Falcons, setting up on that mid lane behind the tier 1 now. And we are starting to hit that timing that we're looking for from Nisha. Bloodstone being built up. Boxy playing tag still with Amar, but again, not the easiest target to pin down. The big concern is really probably the core differential now, with Skitter having so much more farm in comparison. Just from having those skeletons running around, he's got the Desolator queued up, not too far off. Whereas Mike, he's gonna go, he has the Maelstrom, he's going into the BKB, but even with a BKB, a Bloodseeker jumping forward at that point, it's not necessarily the most damage, it's not necessarily the best sustain as well. So it does feel like you're still going to be relying more on Nisha to take point with that Bloodstone. Again, the Leshrac without the Omni Knight is going to be a different story.
Boxy does get spotted here by ATF. No way to cancel the TP though, so Boxy going to be okay to retreat. Group up back into the mid lane here. Malrine's going to find Boxy now by the looks of it, and Crit is going to move into boot. Boxy going to find out the hard way. They do have vision on that high. Very hard to de-ward though, because Crit has literally just been camping the area for quite a while, and you see Insania ready to de-ward, but he knows he can't close the gap. Mike, even having his farm stolen, Crit just getting as much value as possible.
Who wins this? I'm not sure.
Crit's Weaver so damn annoying. We've seen
I mean, it's looking nice for Falcons, obviously, but I don't think their mid game is easy.
And then he's just this massive nuisance that you have to invest support gold into to cancel off, to just counteract.
If Liquid gets a proper team fight where there's a Rupture on Pango, they start with Nightstalker ults, and they maybe kill like Brewmaster or something before ulti.
Saberlight is also going to be purged. There's really no hope out.
It would look pretty good.
The low ground at the least. Pops the ulti as well, and he's going to go for a rumble squash.
Ooh, that juke.
Apparently doesn't do much damage. The Night Stalker is going to be just fine.
Kinda sucks popping ulti like that, but I guess it's better than dying.
Will be chased here by Crit.
Did cancel his TP? Wasn't he TP?
So they have plenty of vision, but this time Crit may get punished for a nice time lapse. He will be all right. Surely this ward does get de-warded now.
I mean, it has to go at some point. No sentry up on Insania. It is within vision. They will be able to take it out. There is still this nice board right in front, in between where the tier 1 and tier 2 is, so there's still some information for Falcons to play with.
It's the movement of Crit. It's just such aggressive positioning throughout this whole game on the Weaver. It's kind of like you mentioned. This is what he's famous for when it comes to this possible Weaver. It's just the constant aggression, the constant vision gain for his team, the information he provides, and just a real nuisance again. Just steals your camp sometimes, just soaks some XP, just as annoying as he possibly can be.
Yeah, and it just disrupts your gameplay on the side of Liquid. Like, they're not able to shove in any of these waves. They're not able
I don't know post 4 Weaver builds. I think before there was Big Urn.
Cross the river at any point.
Big Urn and Solar Crest or something? I'm not sure what it is now.
Mind you, they've got the Bloodstone.
See what he's going for.
That's one early time. He's going into the
well.
next.
Big Urn at least, I guess.
Confidence to start playing in. to what the side of Falcons have. Echo Saber as well, ready to go on Saberlight.
He has it even now.
Great. Spite is out. Saberlight going to move out. Silence is there as well. The Weaver does have some help around. It was just snaking, but they will leave him be. Crit will drop. Everyone else just TPs up. ATF not interested in staying around that top lane any longer.
No need to force it.
He's not going Deso in this game on Weaver 4, dude. There's no way. He needs a survival item at some point. Probably 4 staff, so he can not like just die to Night Stalker the moment he gets touched by the silence. Or that way he gets more defensive stuff. I don't know, like Bavi's, Solar Crest, whatever.
Not too far off. Once you can melt that Leshrac, that's where things can open up. And that is the question as well. Is the Leshrac durable enough with just the Bloodstone without something like the Omni Knight to save? It doesn't feel like it would be, but you amp him up maybe with a Blood Rage for some spell amp. It could be still a massive risk to jump into.
Top lane, a bit of a group up here from Liquid. Towards ATF on the Brewmaster. ATF running right towards Saberlight. They'll make the jump in now. Rupture committed as well with the Frostbite and the Freezing Field just in case. ATF will melt. Skitter, he did try to rotate. In fact, they are going to try and force a fight. Boxy is the target. It's not exactly a great trade for the side of Falcons, but they will have to just take it. Boxy still on the run. Meanwhile, Insania being chased by Snaking on the other side. It's like Boxy gets a sprout off, creating plenty of space. Insania the first one to drop on the CM as Boxy still juking around, but Skitter, he can spell him in the tree line. Boxy now running towards the north, but really has no... Oh, hold on a minute. Never mind. Skitter's got him. In fact, Crit was the one to take the kill.
Yeah, I mean, the Gossamer's Cape coming a little bit clutch there, but Crit will find a kill at very least. Some space to shove in mid. And a good sequence of events for Falcons overall, but Liquid, they equalize. They finally find a tier 1 tower. With the Deso up and Skitter though, that opens up Roshan. And with a secondary life to threaten with, they can start to force some of these bigger fights. They know some of the tools available on Liquid at this point. They've got the ward to protect this take of Roche. They can try to invade that top area, maybe force out into a tier 2, or just go hunting.
Roshan will drop very freely here. The side of Falcons. Liquid unable to really contest or do really much about it. Falcons will take the Aegis to get up. You want to pick it up here on the Wraith King, so you've got multiple lives now on this guy. Seems that the Blink Dagger is going to be the next.
They put it on Wraith King?
So going full aggressive mode now.
What?
Team Liquid.
There's no way Pango doesn't take that. Are you kidding me?
The multiple lives of the Wraith King. So they'll have to sit back and relax for a little bit unless they find a real prime fight. Falcons, they might start pressuring that top T2 tower. Pings are coming out. Nisha.
If not Pango, it should have been Brewmaster. There's no way it's fucking Wraith King.
A little bit. The Leshrac would be the primary kill that you could ask for here if you are Falcons. They will not be able to get that lockdown we talked about. And Falcons, doesn't seem like they're really too interested in committing for the T2 yet.
I don't get the Satanic Pango either, but there must be some reason for this.
Well, speaking of farm, ATF
I guess I remove Silence and the Frost.
That's going to be one big piece for them to reveal in these bigger fights. Just the
Why is it bad? Because Wraith King already has an extra life?
Like the Night Stalker and the Bloodseeker is
there's no way he's going to utilize 3 lives.
Sorting through that just yet. And BKB up and Mika at the very least can help. But once that shortens down, Gamar's presence will be felt. Safe shove up on the tier 2. They've got some forward vision now as well on Falcons. The scout behind that little jacuzzi box up top. Liquid finally getting room to cross the river. Saberlight getting that farm himself. This blink timing on the Night Stalker is going to be the big one. We heard the panel talk about it, but having the crippling fear, you're not going to care for stat resistance. With no BKB on Amar, he is going to be sitting duck from that initiation from Saberlight. And the Brewmaster is one big tool in preventing any.
Boxy barely able to get away from the Tormentor. He's going to be all right. Nisha's going to have to be the one to tank it. The key will be able to do so just fine. Shards will go the way of Boxy. And Liquid got to take their Tormentor where Falcons will leave theirs for now. Not too interested in trying to force it. They're just much more interested in the net worth lead. And it's such an even game. Like, less than 1k lead the way of Liquid. It could really go either way in that next fight. The only real advantage Falcons has right now is the fact that the Aegis is still up on Skid.
It still has a lot of time. And again, the side of Falcons are playing rather conservatively, not fully forcing in the issue onto any objective. Just more than happy to take their time, more than happy to play this farming game, which Liquid is also satisfied with. Getting some shove out, not even having to expend this BKB and Mika at any single point just yet. Smoke finally out from Falcons though. They don't have vision on that bot side they're crossing into, but they run into someone on the way to the triangle.
Yeah, looking at mid, Falcons not going to find the opening they're looking for. Perhaps through the mid river they can go.
We're not playing any of that today. Today is a Dota day.
Around the dire triangle looking for the opening, but Liquid seem to have an idea that they are around this area, so they'll go for a counter smoke into the mid lane. Now Falcons have left the area. Not too interested in sticking around without their own smokes. They'll just leave to the high ground, get in that position. Malrine though may get caught in the pango.
Oh my goodness. But he got stuck in a really shit spot. I think it would have been caught anyway though.
Falcons, I do not believe, want to stick around and fight. They immediately all TP up at Snaking. He'll be left behind. Saberlight will catch himself another fish.
Yeah, I love this Night Stalker pick. Night Stalker is such a difficult hero to play against post laning phase. Nowhere is safe. You never know if he sees you or not too.
Ends up on his little cubby by the ramp.
And then you're forcing BKB on heroes like Pango and Brewmaster. They don't want to buy BKB. Yeah, they're still not going for BKB even. And I think they have to. Otherwise, it's just free pickings for this Night Stalker. Or you go some shit like Force Staff. Oh, nice BKB force.
A little bit of value there from Falcons, at least getting the BKB force from Mikke. And you'll know that for 80 seconds that is down, and Falcons, they'll see if they can find the opening they're looking for, or maybe even just forcing this mid-tier 2 tower.
They've got the output. Skitter's starting to get hungry to build that Desolator up with charges, maybe force this fight here.
Liquid, they're going to try and move in. ATF is big target. He does have the primal split, but he's been silenced up. He's been given no chance to be able to.
There is no way you give the Aegis to Wraith King.
Even got the first life of the Wraith King. Keep in mind, he's
I'm just thinking back to it again. There's no. Look at this.
Can they get him a third time? Crit's going to try to move in to help out. Nisha. Oh, Skitter, that's too
What
much.
were they thinking?
That is too much.
What a team mistake. There's no way. You give it to Pango in this game.
The magic damage pumping out. All the right clicks in the
And if not Pango, it should have been Brewmaster.
For Mikke to just rip you
poor
apart
old
with a
Snake.
shard.
Can he get away? No, he cannot. Snaking will follow his carry.
Yeah, I thought so. I think the draft difference is too much, even though they had 3k advantage at like what, 12, 15 minutes or so. I think just having these counter picks like Pango against Bloodseeker, Night Stalker at all against anything in the world, it's too hard.
For Amar to play once the silences are off. And once he's held in place, if he can't split, he can't have impact.
That's one life. Let's go for the second. Look how quickly this melts. Skitter just absolutely getting deleted. That's the second one. Let's go for a third, shall we, Skitter? Just no chance. Like absolutely zero chance of survival.
Just way too much output.
I think ATF's face says
Despair.
It's a rough go for Falcons. Liquid. Again, just doing a great job of playing at the same pace that Falcons want to. They're willing to drop these tier 1 towers early. They sit back, they play it safe, they farm, and they come right at you with this flash. Like Nisha is just looking insane. Mikke looked insane last game. And it's this exact same timing almost. With Bloodstone, BKB, with the Veil to amp up even more output. It's such a hard
It's hard to blue split this game. There's a Night Stalker in the game.
Oh, he's got Snaking again.
Yes, the balance double spells. 12 seconds, are you
His team is
silence?
going to show up, but Skitter is dropping. He's been silenced up. He'll armor toggle and survive for now. But again, no reincarnate available for 35 seconds. Meanwhile, Boxy still going.
It's
Does
12
end up going
seconds.
down. Skitter
Yeah, 12 seconds.
will leave the area. Jump in from Saberlight. They found Malrine now. Malrine is gone. In fact, they even found Crit, the Weaver, being caught by the Frostbite.
The
Weaver. He
Weaver.
will follow. Tips out for Saberlight, who's giving all the information his team needs. Just so valuable, this Night Stalker, and Saberlight just forcing him into such an awkward fight.
I mean, I'm just surprised Falcons are constantly forcing this issue. Skitter in particular. You mentioned it, he had no reincarnation. He almost dropped.
Yeah, Saberlight is playing it well. He's got a good game finally.
It doesn't take too long for them to connect.
Good positioning, good map presence.
This time they'll have Reincarnate. Nisha, he's going to be the one to get jumped
Oh.
off. The stun is there.
Does
Nisha,
Bloodstone
he's a
save him here?
tanky target. He's going to try and fight
A
through
BKB
it.
does.
Over out Skidder, dropping lower. Can he is gone.
Primal split.
Uh-oh, I've seen this one before. As Skidder, he'll come back in, but can he actually get
Oh,
out of this?
no stuns.
It looks like he can. Reincarnate is down, but that's about it. Split as well, of course, as ATF trying to set up something for his team, but they do find Nisha again here with the Cyclone. Problem is, can you actually kill him? Nisha, he's trapped up. Maybe they could think about it. He'll pop the Bloodstone. He's still alive, still healing up as Saber.
The Night Stalker. He went fucking satanic on Pango and not PKB. Oh my god, dude. Why did he go satanic against a Night Stalker?
And Falcons, they are desperately trying, but Liquid are just cleaning up as it could be a rampage up for Mickey. Oh my goodness.
Are they just not thinking about the item builds?
What do you do? What do you do, Liquid? They are feeling it now.
Liquid are on point. Falcons, it's been mess after mess.
I understand the satanic. You can dispel silence and freeze. It's pretty damn good. But your problem is a Night Stalker that sees you before you see him. I think he went blink too, right? Yeah, it's blink too, so he will see you and he will jump you before you get to react.
None of these fights are adding up. They're forcing it back to back to back. And maybe this is where some of that experience of how long Liquid's been together.
Oh, he must have been autopiloting his item build.
They stay cool,
There's no way he doesn't buy something to stop the Night Stalker from killing him every time he gets jumped.
Their lineup. And they just find that timing. Mickey, a very happy boy, of course.
Happy faces of Liquid. And how can you blame them? How can you blame them? This game is well and truly in their control now with a 16k advantage. Falcons, they're going to go for another smoke up, another 5
16k behind.
They'll try again.
Against the drafted. I think it's better than
They're
theirs.
not looking for a 5v5. They just want to pick off. They'll head towards the shield room. Now Areen will take that one. Nisha was the primary target they were looking for, but he has left the area. And in fact, Roshan has
at least he has a shield room this time. It's kind of nice.
They will have first dibs.
Yeah. Just dodge out this gank while they're at as well. Forward vision being dropped by Falcons. Smoke out from Liquid. They're on
Not the Pango in other games? I mean, it's Maureen. He's super good.
Give this one away.
I think this game he just autopiloted his item build. And he just didn't think enough about what he should have built.
Try setting up for the high ground defense. They only have that bot tier 2 tower left standing to kind of protect their bot lane of racks as well. Only lane of racks if they can't quite go for the super creeps just yet. I will have to say as well, looking at this build up from Malrine, he did decide to go for something like the Satanic. The panel had some ideas. So.
ATF boxes in with the Orchid out. He will use the Ogre's Hill Totem to jump away. So the scary thing about Boxy now, right? Like he's got the blink up, he's got the Orchid up, so you're never really safe when the Prophet comes in. No boots necessary here for this Prophet, just 4 Wraith Bands and blink and Orchid. You love to see it.
It really is a dog shit Pango game.
That's IceFrog's finest creation. Start on tier 2 doesn't take too long to melt. Output from Nisha is insanely high. And I'm just looking at these items. Like I get the idea behind the Satanic. I get that you feel like these fights are going to take longer. You want to stay alive long enough to melt through the mana, sustain true with a Satanic. But we heard the ideas of the panel. You know, Winter was saying something like the Mage Slayer could have been useful. And just preventing some of that output from Nisha could have been one way to provide more durability out to Skitter, especially pre-BKB. Let's see if that BKB will make a difference down the line. Liquid not going to wait around though.
Yeah, 3-man smoke up. Crit going to reveal himself in that tree line, but they want a bigger target. They're going to head south, and they do find Snake. Not quite a bigger target, but
playing support against a 5 Night Stalker.
They head down towards the south, and even further. They actually ended up
3 of me. Oh, he's
TPing.
TPing. I thought someone was TPing in. I'm convinced support Gyro, I'm not.
Buyback was committed by Snake.
I think support Gyro is decent, but it's not first pick material.
3.5 minutes left on the Aegis of Nisha. All they can hope to do is chip away at the Leshrac for now and let Liquid just leave. And I believe that's exactly what Liquid will do. They will just leave and wait for another day.
No rush here for Liquid. Still so much time left on that Aegis. They've got an amplified damage rune.
I actually don't know what is first pick material in this patch.
Really
hard to say. Maybe that's why Gyro comes out to be decent then.
Falcons,
it's weird.
They're trying to keep as much shoved away. They're getting that.
There's so many bans.
On Amar, finally starting to work onto that BKB, on that Brewmaster, needing a way to just safely split in the middle of these fights. It is going to be one way to get it done. but they've got some vision at least to watch.
I think
that
that's
mid area.
BKB,
They've
yeah.
got some ways of trying to punish.
Oh lord, he has
Boxy cutting
BKB.
some waves if
And
you
this
guys fight
guy?
over it, but
He has
catching
2
out right now is
bracers.
just
Actually, I wonder what he's buying.
near impossible
He has something
unless they're
else.
fully grouped up. And if they're fully grouped up, I mean, Liquid, they've got information in hand. They've got some nice awkward wards watching mid for any sort of smoke play, for any sort of peeking that the side of Falcons would want. Heck, on every lane, they've got a good forward ward. They've got a general idea if someone just steps away from the map.
I hate playing as Night Stalker.
Just keeping them safe.
It just
allowing
alters
them
the way
to
you play
control
these
full AC up in Mika.
you know, these skill heroes like Pango and Puck and Quap and everything
That
else.
first play now with the Desolator, it doesn't feel as
Like at first you're
feasible
just like this God of War, right? You have magic immunity, you have insane mobility, you have damage reduction, or you just sort of a phase shift or blink or something. And then Night Stalker exists, and none of these things will happen anymore. He just jumps you and you're done. You need to go BKB. The fuck?
Does get dusted up. They will
Who paid
miss out on
Boxy?
the Sprout. Crit will be able to Sukuchi way just fine. Meanwhile, bottom, there is a jump in. Saberlight, he found ATF on his own. It's a 1v1, but Saberlight is certainly at the advantage with this crippling V. He just continues to move in. ATF can split for this, and he is
Whoa,
forced to.
no second silence? Or maybe what they use.
Now needs his own way out. With the Dark Ascension, though, he probably will just be fine to do so. In fact, he might even follow ATF and just keep up the vision. With the Twin Gate, Saberlight, where are we headed? He will get cycloned up. Meanwhile, mid lane, Skidder getting jumped here by Nisha, but Nisha gonna look to retreat. But they say that, Nisha just moving right back in onto the creep wave. And everyone does
Hey,
survive
hold up.
for now. But you don't have
Does he
time
have
to
the
set up,
shard?
so
If he has shard, he can choose where he
try and
ends.
force the fight. Rupture
He has the
wants to
shard, I
move it
think.
onto
Wait,
Mallory
what?
in the mid lane. Meanwhile, ATF
Does he not have
top
shard?
lane,
No, he has the
actually all
shard.
across the map. Skidder in the mid lane has gone down. In the
Bro.
radiant base, Liquid, they're just moving in. Skidder, he'll BKB up, but look at the
He can't anymore? Did they change it?
He'll just keep going, and Skidder trying
Allows it to be cancelled early.
He is gone. He is down. It's Liquid.
It always goes to the main one
Continuing,
first.
ATF being body blocked by Box. He just cannot make it out. He is finally
Oh.
down. And Liquid.
Sucks if you him then.
GG is called. GG is called. Liquid have done it. Falcons, they will have to leave earlier than they anticipated, but for Team Liquid, they will be moving through the lower bracket and they have secured themselves at minimum top 6.
What a spectacular fashion for Team Liquid to get that done as well. A lot of back and forth in that draft. You know, the Bloodseeker pick working out well at Falcons. You know, they
Let's
pull
see
back
team
some of that
reactions and then
focus, right?
patch.
They bring out
Patch.
the Crit Weaver. They've got that aggression early. They've got Skidder on the Raid King, and it feels like they've got some answers, but it's Liquid that, again, hold out, just allow that pace of the game to come around, and just get that build up even better. They hit that critical mass for the Bloodstone up. They get this really strong combination for Mika to play on top to hold Amar back from his timings. And even though Boxy wasn't as active as he was in game 2, like the moment he started getting those rotations out, it just felt devastating for the top lane. And Saberlight just plays a steady off lane. He doesn't need much. He just stays alive, and that's enough.
Yeah, he certainly had a fantastic game here, Saberlight on the Night Stalker, and you have to argue, game 2 and game 3, he was looking like the MVP. Of course, speaking of MVPs, Nisha popping off twice in a row with the Leshrac, and you don't want to give this guy Leshrac to begin with, but yeah, it felt as though Falcons had no choice. They tried to deal with it, but it was just way too much in the end. And for Falcons, this is a brand new team. Yeah, this first experience on LAN here together, they'll come back stronger, I'm sure.
Definitely so. This is a team with a lot of promise, of course, and just for coming out from the MENA qualifiers into here, that journey was, it was an amazing journey with a lot of high moments. But Liquid, the experience kicks in, and the adaptation. I think that's the one great thing about this lineup. They can adapt so well on the fly as the tournament changes, as the patch changes in the middle of the tournament, and that certainly shines here.
Well, that was some quick adapting as well. Yeah, it's not easy to play on a new patch when you've only had like what, maybe 6 hours, 7 hours of time to prepare, maybe a bit more than that. And Liquid showing us why they are so great as a roster. And props to Saberlight again. Like, this guy just stands in. Obviously, the pressure was on. He makes it work. He shows you how great of a player he is. And well, Liquid, they deserve top 6 at the minimum.
I don't know if the pressure's on for Saberlight. As he said, he said the pressure's off. He just wants to play.
That's what he says.
You know,
he's a cheeky.
I trust him. I trust him on his word. Seems like a very trustworthy fellow, and certainly, you know, that confidence, I think, is a big factor coming in. I think it's just
3 bad games in a row for a motherfucker.
You know, you still care, but you're
Unlucky.
not pressured, and just that gives you so much room to, especially on a new patch, have the right mindset to just approach the game in a new manner.
Well, we've got Slacks with the winners on stage. Let's throw to him and see what he's got to say.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Hello, hello. Yes, I am here with Mr. Bing Bong himself. Welcome back, my friend. Now, I went for Mickey. He got a rampage in the game. I went to go grab him, and they said, it is part of your contract with the team that you will be taking all the interviews in this event. Is that true?
Yes. Unfortunately, they would not take me as a stand-in otherwise. So here I am, your favorite Team Liquid player, guys. I know you want to hear from the rest, but you get Saberlight interview instead.
Well, I will take
That's funny. He fucking painted his forehead.
So tell me about that series. First one that we got to a game 3. What happened in the series that you guys lost? And feel free to flame these guys. I mean, you're not technically on the team, so.
I actually forgot what happened in game 1. I'm zooted. But what I will say is that Team Falcons is like the worst team to play on this new patch. They buff Mars, they buff Timber, they buff Razor. We're like, okay, guys, maybe Gaben just really likes Amara, because there's no way. And Marine actually plays the same heroes, so it's like, it's unlucky.
Unlucky, but you guys made it work for sure. I mean, the Leshrac, pretty unbelievable there. I would get used to never playing that hero again.
True, and honestly, I can't leak anything, but this is not even, we have so much more cooking up. This is not even the most OP one.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. Can we talk a little bit about the Omni Knight? I mean, a little biased, but I mean, Omni Knight coming out was pretty hype.
Yeah, because I didn't really know what to pick, so I was like, okay, team, what do we need here? And Nisha said, I think Omni good. And I was like, okay, Nisha suggests the hero, I have to pick Omni Knight. But I did not touch this hero for a long time, so after I picked it, I had to like open the Dota screen and actually read the spells. Because I didn't know the W is dispellable. Well, I don't know, they sneaked it in somewhere.
Bro, you can't say this in a post-game interview. You're gonna make you didn't even know how to play your hero when you still beat them, bro. That's cruel, but all right.
Rip a bozo.
All right, take it easy. Take it easy. Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. I am sure we're gonna see a lot more from Saberlight as the official interviewer of Team Liquid. But thank you for a great performance. Best of luck to Liquid moving forward, and we'll throw it back to you.
You're going to get a guarantee to be able to see him tomorrow because Liquid have secured themselves a top 4 finish here at ESL One Kuala Lumpur 2023.
I like Saberlight. He's funny to listen to.
Off the back of him, man. He's clearly carrying the entire thing. I think he's giving Nisha a little bit more credit. What was he saying that he didn't know? He didn't know that Guardian Angel was dispellable?
I think Repel is what
Repel was dispelled?
Yeah.
I'm not buying it. He's an Omni enthusiast.
Yeah, I'll say at the beginning of today, what I like about Team Liquid in these situations in these lower bracket is they just are so good at taking the pressure off of themselves. And you saw it in game 3 where they were still losing at one point and they got like a couple kills and they were tipping each other. Like good vibes tips, you know? And this is just the kind of thing where, I don't know, like I don't know any other team that does this sort of thing. And I have to believe it's essential for all of their lower bracket runs that they've made throughout the last like 8 months, including today.
And Wraith King was so useless that game.
They don't necessarily
Can you even think back to like one thing Wraith King did that game?
Last year or this year.
I just remember him dying 3 times in a row at mid.
So like, okay, they're just in another scenario. Like, we'll see how they go. They're not at full power because Blitz isn't here, so they're just going to do their best. And that mentality and knowing that they're going to continue doing good just really makes the pressure less.
I mean, maybe they need to start muting each other. That's how they're gonna
muting. Yeah,
that's how they're gonna win.
That's what Zai said in their Riyadh Masters game. He was playing Brood Mother. He's like, I just had to mute everyone. That was a 1v9 game for me.
Was it the Brood game?
It was the Brood game. Yeah. He had to finish things off against Talon his own way.
So he said the team was despair, so he had to tune them out and do his own thing.
I mean, sometimes in the game you just have to block everything out, you know. That's why not everybody gets to play the win condition hero.
Which, speaking of the win condition hero, Winter, we saw Leshrac again. Are you convinced?
Yes.
Oh!
I believe Brian.
The first time he's ever said that. Did anybody take a clip?
High praise.
I think I'm convinced too. I mean, the physical damage was there with the Wraith King. There was a window when he had the Deso, but as soon as Leshrac built Veil, I was like, it's over. Like that's just the small armor part of the Shiva's guard. So like once he finishes Shiva's as well, that's what it's.
No, there was this one fight, like 5 of them went on him and he just didn't die. And Night Stalker killed everybody. When I saw that fight, I'm like, okay, this game is over.
Change that happened a couple patches ago that I think is underutilized whenever I see the hero is the Night Stalker's abilities being refreshed when he uses his ultimate.
So he was doing a really good job of chaining the silence on ATF in the mid game, where that's like 12 seconds of silence, and there's just no way that Brusela was ever going off. You see, Brewmaster never wants to go Radiance into BKB, but that's what ATF had to do because of that Night Stalker pick. So we did see that paying off.
Yo, fuck, no, I'm not raiding. I didn't make it to the main roster. I am pleb.
Just join the fight.
Could have bought like a 4-staff maybe.
4-staff?
Yeah.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, all things that may be running through their head, but still an admirable performance for this new roster to end up finishing with a top 6 performance. And to speak some closing words on their performance, we've got Slack standing by with Crit.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Yes, I have Crit, who was gracious enough to give us a exit interview, so thank you so much for your time. Crit, Team Falcons, a lot of new fans coming out. I feel like you guys performed really well at this tournament. A lot of expectations, especially for a new squad. How are you feeling with how far you managed to come?
I think before the tournament we would have been happy. I think now, obviously, after you lose it, it always feels bad. But I think first tournament for us, and we had a good group stage. We had a lot of lessons. I think we can be pretty happy with top 6. Obviously, maybe we could have gotten a little bit more, but that's how Dota works.
All right. Any plans with the squad to solve these issues? Was it more of a patch thing, or you think you guys just need some more time to gel?
I think it's just time. Like, it's our first LAN. Malrina's never played on LAN before either, so like we have a lot of LANs this year coming up. Like we're not in a rush to be good. We want to make it in time for Riyadh and TI, and that's the end goal.
All right, well, fantastic. Any words out there to the fans? I mean, I am one of them. It's really fun to see you guys gelling together and playing like this.
Yeah, it was a very loud crowd here. We could pretty much hear it all the time, so that was amazing. I always appreciate when it's like that. So thank you to all the people here. Thank you to all the people watching at home as well. It's always nice to feel the support.
Well, thank you so much for a great performance as well. Best of luck to you guys. I know we'll be seeing you again at the next major LAN, and thank you for the interview. Back to you, Tsunami.
It feels weird being able to see what is seeming like a debut performance from so many seasoned veterans, but I would have never thought that I would have seen these 5 heroes all mixed up like this, but they made magic happen. Obviously, it's a very competitive event, and I'm sure they were hoping for more than top 6, but that's not a result that they should be ashamed of. And I mean, Kev, you have very high praise for them, and looking forward.
I'm happy with their performance. They obviously did great in the group stage. I like these 5 players.
Let's check
team.
patch, I guess.
They are a rebirth of
Elvino,
dying, basically.
Elvino, Nino, thank you to 5. Back to Life, thank you to 71. Sherwood, thank you to 15. Douglas, thank you to 70. Krishna Surya, thank you to 4 months of 3. How do you like the new patch? I haven't seen anything of it yet. Let's pause this.